wouldn't shave it, and they were just like, all right, we'll just go with it.
It's a guy that was doing that?
Yeah. I mean, I hope this is true. I'm going to feel like an ass if I just was told this.
Oh, someone told
I remember seeing it, though. I swear. Jamie, come through, baby.
This might be tough.
You found my bit. You found my boiling Pepsi bit. There's no way. Flashdance mustache. Maybe.
She's a maniac.
There's that one, and then there's the other great song from the woman that just died. What's the other great fucking song on there? It's a first when there's nothing but a dull aching dream.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
I see
Take
what
your
it is.
passion and make it happen.
It's not the whole dance. That was
Irene Cara.
Ian Carrot, yeah, she just died, I
Yeah.
think. But that song rules.
Yeah.
I'm gay.
Fame, I'm gonna live forever. There was a weird time where those kind of movies were like very popular, like very musical dramas.
Yeah,
About people that are just talented and they're gonna make it.
of course.
And they're wearing scarves and they're from the rough side of town, but they get together and shine.
But doesn't that song get you as somebody
Yeah.
that pursued a dream? And I listen to that song and I'm like, this is me, baby. I took
Yes.
my passion,
You're
made
out
it
there.
happen.
You made it happen.
Fucking right, man.
Do you want to live forever?
I don't want to live forever. I mean, I want to live forever, but I don't. I'd like to live in this state for a long time.
I've been thinking about this and talking about this a lot lately.
Living forever?
I think if heaven's real,
Okay.
and I was the devil, you know what I would do?
Hmm.
I'd convince people that they should extend their life.
Yeah.
I'd convince people that they can live forever. I'd convince people to transplant their soul into a machine where they would be trapped for eternity. If you could just trick them.
Right.
Imagine if heaven's real. Imagine if you die one day and you're like, oh my God, it's real. It's not like a dude in the clouds and a guy
Right.
with a book. It's like, what'd you do when you were in 7th grade? You lied to your mom. And he's like, it's not.
So what is it? What is heaven then?
What if it's just some other realm where you're disembodied from your physical being, but you live in a realm of pure consciousness, just pure consciousness interacting with other consciousness. It's just geometry, just patterns. And what if that's where you're supposed to be? That's great. But what if this place just gets increasingly more dystopian, and as life goes on, you signed up to live forever, but now life is suck. It's just suck. It's just everybody's eating insect burgers, and all your time is monitored by the great overlord powers of the World Economic Forum, which controls the earth. You're hooked up to some grid, and you have to be attached to it and labor for X amount of hours per day in order to be fed and housed.
This sounds similar to reality.
Yeah, but what if it keeps getting worse?
I might keep getting worse.
What if that's really what hell is? What if hell is the trick that you're scared to die, so you sign up to be a part of this cyborg program, and you literally lose your soul?
Yeah.
Your soul gets transplanted into a machine forever, and it's the devil's trick.
And it's just you looking at TikTok all day, just fucking dark web, and that's
And the
hell.
problem is, I would never consider that as a possibility because there's so many loons that run around telling you the devil is crafty and the devil has plans for you. And you're like, sure he does. Okay, it's the devil. Right. But what if it is the devil? And what if one of the ways the devil gets you to think that the devil's stupid is has a bunch of stupid people believe in the devil?
Now, is he a does he have horns in the tail and stuff? Like, a fiery guy? Because that's always amusing to me.
I bet he can look at any way he wants. I mean, if he's got the power to manipulate all of mankind, we're assuming that it's real.
Right, he's like T-1000
Yeah.
or
If he's-
T-2000, whatever it was.
No, much more complicated than that. It's literally like tempting you to do the wrong thing all the time. What if that's like a real thing, like a real force in the universe? And it's not just the problems with human biology and the desire to spread your DNA and tribal warfare and people stealing resources from other people so that their DNA would survive and the other ones wouldn't, which is what it's been for all of human history. All the warring and all the thievery and all the horrible shit that people have done to each other. It's all like a survival thing. It's like it's all programmed in like that.
You're freaking me out, Joe.
Yeah.
You're losing me. I'm getting nervous.
You should be. You should be a little nervous. Like, what if the trap, the big ultimate trap, is downloading your consciousness into something.
Right.
Like, what if the soul actually can be contained? Like, what if there's a way to actually put it into something? Like, we think of the soul as being, you know, like if you believe in it at all, you think your soul leaves your body when you die. But what if you can suck it out of your body before you die, lock it up in a Ken doll?
I would love for someone to try to suck my soul out via the cock. But what you described as consciousness and just interact with other consciousness, that is reality, is it not?
Or what if you can make duplicates of your consciousness? What kind of a hell would that be? What if you just couldn't help it, like one of them ladies that has big giant fake butts? What if you just kept making more and more duplicates? Like, what if Donald Trump got a hold of the duplicates of your consciousness machine, and they said, Donald, do you know how well you would dominate the world if there was 1 million of you, all working together in sync?
This is, I mean, literally
it's like
the worst
tremendous.
Nightmare.
1 million. We can do 1 million. We could do 1 billion.
There's so
Someone
many
else
of
might
me.
say 1 million's enough. I would say it's not. There's 8 billion people. Why aren't there 8 billion Trumps? And so you have 8 billion of you. You just keep if you have money, you just keep making duplicates of your consciousness and sending it out there.
That'd be crazy. That's all I have for this one.
We're going to reach a point, like we were talking about, like changing your structure, like using genetics. They're going to do that, and they're also going to merge. People are going to merge with machines. It's going to happen in our life.
You think?
100%, 100%. They're already working on it. They're already working. The doorway to it is going to be helping people with neurological conditions, injuries, spinal cord injuries. People can't move their bones, or they can't move their muscles correctly.
Right. But I feel like people are just going to have robots that they work with for a while, at least, before they merge. Don't you think?
I think the real dilemma is going to be what happens first and what has to happen first. So if artificial intelligence can now make its own decisions, and if artificial intelligence becomes sentient, means it becomes independent and then decides to make its own decisions and make a better version of itself, it's going to very quickly reach some godlike level. The only way we're going to survive is if we're merging with it. If we're still just fucking talking monkeys and we create this thing that's infinitely smarter than us and immediately puts a stop to all the shenanigans in the world, cuts off Pacific Ocean fishing, like engineers all the plastic removal, kills all the coal plants, redesigns nuclear power, gets rid of all the fucking solaring. Like this is put a fucking reactor here. Get out of here with your panels. You've got 85 football fields covered up with this ugly black square thing. Fuck out of here. What are you dummies doing? Oh, you got a wind farm? Great. What are you going to do with all these birds that get chewed up like they're flying into a fan? Pull that shit down. And then they'll redesign all of our irrigation systems. They'll redesign all the food. And then they go, why are we feeding these morons?
Right.
What are they doing? You feed them, what do? They just want to eat Doritos and drink soda pop and watch 90 Day Fiancé. That's all they wanted to do.
Well, that's the scary thing is they realize they don't need us. Someone used the metaphor of like cows. We eat cows and we wear them, so we have cows around. But if we had what do we call it, 3D printers that just made meat and leather, we would probably be like, we don't need these cows anymore. They stink and their methane is fucking up the environment. Let's just get rid of them. That's AI. We're the cows.
You know what the darkest conspiracy theory about aliens is?
I don't know if I'm ready for it.
That Earth is essentially a farm, and human beings are the vessels that contain souls, and they want us because this is how they create souls. And so they're farming us. They've created us. So we started off as primates, and through some sort of genetic intervention, I'm not saying I believe this. I'm just saying that this is like top of the food chain, put your tinfoil hat on super tight, that they farm us. and that the whole reason why human beings are involved in this conflict, constant conflict, it's all of it is to increase our competition with each other, increase our ability to control resources, which will increase our technology, which will ultimately lead to us creating this being that we're going to create, this artificially intelligent super god, which is going to happen.
I don't even know what to say. I mean, that sounds crazy. I hope that's not the case. I got gigs.
I think the gigs are going to be over.
No, come on. What are you doing? You're bumming me out.
Once we become cyborgs, comedy's not going to be what we do anymore. We're going to be flying. We're going to realize UFOs are around us all the time.
No, we're going to be just fine. We're going to be just fine.
Are you worried?
Great. I'm a little. I'm always worried about the future. The unknown is terrifying.
What about the election?
When am I worried about the election?
Yeah.
Slightly. I mean, I've gotten much better at being like, I can't control any of this, and so I just take it a day at a time. But this could be. It could be
very AA of you.
It is. Yeah. I mean, I'm an AA guy. I mean, but that's also just a proper way to live.
Yeah,
Buddhist
it's a smart way to live.
Sort of thing. I can't control it. But yeah, it's going to be crazy. It also feels like Trump is going to win, doesn't it?
More than it ever felt like it in 2016.
Certainly.
In 2016, it was like a joke to say that he was going to win.
Yes. There was like 8 people that were like, guys.
Yeah, you go on stage, you go, Trump's going to win, you pussies. And people would go, whoa. They would think you could play a character that said Trump was going to win.
Right.
You don't even know about the regular America.
Well, I think he didn't even think he was going to win.
Oh, I think he thought he was going to win.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh, I felt like he was like, oh, okay.
Did you see the footage that was removed from what was it? Meet the Press?
No.
They removed 9 minutes of him denying the election.
Of Trump denying
So he
the
does
election?
this interview, and the 9 minutes that got removed is all him talking about the Hunter Biden laptop, that was election interference, and that they were doing ballot stuffing. The lady's going, that's all been disproven. That's been disproven by the heads of your intelligence agency. That's been disproven by your team. You know that that's not true. And they're like going back and forth. And it's like, it's really wild. Let's move on to more productive topics, Mr. President. Let's move on, Mr. President. And he's like, it's real. They stuffed the ballots. You've seen them stuff it. You've seen the photos. It's a wild conversation.
And they took it off the internet?
Yeah. Well, they took it off the show. And he's essentially saying, like, if he went to court, he'd have so much evidence that he'd win in court.
Right.
But why don't they go to court then? This is what I don't understand. I don't want to I'm agnostic about all this stuff until you show me, like, what kind of evidence is involved in this.
But am I just consuming too much mainstream evidence? I mean, media? Like, I think there is no evidence. I think he's completely...
Well, what he's saying is that there is evidence and that he needs to provide it in court. And what I'm saying is, like, why aren't you in court then?
Yeah.
Like, what?
Because he's lying.
Well, I don't know. That's
He's not just Donald Trump's not the guy that's going to sit on evidence that's going to show that he won.
But that's a big lie. And the other things that he said before, they were saying that he was lying about Hunter Biden. They were saying he was lying about the laptop. And then they got the 51 intelligence agencies to back up, the fact that it was disinformation. Like, he was right about that, though. He was right about the bribes. He was right about all that shit.
Well, that's the tricky thing about lying so much is occasionally you're going to say correct things and people are going to be like, oh, wait.
Well, no, you know what it's like? It's like you're lying about another liar. Well, you're telling the truth about another liar. Like,
right.
It doesn't mean that you don't lie.
Yeah, of course.
Just because you catch someone lying doesn't mean you don't lie, too.
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump has certainly said many true things. But
that's a good point.
It's hard to parse. What's the word there?
Part and parcel, I think. Yeah.
I can't remember. But like for instance, I was lying about the dancing mustache guy in Flashdance.
I validated you on that.
Oh,
Jamie
thank
found
Christ.
it.
Woo.
So what it
you
is?
Got it?
I've been sweating. See, there's his cock.
There's a stunt double for part of the dance. So you can see how giant his quads are right there.
Oh,
compared to
yeah.
the rest of this. I'll play it for you, though, so you can see.
Oh, so there's her.
That's her.
She's very shapely.
Here it switches to the guy, like right now. And then he'll do this cool move that maybe she couldn't do. You can see he's got tights on. This.
Yes, this is the mustache.
Oh, he's so jacked.
Yeah.
That's me right there.
So like if I paused a little bit, you can kind of tell it's not.
That's so crazy that he didn't take the mustache off.
Can you see the mustache at some point?
It's really
so
hard to see it.
Obviously a dude. That's so crazy. And it's a jack dude.
And you can
Look
see
at this.
Oh, yeah.
Guy looks
Look
like
at
an
the
MMA
hamstring.
fighter.
Those hammies, baby.
He's so thick.
I'm not seeing the mustache all that
I don't
clearly,
honestly
though.
see the mustache. I
No, I
found
don't think there's
another
a
thing
mustache.
explaining it. It showed the guy. He definitely has a mustache. But
He's fucking jacked though. Look at her hair and look at his hair. Like, look at their spinning. He's got fucking short hair. They didn't even give him a wig. Look.
Damn it! The mustache thing is bothering me though. I swear there was a mustache.
It might be
somewhere.
like a Shane Gillis mustache.
Right, like a
one of those
faint-
ones you only see when you're right next to him.
you get close when you're
in
kissing him.
there's
Yeah.
a clip I saw of like the director explaining this, and in that clip, they showed the guy, and he does have a mustache. And you might just have seen
Okay.
that and remember
All
that.
right.
Yeah.
There's mustache in there.
Maybe that's
somewhere.
what it is. Maybe the guy grew a mustache later.
You're
or
not a
something.
liar.
You're not a liar. He
Something.
was a dude though.
Can I start another cigar
Fuck
up? Is
yeah,
that all
get
right?
in
I mean,
there.
all this alien talk, we're all going to die. I'm having a child. You're telling me the world's going to end.
Oh, I don't think the world's gonna end. I think the world's gonna change.
But will it be? Are you a hopeful person in general, or are you pessimistic, optimistic?
I'm more optimistic than I am pessimistic.
That's good.
Yeah, I have faith in people. I think I think people need to somehow be confronted by the reality of the times that we're living in and how captured our ideas are, and just to be careful of what we're doing in terms of worldwide conflict, personal conflict, all conflict. I think we're just too embroiled in unnecessary conflict. I think it's fucking dangerous. It's just the political conflict, the social conflict that we have. It gets in the way of all the great aspects of life. And,
Of course.
And the problem is, it's like people want things to be better, and they think, and they're convinced that this path is the way to make things better, and the other people are convinced that that's not the way to make things better, and there's no meeting in the middle. And these people are Nazis, and these people are Marxists, and it's like,
Well, so much of this is social media. Don't you feel like? I know I'm not
100%.
coming out with like a groundbreaking theory here, but I mean, I think social media is really fucking us and dangerous, and would all be improved to limit it to some degree.
yeah, I'm getting a new phone and not putting any apps on it. I'm keeping an old phone that I'm gonna use for social media, where I'll go and post things and stuff like that. But I'm done.
Yeah, it's really not good. But the AI stuff, also, they could fucking cure cancer and what do you call it? What's the other one? Alzheimer's and all that shit. And climate change, fix that shit up. Get a carbon vacuum, suck that shit, put it right in the earth. That's all positive.
I was reading about some controversy involved in some fake meat company, where one of the whistleblowers is saying, like, "Are we the next Theranos?"
Who's that again?
Theranos. Theranos was that lady Elizabeth Holmes, who faked these blood test things.
I think this thing's dying.
No, let me give it to her. You're gonna need to like rejuice it for some reason.
You need the
It's
touch.
almost like it's leaking. I think it might be like leaking fluid or something. It's gonna blow. If it blows, I'll look away.
Oh, God.
Let me look away. Just get my neck a little bit.
Comedian Joe Rogan torches tits during podcast.
Be a cool scar. It's a little tit torch.
So you are an optimist.
Yeah.
You're like, if I light myself on fire, it'd be a cool
Most
scar.
of the time, I'm optimistic. But I'm also, look, the world is far better right now than it's ever been. And it seems to always be moving in a far better direction. And even all the social conflict, like a lot of the shit that I don't agree with, like a lot of the youth gender ideology stuff and a lot of the social justice warrior stuff, I see why it would be a good idea to pursue this idea of making things more equal for everybody. Like, it's all in the right vein. I just don't think it works. I don't think it works accurately with human nature, but I like the fact that that's the direction that people are pushing aggressively rather than racism. Like, imagine if like the same exact anti-racism like energy was now pushed towards, a racist agenda like Nazi Germany, because that was the same kind of thing.
Right.
But it was a negative thing, right? It was an extermination thing. But I think we got to be real careful about like the conflict that we get in for fucking no reason.
Yeah. But it does feel like everyone is coming from what they feel is a good place.
Exactly.
As did Hitler. I'm sure Hitler was like, we got to get rid of these Jews. It's going to be better for everybody.
Yeah.
So like, everyone thinks they're coming from a good place.
Well, all the ideas of eugenics, those guys probably all thought they were coming from an idea of a good place. But to us, it's horrifying. So you're going to, all the weak people, you're just going to kill them?
Right.
And just have only, like, the best, strongest, like, best, like, okay. Your music's going to suck.
Right.
Your fucking, your music's going to suck. Your food's probably going to taste like shit.
You're comedians. I mean, my God.
Comedians are going to suck. Your authors are going to suck.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to change, you're going to become a warrior class. You're going to be the Spartans. Is that what you're going to do?
Hopefully, don't you feel like maybe people will start, there's more and more studies about social media, what's healthy. We know more and more about what's healthy, getting into the outdoors and being with people, being of service, as there's many, not to get AA again, but like there's many scientific studies that like when you're serving other people, that's the key to happiness. And there's more and more podcasts and books and studies about this. So hopefully people go, boy, I'm really fucking depressed and unhappy. Let me get into nature, put my phone down, be of service to others. And you have more people doing that.
You do, but I think it's like the warnings on cigarette boxes. Everybody knows they're there and they keep smoking cigarettes. Social media is super addictive, man.
But less people smoke than before.
That's true.
So they have worked.
Still a lot of people smoke.
Of course, but
You might have more people that realize that social media is detrimental to your mental health.
Yes.
You probably have more people that would recognize it, yeah. And I think more people do recognize it now than ever before. The problem is once you're hooked, it's fucking super hard to get off of it.
yeah, it's really hard. I'm bad when I'm by myself. When I'm with people, I'm very good about being present, but I spend so much time on the road. And when I'm in the hotel, I find myself being like, I'm going to watch a movie or read, and then I read 3 paragraphs, and I'm like, oh, what's up with that guy? And I go to Wikipedia and start reading shit.
Yeah, the thing to me is, I love the fact that you can get entertainment on your phone. I love YouTube. I love podcasts. I love the fact that you listen to music. I love that. That's my favorite part of the phone. I feel like that's overall net positive.
Mm-hmm.
I could watch ESPN Plus on my phone. I watch fights, like live streaming, just with 5G. Just if I'm stuck somewhere, like there's a UFC card, fucking set my phone down right here, and I can watch the fights.
Yeah.
Like I've had to do some boring ass shit that I agreed to do, and really part of it you're just sitting there. I'm like, I'm busting out my phone.
Right.
I got the fights on now, right? I love that, but the social media thing where people are checking their likes and checking what everybody else is doing, and I just think that robs you of time to just interact with people and think. And I think we've become super accustomed to that thievery to the point where we just sort of accepted it. And I've only gone a couple of times without doing it. But one time that I did it was in Hawaii. I broke my phone. I dropped it, and it just started randomly dialing phone numbers. I'd hold it up, and it would just randomly dial, and I'd press a button. I'm like, look at this. And then it would dial somebody else, and I'd press send, end, and then dial someone else. And you couldn't stop it from doing it. I restarted, kept doing it. So I had to order a phone from Apple. I was on Lanai. It's a small island.
Okay.
It took like 3 days to get me a phone. But during that 3 days, I felt so much better.
I had the same thing happen. I was at Denver Comedy Works a few years ago. The same thing. My phone just crapped out. Yeah. And I had like 2 days without it. And you're like, this is amazing.
Yeah, I was like a normal person again.
Yeah.
And I was with my family, so I knew where everybody was. We were all hanging out together. So it was like normal. And I was like, oh my God, this is such a better way to interact in life. And then as soon as I got my phone, I went right back to it.
Yeah, it's hard not to. I was just listening to a thing too. Some, I don't know, psychologist guy or someone was talking about boredom, like what you feel when you're bored. Like we need to feel that. And that evolutionarily was like, basically you'd be out hunting and then no animals were coming by. And so you felt boredom. And that was your brain, your body telling you like, hey, go do something else productive.
Yeah.
Go get berries or go fucking sleep or whatever.
Right.
Where we need that to go, oh, you know what I should do is something else. But instead of feeling that, we just go straight to the phone.
It's also one of the ways you come up with your best ideas.
Right.
When you're just bored and thinking, and then you're stuck in a waiting room somewhere with no magazines. And then next thing you know, like I used to have some of my best ideas on airplanes because I would be stuck on the airplane. I couldn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
And back when there was no Wi-Fi in airplanes, all I had was a notebook.
Yeah, it was nice. The subway was like that in New York, too. Before, when I first moved there, you would have a 45-minute ride home just with your thoughts. Same thing.
Exactly. Yeah, and we missed that. For whatever reason, we didn't think that was valuable, because the entertainment that you get off of TikTok or Twitter or any of that stuff is so much better.
Well, and now you also have the feeling that I can be productive all the time. And in reality, it makes you less productive. But you think I can work, which is one of the problems they talk about with people working from home now, is there's no more clocking in and clocking out. You wake up and you immediately start, so you end up working more.
Maybe, or you fuck off a lot and
Right.
get caught jerking off.
Right. I mean, that too. But
There's a lot of pros and cons to working from home. The pros would all apply if you have discipline. You have discipline, like, why do you need to be in an office if you have work that you can get done without other people?
But don't we need the dopamines, the eye contact, the bumping into people?
Sometimes you do, but it depends what you do, right? Like, if you're an author, you want silence, right? You don't have to be in a fucking office with a bunch of people if you're an author. You want to be able to sit alone and just think. You want to be able to sit alone and come up with ideas.
But my father's been working from home. He fucking hates it. He misses being on the train and bumping into, and he's like an introverted guy, but going, "Hi, Sue, how do you do?" or whatever.
Right.
We need those interactions.
Dude, I hate to tell you this, I have to piss again.
Piss again.
I'm so sorry.
Piss in my mouth. I don't care.
I took a big IV bag today. I'll be right back. Hey, we're back.
We're back. This is like a dream to me because I piss a lot. So every time you have to piss, I'm like, this is beautiful.
Yeah, usually I'm pretty good. Usually I can hang in there for a few hours, but it gets hard when I do the IV. And also, before I did the IV, I did the sauna. And when I go in the sauna, I drink a big fucking Hydro flask filled with water, like a 64 ounce.
Right. I hit the steam today. I'm a big steam room guy.
Yeah.
You like the steam?
It's not. I like both.
I'm all
But
steam.
I prefer the sauna because I think it has more benefits because it gets hotter.
Oh, really? The steam's like 120 degrees.
Yeah. Yeah, sauna gets like, I do 185.
Is that healthy?
It seems to be for me.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. But I built up to it. I do 20 minutes at 185. I used to do 25, but 20 seems to... Sometimes I'll still do 25, but especially if I've done the cold first.
see, I find I'm at the gym. I don't have my a personal sauna, not yet. After this, I feel like, you never know. But that was sarcasm. But I feel like the sauna at the gym is like 110 or something like that.
Nah,
Is it
it's
higher than that?
probably warmer, but I bet they don't jack that sucker up too high. They probably won't let it get up to like where I like it.
Yeah, I love the steam. I love that.
Yeah.
'Cause as soon as you get in there, you're fucking drenched and
It's also just good to get your body reacts to that and it cools it off, and that's what produces these heat shock proteins. They're really good for inflammation. Hot baths are good for it too. There's a lot of different heat exposure is very good for you, but the best, at least in terms of like the amount of studies that have been done, the best work has been done on the dry sauna, not even an infrared sauna, which also has some benefits. But the dry sauna, they did this study in Finland that showed over 20 years, people that use the sauna 4 times or more a week showed a 40% decrease in all-cause mortality.
wow.
Strokes, heart attacks, cancer, everything. And it's this anti-inflammation effect, they believe, from the heat shock proteins, because your body deals with this irritant, like this thing, this heat, this pressure, this like thing where your body has to react to a very extreme condition.
Right.
And in doing so, it creates this anti-inflammatory properties to kind of protect itself. And then when you get out of there, it just flushes through your body. It just feels so good.
Maybe I'll start doing more
Feel
sauna.
relaxed. Yeah. It's great.
All right, I'll go sauna.
But steam's great too. Wow, like it feels good.
Steam's good for your voice and your skin. Yeah, I'm glowing.
Yeah, and it's weird in there. It's fucking foggy. My buddy, a friend of mine and I, we used to go to 24-Hour Fitness in California, and one of the guys who was the manager of 24-Hour Fitness, they had just moved him over from West Hollywood.
Yeah.
And I go, we were talking. I go, what part of West Hollywood you at? He goes, the gayest part of West Hollywood. That's what 24-Hour Fitness is. He goes, it's basically it was a gay pickup gym.
Right.
And so they had to stop guys from fucking in the steam room. And like it kept happening. So they had to like literally like have a guy outside the steam room.
I think
making
that
sure the dudes didn't fuck in there.
that's a big thing. I go to Equinox, and it's the same thing. They call it. A gay friend of mine told me they call it the low self-esteem room because everyone's in there blowing and fucking each other.
Imagine you're just a guy who goes in there to just get a steam and two guys are sucking each other off.
I mean, I do a bit about it. I mean, I'm not want to just do a bit here, but like, I feel a way. Like, I've never seen sex, and I wonder, I'm like, am I just like a fucking dork that they're like, oh, this guy's not cool? Like, everyone's put it away. Fucking this idiot's here. You
Maybe
know?
it's a special thing that only happens like one every 3 days.
Maybe
they have
it's
like a Monday, Wednesday, Friday schedule.
It might be at night too. But I go.
I'm sure.
I go every once in a while. I have like access to all the Equinox, and occasionally I'll go to the one in Chelsea, and I think that's one of the big ones I've heard, but I haven't seen.
Is Equinox a 24-hour place?
No, I think it closes at, I don't know, 11 or midnight or something. I think it depends, but I've been going to the one here and hitting the steam room, and it's just me. But when I'm in there, I am like, is something about to go down? Unless someone
Right,
ask
you
me.
never know.
Because I'd like to be asked. I did have a guy flirt one time with me, and he was quite flirty. And it was nice because he was complimenting my body, which, you know, I enjoy.
Nice.
I wasn't going to
Feel
fuck
good?
him, but I still was like, thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Did he ask you if you were straight?
No, he didn't
get
ask
that
me. He was
far?
just like, you have a nice little body. But I think a straight married
Nice little
man
body.
is the biggest get you can get. I think that's, like, if you're a
Right.
gay guy, to
Yeah.
fuck a straight guy.
It's like a
is-
trophy bass.
That's huge. Yeah.
It's like
So,
It's like a 15-pound bass.
I mean, I was talking to being of service. I mean, that's the ultimate service.
That is the ultimate service.
I could give someone that gift.
Yeah, if you really believe in inclusion and equity and helping out the LBGT community, suck that guy off.
Well, my thing is, and again, this is in my act, and I don't want to be the guy that comes on and does his act, but the temperature is the deterrent. Like, I don't understand how you have sex in a 120-degree room. That is a little too toasty for my... I like a thermostat at like 68.
It
if I'm
can
gonna
be
fuck.
done. It depends on how horny you are.
I mean, I'm not denying it can be done.
But imagine if you haven't had sex in weeks, and then all of a sudden you're alone with your lady friend, with your wife in a fucking sauna, and she just moves that towel to the side.
Yeah.
And you were about to black out, but you power through.
I would enjoy that, yeah. I mean, and I do occasionally do squats. And I feel like if you can do squats, you can fuck.
Yeah,
I'll
maybe
do
you
squats
just
in the
would
steam room.
maybe just open the door of the sauna. Like, okay, we could do this, but let's let a little air in.
Let the steam out.
Well, just let a little air in.
Let the steam out and the cream in. Hello, folks.
Hey,
Well, hi.
hey.
How you doing?
When did the term cream pie come around?
I don't know.
Because you could just say that. You say cream pie, and everybody knows what you're talking about.
Yeah, all those terms. I don't know. Somebody, it's a fascinating thing. Somebody started all those terms. Somebody was like,
Yeah.
we're calling it this. And those are the ultimate viral things.
Yeah,
I mean, that's viral before viral. Oh,
There's
we can
actually a
answer.
Wikipedia about this.
there is.
Yeah.
A Wikipedia?
Wikipedia.
A cream pie Wikipedia? Oh, shit.
Pull it up. Meanwhile, they locked down Andrew Huberman's.
Oh, I
Look,
can't believe the picture,
oh my
sorry.
God, there's a picture
I don't have that on screen.
What?
with the vagina and jizz coming out of the vagina on Wikipedia.
That's beautiful.
Cream pie,
That's
known
just
as
doggy
an
style.
internal ejaculation in typically same-sex context as a breeding, is a sexual act commonly featured in hardcore pornography in which a man ejaculates inside his partner's vagina or anus without the use of a condom, resulting in visible seeping or dripping of the semen from the orifice. And they show you a photo for an example. Like pornography on Wikipedia. Who fucking would have imagined?
And they have a description of what the photo is. Semen flowing out of a woman's vagina after
Look at
sexual
this.
activity.
Internal ejaculation shots are a comparatively recent development. Development, like it's a feature in the new technology. Comparatively recent development in pornography. They are not found in early pornographic films. The use of the word cream pie to describe such scenes originated in U.S. pornography in the early 2000s and is found in usage as early as the beginning of 1999. You're going to party like it's 1999.
You're fucking right.
In straight pornography, sexual activity is often followed by a facial, a pearl necklace, or other visible ejaculation. Cream pie seems to depart from heterosexual pornographic convention in favor of a depiction that more closely mimics sexual activity as performed in ordinary life. They have been called the counter image of facials. Like, what the fuck? There's like
fucking a wild
theory.
description of it.
There's porn theory.
Wow.
How bizarre.
You ever eat your own cream pie?
What do you think?
I know I have a friend who said he's done it many times, and this is I often debate this with people. It's one of my favorite topic of conversations with women, where he claims the women were all into it. He said he's done it 7 or 8 times, and they were all into it. And I claim they are lying or humoring him. Because I've asked many women, and the women I've asked, and maybe I hang out in more conservative, sexually conservative circles, but all the women I've asked were like, I would be tremendously off-put by that.
Yeah, that seems super unusual. That dude just goes down there and munches on his own jizz.
Yeah, and don't you find? I mean, I'm not interested in eating jizz particularly, but don't you feel like right after you come, I have never felt less sexual. That's what's crazy to me, is that after you come, you're still interested in like doing something fucking naughty.
Maybe it's a coke thing, or
Maybe
a meth thing, or an Adderall thing. You know what I'm saying? Like a speedy thing, because that's one of the things that my friend used to tell me when
James got to throw up over there.
I had a friend that smoked crack, and when he smoked crack, he would just always want to jerk off and fuck.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, really? He goes, yeah, you're always just trying to jerk off. Even if you're not horny, you just keep going. It's weird.
Yeah, it's funny. When I was on Tom's podcast, he was talking about, we're losing Jamie over there.
I just read the end of the article. Last paragraph.
Internal ejaculations followed by images of semen dripping from the anus are sometimes depicted in bareback gay pornography, where they are referred to by the term breeding or reverse money shot. Breeding is sometimes followed by felching, in which involves sucking the semen from the partner's anus. Mm-hmm. Holla at Chaboy.
So your friend likes to felch.
He's a felcher.
What, that's from the anus, though?
Well,
I think it's from the butt. It's felching.
Yeah, I don't think he was
technically not
felching.
felching.
I think he was like titting or whatever. It was off the tits, which is
that's even grosser.
yeah.
Oh, that's even more disgusting.
No, that's less gross than out of the asshole.
I guess.
Yeah,
It's all gross.
Yeah, because cum is better than cum and shit.
I guess, but you're just licking cum off tits, and she's watching you, and that's weird.
Yeah,
That's a weird thing.
what do you got? Different strokes for different folks, you know.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're not hurting anybody.
No, but I do. Don't you think these women are being kind by being like, "Oh, I like that"?
It depends on the kind of women. I mean, he might be dating like crazy, tattooed up, fucking psychos.
Well, I'm
Like,
sure there's
who
women
knows?
that are like, "Please do this
Yeah.
for me."
Eat that jizz off my tits, baby. Like,
Now, what if your wife was like, "Joe, I would really appreciate it. I'm into this. Please, this is what I need. This is my bucket list." Would you think about it?
what do you think?
I think no, but I like to pose questions. You know?
No, get the fuck out. That's a crazy. You'd have to be negotiating. Like, what do I get out of this?
Right.
What do I get to do if I do that? Or what do you do if I do that?
Right.
And I don't need any of that.
Is there,
I'm
yeah,
not
is there,
interested.
Is there any? Yeah. Is there an answer to that?
No, there's no answer that would fucking fit. I mean, that's the question, right? How much would you have to pay to eat your own jizz? Or how much would you have to get paid to eat your own jizz? Like if someone says, would you eat your own jizz? You're like, no. Would you eat your own jizz for $2 billion? Yes. 100%.
Yeah.
Because it wouldn't take that long.
No, it's fine. I mean, it's like Fear Factor. I mean, it's kind of like a just, squeeze your nose. Can I have a Pepsi with me?
Anybody that says they would never eat jizz. I would never eat my own jizz. Not even for $2 billion? Not even for $2 billion. Well, then you're an idiot. Because what do you like working? You like doing something you don't want to do?
I'd do it for $800. I mean,
that's $800 you didn't have. And how long is it going to take you? If you do it quick and just fucking put your nose to the grindstone, you could probably lick that jizz up in a minute.
Sure.
One minute of suffering for $800 a minute.
Less than a minute. I mean, I feel like.
Though.
Oh, is this going to be like a glass of jizz video?
That was Fear Factor.
Oh.
Yeah, dude, I'm literally one of the only people that got fired from a job in Hollywood because people had to drink jizz. That's what canceled. Yeah, usually
it's horse jizz.
In Hollywood, that's how you get a job. And this is, I got fired because people had to drink Donkey Kong. I encouraged them,
Oh my god.
guys and girls.
Now, would you rather eat donkey cum or your own cum?
My own. I know what I'm eating. Donkeys are probably fucking filled up with antibiotics and crazy medications.
Yeah.
Make them grow quicker or something. Who knows what the fuck they're giving those donkeys?
Yeah.
Monsanto corn.
Your own cum is less weird than someone else's.
For sure.
But then you think, I mean, again, I think that this is are we being bad people? Because most women we know and gay men we know have eaten cum, and they're very nice people.
They're good for them. Doesn't mean you have to do it.
I'm not saying I have
It's
to
like,
do it. I'm saying
I
maybe
got vaccinated. You should get vaccinated.
I'm not saying we have to do it. I'm saying should we be pretending it's so, not pretending, but projecting out that it's so horrible? Because many people do it.
No, we're stating our opinion on what it is like to us. You're allowed to not want to eat your own jizz.
Good point. I just don't want to say it's gross. I don't care
Gross
for it.
to you. It doesn't mean it's gross to everybody.
That's a good. Sushi is also gross to me. But
well, I was going to bring that up. There's certain types of sushi where they use semen sacks.
ooh.
I've had that.
Semen sacks?
Yeah. There's certain kinds of there was a really high end sushi place in LA and they had all these wacky sushis. And one of the things they had was it was like fish semen sacks.
Oh, sounds like a department store. Semen sacks.
It does. Sounds like something that would be smash and grabbed.
Oh.
You'd see one of those Instagram videos of dudes with masks on running out with purses and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is it? See if you can find what that is.
Shirako.
I should ask Philip Franklin Lee.
It's called Shirako. It's popular in Japan.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, I consider myself a pretty
Yeah, it's
adventurous
just
eater.
a story about eating it. I don't know if that's important.
Yeah, does it say exactly what it is?
Yeah.
Does it describe it?
Yeah.
Fish sperm. Yeah.
Is the milt.
The milt or sperm sacks of male cod. It's served both raw and cooked form in restaurants all over Japan. Yeah, I had that.
That's not. That's not my scene. I've had whale. I've had whale and deer and sushi, but never cum.
You compared whale to deer? That's hilarious.
Well, I'm saying those are unusual foods that don't get eaten that often.
Deer's pretty usual. Venison?
No, not in America.
What?
I mean, you eat it, right? But that's not like if you go to
There's a lot of restaurants that serve
Really?
wild game. Yeah. Elk tenderloin. You've never seen that on the menu at a restaurant?
I'm not saying I've never seen it, but they don't have it at Burger King. They don't have it at Chili. You go to the Outback, they're not going to be like, "Do you want
used
deer?"
to have it at Arby's.
Is that right?
Yeah, Arby's had a venison sandwich. We have the meat.
Right, but it's rarer than a cheeseburger or a steak.
They had that, right? Didn't Arby's have a venison sandwich? I'm not imagining that.
This
right?
could be your dancing mustache guy.
Well,
Didn't they?
bringing back. Oh yeah, okay. 2017, bringing back their crazy popular venison sandwich.
Yeah. There you
Thick
go.
cut
Oh, okay.
venison steak.
Hey, I could be wrong.
Now
Yeah,
they have a
that's
big game
Arby's.
burger they've just launched.
Hey, there you go. I don't think whale's unusual.
Yeah,
Yeah.
both were in Norway. It was reindeer. Does that make a difference?
Yeah, reindeer is caribou.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Well,
a
there you
different
go.
animal. It's a different animal. It's literally what was on Santa's fucking sled.
All right. Well, I had reindeer.
You know what the difference between a reindeer and a caribou is?
No.
A reindeer is
thought
in
this
a
was a joke.
fenced-in area. A caribou is wild.
Oh, okay.
Same animal.
I literally thought this was gonna be like a street joke, like a
No.
kid's
No,
popsicle
no,
stick
no,
joke.
No. When they call it a reindeer, it's when they're captive. Because they can domesticate them and they even ride them.
That's fun.
Yeah. There's this dude that I had on the podcast who won Alone, Jordan Jonas. Really cool guy. You ever see Alone?
No, but I know about it. I just heard about it.
His
recently.
episode was amazing. He shot a moose with a bow and arrow, and then a wolverine was stealing the moose, and he killed the wolverine with a hatchet.
Holy shit.
It's a crazy fucking show, but he had a massive advantage going into that show because he had spent time living with tribal people in Siberia.
Wow.
Like he had spent time with all these folks that they ride around on these caribou or reindeer, right? They domesticate them.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, see if you can find some of those photos.
Like Santa,
They
like
also-
a real life Santa.
They also kill them and eat them. You know, it's kind of interesting. It's like they have this very strange relationship with them, but they revere them because it's a massive part of their survival. But they've managed to domesticate a deer species, which I don't think there's other deer species that are domesticated like that to the point where you can ride them.
It says reindeer are the only deer species to be wildly domesticated.
Ah, there you go.
Are there wild horses still? Like, do you go to
Yes.
places there's horses just fucking running
Oh
around?
yeah. See, look at these people riding fucking caribous.
No
Isn't
shit.
that crazy?
Hell yeah.
So that's not even like a bred down, like a husky used to be a wolf. That's an actual caribou, and that's a big one. They can you feed them and you can ride them, which is crazy.
And where
so
is
these
this?
people herd them. This was in Siberia where he did it. I don't know where this is right here.
Mostly that area.
Click on that big picture with the article below it. Reindeer riders, historically semi-nomadic people in several parts of the world have domesticated reindeer.
It's
Mongolia.
a place to go.
Wow. So it's in Mongolia. I know it's in Siberia.
Yeah, there you go. Mongolia, Siberia, Northern Europe, perhaps in Norway.
Isn't that wild? So this dude, he lived with those folks. So, like, that's a hard Scrabble life, you know, so he had a massive advantage being alone. And he was good with the bow and arrow, so when he killed a moose, he had food for like 6 months.
So that's different than this Naked and Afraid also. Is that a similar?
That show's more exploitative. This is
Okay.
people with actual skills and survival, and they give them a limited number of tools. Like, this guy was allowed to have a few tools.
Right.
You're allowed to have one of these, one of that, one of those. And then you have to build shelter, you have to find food, you have to do all these different things.
My friend James Patterson, a comedian, he came up with a good show idea that I think is good.
Don't say it on here, someone will steal it.
You think?
Oh, yeah.
But it's already said. We have it time-stamped. Can I not say it? Because it's pretty good. I've
Unless you
credited
want to
him.
go to court
I've credited him.
and fight those weasels.
No one's going to take this.
Oh, they'll
this is
take
gold. You know the Into the Wild? You know that book?
Yeah.
John Krakauer, my favorite book of all time.
Good book.
Love Krakauer. You ever have him on? He's a fascinating guy. I've never met him, but his books are amazing. But anyways, he, Christopher McCandless, it turns out he was quite close to civilization or whatever. Or
Yeah,
people.
really close.
And my friend James had an idea that we should take people, put them where he was, and they have to have consensual sex with a woman within 72 hours. So they have to get out of there. But once they're out, that's not the whole show. Then they have to
Then they have to hook up?
shower up and hook up with a woman.
God.
That's pretty good. You have a survival show and a dating show combined.
You know what's funny? If it was the opposite, if it was a woman and she had to have consensual sex with a man, it's a fucking home run.
But that's quite easy.
Isn't that amazing?
She could just, all she
The
has to do is get out
difference
of the
in the
woods.
desirability of men versus female is
Yeah.
quite amazing.
Is it desirability or the need to fuck? Like a man will fuck anybody. Is it because women are more desirable, or is it because men
well,
need
it's
to fuck
also
more?
women are more vulnerable because if they fuck, they might have to carry that guy's baby around with them. So genetically, they're more reluctant to breed unless they know you better, unless you're,
Right.
you know?
Good point.
Yeah.
But isn't that a fun show? I'm not saying it's the greatest show here. I mean,
It might be fun.
if you hate it, it's not my idea. It was my friend James.
It might be fun. What was the show, MILF Manor, where the ladies brought their sons and the sons banged all the other MILFs?
I don't know, but I want to be part of it. I mean, that's the show. I got to talk to my agent.
Isn't that what it was called? Was it MILF Manor or MILF Island? I remember we were watching a preview before the show actually came out. We were predicting what the fuck was going down on MILF Manor, but I never watched it.
I'm about to have sex with a MILF. My wife is about to be a mother, and I'm going to have sex.
Bow, bow.
I haven't had sex with a mother in
When is she about
a
to
long
pop?
time. Like 3 weeks from now.
Wow.
It's crazy. This is my last hoorah. I'm out there. We're going. It's all happening.
You're going to love it.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I think it'll be great.
Yeah, you're going to love it. It's a life changer, that's for sure.
Yeah, of course.
Perspective enhancer, you know, it's going to be wild.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be fun.
You worried she's going to hear, is it a boy or a girl?
It's a boy.
No worries then.
Yeah. It's going to be weird. I mean, I've
The girl's hearing all your material about you, like, not liking your balls played with.
yeah, I mean, all this stuff. I mean, but my son's going to hear all this.
Yeah,
too.
but
It's
he's going to
be
go,
weird.
me too, Dad.
Yeah.
What the fuck are they doing down there?
Good point. It is nice. But yeah, it's crazy how many. It's weird to think of my father, if there was like 4,000 hours of my dad just talking about women he's fucked and what he likes sexually and eating cum. Like, yeah.
And whether or not you would eat cum for $1 million.
I mean, isn't that-
I'd eat cum for $800.
I mean, how crazy the idea of you hearing your parents talk about eating cum out of somebody's asshole and you're like, what the fuck?
Maybe in the future that won't be scary at all.
I guess not, but it's wacky.
It is wacky.
And also that your son is going to be like, this is how you made a living? And you're like, yeah, pretty good one.
They might be
about
like,
cum.
wow, I don't want to work either. Do you think that it would be as easy to grow up in a loving household and be a funny comedian, though?
I think it's probably doable. I'm sure there are people. I mean, I feel like, Ted Alexander, that comedian, one of the best comedians ever. He's like one of my favorite comics, and he seems to come from a very good home. He's talked about his parents. He's very family oriented and just a community guy. He seems very normal to me, and he's hilarious.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. There's the outliers.
Because, I mean, you can come from a very loving and silly family. Right. You know what I mean? Like, your family was very fun, and we were all together telling stories and fun and silly.
But the point was, what I was going to try to get to is there any stand-up comic who had a kid that became a great stand-up comic?
Oh, the kid becomes a comic. Let me think. I think Greg Giraldo's son is doing comedy.
Is he good?
I've never seen him. I think he's very new.
He's also probably gone through a lot of pain.
Of course.
It's a different thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, almost like you're carrying the mantle for your father, who was a great comic.
Who else is...
Is that the word, carrying the mantle? Why does that sound so dumb? Right? It's
carrying the mantle.
I'm thinking like mantelpiece.
Well, you don't carry a mantle.
Mantelpiece is the place where you put the mantle.
Yeah.
So mantle, what is a mantle? It's like an
Mickey
award.
mantle. Isn't that the top? No, that's the top of the fireplace.
That's
is the
mantelpiece.
That's the mantelpiece?
Yeah, I think.
I only just know it as the mantle.
Mantle.
Carry the
to
mantle.
hold a specific role or position, along with any associated responsibilities. And then, what does mantelpiece mean? Google mantelpiece. I think mantelpiece is where you showcase your mantles.
I don't know.
What does mantelpiece mean?
I don't know mantelpiece.
Isn't mantelpiece the fucking top of a chimney? You know, like a fireplace? Isn't that
That's
a
what
mantelpiece?
I thought that was just mantle.
Yeah,
Jamie,
it's
can
just
you
a mantle.
just Google mantelpiece?
I don't even know how to.
Right? You know how to spell. What are you playing dumb?
Mantelpiece.
Yeah, so that's what it is. So a mantelpiece is a structure, wood, marble, or stone above or around the fireplace. You guys are acting like I'm crazy.
I've never
But
heard
I
it called
think
a
they
mantle
Well, how
piece
about
in my entire life.
just trust me and Google it next time instead of like undermining my confidence? I was terrified that you were going to be
more
right.
like I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be spelling peace the way I think to spell it. If it's two words, if it's
So
still-
complicated, Jamie. How'd you get through it?
I mean, I've just,
no
but I
idea.
think people shorten it
Managed
to
it,
mantle.
Is that what it is? Did they?
Put
when
it on
you
the
grew
mantle.
up, was it mantle?
I've never heard anyone call mantelpiece. I've never even heard that in my life.
Well, maybe it's because I did construction a lot as a kid, but it was always mantelpiece.
I don't know. I never heard mantelpiece either. But I'm not, I'm not fighting you on it. Obviously, it's a thing.
You know, wood burning stove or wood burning fireplaces in the house. They're fucking amazing, right?
Yeah, my parents have one. It's
One
delightful.
of the worst contributors to pollution. One of the worst. If you're in a neighborhood and everyone has a burning fire of wood in their fucking house,
Yeah.
it's just smoke everywhere. It's like the town has a brush fire.
But I mean, it can't be worse than a 747 flying across
course
the
it's
neighborhood.
worse.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's worse. Oh yeah, yeah. Forest fires. You remember when those forest fires in Canada? You remember how bad New York was?
Yeah. I was there.
That's real bad for you.
Sure.
Real bad. That's smoke.
Right.
Burning wood smoke. The jet is like up in the sky and it's dispersed by winds. It's not good, but you're not like getting it in the face.
Right. Yeah.
You're
good
getting that
points.
smoke in your face, man. Have you
No,
ever
'cause
been
it's going
around?
up the fucking flute and into the sky.
No, it's going up like this and then it settles down everywhere.
Ah.
It's like a fog in the neighborhood. That's why you smell it everywhere. It just depends on how many fireplaces you have, how close the houses are together. But I never even thought about it until like 2 years ago. I was reading this article about the amount of air pollution that comes from wood burning stoves, and I think it was California that outlawed wood burning stoves. I don't think you could, or wood burning fireplaces rather. I don't think you could build a new house with a wood burning fireplace anymore in California.
Now, what about campfires? Those must be horrible too,
Terrible.
right? No
Terrible.
kidding.
Terrible. But campfires is like there's one little fire, and it's, hopefully you're fucking smart. You know what you're doing. It's not too windy, and you know how to make it in a clearing and all that, so you don't light the fucking whole woods on fire.
Right.
But yeah, it's not good. The real bad thing is obviously forest fires. Forest fires, wildfires, when those things get going, like entire towns are blanketed with smoke for weeks.
Yeah, it was crazy. I mean, I was in New York earlier this summer or spring. I think it was summer, and it was fucking wild. You couldn't see the buildings.
The weird thing was it was like an orange color.
Yeah.
And everybody was speculating, what are they burning? That was when the tinfoil hatters were talking about, like, there's a bunch of chemicals that were missing from some train. You know, do you know about that story? There's some toxic chemicals that were missing. Like, they're burning the toxic chemicals up in Canada.
No, I didn't. I don't get a lot of like good conspiracy theories.
How come? Baseball talks in your head.
I'm all baseball. I'm Scorsese in baseball, baby. I like to live a nice, innocent life. Just
Good for you.
cruising along.
Good for you.
Writing bits, watching
for
sports.
The sky's orange for whatever reason. Who cares?
Well, because the sun is behind it. The sun and the smoke, so it makes orange. The sun is orange. I've colored. It's a big.
I've never seen it that
Well,
orange.
it's yellow. Whatever.
I've never seen forest fires that orange.
The sun's not yellow. It's chicken.
It's white?
Bob Dylan.
It's white.
What is the sun?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's what you're getting through the blue of the sky and all that's what makes it look yellow.
Well, whatever. That's another conspiracy theory.
But the that orange smoke, show me some photos of what that looks like. The smoke that was in New York City. Cuz it looks crazy orange. Like almost like
yeah,
like
but
you're burning Cheetos.
but isn't the sunset is orange? So the sun's setting and you get smoke, and so it becomes orangey.
Maybe, but I don't think it was during sunset that this was happening.
So what do you think? Like people ran down and threw chemicals in the fire?
No, I think it might be just whatever the kind of wood that's burning, what kind of, what's getting burnt. I don't know. I really have no idea.
All right.
You ever see how many fucking trees are in Canada?
There's a lot of trees. There's like some
That's what it looked like.
some amount of billion trees.
So this is 1:30 p.m., 1:45 p.m., 2 p.m. That's unusual, dude.
Yeah.
That's not just the sun. That's unusual. Whatever the fuck that is, that's very unusual for it to look like that. Go to the last part of the frame, Jamie. So this is what it looks like as it blows in at 11:30, 12:30, 1, 1:15, 1:30, 1:45. Like right there. Stop at 2.
Yeah, that's bad.
That's not normal.
No.
That's a dark orange at 2 p.m. So that's not like sunset. It's weird. I mean, I don't know why that smoke is orange, but it's fucking weird. So that's when the conspiracy theories come in.
Right.
They go, there's hundreds of thousands of gallons mixed. They're trying to poison us. Depopulation.
Do you believe it?
No, I don't believe it, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know if something else burnt up there they're not telling us about.
Right.
I mean, it's Canada.
Yeah, you never know.
You trust them?
Who? Canadians?
Canada. I trust the people.
I like hockey.
I like the hockey too.
I like Jim Carrey.
I like the people. The people are awesome.
Yeah, they're the best.
The people running the country that are a problem.
I don't really know much
I think we
about
should build a
them.
wall.
Fuck it, let's do it.
Build a wall. We got a lot
Yeah.
of wood. It's all wood up
What if
there.
it catches fire, though? It'll be like so fucking orange.
Just make a ditch next to the wood so that the fire doesn't spread.
That's not bad. No, I love Canada, and I looked it up one time because my father-in-law once said there was he goes, there must be 2 trillion trees in the world. What do you think the number is?
In the whole world?
Yeah. I think he went high. I believe it's less than that.
I'm going to say 1.7 trillion trees.
I think it's like
It's a total guess.
I think it's in the billions. I'm gonna say it's like 400 billion trees.
I bet it's more than that.
I think I remember, but I also thought fucking that lady had a mustache. So
You're both wrong.
What is it?
3.04 trillion.
Whoa.
wow, it's more. Oh, maybe I see. I knew he was off, but really he went low.
Wow. Well, maybe when he said it, it was that number.
I mean, this was like 3 years ago.
Well, this is the thing. This is the crazy thing about this whole climate change discussion, and one of the things that people conveniently like to ignore. This is one of the greenest periods in recorded history. Wouldn't you think we're cutting down all the trees and there's less trees, there's less green than ever before?
Right.
No, carbon dioxide is food for plants,
Right.
and there's more plants now than there have been in the last 20 plus years. What is when they say the greening of Earth because of climate change? Google that. What percentage more green is the Earth today than 50 years ago?
Is that probably because there's more rain and shit, or what?
More carbon dioxide.
All right.
Yeah, literally, it's food for them.
But there's huge forest fires all these places like Greece that they didn't used to be.
Yeah, but that was man-made. This is the other
Right.
thing they keep talking about with all this climate change stuff. Yeah, there's definitely been forest fires, but a shit ton of them are man-made. A shit ton of them are accidents. The one in Hawaii, power lines fell over. It's a lot of it's bad maintenance. The Hawaii one is definitely bad maintenance. They didn't chop down the dry grass near the power lines. They also need to bury power lines. That's fucking stupid. And especially in places you got high winds, bury your fucking power lines. You
Right.
know, like look what happened. And the United States should take care of that too, by the way, right? And then there's also forest management. Like you're supposed to go into these forests and take out all the dead wood.
Right. Controlled
Yeah.
burns and all that shit.
Yeah, but they have to take it out. They remove it, and it's valuable. They can do stuff with that wood.
Right.
So they need to log the dead wood out of the forest, and these are like. They were talking about that during the Trump administration. He was blaming some of the fires they were having in California on poor management of the forests. And then I was like, that sounds like a ridiculous thing. And then I talked to a guy who's actually works with wildlife biology, and he's like, it's really critical to do.
Right.
Like that's why they do control burns. That's why they do get rid of dead wood. Like if you don't do it, and then you have something comes in like the bark beetle, and it kills like a giant percentage of the trees. Carbon dioxide fertilization greening Earth study finds. From a quarter to half of Earth's vegetated lands have showed significant greening over the last 35 years, largely due to the rising levels of atmospheric carbon dioxide, according to a new study published in the Journal of Nature Climate Change in April of 25. April 25th, rather. International team of 32 authors in 24 institutions in 8 countries led the effort, which involved using satellite data from NASA's moderate resolution imaging spectrometer. Ooh, that sounds cool. And the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's advanced very high resolution radiometer instruments to help determine the leaf area index or amount of leaf cover over the planet's vegetated regions. The greening represents an increase in leaves on plants and trees equivalent in an area to 2 times the continental United States.
Great.
Yeah. They don't say that. Because if they say that, then people go, well, wait, isn't that better? Isn't that good? Shut up. Climate change is bad, and you need to go electric.
Are you not scared of climate change and all the high temperatures and all that shit, and the storms and the fires and all that business?
I'm always concerned about weather because it's unpredictable.
Right.
And the thing about climate change is there's for sure humans are affecting it. To deny that seems crazy. We're fucking burning fossil fuels. But also, it's never been stable, like ever in history.
Right.
In the history of the Earth, it's always done this crazy shit. And there's been massive ice ages where we weren't burning nothing. And then there's been, like, the dinosaur times where it was way fucking hotter. And there's been times on Earth where there was no ice in the polar caps. And there's been times on Earth where there's way more. And half of North America was covered at over a mile of ice.
Right. So we'll be all right. My kid will
I'm
be fine.
scared of ice ages, dude.
No, we'll be fine.
Yeah, maybe. But that's the thing to be scared of.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
I feel like I hear a lot more concerned scientists about, heat than
Yeah.
ice.
Right, because that's the subject du jour. That's the thing you worry about more than terrorism.
Right, but this isn't, I'm not talking like NBC. I'm talking like NASA, fucking Stephen Hawking. I know he's dead, but,
I don't
these
think he
people-
was on the climate change thing.
He was.
He was paying attention much more to the whole universe, I think.
But he was worried about it. I
Was
think
he?
I heard him mention it
Well,
somewhere. Or I
it
didn't hear
is
him, but you know what I mean.
a
I read it.
concern. Like, if the Earth gets warmer, it is a concern. But if the Earth gets cooler, that's a concern too.
Sure.
It's just like life on Earth is like insanely unpredictable, and they definitely need to figure out what kind of effect we're having on it, but they need to be like completely honest about what they know and what the data shows and what the problem is and how to fix it.
Right.
For sure, there's a pollution problem. For sure, like the fact that we ignore what we're doing in the ocean is crazy.
Yeah, that's what I always thought. It's like, even if you're like not concerned with climate change, it's like, well, aren't you interested in making the air cleaner and the water? I mean, shouldn't we have a cleaner place to live?
100%. That should be everybody's concern, like to eliminate pollution.
But yeah, my buddy lives in Seattle, and there was at one point they have this huge park. I have many huge parks there, but there was one park in particular, Lincoln Park, and they were gonna cut down like 80 trees, and all these environmentalist people were going crazy and like stop it, and they were chaining themselves, and they were like, no, we're forest people, we need to get rid of these for whatever reason that's beyond me. But they were like, there's 7,000 trees in this park. We're getting rid of 80 because they're whatever problematic. I don't know the science behind it. They're like, we're not building a parking lot. We're not just chopping down and building a skyscraper. Like, we know what we're doing.
Meanwhile, these idiots are gluing their hands to monkey bars.
Yeah. Oh, the guys at the U.S. Open, he glued his feet. Did you see that guy?
You see the guy who did it on a Formula One track?
No.
He glued his hand to the ground, to the track to stop the race. And they just ripped his hand off the fucking concrete. They couldn't do it. And then this guy just grabs him and rips his hand off. And you see the guy like, ah!
It's like a Home Alone fucking
seen
trick. No, I haven't seen it. But it's like we were talking about earlier. It is people that think they're doing the right thing, but they're really just losing people from the cause. Because
Right.
you're like, well, why are you interrupting my fucking tennis match? It makes me want to go spray fucking hair,
Yeah.
let my car run all night.
Well, they're just people that this is their quest. You know, this is their thing that gives them value. This is the
Right.
thing that makes them feel like they're useful in the world.
Right.
To run out onto the tennis court and stop the match because we've got a climate change.
Yeah.
They're just crazy people, man, and they're co-opted by this movement.
It was also funny because the U.S. Open is like 80% of people take the 7 train there. It's actually
Yeah.
quite a green event.
Yeah, and all the people that are green activists flew there in a private jet.
Right. Right.
It's all bonkers.
But they think they're helping.
Yeah, they asked Bill Gates about that. I think the overall good that I do is okay that I drive a private jet.
Right.
The overall good that I do for climate change.
You're very good at impressions and voices. You don't get enough credit.
Bah.
You had a good Trump earlier. You did some other
They're-
British
they're-
voice.
They're just half decent. I can only do a few voices legitimately. I don't have a good range.
I can do Yoda.
Yeah, hope you can.
Whoa!
I can do that one.
Holy shit! You're just sitting on this talent.
Yeah, that one's easy.
And Miss Piggy, if you can do Yoda, you can do Miss Piggy. Similar. Frank Oz.
Kermit, Kermit the Frog.
This is very impressive. You got a Chewbacca?
Kermit.
I mean, this is unbelievable. This is.
Chewbacca's an easy one though. Chewbacca was the most preposterous creature in all of Star Wars. Because here you got this giant monkey thing with fur covering over his dick. Like, why is he... No furry thing has fur covering its dick. But he conveniently is dickless. Also, he's got no pants on, and he's got the hairiest ass of all time. Like, how does he shit, and how does he wash it off, and how does he take that bare ass and sit down in the cockpit?
It's a good point. He should have a pair of shorts.
He should have
like
a
Teen Wolf.
diaper on. Like, what? He can't even talk. What is he?
He's a Wookiee.
He's a Wookiee, right?
He's a big Wookiee.
Where's his shit? Where are they storing it? Does he use the regular bathroom on the fucking Millennium?
Wow, it's a 90-minute movie. You
Millennium
can't have
Falcon?
him shitting. I mean,
Wait, I want answers though. Like, what if you're sitting on that fucking same seat that Chewbacca was just on with his crusty ass?
I wouldn't like that. My buddy just had another. My friend Matt Wayne, who I mentioned earlier, had another point. He has like bullets across his chest. Like he's got
bandolier.
He's got like shotgun shells. Why does he have a gun?
It's a bandolier. So it's a thing that contains cartridges. If you look at the bandolier, they're cartridges for his rifle.
But it's
It's a
everyone's
laser rifle.
They're all shooting lasers.
Yeah, but
no one else has cartridges.
It probably has power for the. It's a good point. Yeah, no one else has that. But they have pistols, and doesn't he have a rifle?
They have pistols, but they're like.
Yeah, he has a rifle.
But
so
those look
those
like
things are
shotgun shells.
cartridges. They look like cartridges to me.
I have are different.
Yeah.
honestly, so I don't
Oh,
know
that's
which is
interesting. They're
accurate.
different.
It's like the Mandela
So that
effect.
one on your right, Jamie, that looks like a costume that
It
you
does.
buy. That looks fake.
That's
What
from
is that?
Wikipedia.
Yeah, maybe maybe he wears different stuff in different movies.
Yeah, maybe he
Because
doesn't have
that's what it
bullets.
looks like to me. The flat things is what it looks like to me. Yeah.
Maybe it's a bad
Crossbow
point.
there.
He's got a crossbow? That's ridiculous.
No, this is too modern. That's not Chewbacca. He's got like a
Maybe,
mustache.
that looks like AI stuff.
Yes, it does.
That looks like AI stuff. Did he have a kind of a crossbow? Now I'm thinking he kind of did.
No, he
I
didn't have
think
a
he
crossbow.
kind of did. I think he had a crossbow that like shot lasers.
Get the hell out of here. He didn't have a crossbow.
Yeah, no, I think he did. Yeah,
Bowcaster.
a
What?
bowcaster. Yeah. So it didn't pull back like a bow, but there was like something like he didn't have to like reload it with every shot. But I think what did it do? Yeah, see, he had a fucking crossbow.
No, none of these
He
are
was
in the movie.
original. Yes, it is.
Look at, he's in like Michigan right there. This house is back there.
They're
That's
ice
not
fishing.
Star
It's a toy
Wars.
to make it look like.
That's a toy.
Yeah, that's not.
They're ice fishing.
There you go,
He's in-
right here. A bowcaster combines traditional craftsmanship with galactic technology,
Oh, see, there you
firing
go.
metal quarrel encased in plasma energy.
Yeah.
It does say it appears in Star Wars 4.
So that's why he's got those things around his waist or his shoulders, rather.
It's all been thought through.
Yeah. What a the first movies, man, were fucking amazing. When I was a kid, when Star Wars came out, I think we saw it like 13 times. It was a thing with me and my friends. Like, how many times can you see Star Wars?
Yeah, it was fun.
Scrape up some money, go see Star Wars.
The Return of the Jedi is really silly.
I don't remember.
The Wookiees like beat the fucking Imperial Army with like rocks and stuff. They're like throwing sticks at them, and they're like, "Whoa!"
The Ewoks?
Yeah,
Was it
the Ewoks,
Oh,
yeah.
the Ewoks. They're the cute Wookiees.
Yeah, it was really silly. They're like rolling logs, and the fucking
Yeah.
they're all the Emperor, whatever the fuck you call it.
Did you like Avatar?
I hated Avatar.
Really?
Yeah, I just thought it was so heavy-handed, and I'm not a big cartoony, purple things, blue people, and it just felt very like we're fighting the war for the thing under the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Which
Yeah.
you know, I was against Iraq war, but it felt so like, ooh,
Yeah.
the war.
I loved it.
Me too. I like whatever you like. I like. No, I mean,
I know that, but that's a suspension of disbelief, and it's a comic book movie, essentially.
yeah, I'm just not. That's not my scene.
I love comic book movies. I love like the Avengers and the Hulk and
God.
Spider-Man and all that stuff. They're fun. But I grew up as a kid reading comic books.
Right.
So when they became legitimate, like when I was a kid, I was really into comic books, and the only thing you could get was like the Spider-Man cartoon on TV. There was no like real. There was the Incredible Hulk when it became a TV show later. But there was nothing like the Avengers. There's not like these movies. There was only Superman. And Superman to me was like DC Comics. And DC Comics were like back before, there was a typewriter. Like, it's like,
Right.
there was something about their superheroes. They just didn't appeal to me. They were more like 1950s superheroes. Whereas the Marvel comics to me, where they were like way more complex, way like Phoenix from the X-Men, like she was basically a god, and there was just it was like so many like Doctor Doom and fucking Doctor Strange, the Silver Surfer. They were cool.
Yeah.
They were different kinds of superheroes. I get it. You're not into it.
Yeah, you were a gay kid. That's cool. I mean, that's cool. You changed and you evolved. No, I just never. I like the Christopher Nolan Batmans.
Oh yeah,
those
are
were
good.
fun.
Those are
I
good.
like
Those are
those.
good. Those are good.
A lot.
Those are good. Who's your favorite Batman? Who's the best Batman?
I really like Christian Bale. I mean, I
the
love
best.
Keaton. I mean, I grew up with Keaton. That was exciting. But Christian Bale, I just
He's the
like-
most believable Batman.
Yeah, he's just a world class actor, and I liked his fucking Batman voice.
His Batman voice. But he's also jacked. He was the first Batman to be jacked.
Yeah, no, he's great, and those fucking movies rule. I was just talking about. I just rewatched Dark Knight on the plane, and Heath Ledger is like unrecognizable in that movie, and he's so good that he actually feels like, because you can't see any Heath Ledger in him,
Yeah.
it feels like that's a fucking weird entity thing.
Yeah.
Like the Tim Burton one, you're like, oh, there's Jack Nicholson with makeup on.
Right.
The Heath Ledger one, it feels like a fucking weird guy.
Joaquin Phoenix is the scariest one because that one's the most realistic, the most probable.
Yeah,
Given and the weird thing is, like when that movie came out, it was before society fell apart.
right.
And then that movie showed like this ultimate collapse of society, the rebellion of the underclass, taking things down and burning to the ground. This one fucking maniac leading the charge. It's very Antifa.
Right.
Right? And then all that stuff started happening during the George Floyd riots and the chaos in the streets, and when bricks would just show up on the corner of streets and people would be throwing them through windows and the cops would stand by when people were looting, things we'd never seen in our life.
Right.
It was very Joker-esque. And that dude was an amazing Joker. He looked fucking insane in that movie.
Well, he's another just fucking incredible actor. But there's like three Jokers now, right now. There's like the Joaquin Joker, and then
Jared
there's
Leto.
Jared Leto, and then there's the new one.
There's a new one?
The Batman. The last scene.
Who's the new Joker?
That actor who's great. He's in Killing of a Sacred Deer, which fucking rules.
Yeah,
I
they're
forget
all.
his name.
That's the most complex character. Is the Heath Ledger Heath Ledger Joker and the Joaquin Joker. Those are wild. Who is that
What's
guy?
his name? He's fantastic.
Let me see this. I haven't seen this.
I think it's a deleted scene. It says.
I want your perspective.
Who's the Batman here?
Robert Pattinson.
Robert Pattinson.
Oh, that's right.
What makes you think I come so cheap? I thought you'd be curious. You think I could offer this stuff? Don't you?
It's a long scene.
They barely show his face.
Let me see if I can.
So,
I think they're saving him for the second movie
oh, interesting.
because they just tease it at the end of the first one.
There.
Oh, interesting.
Ooh, that's fun.
It looks good. I like it.
What's that actor's name?
I will look up.
He's really good. Do you ever get into those Yorgos movies, Killing of a Sacred Deer?
No, what is that?
Oh, you got to check it out.
What
This
is
guy,
it?
he's a Greek filmmaker. I don't know how to say his last name. Yorgos
Do I have
something.
to read? You gonna make me read?
No. I mean, he has a movie called Dogtooth that's amazing, and that is in Greek. You'd have to read that one. But Killing of a Sacred Deer is Nicole Kidman and Colin Farrell.
When
it's
was this?
fucking great.
Really?
Like
When was it?
2015, 2016, maybe.
Never heard of it. I'm gonna write it down so I watch it. I'm always looking for something to watch.
you'd love it. It's a real. Alicia Silverstone is in it.
Killing of a Sacred Deer.
Yeah, it's really fucked up. It's there's some. It's kind of funny. Yeah, that's the kid who's also the Joker. I think his name's Barry Keoghan. I just saw it for a second. He's really good, but it's a really fucked up, disturbing movie. This guy Yorgos makes these really disturbing
That's
movies.
amazing. I never even heard of it.
Oh, it's awesome. Yeah, highly recommend. That's a fun poster.
Okay.
Yeah, check it out. I don't know how to say his name. Lanthimos. He's got a new movie coming out with Emma Stone. That's also.
You're a
looks
real
great.
movie buff, huh?
I mean, I'm a lover of movies. I don't know. I don't know if I'm a buff.
Do you find yourself like wanting to create your own?
Yeah, I mean, I did the movie with Louis.
Right, but I mean, like from scratch.
Yeah, definitely. I want to do more. I'm making a documentary right now about a comedian named Tom Dustin, a buddy of mine, that we're almost finished with. In fact, I wanted to ask you. I asked Jamie earlier. There's like a 4-second clip. He runs a club in Key West. I think Ari talked about it here. And we have a clip from this show that's like 4 seconds. It's literally just you saying, "Is there a club in Key West?" And Ari's like, "Yeah, there's a small club."
Yeah, I know. I know Tom Rhodes worked there. I was following him on
Yeah.
Instagram, and I saw he was at Key West. I was like, oh, that looks like a fun place to go to.
Yeah, it's fucking great. And my buddy Tom Dustin, we started together in Boston, and we were drunk and wild. And I kind of got sober and went to New York, and then he kept drinking and went to Key West. And it's kind of the story of our little paths. And he's just a hilarious, amazing comedian.
And he owns the club.
He co-owns the club and runs it. He MCs and books it, and he's living the Key West life. And he's a fascinating guy, and
I
he's
like
fucking
that.
hilarious. There's a bunch of stand-up in it and great stories.
How often do they have to evacuate?
I don't think that often.
Really?
No, I don't think they've evacuated in a long time.
Hurricanes don't get them?
They do, but not that often. Every few years, I think. I think they just wait out the storms. They have weird rules. They can't build high rises there and
Of
all that
course.
shit. But
Can they make hurricane-proof houses?
Once every 6 years.
yeah,
There you go.
There you go. It's been a while.
Can you show me the clip? We'll end with that. Show me the clip from this documentary you're doing.
I haven't. I don't.
You don't have it?
I don't have it. Yeah, shit.
What
It's on
the
my phone.
fuck,
I should have
Joe?
sent it
Where's your
ahead. I
phone?
fucked
You
up.
have- it's on your phone?
Yeah.
Yeah, send it to Jamie.
Can you airdrop it to me, or is it a link?
Let me see. Oh God, I should have done this
Don't
before.
worry about it. Don't worry about it. If
Don't
it takes
panic.
too long, we'll just edit it.
I fucked up.
Don't sweat it at all.
Let me see if I can find it.
While you're doing this, let me just tell you how much fun it's been having you in town.
Oh man,
I enjoyed it. I
Thank you.
enjoyed it. It's cool. It's one of the cool things about the Comedy Mothership is when people come through and hang out for a few days, and it's just like every week, And these comics that are coming up, they all get exposed to all these brilliant. Like Colin was just here, and I didn't get a chance to see him. I was too busy. But all the comics were here was just raving about how great he was and how much fun it was. And
Yeah.
It said it was a master class. They said he's just brilliant on stage.
Well, Colin's the fucking best.
He's so underrated. It's like him and Attell are so brilliant, but yet do not promote themselves at all.
Yeah, I think he's getting better at it, but yeah, he's truly a genius. And that's a guy that's just always giving and always so thoughtful, always takes calls from comics. and it's-
Colin?
Yeah.
He's a sweetheart. He's always been a sweetheart. In that show that he did Tough Crowd was really essentially one of the beginnings of podcasting as well. There's a few beginnings of podcasting, like the way we do it.
Mm-hmm.
You do it, I do it, and like all of our friends, whether it's Legion of Skanks or Ari, or it's just shit talking, guys getting together and fucking around and hanging out, and that was what Tough Crowd was.
Yeah.
You got a bunch of comics together, and they would all start fucking with each other and roasting, and Patrice and Norton, and it was awesome. I loved it. I did it a couple of times, but every time I did it, I was like, God, I love this. It's like a fucking amazing green room where there's cameras on you, and you're all just hanging out.
Yeah, Colin really loves comics and the comic hang more than anybody. I mean, he just is. He's pure.
And they
comic.
really love him. This is the thing. Like, nobody hates Colin.
No,
Have you ever heard anybody say a bad thing about Colin Quinn?
I literally have not.
Never.
No.
Never. But he's underrated, and I think when someone's that underrated, it's up to us to say, if you have a chance, go see that guy. Again, I've seen him in the past. He's fucking brilliant. I haven't seen his new set that he's doing, but everybody that was at the club was like universally rapt. My friend Hassan, you met Hassan last night.
Yeah,
Hassan
who's
Ahmad.
hilarious also.
He's hilarious, and he's a guy it's been beautiful watching him grow. Because I met him when he was just starting out at the Comedy Store. And then all of a sudden he's in LA, and all of a sudden he's getting up in LA, and then he moves to Austin, and now he's getting up multiple times a night. Like, he's constantly getting up because there's shows everywhere. There's shows all over the place out here.
Yeah.
It's amazing watching people grow. And he said that when he saw Colin, he said it might be one of the best hours he's ever seen in his life.
Yeah, no, Colin just keeps getting better. It's really unbelievable. I just did, I'm going to throw another plug out there. I have a podcast, Mindful Metal Jacket. I just had him on it, and I was asking him, like, he's gotten so much more.
What is your podcast called?
It's called Mindful Metal Jacket.
Oh.
And I'm bad at
I like
naming
it.
things.
No,
Thank
that's
you.
a good name.
But I just had him on, and we just talked about what a creative outburst he's had in the last 10, 15 years.
What does he attribute it to?
He just said he started organizing better, like really organizing his stuff and working towards having like, all right, this special is going to be about this thing, and just organizing his material. And
Well, he does kind of one-man show type specials, but with brilliant stand-up.
yes,
Like, it's like really funny bits that are all organized on themes.
yeah, no, he's just a brilliant guy and just the best guy off stage.
Just
too.
super nice guy. But that's the thing. It's like, doesn't have any desire to be any bigger.
No, I don't think so.
Like, all he's doing is just working on great work. But that's also why his work is so great, is because he's just concentrating on that, which I think is awesome. 'Cause that's like the most important part.
I can't figure out how to say this.
Don't worry about
I
it.
was so excited to show it.
Send it to me later, and I'll throw it up on Instagram.
Okay, yeah, it's gonna be great though.
All right, Joe List, you're the shit. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Can I throw my special out
Yes,
there
please.
also? Brand new special, Enough for Everybody. It's on YouTube, and I got fucking demonetized for saying cunt.
Let's fucking go. All right, social media, all that stuff. What is it?
At Joe List Comedy, and then YouTube. I got 3 specials on YouTube, 3
Bam.
hours and 3.5
Bam.
years. So.
And go see him live. Very, very funny. Where are you going to be live next?
Skankfest. Helium. I'm at Skankfest. I'm flying straight to Skankfest now. I literally have my bags with me. And then next weekend, Helium, October 5th through the 7th in Philadelphia.
Oh,
Philly
that's
Helium.
a great room.
Yeah. So
That's one of my favorite rooms of all time.
yeah, I'm pumped. I love the
such a
city.
good room.
I love the room, and it's mostly sold. So
You know what's
act
a great?
fast.
Yeah, get in there. You know what else is a great room? Portland. Portland Helium.
Yeah, I was just there.
Oh, it's great.
Great
Probably
city.
real good now. It's like doing stand up in a war zone.
It's fucking weird. I went with a buddy who's from Portland. He took me to like the neighborhoods that are still normal because we're like losing that city. It's bad.
It's crazy. All right.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
And we're up. Boys, when we did the first one together,
Yep.
was it like 5 years ago?
Yeah, I think it was 2017, right? Or 2018?
Yeah.
I was
Somewhere
2-0 in
around
the
there.
UFC. I was just coming off the Andre Soccer Mom fight where I broke my foot. I was 23.
Yeah, that was just after your broken foot.
Yeah.
And now here you are, the fucking champ of the world.
We did it.
Living in a dream.
Like, it's crazy because that whole fight week, I always take a lot of naps fight week, especially because it was on the East Coast and we were trying to stay up late. and I'd have crazy, vivid dreams. Not necessarily about the fight, but just really vivid dreams. And so after the fight, it just felt like I was kind of in one of those dreams. I'm like, there's no way that went out, that played out perfect. There's no way that played out literally how I wanted it to play out. So for a while, I kept thinking, like, I'm going to wake up in my bed and still have to go out there and do that. But I haven't woke up from a nap yet, so we're still rolling.
Well, it makes you wonder what dreams really are. Yeah. It's so weird that we just accept that we close our eyes every night and scenarios take place that don't really take place, and they seem super vivid, and then weird things happen in them, and then you wake up and you're like, oh, that wasn't real. But we just accept that there's many times where I've been in a lucid dream, or many times I've been in a dream that felt so real.
Yeah.
Like, what? You're like, what's going on in our heads?
Probably a lot during sober October for you too, because I noticed when I quit smoking weed in camp, like when I get closer to the fight, my dreams are so fucking vivid.
Yeah.
It's kind of scary. It's like a snapshot of another dimension. I'm like, could that possibly be us in another dimension, witnessing our life play out some other way?
It could be that what you're doing is like peaking. You're like every night you like peak into some other dimension and then pop back up in the morning when you wake up. That's one of the theories about DMT. It's some sort of a chemical gateway to the next dimension or the next realm of existence, and that when the lights go out and then your brain floods with that stuff, your consciousness uses that chemical as a gateway.
We've never done DMT. I've told myself I want to do like DMT, ayahuasca, that stuff after fighting. Because right now I have a mindset to I want to be world champ, I want to be the greatest, I want to kill in the cage. But I feel like if I do something like that, maybe I switch that around. I want to wait.
Yeah, it might be a problem. You might become loving.
Yeah, that's literally the issue. I'm like, all right, I still have that fucking want to kill.
Yeah.
Not Sean Strickland want to kill, but like in the cage, like dominate.
Yeah, dominate.
When we were talking to Dana too, he said Cheeto has recently started doing mushrooms when he was training and stuff. I wonder if that has anything to do. Yeah, I wasn't it. I wonder if that has anything to do with his performances versus Sandhagen and stuff. Just looks stuck in the mud.
I think it's just Sandhagen.
That's what I think. Sandhagen was just way faster,
He's so diverse. He's
Yeah.
got so much going on. I love watching that guy fight because, like, when he's going after folks, he's giving them so many looks. There's so much going on, and the patterns are non-existent. I'm sure they exist, but I'm not picking them up. You think he's going to kick, he shoots. You think he's going to punch, he kicks. There's movement to the side. You think he's going to engage, and he doesn't.
Yeah, his last three fights too, he's been really wrestling a lot. So you got to think like, because I don't know, I could fight. I mean, there's a couple different people I could fight next, but like thinking about fighting Corey, it's like, okay, is he gonna turn into that wrestler, or is he gonna want to strike, or is he gonna mix it up? I'm assuming, going into a fight with Corey, he's gonna want to mix it up a bit, but it's
don't
interesting.
know. He can do anything.
Yeah.
And the fact that he pulled that fight off with a completely torn tricep, first round, tears the tricep from the bone, needs surgery. And
I was excited for that fight too.
Yeah, me too.
I stopped watching at one point. I think that was the same night like Jake, Nate, so I was kind of flipping back and forth, but yeah, I was so excited for that fight. I thought it was going to be one of those bangers, but I mean, he did what he had to do to win. And it wasn't super entertaining.
Yeah, I was really interested in seeing him fight Umar.
Yeah.
That was the interesting one.
Yeah.
And when
I forgot that was it.
Yeah. Umar Nurmagomedov he's a problem.
I want him to start. I mean, he's got the name Nurmagomedov. I don't know how many fights he has in the UFC, how many wins he has. I've actually never really watched a fight, but I know he's got the name, and I know he's fucking super skilled. He trains with those guys. That could be a huge fight someday. I want him to fucking start winning some fights. I was excited for him to potentially beat Corey, or for Corey to get a win over him.
Right.
Just to build characters and build like big fights, because that's what I want. I want big fucking fights.
Well, you're gonna bring big fights. That's what's so exciting about having someone who's a champ, who's such a big personality.
Yeah.
And there's so many eyes on the bantamweight division now. The bantamweight division has always been like just a fucking murderer's row, from Henan Barrow to T.J. Dillashaw, like across the board. Dominic Cruz, god damn. I mean, it's Cody Garbrandt, like. People forget because of Cody's losses, but how good Cody is when he's on.
Yeah.
Cody's just a guy who's been in a lot of wars,
Seems like he's got just injury issues too, right?
A lot of injury issues.
Which sucks.
Yeah.
I remember after one of my fights, I got injured, and he said some people just aren't built for this. And that didn't age well for him. But I mean, hey, dude, I feel like I'm fragile sometimes too. If I didn't start working with Brandon Harris, like my strength and conditioning coach, and Dan Garner for nutrition, like I feel like I was getting injured all the fucking time.
Yeah.
It sucks. This sport's brutal.
It's the most brutal, and there's no way to prevent that.
No.
Really. You know, some people are incredible, like Jim Miller.
Yeah.
Jim Miller's never had surgery.
I feel like it's their genes. They're just
Must be.
They gotta be.
He's got some weird fucking woodsman gene.
Yeah.
Some logger genes.
Right.
Like a Benson Henderson. It's crazy. There's just so many different
Right.
paths to make someone
Yeah.
a champion. There's
Yeah.
not just there's this one way. You got to do it.
Yeah.
No, there's just so many ways.
Like Sean Strickland sparring all the time, and then I fucking literally only spar in camp. It's like just two opposite styles, both just one at similar
Yeah.
times. It's wild.
What Sean is doing is so unique because, you know, they put a mouthpiece on him. Well, you know, the UFC had some device. I think it was a mouthpiece. Did they use it with you where they try to figure out how many times you get hit in sparring? Well, they gave him this thing, and they found out that he spars more than all the other fighters they tested, and he gets hit less than all the other fighters they tested. He gets hit less than anybody, which is amazing. But
Yeah.
it's the timing, is his distance control. He's like so tuned in to the idea of hitting a person, not just hitting a bag, not just doing drills, but all of his moves, all of his movements when he's training are hitting people.
I wonder how many of his sparring partners are like, I don't even want to fucking hit him because he's just going to turn it up and it's going to be a
Yeah.
full fight. Because
Yeah.
there's guys you spar with and it's like, okay, if I hit this dude, we're going to fight. He's just, there's no.
Oh, yeah.
So I wonder how many of those guys know going into sparring, like, okay, if I even hit him, it's going to turn into something. I might as well just kind of play around for 5 minutes, get to the next guy.
I'm sure. But I mean, you look at the guys, he's got talented guys he trains with, like
Yeah.
Chris Curtis. Chris Curtis is talented.
Yeah.
And really, Chris Curtis is really talented in the pocket. You know, he's really good at like ripping the body. His boxing is excellent. He's got really good defense. So him and Sean together, I mean, that's like just two savages.
Yeah.
Just good boxers too. And
Mhm.
Strickland
Solid boxing.
Strickland just doesn't switch stances at all. Just
At all.
orthodox the whole time. Man, it was
Yeah.
just fucking sweet to watch.
And dude, his leg checks, the checks from those kicks was so on point.
Yeah, it was impressive.
None of them snuck in. The best at that at all time of all time of sneaking kicks in is Pajeda.
So scary. Yeah,
No,
it
it's
doesn't
bad.
like make sense the way it doesn't. It's just like his shin moves, nothing else.
Yeah.
It's wild.
He keeps his shoulders completely square, and you do not see it coming. So he sacrifices, I mean, but he's got so much power. He can sacrifice some power, and it doesn't matter. He's just doing numbers on that calf.
Yeah.
And Izzy's leg was fucked after the first round of the second
Yep.
fight. You could tell.
I can't. That's crazy. They just added that to the co-main event for John Jones and Stipe because neither of them are champions, so they're gonna stack that fucking card and only have to pay out John Jones because he's the champion for pay-per-view.
Oh,
that's probably why they.
Look at you thinking like a
Oh, I know.
businessman now. The champ thinks like a businessman.
I've been thinking like a businessman.
Yeah,
I've been.
I hear you.
I feel like I've been champ for a long time. Just finally official. But yeah, no,
awesome.
it's that card's gonna be fucking sweet. Who else is on that card? I
a
know.
good question. Pull
I
it up,
think.
Jerry.
I think there's another banger on that card. But
Yeah, they always try to stack New York City.
Yeah.
That Madison Square Garden card is special. There's something special about that arena.
Yeah.
That arena gives you goosebumps just walking in. You're like, God damn.
That
So
TD
many
Garden
people
was fucking crazy because my first like 9 fights in the UFC were all in Vegas, and then I fought in Abu Dhabi, and then we went to Boston. So it was the first time fighting somewhere other than Vegas in the United States.
Yeah, so
This episode is brought to you by True Classic. Finding premium basics online can be hard. From the material to the fit it's a constant struggle to get something that looks good and feels even better. And even if you do find great basics, they're usually super expensive. And thankfully, True Classic is here to help with clothes that'll give you the confidence to tackle those New Year's resolutions at an affordable price. Their activewear crew necks provide moisture-wicking, odor control, quick dry, and antimicrobial finish for maximum comfort. In fact, True Classic is so committed to their products, they even have a 100% perfect fit guarantee and easy returns. So if you're ready to upgrade your closet, shop now with my exclusive link at trueclassic.com/Rogan and save up to 25% off your first order. That's trueclassic.com/Rogan. Make 2024 your most stylish year yet with True Classic.
yeah, so those are the two big ones. And scroll down, we'll see the rest of it. Jessica Andrade, Mackenzie Dern, that's a good fight.
Okay, some decents, but not what I was
Jared
thinking.
Gordon, Mark Madsen, that's a good fight match. No, yeah, I thought there was more bangers.
Sometimes they have a nice prelim, nice main event
Yeah,
prelim.
what's the prelim? Go to the ESPN.
It's not announced yet on here.
Mackenzie
really?
Dern's,
It would
Jiggly.
be right here. This just shows the fights. they have
Okay,
announced
so
for it.
that's what makes sense because this doesn't look like the actual order. Because here we're talking in September, and I believe that's the main, the co-main, and probably maybe the fight before that, but they might move all this shit around.
Yeah.
This is just the announced fights.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Well, that
'Cause
shit's
I don't
coming
think they
up.
would open up the pay-per-view with these matchups.
I guess so. It's not even October yet, so.
Right. I'm very interested to see how much Stipe's got left in the tank. You know, one of the things I really like is that he spent all this time off. So he hasn't been hit. He, no punishments, no wars, no KOs. He's been 2 solid years of recovery.
That's huge.
It's big.
Even if he wasn't training crazy, but his body was able to kind of recover, I feel like there's so much into that than just being training, and fucking busting yourself down.
Yeah. I mean, it was just never take anything away from DC, but I've often wondered if that KO, if some of that KO was him coming off of that fight with Francis. Because if you go watch that first round of that fight with Francis, Jesus Louises. I mean, Francis hit him with some meteors. He's so fucking... He just opened up the gas tank too much and ran dry. But he wasn't patient. He was just trying to take him out. He was just winging wild and burned off all his energy. But Stipe took some shots. He took some fucking shots.
Yeah, Stipe forced some of those wrestling scrambles, and that just zapped Francis. I think that Stipe-John Jones fight's going to be more competitive than people think.
Well, the real question is, what is it like when John fights a legit heavyweight that can do everything?
Yeah.
Right, because Stipe is not just like Cyril Gane is a fantastic striker. I mean, he's one of the most beautiful strikers in the heavyweight division. I love watching that guy move. He does wild stuff. You ever see how he throws that front kick from a side stance? And he throws it like a twisting kick? He doesn't throw the front. He stands like southpaw, right? And he bobs around like this. And he's totally sideways. And he twists his foot out. Oh, they'll show it there. Let's see. He twists his foot out like a twisting kick. If they show the front kicks to the body, if he does any. He did a lot of them against Tai Tuivasa,
Yeah,
too.
I thought him versus John Jones was going to be a fucking crazy, war. Or at least
Yeah,
kickboxing, but
John's just so much better at wrestling. Yeah. So much better grappler.
Ooh.
He's so fast, man.
D-Luke, that's crazy to think, because D-Luke looked good last fight, right?
Yeah, but
The
he's just-
knee, he looked skinny, looked in shape.
But he just doesn't have the kicking acumen. He just It's not his style. If you could find the ones that's him throwing kicks, but he just does this weird thing where he stands sideways, and instead of the front kick going like this, like straight out, the front kick goes like this. So he's
I know. Okay, I see what you're
twisting
saying.
it.
Yeah.
So his knee when he lands is almost like sideways. He did a lot. Oh, that was a Tuivasa fight. That was a crazy fight.
Ty's only like 32 or something, wasn't he?
Oh my God.
I thought that fucker was.
He's 85 in war years.
Right, especially with the
Ty's
booze.
been in some oh yeah, the booze and the war. He's just an animal, man.
The booze will get you.
Hopefully they'll show it.
Boom, boom, boom. Oh.
Yeah,
But yeah,
he
I
kept
picture him.
stabbing him with this front kick. Oh, this is the combination. Oh my God, he was good.
Yeah. Stabbing body.
He's just so unusual for a heavyweight. That kind of movement. There it is. See it?
Boom. Yeah.
So that was more like a front kick. That was definitely more like a front kick. But he'll show it totally sideways,
Just a little trick. you
almost like a
fucking learned.
crescent kick or something like that. Which people are starting to do now too. I forget this dude's name, but one guy knocked a guy out in a MMA fight with an inside crescent kick. And I was always wondering. I was always wondering if someone was going to be able to pull that off.
Where you're standing like this, and you're like that.
Yeah, you do it like this way.
Yeah.
It's just so hard to pull off. You move it around. Anderson tried it a few times.
Yeah. I'll throw it next.
Here it is.
I'll throw it next
Here it is.
fight. Oh,
Check this out.
That's nasty. Think that looked fucking weird.
I shouted out that dude on Instagram when it happened.
Uh-huh.
But what is his name, Jamie? Justin Berry.
delivered it to high.
Yeah, well, show that one more time. Because, from where he's standing, you kind of feel like you're safe.
Oh, that was right to the fucking shin to the chin.
Right, so you see how it's like his foot is in the center, right? So watch how he stands. He's kind of out of place, you would think, to kick you in the face.
Well, even to do the right defense, if he's
Yeah.
throwing a right teep, you're going to use your right hand, so you're going to leave that exposed.
It's pretty wicked.
it's tricky for
yeah,
sure.
but it's
Dink.
wicked. Look at how it worked. I mean, my God, that's crazy. And he did not see that coming.
I'll throw that up next fight.
Let's go.
I will.
Let's go. So the next fight is not officially announced, but you believe it'll be Cheeto.
I want it to be Cheeto. I called that before the fight. Once they announced that, well, Cheeto was supposed to fight Henry on my card. So I was like, I want the winner of that. I want Cheeto versus Henry. I want the winner of that if I go out there and do what I do against Aljo. Henry pulled out. Pedro stepped up. And I was like, well, if Cheeto wins, it makes sense. You know, so that's what I want.
Why has Piotr Jan been on the shelf?
He's just got announced Song Yadong.
Oh, when's that?
I think that's sooner than later, actually. But that's fucked, Peter. Because Song's Song's
He's an
is a
animal.
problem.
That was another great fight with. We went to see the Sanhagen Song Yadong fight at the Apex, which is incredible.
Yeah.
Have you gone to just the Apex just to watch a fight?
We watched the Contender Series there once. It was fucking cool.
I was thinking about flying out last weekend for Fazeev versus Gamrot. I was like, I
Where
want
was
to see
that at?
that one.
Oh,
live.
Vegas?
That was at the Apex, which it's the best place to see fights, man.
I hate the small cage. It makes
Oh, yeah,
I
it's
hate it.
Big difference, right?
It's so I'll probably never. Well, I guess if it's at the Apex, I'll never fight in a small cage again. It doesn't help my style. I like being able to move around as much as possible.
Here's why I'm confused. Why have a small cage when you own the arena?
Yeah.
Like they had a small cage back when we used to do the Pearl at the Palms because it was a smaller place to put the stage. So they go, we'll just make the cage. What is it, like 30% smaller? Or something?
44 or something like that.
40?
Almost, yeah. It's damn near 50%. It's and it
crazy.
feels like it. It fucking feels like it. I remember when Corey fought Aljo in the small cage. And then I said something about not wanting to fight in a small cage, and I don't think Corey should either because of the style. And then Corey's like, "Oh, that's just your insecurity." I'm like, "Dude, you got fucking choked out in 14 seconds against Aljo."
Yeah, there it is.
44. Yeah,
I think they said the lighting wasn't set up. They didn't put the right lights in for the big cage when I
Hey,
asked
guess
someone.
what? You're the UFC.
zero building.
Guess what? You guys fucking for no reason decided to build your own arena.
I'm getting a fucking full size octagon. I'm building a warehouse on my property right now. I'm getting a full size octagon in there too.
Really?
Because I mean, at Tim's gym, at the MMA lab, pretty much any gym you go to, they all have smaller gyms or smaller cages in there, and just even sparring, it's like. It's just different. It's like playing if you're going to be in the NBA and you're playing a half court.
Yeah.
It's just different.
Well, I've been advocating for no cage for a long time.
I would be unbeatable.
And
no one could beat me.
There was this Russian promotion that we were just watching from back in the day with Igor Vovchanchin. And he was fighting some dude, and it was just this big round platform.
Jesus.
And it was just flat. And there was no, and you see everything.
That's sweet.
The fucking eyesight, like there's not a bad eye line in the house because everybody's seeing the fight. There's no poles that are blocking the way. Sometimes
What was that called? What promotion was
I
that
don't
called?
know. This is in the 90s.
Mr. Power Man, 1996.
Mr.
Oh,
Power.
no way. What the fuck?
And
I thought it was, like,
Vovchanchin,
recent.
too.
Yeah, show it so you can see what it looked like, Jamie. It's pretty dope, and that's my dream. My dream is no cage because I think the cage is just too many elements. There's too much going on. So look at this. So there's just like a little barrier on the outside. This is only one of them that they did.
Oh. Yeah.
That's only
that'd be
one that
sweet.
they did. Another one that they did was like completely
style.
flat. Oh, Igor was a fucking animal, dude. And that's when he was smaller. 5'8" heavyweight.
No way.
Yeah.
5'8" heavyweight?
5'8".
Jesus.
TKO'd Mark Kerr as a 5'8" heavyweight.
Jeez. Oh. Yeah, see, the cage is like...
Yeah.
That's
Isn't that
people-
way better? And look at how
Yeah.
much size you would have to move around. Obviously, you wouldn't have that bullshit floor. That floor looks like the
Like a
moment
slip
you
and slide.
sweat,
Yeah.
you're tearing an ACL. That floor looks terrible.
Yeah.
God, that floor sucks.
It does.
It sucks so bad. It's loose. It's everything. I hate when I go to a jiu-jitsu gym and they have like homemade mats. So they have like the loose stuff.
Yeah,
like
little saggy tip mat.
Like, do you guys hate grip? Like, do you guys hate like foot positioning and like slipping around on all that shit?
Yeah, no cage would change.
It'd change everything.
Game.
For a
Because a
guy
lot of
like you.
wrestlers, like I feel like the only chance people I could take it down in the open, but I feel like it's gonna be a lot harder than to push me up against the cage. And I mean that's what Aljo's 100% goal was: push me up against the cage, take me down, work from there. But if there's no fucking cage,
Exactly.
what's your fucking game plan?
Also,
Get on a single
how
lane?
much fewer clinches would there be?
Yeah,
It would be a huge factor. Because how many clinches take place in that weird danger zone when you're right up against the cage? Like, just grab
You
this
kinda-
motherfucker.
yeah.
You know, so it's just, there's so many moments where guys are like, what, you know, and they're trying to reset and they go in for the clinch. That shit would not be available if there's no cage. If you have this big ass basketball sized circle in the middle of an arena, and that's where the guys are fighting. It would be incredible. It'd be incredible. It's really the way to do it.
Yeah, something about the cage makes it like
Badass.
I don't know what it is. Yeah,
Pit bulls and glitter.
Yeah.
The old
Yeah.
affliction shirts.
Yeah.
To dragon fucking a pit bull in the ass.
yeah,
With Japanese lettering.
the old school real gangster shit.
I used to love those shirts.
Yeah, fighting in Japan would be fucking crazy.
Yeah, fighting in Japan. If you're like a world champion, that's like a mecca place, right? You know,
Yeah.
like if you want to fight in Madison Square Garden, but fighting in Tokyo as a martial artist,
That would be crazy.
Saitama Super Arena, right?
oh my god,
I wonder
Oh
if
my
the
God.
UFC's never done that, right?
we
Went
did
there?
an arena in Japan. I commentated at it. It was in Tokyo a few years back. It's amazing. They're so knowledgeable, and they applaud when things happen, like when someone passes the guard.
They
starts
get it?
applauding. Yeah.
I get it a little bit.
I wonder why Dana or any of them haven't looked into yellow cards, where
That's a
your
good-
purse gets
good
taken
question.
from you.
Well, the problem with that is it's so subjective, right? Like, let's look at this Valentina Shevchenko Alexa Grasso rematch, where one judge scores the final round, a pivotal fight round. It's like that's what makes the fight. One judge scores a 10-8. No one agrees with him. Literally, no one agrees with him. You're like, what the fuck?
Because if he didn't score a 10-8 and he just scored a
Valentina
10-9,
wins. Then Valentina wins.
I went back and watched it just once, but I was kind of surfing on my phone. I thought Grasso won 3 out of the 5 rounds, but I also, like I said, I was surfing a little bit on my phone.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to casually watch a fight.
Yeah, you gotta fucking.
Yeah, I like watching fights with, like, Eddie Bravo taught me how to do this, because Eddie Bravo at one point in time was doing the not Max Kellerman. Who's that dude that Letterman that does it on Harold Letterman? He's doing it on HBO fights where in between round, I gave that round to Davis 10-8, and this is, and he would give like his explanation for what he thought. So he was basically like an independent scorekeeper. So Eddie would do that, and it was like we did it for a few UFCs where he would come in and he would talk about, like, we're going to Eddie Bravo with, you know, what he thinks happened score wise, and he would take a piece of paper and he would have 2 sides, like one side would be this guy, one side would be that guy, and he would write on the lines like kicks, punches, takedowns, power, like power shots. He had, like, I forget all of his criteria. So as he's watching the fight, he's writing things. So it's not just going on memory. I think he got him more. And he also had access to whatever stats we had at the time. Although I don't think we had the kind of stats you have now, where you're getting constantly updated on, you know, significant strikes.
What is a significant strike?
That was a
It's
weird
tricky.
one in Izzy and Strickland, right?
Yeah.
Because they were showing that there was one point where Izzy had landed more significant strikes. I'm like, but to where? Like, what
Yeah.
is a significant strike? Is like a leg kick that gets checked. Are you calling that a significant strike? Like, what is, if a guy lifts his leg up and the leg, he did get kicked hard, but like, what is, here's Eddie Bravo, it's Randy Silva,
Yeah, I remember
or
that.
Tim Silva and Randy Couture.
Ground and pound action, and even though Tim Sylvia landed some good elbows from off his back, still another 10-9 round for Randy Couture.
I think that was a good thing to do. It was also it's also a good thing to put the fucking the actual judges on blast.
I agree.
Because, like, when DC and I are doing commentary, you can't do commentary and score a fight. You can kind of like have an idea, but you're trying to be entertaining. You're trying to, like, give life to what's happening, and you're just reacting like, oh, you want to scream and swear, and I'm doing my best to not, but you can't do. You should be quiet, just quiet and thinking about it, and you should also have access to replays.
Do you think you should be in like that close, or should you be on a monitor where you see different angles in a room like this?
I
just
think
3
they
judges?
have monitors now.
Oh, that's
They
gotta
didn't
be.
used to have monitors, which is crazy.
Because the refs standing there sometimes, or the pole. Well, I guess
Yeah.
not a pole if you're a judge, or but the
I don't
ref.
think they listen, though. Like, I don't think they listen to commentary,
It's probably good.
which is probably good,
Yeah.
because commentary could definitely influence it. Like, if it's someone DC trains with, and
It's so crazy though. If you're a judge and you never felt a checked kick, because when I fought Pedro, I swear, like, I felt his foot land on my shin, and like I felt like I was fucking him up when he was kicking me. And then the judges obviously gave him the first round. He didn't punch me in the face once. I had more significant strikes, but he was landing leg kicks, but I was checking them. Mm-hmm. I feel like I fucked his feet up from checking kicks, and they gave him the round, but it's just like they've probably never checked a kick or threw a kick in their life, so it doesn't.
Yeah.
But these guys are making this such an important decision.
Yeah, Chris Lieben, he's making his Nevada judging debut.
That'd be interesting.
I think he already did.
Yeah,
Right?
and he's already been a referee. He's been a referee for quite a while now. He's doing
Did he make
which
his
is
debut
great.
last fight, or is he going to?
No, he
It was-
did.
Yeah, last weekend.
Oh, okay.
on the fight card.
Damn, that's probably a lot of pressure on him. Everyone's
Yeah.
looking at it like, well, how'd you score it? How'd you score it?
Yeah.
Man, there's some crazy stories about Lieben back in the day.
Oh, he's a wild man.
Just getting fucked up the night before fights.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Being drunk at the
Casino?
the slots and stuff. Robert Fallis would tell me, and then go out and win.
Oh, he could crack though.
Fuck yeah.
He could crack. Remember when he knocked out Vanderlei?
Oh, that was
Remember that
sweet.
fight?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Chris
Right.
Lieben had a hammer of a left hand. I mean, a hammer.
Especially when he was hurt.
Yeah. There's some guys that just fucking have just some kind of stupid fucking power.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's some Paul Daly dudes out there that just, just go,
He's fun
"Good-
to watch. He's
good
interesting because he's
Lord."
orthodox left-handed, right?
Yes.
Yep.
So that's kind
Right.
of he throws that fucking crazy left hand. That's fun to
Yeah.
watch.
Yeah, he's.
I hope Michael Venom Page comes to UFC. I know there's a lot of talks,
I believe they're gonna get that.
that would be
Yeah.
make that division so interesting.
Oh yeah, he's
so
he's a
fun.
handful. He's so difficult because like
That style.
And I always said that was going to be the next. That's going to be the next factor in MMA is these point karate guys.
Mm-hmm.
Like if one of these point karate guys really figures out everything else,
Mm-hmm.
and they become dedicated to become an actual MMA fighter. That blitz thing that they do,
Yeah.
it's so different. It's so hard to deal with.
Well, that's gonna be interesting. Stephen Thompson versus
Shavkat.
Shavkat. That's gonna be fun to watch.
That is going to be fun to watch. But Shavkat can grapple too.
Yeah.
Shavkat's a lot. That motherfucker can do everything.
I watched a documentary on him recently, like his come up from when he turned pro. Like the second he turned pro, he was fighting like good guys. First fight, second, third fight. He didn't have any easy fights.
Really.
Yeah, he was fighting fucking killers.
He's interesting, man.
I wonder how many people the UFC's already. I mean, I don't know if they can be in talks, but because Bellator's going away, right?
Yeah.
Well, they're going to merge with the PFL, allegedly, apparently. I read something from Shatri at ONE FC. Apparently, they offered them Bellator too, and they were at one point considering it, I guess. But Dana White was like, "What do you get?"
I saw that.
Yeah, right.
It's like, what do you get? The thing is, he's right.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: there's no pay-per-view. Like maybe they can develop a pay-per-view model, but you need stars, and the UFC has always had stars. The UFC is always going to have pay-per-views, and we can't wait to watch them. It's not like convincing someone, you know, like this fight, like Yuri Prohaska, Alex Pereira, John Jones, and Stipe. Take my money.
Well, even that December card that's coming together. Fucking Tony
Yeah.
Ferguson, Patty.
Woo!
Fucking, I think
Yeah.
that's Stephen Thompson, Rocknott.
Leon Edwards,
Leon Colby.
and Colby
There's
Covington. Good.
Brandon Royval versus Pantoja.
Oh, that's right. That's on
Yeah.
that card too.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
Man, Tony Ferg though, 6-fight losing streak.
I know.
crazy.
I feel like it's the lose-lose for Patty. Because even if he wins, it's like, Tony's fucking still dangerous, but he's not going to get the credit, you know?
Tony looked good in his last fight. He looked good. I mean, he didn't look like the Tony of old.
Who did he fight again?
Didn't he fight Bobby Green?
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Yeah. And Bobby Green's a motherfucker.
Well, even Tony versus Michael Chandler. Well, Tony wasn't looking too bad till he ate that fucking heel or that.
Go
front
back to that
foot.
card, Jamie, please. Look at that. Vicente
Vincent Luke,
Luca.
Ian Gary.
Vicente Luque versus Ian Machado Gary's a crazy
That
fight.
is a sick.
And they
That's
trained
a
at the same
crazy
gym,
fight.
so I wonder how
Yep.
much they sparred.
Oh, they probably sparred a ton.
Yeah.
God, sparring and fighting though are so fucking different. At least for me, I feel like because when I spar, it's like I crack people and I hurt them and it changes the fight. But in sparring, it's like I'm not necessarily trying to fucking crack you, so it's like sparring is gonna play out way different than if it was a fight.
Right.
And it depends how you spar though, but I feel like it's just such different sport
For KO
It's
artists,
so
for
crazy.
sure.
yeah, for KO artists.
Yeah.
But for like volume guys,
Yeah, that's probably pretty true.
it's probably super similar.
Sparring, like that's where I get injured. Like for the most part, just sparring.
This episode is brought to you by True Classic. Finding premium basics online can be hard. From the material to the fit it's a constant struggle to get something that looks good and feels even better. And even if you do find great basics, they're usually super expensive. And thankfully, True Classic is here to help with clothes that'll give you the confidence to tackle those New Year's resolutions at an affordable price. Their activewear crew necks provide moisture-wicking, odor control, quick dry, and antimicrobial finish for maximum comfort. In fact, True Classic is so committed to their products, they even have a 100% perfect fit guarantee and easy returns. So if you're ready to upgrade your closet, shop now with my exclusive link at trueclassic.com/Rogan and save up to 25% off your first order. That's trueclassic.com/Rogan. Make 2024 your most stylish year yet with True Classic. This episode is brought to you by AG1. The supplement industry has gone crazy. And with so many powders and pills and vitamins, it's hard to know what's what. I get asked all the time what I would take if I could only take one supplement, and the answer is hands down AG1. AG1 is a daily foundational nutrition supplement that supports whole body health. It's a science-driven mix that replaces all those multivitamins and probiotics with one simple drink. It's not some whole regimen that's overwhelming or confusing, just a scoop in a glass of cold water every day and you're set. It couldn't be easier to start feeling better. I drink AG1 every day because it's a way to get the nutrition I need that my body can absorb and use effectively. I know you're going to love the way it makes you feel. Order now and you'll get a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting AG vitamin D3 and K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Rogan. Start building your health foundation first with AG1.
It's not usually too bad. Like I kicked someone's fucking elbow last 6 weeks before my last fight. And my fucking left toe, I have a turf toe, and it still fucking hurts just from kicking an elbow hard as, because I'll throw teeps and body shots as hard as you can in sparring. Like, you're gonna be all right. So I whipped a fucking teep and landed on an elbow, and I fucking swear my toe turned the other way. It didn't, but that shit still hurts to today.
You remember John Jones versus Chael Sonnen?
Yep.
He still has to tape his toes up.
I believe it.
Damn.
He has to tape his big toe to his little toe just to hold it in place while he fucks people up.
Yeah. So, that sounds fucking funny.
It's funny. So I got to tape my toes before I fuck you up. But he has to, otherwise it's just like it's so torn apart that I guess it just doesn't hold it anymore.
Brutal.
That was the first fight you didn't wrap your ankles against Aljo, right?
We weren't allowed to in Boston, but yeah, I didn't wrap them. I didn't feel like I needed to either. Like, I felt my shit was good, but usually I like to get a little fucking.
And that probably gives him grip on his single legs and stuff.
Yeah. Before the fight, you're like, hey, let's not even give him that little bit. Because wrestling, like, I'll grapple or wrestle with really fucking high level wrestlers. We have so many fucking good guys we train with. Get in on a single leg, I'll limp leg out. But there's wrestlers are used to being able to, when someone tried to limp leg or use that shoe to kind of hold on. Mm-hmm. And fighting, they're just, unless you have your ankles wrapped. Who was the fight? I think it was Luke versus RDA. In between rounds, they took off his ankle wraps. Did that happen? I think it was right before we fought Aljo too. Took off the ankle wraps because he was using it as a little grip. Even that little tiny advantage.
It makes a difference.
Yeah,
it makes a difference. Like Eddie Bravo used to always say, like, you wear as much as you can on your legs. It'll make your guard more dangerous. Like in jiu-jitsu tournaments. Like, and in fighting, like Frank Mir used to try to wear these long-ass knee sleeves. Like, if you could wear long knee sleeves and shorts, a couple guys did. George Soteropoulos did that. He basically almost had pants on. Like, he had knee sleeves, and then above the knee sleeves, he had, like, tights where the shorts were. So there's so much friction, and that would aid you. And so if you've got that shit on your ankles, for sure, that's going to aid a guy grabbing your ankle, even if it's just for that minor adjustment, especially Aljo.
Fuck.
Yeah.
I was worried about that fight. I was like, this motherfuckers. Usually, even against, like, Peter Yan, I was like, okay, it's fucking, I can beat this dude. But Aljo, I knew I could beat Aljo too, but I was like, this dude's fucking dangerous. Like, he's fucking, especially the tear he's been on, just beat Henry Cejudo. So the dude's fucking in his prime. Like, this motherfucker's dangerous.
And to choke Sandhagen out the way he did.
Oh, that was one of my, like, when you think about fights going good or bad, one of the thinking about it bad, especially when you've seen it happen. Like, he can do that. He did it recently.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I just don't want to get embarrassed and just be that guy. Fucking, I just don't want. Corey's got to live with that forever,
Yeah.
and that sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, we all know how good Corey is, and like that probably wouldn't happen again. But it doesn't matter if it would or wouldn't happen again. It fucking happened.
I think sometimes when things like that happen, it just changes your approach to fighting and steals your mind. And I think that's what it did with him, and he just became way better.
Yeah.
Because the Corey Sandhagen that we think of now, like the guy who wheel kicked Marlon Moraes,
Yeah.
like that's a different Corey.
Frankie Edgar knee.
Frankie Edgar knee.
That's one of the nastiest.
He's an animal now. He's a fucking animal. He flows in there. You know, but like that fight, like, and then it's crazy. Like Marlon Moraes, dude. At one point in time, Marlon Moraes was the motherfucker.
Gosh, for like this long, it's all you get sometimes.
He was so big for the division and fucking super jacked, and his striking was nasty. Remember when he knocked out Aljo with that switch kick?
Yeah.
Ooh, his left high kick off the switch was beautiful.
Well, Aljo shot into his knee.
That's right.
Yeah,
And
he
they
shot
throw
into
it
a
at the
knee.
same time.
Ooh.
Thought
See
he
if you
was
can
dead.
find that, Jamie.
You know what's funny is I was actually at that fight, and I don't know where I was at in my career, but I think I was only one fight in maybe. But I was at that fight and watched that, and I hadn't really been to fights before. And I was just watching in the stands as like just a normal fucking, wasn't sitting in the UFC section. I was like, oh fuck!
He
I thought
died.
he was out for 5-10 million. It was scary.
Yeah, that's always the scary ones, right? When someone's running in and then the other guy catches them with a knee or a kick, like fucking Cyborg and Michael Venom Page.
Oh, that's gross.
Oh, that was the worst one ever.
That makes you
car
question.
crash.
That makes you question. Like, do I still want to
People
do this?
don't know what we're talking about. Michael Venom Page, who we were just talking about earlier, who's just so phenomenal, caught this guy Cyborg. Not Cyborg that you think of like Chris Cyborg, but her husband. Who's also Cyborg, which must have been a fucking confusing household.
Oh,
Yeah.
God damn.
And he crushed his skull. So with that, like him moving in and that knee landing perfectly,
The
it
pain he
literally
looks in.
fractured the front of his skull, and they had to have it. Look, he's got a dent in his skull. Look how shattered it was.
That's insane. That looks
Insane.
like a video game type shit.
Insane. Now, also, what does that do to your brain?
Yeah, that's
Like,
not good.
What's going on in there? And he was like, "I'll be back," and everybody's like, "Dude,
No.
hang on." I think that might be a wrap.
Yeah, especially if you have kids. Like I know once I had a baby, I'm like, you think a little bit different. It's like, okay,
Well, that's why you can't do ayahuasca.
not
So
yet.
you think of everybody as you. Yeah, just chew Adderall and punch people.
I've never done. Well, I think I might have done Adderall once.
I've
just
never
once.
done
But
it.
I'm like,
I'm
I don't
scared,
really
but I
need
think I
to.
like it.
Yeah,
Here it
exactly.
is. Here
Tim
it
always
is.
tries to get me doing it.
Yeah,
oh,
right.
Yeah.
Liar.
Oh my God, he went right into that. That was
Yeah.
a crazy one.
Yeah, and now he went on like a fucking 8-fight losing streak too, didn't he?
Yeah, you know what happened? Henry.
Yeah.
Henry got him in that second round. That is go to the first round. See if you can find Marlon Moraes versus Henry Cejudo round 1.
Yep.
Just find the fight and we'll watch the. So the first round, Marlon is fucking Henry's legs up.
Yeah.
I mean, he just looks incredible. He looks like a world champion Muay Thai fighter.
Yeah.
And then Henry made the adjustments. And
Marlon gassed the fuck out.
Yeah.
Oof.
But dude, he looks so good. It's just Marlon couldn't keep up the pace. And I often wondered, I wonder how much of it had to do with Marlon cutting weight. Because he was so big.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
that guy never looked like a 135-pounder. He always looked like a featherweight.
God, he's just so short though for the division too.
For bantamweight?
I mean, I guess not short for the division, but he's
No.
only. I mean, Henry's like fucking what, 5'3".
Yeah.
Henry's so fun. I feel like Henry's obviously good as fuck, but I feel like he thinks he's a little bit better than he is. When he was trying to teach Habib how to fucking throw kicks, and Habib, remember that video?
Yeah.
No, I've never seen that.
He was trying to teach Habib something, and he was like landing a kick with his foot on Habib's knee, and Habib's like, "What are you doing here?" It was just funny. But yeah, I remember watching this fight because I didn't know if I was gonna fight Henry or Aljo. I was kind of preparing for both, so I was watching. I remember watching this fight back, thinking, I was like, "Fuck, he made some good adjustments."
There was a good leg kick by Henry there, but Marlon caught him with some great counters. Like, look at that right there.
Yeah.
Just look at that counter left and then the right hand over the top, the left
Sharp.
body kick, sharp. And then starting to really put it on Henry in these exchanges. Like, every one of these exchanges, he's the guy who's getting off the harder shot. And that fucking switch kick he does is so pretty. That switch kick off the left leg, if you got a fast one, like an Edson Barbosa one, It's such a dangerous weapon. I never saw anybody throw it faster than Barboza.
Yeah, that dude's fucking slick. He's at 45 now, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
It is weird. Yeah.
I don't like when people go down like that.
It's hard. It's like Frankie when he went down later in his career. BJ went down. It's just like
Cub Swanson tried to go 35 for one fight too.
Yeah, it just crushes you. And especially as you get older, I think it's even more punishing and more difficult to come back 24 hours after such a brutal weight cut and fight.
Those weight cuts are not fucking good for
Remember
you.
not long ago, remember the commissions would start at 24 hours before the event would start?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That was right before I got in the UFC. I'm so fucking glad they changed that and we could weigh in at 9 a.m. It's a game changer.
Really
it's well, really what they should figure out how to do is not have weight cutting. Really the best thing to do would be to have more weight classes and to have just eliminate that whole bullshit. It's crazy.
I wonder what Aljo would fight at then, because like we were talking about earlier, that motherfucker gets up to 170 pounds. Like
I bet he'd fight at 165.
160. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's what I think he would fight at. I think that
He'd fight at
he would
155.
Actual 165-pound guys.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, I'm not disparaging anybody doing it because it's a part of the sport, but it's sanctioned cheating.
Yeah.
That's what it is. You're not really 135 pounds. Like Aljo's not 135 pounds.
I do find advantages in there because I know I'm doing it right. I know I'm doing it as scientific, as healthy as possible, and as disciplined as I possibly can. Where I know other guys aren't. Like I don't think Aljo did his weight cut better than I did, and the rehydration. I have the team around me to fucking make sure we're doing it perfect. To where I don't think a lot of fighters are. They're just doing it. I know how to make weight. I'm gonna fucking get it off, and I'm gonna fucking just.
How much of a relief is it for you when that's over, the camp's over, the fight's over, and then you just how long do you just eat whatever the fuck you want?
Well, yeah, in camp.
We just had Terry Black's barbecue.
Yeah. No, I definitely, especially when I'm traveling. It's not like if we're traveling, I'll get a cheeseburger. I'll fucking not be super disciplined. But when I go back home, I try to still keep it clean. Like we'll still eat, have something good for dinner. But right now I'm dealing with this little back injury, and I'm like, I know if I eat, the worse I eat, the longer it's gonna take to heal.
Right.
So I've been trying to, like this last week, I did like a 24-hour fast. I'm like, I don't need to eat. I'm not really working out. And then if I did eat, we were eating really clean. So, but after a fight, a couple weeks, I just don't give a fuck. But it's still not like Snickers and fucking Skittles and shit like that.
You see guys like Patty, who saying that like he's kind of really developed an eating disorder because it's like the cut is so hard that after it's all off, all he wants to do is eat whatever the fuck he wants and drink.
Yeah, even when you're full, it's like, but I don't have to make weight. So you mentally trick yourself, and there's definitely something there. Like you
got to crash diet 30 pounds in 8 weeks. You got to be so strict, and you got to train twice a day. So you're starving going to these sessions. So you for sure cause an eating disorder. 100%.
Yeah.
It only makes sense. I mean, because it's like how much, like wrestlers too, especially, like how much of your time is fixated on losing weight. It's like a big part. We had Kurt Angle on, which was an amazing podcast. Because did you listen to it?
Yeah.
When he was talking about how he weighed 199 pounds and he didn't want to cut weight to make 198, so he just wrestled heavyweight. He's like, I think I could beat him anyway. And I was like, what an animal.
Yeah.
So he's like, but plus, I ate whatever I wanted. I trained however I wanted. I was always recovering. There's something to that. Because like there was a video of him beating this dude who was 270 pounds in a wrestling match.
Yeah.
What a stud.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
What a stud. I don't need to lose a pound. Not even a pound.
Yeah.
Most people are like, I can lose a pound.
Yeah,
How hard is it to lose a pound?
That last camp, about 2.5, probably 3 weeks out, I had some meat that did not sit well with my stomach. I had diarrhea bad for like 10 days to the point where I was getting a little worried. I'm like, okay. Because I was looking stuff up, and it's like if you have diarrhea for like more than 2-3 days or whatever, it's like you probably got a parasite or some shit. For 10 days, every single night I would wake up 2 to 3 times. Right when I woke up in the morning, I have to fucking shit my brains out. It was, but my weight came down real fast. So I was like, well, I guess that's a benefit, because I was like 155, 156, and then by the end of those 10 days, I was walking around like 152. I was like, well, that worked out, but that sucked. Remember that?
I mean, it's crazy for that camp too, because usually we'd be working a lot on the wall, a lot of different stand-ups, a lot on our guard, developing the guard and omoplatas and stuff instead of giving up your back. But we literally didn't get to grapple. Zero.
Yeah,
5 weeks out.
6 weeks out to the day from the fight. But yeah, it could have been beneficial because we were doing a lot of mitts. I was just hitting mitts, shadow boxing.
Focusing on not getting grabbed. And what did you have it in your head saying, if I get grabbed, I'm dead?
It's life. Well, I was going into that fight when I was 100% healthy 6 weeks before the fight got announced. I'm like, it's life or death if he grabs me. Not because I don't think I can grapple, but that's the mindset I want. Because that's really going to make it to where I'm not going to let. And if he does grab me, I'm going to do everything I'm fucking capable of. That's why I feel like I got out of that so fast. Like, the longer we're here, the better it is for him. But yeah, so we went into that fight, life or death if he grabs me. And then when I got that injury, I was like, it's just that times fucking 10. I cannot let this motherfucker touch me.
So what was the extent of
I had a muscle strain in between my ribs, and I couldn't even get into like a light clinch. I don't know. It fucking just, yeah, it hurt so bad. I haven't even tried to grapple since the fight yet, too, because I'm dealing with this little back injury right now. So, but I'm hoping by now it should be good. The muscle strains are fucked.
The ones in between the rib are so hard. Like, and sometimes people tear the cartilage as well. Did you get an MRI?
I did get an MRI.
Yeah.
I didn't tear anything that I remember. I think it was just a muscle strain. But like, we gave it a couple weeks to say, all right, let's just see if it'll heal in a couple weeks, and then try to grapple again. Tried to grapple in just the littlest kind of together movement. Couldn't do it, which sucked because that was the fight I had the most mental demons going in, because I was like, I'd like to be able to grapple. You know, I'd like to be able to fucking grapple going in, because even for all fight week, I told the whole team, like, I don't want to do anything to where I feel this, because I'm in my mind it's fixed. I'm good. I haven't heard it in a couple weeks. I convinced myself that I was 100% fine. And so all fight week we didn't even clinch once. No zero exchanges.
That's like a Michael Jordan type athlete, though, just to have that kind of pressure going against this guy who's the best on the fucking planet, and just being in the moment and not worrying about that. I mean, fucking impressive.
Yeah, well, the result was amazing. That was probably one of the prettiest right hands I've ever seen in my life.
Floating back, too.
I mean, it's literally like Muhammad Ali, Sonny Liston. You know?
Yeah.
Steps back away, bam!
That was crazy. Yeah, in the TD Garden, too. That was cool. Boston. That was wild, because that was my first main event, and every time I fought, I always felt like it was a big deal on the card. Like, the Sugar Show was there, but when we were in Boston, that arena was 99% Sugar, 1% Aljo, if that. Like, the "fuck you Aljo" chants were louder than like them cheering me on. It was I felt bad at some point. I was like, oh god.
Isn't it crazy that it's all because of the way he won the title by disqualification, which is not his fault at all?
Yeah.
Not his fault at all. Other than that, everybody liked him.
It's crazy that
no one had any problem with him up until that fight. Like, everybody loved Aljo. Right. When he choked out Sandhagen, everybody loved Aljo. Like, Aljo was the fucking man. And then he gets fouled.
Yeah.
And legitimately got fouled. And his neck was fucked up before he went into that fight. He's had a fucked up neck. He has disc replacement in his neck. So he's got an artificial disc in his neck because of an injury that he had, and then Piotr Jan hits him with that fucking knee to the head on the ground.
It's crazy how that knee changed so many people. Like, my career, I ended up fighting Peter instead of Peter being champ, and just like, it's crazy how that one mistake Peter made, and now he's on a fucking 3-fight losing streak.
Crazy.
Or 4 maybe.
Crazy.
Yeah,
Song Yadong fight is that's not a gimme.
It's gonna be a sick fucking fight,
crack. Though. He keeps getting better too. Song Yadong keeps
He's young, right? 24, 25.
He got robbed recently in California.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I already saw him talking about it.
Scary shit, dude. At a gas station.
God, if only those guys knew. I mean, I guess if you got a gun, like, no, it doesn't much you can do, but
not much you can do.
We saw this weekend that one comedian died.
Yeah,
I didn't see that. Is comedians in depression? Is that a pretty common thing?
Oh yeah, for sure. I didn't know this guy, but everybody at the club last night was so sad.
Yeah,
a lot of he was my friend David Lucas's opening act. And, a lot of people knew him. It was a bummer. I did not know him, but he took his own life apparently.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's like there's a lot of the reasons why people want to do comedy is because they want a moment in their life where it's fun, and if they can make other people laugh, so at least for that moment, it would be fun. Like, this guy was one of the greatest of all time, Richard Jeni. He took his own life. He shot himself in the bathtub. And then he didn't die. They had to take him to the hospital.
No.
He died at the hospital, yeah. But he was one of the best comedians ever, and one just hated life. He was so depressed. Just the fact that everybody all the comics worshipped him. Like when he was in the room, everybody would come in and watch Jenny. Like, oh my God, Jenny's on stage. Let's go watch Jenny. He was so good. He did this one club in Long Island called Eastside Comedy Club. And this guy, Peter, who was the host, we were all sitting around after the show. And Peter was depressed. I said, why are you depressed? He goes, he did 4 different hours. He goes, he did 2 different hours on Friday and 2 different hours on Saturday and just destroyed. And you would think a guy who's that good at the top of his game, just killing it. Like, the guy's on the top of the world. He's probably so happy. Everybody loves him. Meanwhile, guy kills himself. Yeah.
I was watching this Deion Sanders little documentary on YouTube, and he tried to kill himself after like winning the Super Bowl.
Whoa.
Yeah, I tried to drive his car off a cliff. Like,
oh my God.
Yeah, that was great. I didn't really know much about Deion Sanders prime time, but that dude fucking played in the MLB and NFL at the same time in the same seasons. He was signing like one-off contracts to go play with the fucking teams. Then he'd fly in a helicopter to the football game. That was a fucking. I didn't realize how good of an athlete he was.
Imagine a guy like that taking up MMA.
Yeah.
Right? You know, because there's like calibers of athletes that I think just automatically go into the NFL or the NBA or the, you know, they go where the real money is.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, they don't have that desire to fight. Some people just have this desire to fight.
Yeah.
And some guys they're just competitors. But if you can get one of those like super elite NFL running back guys, there's guys out there that are freaks.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what Deion weighed. Like, he probably wasn't like he doesn't look huge. Yeah, he would have been a. But fighting, you just gotta. There's something just different than competing in NFL. I mean, I don't know. There's some crazy motherfuckers that compete in the NFL, like Ray Lewis. Those guys just want to fucking take your head off.
Yeah.
NFL, that was my first love, my first dream, my first like. That's what I wanted until I realized. I'm just a little fucker. That isn't happening. But I wanted to run out every Sunday with the boys and like.
Wow.
But damn it, maybe in another life.
It's weird with those people that get those high highs. Like, not many people experience the depression that comes after it.
I think
how to deal with it.
What goes up comes down. So even after the fights, I try not to like fucking get too excited because I know it's like just try to kind of live that around that zero, like right around where it's balanced.
Yeah, just stay calm.
Just kind of stay there. But I mean, yeah, no, it is hard because those highs all fight week. Everyone wants to fucking talk to you. You're the fucking man. And then you win. And then it's like the next week you're just kind of at home, just like sitting around. It's like, whoa. It is weird.
But then the plunges and stuff help you.
Yeah, having to fucking learning how to deal with that stuff and still working out. Having to work out. It's crazy because I haven't worked out really much since the last fight. Just trying to heal everything up, prepare for, kill next year.
Are you saying the plunges mentally? The plunges help you mentally?
I think so, for sure.
Cold plunge?
Yeah. I think mentally, I don't know what it is about it, but I think what it is just not wanting to do it and then fucking doing it and getting out. There's something about that. And then the physical benefits and all that shit. But the plunges definitely fucking help me mentally just stay fucking kind of grounded.
Yeah. I mean, the happiness you get from training fucking hard and then doing the plunge, knowing it's good for you and how good it makes you feel. It's like, there's just something about it, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it just wrings all the bullshit out of your brain.
Yeah.
Just all the dumb shit that's in there that like you would just let bounce around if you didn't work out or if you didn't cold plunge or something like that.
I feel like the morning routines too. Like I notice because right after the fights, my discipline of because I'm just like all out 100% discipline. I'm gonna do what I need to do to perform that night. But right after the fight, the next week or two, I'm like, I'm gonna just fucking kind of just maybe lay in bed a little bit longer. But once you get back into my morning routine, where I got my red light, my PEMF machine, my cold plunge. All that stuff, and I just do that. I go in there for like 30 minutes in the morning, just fucking prepare for the day. You ever use those PEMF machines?
No, what is it?
Fucking pulse electric magnetic field, is that what it's called?
Yeah, it's like 2 mats. I mean, I saw it on Tony Robbins. He was waking it up one day, did a mat, and it covers, and it pulses all these like electrical through you, boom, 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 gets the cells moving and stuff. Good for inflammation in the body.
I fucking love it.
You feel the difference?
I fucking love it. I really do. I like it.
Do you like the experience of just doing it, or do you like the benefits?
I like the way it feels too.
Does it feel
and
cool?
I do feel like it does feel kind of cool, but it's I feel like there's benefits. I feel like the cells, especially if you read the benefits and then you really kind of just tell yourself like, okay, this is what's happening.
Scotty from Mexico told us about it and told us how good
CPI.
it was.
Scotty Nelson.
Yeah. With inflammation stuff. So we looked into it. We got some pretty high-powered machines. But we were hanging out with Dana a couple weeks ago, and just both you guys just have such like this good high energy. It's like motivating to be around.
For sure.
It's fucking pretty badass.
Especially seeing you kill on stage, and then even before, like having that good energy, and you already did a show, and then you're in the green room, fucking just feel like it's you don't see many guys even younger than you or our age that have that energy. It's fucking it's powerful to be around. Like being around Dana too, just fucking
he's healthy.
Fires
now.
you up.
He's healthy.
Yeah.
One of the things I always tell comics is because a lot of comics they eat poorly, they don't exercise, they're lazy. I always tell them like you have more energy. Like your body is your vehicle for carrying you through life. It's not a vanity thing. Like it could be a vanity thing, but don't think about it that way. Think about it like you can actually soup up your race car. You want something that can do things that other ones can't. Like have the energy to do 2 shows easy.
Yeah.
There's no problem. I did 4 shows last night.
Jesus.
So I did 2 shows in the little room. So I did two of those improvised shows, the bottom of the barrel shows, and then I did 2 hours in the big room.
Damn, that's fucking sweet. I can see how just being in that green room, like crave that every night, just or at least a couple times a week. Just going in there, bullshitting with the guys, watching some comedy. That was so fun to be around.
Well, I was telling Sugar, I'm like, because how old are you now?
56.
56. We're like, bro, that's going to be us when we're 56. Healthy, revving up, ready to fucking go.
I'm a canary in the coal mine, kids.
Take a
I'm
pic.
hoping when I'm 56, I'm fucking revving up like that.
Well, when you're 56, you won't be fighting.
Nope.
So when you're 56, you can take testosterone and peptides, and that's the big thing. The big thing is that people don't want to do that because they think it's cheating. Like, listen, you don't have much time. This life goes by really quick.
Yeah.
I was your age, when I came to Hollywood, and it seemed like almost like yesterday.
Just fucking goes by.
All of a sudden, obviously it doesn't, because when you look back at those memories and who you used to be, it's interesting to compare yourself, but at the end of the day, it doesn't stop.
Yeah.
Every day comes whether you wanted to or not. You can't hit pause. It doesn't exist. So it just goes and goes and goes, and if you fucking slip, and if you let it go, if you don't do what you should do,
that's what
you'll have a life of regret.
That's what I'm trying to remind myself too. I'm 28 right now. I got in the UFC when I was 22, so it's like it's already been that long. I basically have that time again until I'm probably gonna retire and be done. And it went by so fast.
Yeah.
And I need to make sure too right now, especially because you get so many opportunities to go do things, but to just keep reminding myself, what's the goal, just to fucking keep training, and for the next 6-7 years, just be as fucking good as I can be, because I'm going to be fucking 40 and going, God damn it.
Do you think you'll know when to stop? Do you think, do you have like an idea in your head? Like, is it a number, or is it when your body just doesn't feel it anymore?
I would like to, I mean, if all goes well, I think if I'm healthy, it's going to be hard. If I'm healthy, it will be hard to stop fighting. But
why would you stop if you're healthy?
That's a good point. I mean,
I would want you to stop if I see performance slipping.
Yeah.
There's something about when you watch fights as much as I watch fights, and you've seen certain guys for as long as I see, I kind of have like it's almost like I know what they do, so I see them, and I have like a mold that I can put them in.
Mm-hmm.
So like when I see guys moving different, and I see guys slowing down, and I see guys throwing 1-2 and then not reacting on the counter shot and not throwing the counter kicks, is his legs gone? Is his knees fucked? Why is he moving? I start to see it. And they look kind of the same, like the same guy, but in my mind, in the mold, these things don't fit anymore. So I go, okay, there's been a change.
What about Izzy's last fight? Because I don't think he's necessarily. He looked like that last fight. He looked like he was stuck in the mud.
Yeah.
But I don't know if he's.
We talked about that
last
night. That might have been an issue. This could be multiple issues. It could be just a weird physical thing. Maybe he just woke up and he just didn't feel good, which does happen.
Yeah.
It would suck a fat dick if that happened on a world title fight against a guy who's been talking mad shit about you, calling you a slut for China.
Oh my God.
But it can happen to people where you're just flat.
Yeah. I'd be curious to see him come back. I know.
Also, before we say any of that, Sean Strickland looks so fucking good.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was Izzy being flat. It might be that he underestimated him.
Yeah.
Chris Curtis says, like, all the time people come in, good-ass kickboxers come in, and Sean Strickland just frustrates them, pressures them so much, doesn't let off the gas pedal, defends all their hard shots, and keeps pressuring them. He says he makes a lot of guys look bad like
sweet.
that.
Dude, I think he's also got that front kick to the body off the left leg that people aren't talking about. Like, that was so important. It was so important because he's standing like this straight up, and you don't know when it's coming, and every now and then he's stabbing you in the gut.
Yeah.
And he doesn't throw a lot of kicks, but he throws a very effective left front kick, and his fucking checks are on the money.
Yeah, you could tell Izzy, like, you could almost hear it even on the TV. Like, he'd land those stabbing kicks. And, like, fucking,
And that motherfucker spars like that so often that he's composed.
It's just another day.
It's another day. He doesn't get tired. In the 5th fucking round, like, I was watching his stomach in between rounds, flat. Just standing there, drinking water, flat. Like 50, 60 beats a minute. I'm like, this is crazy. This guy's calm and relaxed in the 5th fucking round of his first world title fight against one of the greatest of all time. A guy who just dominated and had that incredible speech.
Yeah.
You know, one time. I want you to feel this one time in your life.
That was probably the coolest moment for me ever when he knocked out
crazy.
Pereira.
Yeah.
Oh, it was
fucking
crazy. The arrows, come on.
God.
Greatest
Shit had me
celebration.
Fired up.
Greatest celebration of all time.
That was good. That was
You
fucking
made me want to cry for him. Like,
Did you see DC posted how many UFCs he headlined? And it was fucking insane within like 5-6 years.
Maybe that had a factor too. Maybe it's just an
sure.
overload factor. Maybe he takes 6 months off, gets recharged.
Well, I was talking to UFC recently, and we just bullshit, and they're like, Izzy's constantly, same with Volkanovski, asking, let me fight. I asked him, I said, you think he's going to want to chill for a little bit? And they're like, fuck no. I could call him tomorrow and say, hey, you want to fight on MSG? And he'd say, yes, please.
Like, how much is his 5-round training camps changing after the 8th one?
Yeah, do you still fucking do what you did in the first
They go
one?
hard over there at City Kickboxing. That is an amazing gym.
Yeah, Eugene seemed like a
Behrman
cool
is
motherfucker.
The fucking man.
He's got to be up there with the
He's
greatest.
the fucking man.
Yeah.
And he's so calm and composed and rational.
Yeah.
The way he gives corner advice, the way he talked, even in the post-fight press conference when he talked about it. You know, it's like he's... Hey, Canada. So 2024 is going to be your year, huh? The year you finally start exercising, stop eating junk food, stop looking at porn. Well, you might be able to fool your friends, but you definitely can't fool your internet provider. They can see all your naughty late-night searches. In fact, they've got a naughty list on all of us about a mile long, except for me, of course, because I use ExpressVPN. Most people don't realize this, but private mode doesn't keep your activity private. Your internet provider can see all the websites that you've ever clicked on. And you know who else can see everything? Whoever owns the Wi-Fi that you are using, like your boss, your school, or even your parents. But because I use ExpressVPN, all my traffic gets rerouted through an encrypted server, so all my browsing activity stays between me and my God. ExpressVPN's app works on all of my devices, so whether I'm on my phone, my tablet, laptop, whatever, I'm always protected. And best of all, ExpressVPN is super easy to use. All you have to do is tap one button to turn it on, and you are protected. So give yourself the gift of privacy with my personal favorite VPN. Visit expressvpn.com/Rogan and get 3 extra months for free. That's expressvpn.com/ROGAN. expressvpn.com/Rogan. He's so composed. He's so good.
There's a cool video when I fought Peter, going into from the first round going into the second round, for Tim saying, hey, when you're southpaw, feint low, throw that left hand over the top. In the first minute into that, you literally see it play by play of what I did, the crack Peter, boom. And then the second round going into the third round, Tim was like, trust that knee up the middle, it's there. And that's what fucking cut Peter. So corner advice is fucking huge. And a lot of the times you watch fights and you hear corners like just talking to talk because they feel like they have to say something. So they're just kind of just making shit up instead of like saying something that's fucking truly going to be important, not over talking, saying what you need to fucking say, and then let the corner breathe. I'm not trying to listen to a fucking a bunch of shit. Tell me a couple things that I need to know, and then let me get my fucking heart rate down. That's what Tim does a really good job of.
Well, you guys have such an amazing relationship because you were both there at the very beginning. Like
Yeah.
when the two of you came in 5 years ago, I'm like, what a cool thing you guys have going on. Because Tim is so knowledgeable and
Yeah.
so focused, and also a great martial artist himself. So he's watching all these aspects of your training with another mind, like an objective mind that's not experiencing it outside of it, looking at all the aspects of what you need to do. And because you guys sync together so well, it's such a massive advantage, man.
I feel like it truly is. Yeah, when I see other coaches out there and fighters, I just feel like even if they've got a good relationship, it's like we hang out every single fucking day. We podcast together. We do everything together. We'll go grab lunch, hang out with our girls together, travel, and do everything together, train together. And it's just, I feel like there's like a chemistry there that a lot of fighter coaches don't have. Because we're like best friends too. It's not like coach. But yeah, in the training room when we're hitting mitts, sparring days, it's like, we turn that on and it's good.
It must be awesome for you, Tim, because you took a giant risk in your life doing this, dedicating yourself to one athlete, and other athletes too. But I mean, it's like a big thing, man. You did.
Yeah, I think I've just loved the sport and loved martial arts and all the different arts so much, and then getting to live with Robert Follis and seeing another guy who's so passionate about it, and
I miss that dude.
Get to live with him and saw it, looked up to him so much. I'm like, I feel like I'm literally living my dream job. So I feel lucky.
That's so awesome.
Yeah, you naturally were always, because when you were still fighting. You were like still trying to get into UFC. You were in Bellator. You went on Ultimate Fighter. But every time I had a fight coming up for like a couple weeks, you'd kind of switch into coach mode. Like without us, it just kind of naturally happened. It wasn't really planned. It was like, all right, now you're in the corner. Now you're the coach.
Such a cool situation.
It just happened. It just literally fucking happened. And he'd hold mitts for me, and it's fucking wild.
Yeah. Again, though, it's like it doesn't matter how good of a coach you got. Like the athletes that can go in there, be in the moment, be calm, and make it happen. It's like that is so fucking rare. And I don't know where that came from with you, but I remember seeing you when you're 17 years old, kickboxing in the cage, and you looked comfortable in there, like you were just having fun. And then I saw him when I was 18. I saw him fight this wrestler, still just having fun in there, and that's when I invited him down. And every single fight, like even you said against Aljo, like how were your nerves? Or Peter Yan in Abu Dhabi, who butchers people. He doesn't just beat people; he fucking cuts them and beats the fuck out of them. And you were just stone cold in the locker room.
It's crazy too. When we were coming up, it was $330 a month rent a piece. We had this shitty apartment. Just fucking, those memories were so crazy. They're so vivid too, and it was so much fun. We just stayed in this shitty apartment. I had never lived with anybody other than my parents, so he had to like, hey dude, do your fucking dishes. I'm like, oh yeah. He didn't know how to do laundry. My mom did all that shit for me, so it was like, yeah, that's crazy.
It's been a crazy climb.
Yeah, it has been.
It's so hard in the beginning because you're not sure if it's going to work out.
It's weird. I was so fucking positive.
Really?
Even telling him when I was 18, 19 years old when I moved down, I said, I'm going to be I'm going to be in the UFC. I'm going to be a fucking superstar. And he would be like,
I would just think this kid has no fucking idea how good people are. Wait till he feels how good people are.
I was delusional for sure.
Do you think it's good to be delusional?
I do. I think a little bit of delusion is an important ingredient in the recipe of success, because I might have been too delusional, but I also got very humbled a lot too. Like I would get humbled and I would be like, God, this is not what but then for whatever reason I'd come back to me and be like, no, I'm going to be fucking world champ. I'm going to be one of the biggest stars in the UFC. But I remember telling him that even like when I first moved down. And but yeah.
Well, I remember when I first met you, when we first started talking, I couldn't believe you didn't have a background in traditional martial arts.
Yeah.
Because you throw kicks so well. I was like, he looks like a karate guy. Like that was assuming you had maybe when you were a kid you did karate or taekwondo.
Basketball, football, baseball, soccer, every different sport all year round since I was probably 5, 6 years old. Just constantly being an athlete, doing athletic stuff, I feel like helped develop I do think too some people just have this this ability to fight. I just understand fighting, like distance, feints, that stuff came so natural to me. Like it just, like when I first started fighting, I was feinting. I didn't know I was feinting. I was just fighting, and it just happened so fucking natural. I think some people just have that ability.
Yeah, well, I definitely think the background and athletic helps.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make a fighter.
No.
The fighter thing is like some guys can do it and some guys can't do it, and it's and you can't predict it. And some guys can do it up until like level 8 or level 9, like the Marlon Moraes guys.
Yeah.
They get real close. But for whatever reason, in those moments, those chaotic moments, they can't keep it together.
Fuck. Yeah. I mean, I still got to go out there and prove it. I think once you become champ, it's like, are you champ till you got to defend the belt. You got to defend the fucking belt.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to that. I really, really did truly want to fight in December, like when I called out Cheeto in December. But then they talked to UFC and they kind of already had. They were trying to get Colby Leon together, and they didn't. I asked them. They want me to main event my own show, which I think is fucking dope. I'm down with that. So, yeah,
that's
definitely.
a good litmus test too. Let's see what those numbers are, because Cheeto's pretty famous too. That's a big fight.
Yeah, I'm really hoping they fucking just say, let's fucking do it.
What do you think that would be for? Like when?
I'm ready. I mean,
it can't be December.
No.
So what is the next big card after
I'd
that?
say I think UFC 300's in April. I would say I mean, that would be a sweet card to be on, but again, they're not gonna.
Where are they doing that? Vegas? Kind of
probably. Yeah.
Should.
Yeah.
Just do it in
Yeah.
Vegas.
So I'm gonna guess before that, before UFC 300, because they're not gonna put. They'll probably do something like they're doing with John, like have a super card, but only have to pay out, one champion. So I'm assuming they'll probably do something like that.
It's funny that you think about it that way. 'Cause
I've been thinking like that.
Until you said that, I never considered it. Oh yeah, that other fight, neither one of those guys is a current world champion, even though it's for the title.
Yep.
They don't get a piece of the pay-per-view.
I've been having like a business kind of mindset, getting into fighting early on, like thinking about numbers and brand deals and when I get to this position, what I'm going to ask for at the UFC. And because I go and sit down with Hunter and do our own negotiations and stuff, and it's fun. I enjoy that aspect of fighting. I enjoy the business side of it, to where a lot of fighters don't. They're like, here, I'll just pay someone to fucking do it for me. But I've always been excited about that. I've always wanted to be into the entrepreneur type stuff.
Well, that's great that you enjoy it, because for some fighters, it's like a labor.
Yeah.
And they don't do it. But if you're excited about it, that's awesome, because that's definitely a smart thing. And, just the ability to promote, just promoting fights, like that is such a factor. There's so many guys that are really talented, but for whatever reason, the public's not captivated by them. And so they just never quite hit their potential in terms of like revenue.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, it's crazy now with all the social media guys fighting now and making bank, and it's their
the
first,
boxers.
second, third
Jake
fight.
Paul's
It's like,
the fucking
whoa,
man. Like what he's done is
100%.
pretty amazing.
Crazy.
So is that Dylan Danis fight off with Logan Paul?
I saw him tweet fucking him out piece or something, but then I seen someone confirm that he didn't pull out. But that motherfucker, he's been calling it since day one. He said there's no way that motherfucker's showing up. But he hasn't pulled out yet.
Well, if he doesn't show up, how is he making money?
That's what I was wondering.
What does it say?
I don't know
Man
if-
can't take a break off Twitter without people thinking I'm pulling out.
Well, his fucking tweet. He's a yeah.
Well, he's a great troll.
Yeah,
He is.
He's
I
good.
mean, he's doing it. I mean,
Well,
for a guy that's last time he fought was in Bellator. Like when? How long ago?
Yeah,
was that?
probably 4 or 5 years
Yeah.
ago. But for Logan's girl to sue him, lawsuits, lawyers, that shit, there's nothing more fucking stressful and frustrating than that, going through that stuff. And Dylan probably doesn't have a lot of cheddar. So now he's getting sued. He has to hire a lawyer, and those lawyer bills add the fuck up. So I bet he's fucking stressing.
Look at this. He's sparring with Alex Pereira. That's very interesting.
Yeah, Alex being real nice to him.
Yeah, real nice. By the way, yeah, real nice. And you're only going to learn so much in a certain amount of time.
Right.
I mean, it's not like Dylan is an absolutely terrible striker.
Yeah.
But he's not a striker.
Yeah.
He's an elite grappler. His grappling is fucking amazing. I mean, he's really fucking good.
Yeah.
Man. On the ground, he's sensational. That kid has some fucking serious jiu-jitsu. But it's just he's not known for being a boxer.
No.
It's like the Ben Askren situation.
Yeah.
Jake Paul offers you more money probably than he made his entire UFC career for a boxing match after you've had a hip replacement. You're like, fuck it, I'm in. So he comes in looking like a guy who delivers milk.
We were there.
Gut and
I was
tits.
there.
Oh, yeah.
That was crazy. That was crazy. Did I say trending in Texas, North Korea? Is that what that said on Twitter?
What's going on in North Korea?
Oh, I don't know. It sounds fun.
Oh, Jesus. Don't freak me out.
Yeah, I'll see when I click it if anything interesting pops up.
Jesus. I'm so scared.
Yeah, I think the story of the day with there's a American soldier that
Oh, that
crossed
guy.
and he's now back in American custody. So that story is just
Yeah, some guy, they were going to arrest him. He said, fuck you, I'm going to North Korea. And he escaped from South Korea and went across the border.
Jesus.
And they gave him back. That's how annoying that dude is.
Still, one of the craziest pods. It was having that girl from North Korea on, the one with big titties.
Yeonmi Park, yeah. The
Heavies. That pod fucking still just like that was hard to listen to.
She's so small, man. She's
Yeah.
so, because she's starved her whole life. Her body's so frail. Like when you shake her hand, it's almost like you're worried you're gonna break her hand. They're these tiny little hands. Like you shake her hand, it's like so gentle, just like a bunch of little sticks covered by skin.
And she's so smart. I was like, God
brilliant.
damn.
Brilliant lady, and boy, does she have some like cautionary tales of what happens when you give the government control. Because the way their country worked is they said, we're going to take the land away from the farmers so that everyone will have food. We'll just grow the food for everyone. And then they're like, no, we're not. Once they took the land away, they're like, no, you got to eat what we tell you to. You got to do what we tell you to. Wear what we tell you to.
That's crazy. It's going on today.
Right
like,
now.
it fucking makes no sense.
Yeah, that's the thing that people need to understand when they think about dictators. Like we don't have to worry about that. This is America. We're a democracy, right? But all over the world's run by dictators. Like all over the world, it's happening right now where people live in horrific conditions.
Do they think they're living good though?
They think in North Korea they don't know. Some people don't know because they have no control of the internet. Like the government controls everything. And the people really believe that the rest of the world is jealous of North Korea. And North Korea is perfect and amazing and
hole in ones.
It's like a big religion.
Yeah. Well, it's a cult. And when the father died, when Kim Jong-un died, they all had to mourn him. And if you didn't mourn him enough, you would get arrested and put you in jail. Like there was like a certain amount of time. So there's like performative mourning. So if you see like there's videos of performative mourning for Kim Jong-un's death. So there's all these people outside in public in North Korea just performatively crying and moaning and
like a porno.
Like you have to do it. Maybe porno is more honest. Because I would imagine if you're actually having sex. What's that?
Can I spark up on with Jays?
Yeah. So I would imagine if you're actually, a person having sex, it probably feels really good. So you don't really have to fake it. You just have to ignore that there's a camera there.
Tim's used to girls having to fake it when he's having sex with them.
You're right, bitch.
Sounds like your fucking gym.
God, how much is like social media these days affecting like marriage? I wonder what the percentage of like success rate in marriage is going to be in about 5 years.
That's a really good question because I was watching YouTube the other day and a clip popped up that I didn't watch, but it was Lex Friedman had some guy on, and the guy was explaining how Instagram is essentially an infidelity accelerating machine. Because if you think of like how many, I know guys who are married and their wife's page is all their wife sticking their titties out and sticking their butt out. It's literally the whole page is like these girls. And I'm not talking about girls who are like professional fitness influencers that are just showing how good their body is. I'm just talking about just regular gals. Like if you're a professional fitness person and maybe you train people or something like that, yeah, of course you should show your body. That's what everybody wants.
Yeah.
You're literally advertising by, look, I did this to me, I can help you do this to you. But some of them are just ass and titties and like, do you like my feet? Like it's like, and like they're married, right? So they're getting bombed on the DMs like constantly. And if something goes wrong in the marriage, they have like probably so many options. Like pro athletes are DMing them, and who knows,
God, same with the guys too.
100%.
How easily those relationships are just available.
When I was talking about that last night with the dating apps, like when someone in one of those bottom of the barrel shows, one of the questions was Hinge, which was a dating app. And I was like, how much are you going to be invested in trying to figure somebody out if you've got like 100 people that you swiped on that are also ready to go? And you could just like leave this date sucks. Like text this person like, hey, something just came up. I just got out of a meeting. Dude, you want to go have a late drink? And then you go meet that person. Like, all right, we're trying again. And then if you're really that person, that's like, it's got to be addictive like everything else on social media is addictive.
Yeah.
So, and addicted to just meeting people and just swiping and they all look hot. Like, let's fucking go.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
I mean, marriage
Yeah.
is such a tough, crazy thing. Do you know a lot of people that have successful marriages?
I know people that have successful marriages. I wouldn't say I know a lot. I think, look, what is the divorce rate? We
Like
know
40-something%?
I think it's higher. I think the national divorce rate is close to 50%. And Chris Rock always had a great bit about that. He goes, and that's just the people that had the courage to get out. How many cowards
That's the
stay
truth.
and suffer?
Especially when they have kids and they're just staying
Yeah.
together, being miserable with kids,
Yeah.
and they don't even know those kids are sitting there looking at how they interact with each other. It's just
Yeah.
affecting them.
They just feel the interactions if it's not genuine.
Yeah,
It's
they
just
do.
there for the kids. Like, fuck.
Yeah, if they feel like a bitterness between them, and then they'll identify future relationships like that too. You know, that's like a scary thing about people who grow up in like abusive households. Like if the mother and father are abusive to each other and verbally abusive to each other, then they'll probably pattern that as they get older, and they just think you're supposed to like fight and then make up, fight and then make up, and then people get caught up in that cycle of fighting and make up because it feels good to make up. You know, and the makeup sex is amazing, but the fighting part is just like people get brutal. They insult each other and break each other down.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah, we're so lucky because I've been with my girl almost 13 years now, and you've been with Danny for almost 10.
Yeah.
But I bet being like the star you are now, trying to find a chick that, I mean, the guys that are stars, trying to find actual love.
Yeah, it'd be tough.
it's possible. I think it's probably easier if you're a guy to find a good girl than you're for a girl to find a good guy.
Well, yeah.
I would think so, because, I mean, to be sexist and to talk in sexist terms, women think of a man as a provider, right? So you want a guy who can keep it together, right? You want a guy who you're going to have children. You're going to want a guy who's going to be able to keep it together financially, be stable, be disciplined, do all the things he's going to do, not fall apart, not become a drug addict, not fucking do something really stupid and lose his job, and not like just give up because of that, and then everybody gets on welfare. Like, you have to like count on someone unless you want to work yourself. So there's this like evolutionary aspect, and I think it's hard. Like, if you're a guy, what do you want out of a woman? I want her to be nice.
Fat
I want her
ass.
to be interesting,
Yeah.
fat ass, all the physical things. Of course. But you want her to be a good person, a
Yeah.
nice person. I don't need him to be successful.
Yeah.
Like, no guy cares. Like, I do not care at all. Like, I would
Yeah.
not care at all. Like, if I was a single guy and I met a gal and she was like a bartender, I wouldn't like, oh, just a bartender.
Yeah.
Well,
That's a good point.
You know how many businesses? Like, no one cares. No one cares. Like, are you nice? Are you nice? Are you cool? You fun to be with? Do I enjoy spending time with you? Then who cares? So, but a woman like Taylor Swift is not going to marry a bartender.
Right?
It's
You know what
fucking
I mean?
so
Like,
true.
bitch, get the fuck out of here. I sell out stadiums.
Yeah.
What do? You make drinks
Well,
for
that's
people?
why she's talking with that Travis Kelce guy. That fucking got to do something big time.
They're going to share vaccines.
That's a good point. Never thought about that.
Yeah, who knows? It's I think it's a tougher road for a woman to find a good man. That's what I think.
Yeah.
If I'm guessing. Because I don't know that many good men. I know a lot of cool women.
Yeah.
In terms of like the overall number of men that I know, like how many of them are going for it?
Yeah.
I'm lucky. I know a lot of cool people.
Yeah.
And I meet a lot of cool people. But just like general folks, like how many of these general folks are keeping it together?
Just lazy fucks.
A lot of lazy fucks.
There are a lot of. I feel like comedians. Is there a lot of lazy comedians that are kind of naturally funny that could be way better that just kind of just get by with the little funniness that?
There's that. There's some guys that are talented and they don't apply themselves enough.
Because Hans, we were talking to Hans Kim, and he was like, Kill Tony makes him kind of have to fucking a minute every week to where he can't be lazy.
Yeah.
But he said if he didn't, he would probably be lazy.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy that you just know that, well, I'd probably be lazy, that mindset.
weird.
You got to
People-
work out with Hans and you see what we're talking about.
Hans is fucking.
He goes to the gym and it's like, you lazy bitch. What are you doing? Go to work.
Hans is so funny.
People don't like correlate the two, like creativity and health. I don't think they have anything to do with each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that mind-body thing. Like people who concentrate only on the mind think the body's frivolous and they don't care what they look like. And then people concentrate only on the body. They're not thinking about their mind. But they're interconnected. It's your being. Your being is your body and your mind. They're all contained in the same vessel, and if you can keep that vessel healthy and happy and keep it like on track, you'll have a better life.
Is there a certain time when you have your like best ideas and stuff?
At night. Almost always at night. But sometimes in the morning. Sometimes I'll spark a fucking duba right when I wake up and start writing. Like, it just depends on how I feel. Like, I do allow, as long as I get my work done, what I need to get done, like exercise and writing and all that stuff, I'll allow it sometimes to happen at different times. So sometimes I wake up in the morning and I just wake up and I'm like, I gotta write right now. I got some ideas. And then I'll, get high and sit in front of the computer for a couple hours. And sometimes it's coming after the club. Like, some of the best shit I've ever written is like I went off stage, I got home, and I just sat down and started going over ideas and then come up with things.
God, that's so sweet that that's your club. When we were watching last night on the balcony looking down at you performing in your club, I was like, that's fucking so sweet.
Cool.
That's so sweet. That's like a dream come true. Like,
it's not even a dream I ever had.
Really, it just happened?
I had to do it once we got here. So I needed to get the fuck out of L.A. The George Floyd riots were happening. They're defunding the police. They're telling you can't do stand-up. You can't go to restaurants. You can't do anything. And I was starting to get really sketched out. And I've always at the time, my youngest kids were 10 and 12, which I felt like is the age that you can still move them and they'll be okay. When you start moving kids at 15 and 16, they really resent it because they're like socially connected to their friends. They're going to a high school. If they like their high school and they like their friends, it sucks. So it was perfect. They met friends early. It was like the people here are so friendly. And it was like immediate. I was like, I love it here. I love it here. I feel so home. But there was no real comedy club. There was this place, the Vulcan, but the sound sucked, and it was like there was always issues. And so we used the Vulcan as a place to practice, and it was good because then we would go on the road on the weekends. We were doing arenas and all these comedy shows. But right away, I was like, I need to open up a club. And Ron White told me to buy the building that was owned by the Cult.
We're gonna watch that after.
I love cult shows.
Cult shows are good, motivating.
I almost owned that building. I was under contract for that building. If it wasn't for their issues.
I feel like the one you got's fucking
Way better.
perfect. Because was it on the same street or was it
No, that's the one that I had is on this big property. It's way off the beaten path.
Oh, this is perfect. Then,
Yeah.
huh?
Oh yeah, this is perfect because I'm getting all the people that are in the hotels downtown. They can just walk there. All the foot traffic, and on 6th Street in front of my club at Friday and Saturday, they shut the whole street down.
Bro, Tuesday night last night, I was like, what the fuck? Feels like a weekend. It was crazy. The line out the door was insane.
Always.
That's so fucking sweet.
And we've revitalized that area.
That's sweet.
And so other stuff is booming there too. And there's a big development company that's bought off. They bought up a giant chunk of 6th Street, and they have all these amazing plans. So it's really exciting.
Was it stressful building that place out?
I mean, what's stressful is being poor.
I was gonna say
Stressful is coal mining to feed your kids, and you're worried you're getting black lung.
Right.
Like what I had to do was complicated, but I wouldn't say it was stressful because it didn't hurt me financially. Like I knew that it's very rare. It's like sometimes things happen in life where you go, God, if I don't do this, who's gonna? I get it. Who's gonna do it other than me? Like it seems like the world wants me to do this.
That's why I knocked out Aljo.
So it's just, I felt like, look, this is the thing to do. I open up a badass comedy club. At the same time, all my friends that worked for the Comedy Store were unemployed because the Comedy Store had shut down. And so they weren't getting any money. And I was like, how about I just hire you guys, move y'all out here, and let's build a club together.
That's so
That's
sweet.
what we did.
Fucking insane.
And we did it the right way.
Yeah. It was so fun hanging up there, like David Lucas, William, Hans, Tony, just like feeling like a part of the group for a little bit. It was fucking really fun. That was a good time.
It's a real fun. It's like if you could hang with your boys and have like the best night of your life, a point where like you're thinking about it months later. We do that every night.
Belly laughing
every night. And it's all professional comedians. So we're all constantly talking shit and laughing, but it's almost like podcasts too, because the conversations will segue into interesting things, and someone will bring something up, and they'll be all talking about it. And we're playing music and
Heading down to Mitzi's after was fun. The
Yeah.
bar, like that was really fun too. Not usually go to
Just
bar.
makes it that much more sweet. There's just no phones too.
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
something
that's
about
cool.
it.
I like that. Being able to take the phones away and lock those things up, that's fucking sweet.
yeah, people don't like it, but man, it makes you pay attention, and it makes the experience way better.
Yeah.
It makes
And
it
if you
better for
accidentally
everybody.
say a little something, you're all right.
Yeah.
It just makes it better for everybody. That's what they have to understand. Like, people are reluctant to do it, but listen, it's better for the art form. It's better for you. Just go and have a good time.
Yeah. I
Just
like
go
how they
have a good
lock
time.
them for real. 'Cause, like, I went to, like, we were up in the balcony, I went to, like, just grab mine, and I was like, oh, shit, I think locked in that motherfucker,
Yeah.
which is cool, though. I like that.
Yeah, it's just, we did everything that we could to make it the best experience possible for the comedians, the best for the audience. We just did it right. Took a
Yeah.
long time.
Can a person that's like not really naturally that funny become a great comedian?
It's a good question. I don't think it's impossible. I think if you're smart and you can figure it out,
yeah.
I think people can figure things out. It's like, I think there's a certain mindset that you would have to acquire. And I think some people, it's very difficult for them to change the way they look at things. And change the way they think other people see them. Because people have a delusional idea of how other people see you. And I think in comedy sometimes you have to think of it in a different way. You have to think of it as an audience as much as you have to think of it as yourself.
Such a sweet skill. I've tried to, like, kind of write shit down, and then I look at it a couple weeks later, I'm like, what the fuck? I thought that was funny. Even a little bit? Like, it wasn't. Yeah.
Well, it's like anything else, man. Like, you got to do it around a bunch of people who do it. In our case, you literally have to practice it in front of audiences. Like, some of the stuff you saw last night was brand new. Like, one of the bits that I did last night I had just done for the first time during the first show. And then there's all the stuff that we do, like in that little room at the bottom of the barrel, that's completely improvised. And so that's how you develop an act, by, like, just you have to practice it live in front of people. So I have
That's
these
so
ideas.
sweet. How many times do you do something in the barrel room, or when you're doing the barrel show that's fucking good, but you can't write it down? Or is someone recording just in case?
I record everything.
Okay, just in case
Yeah.
you're like, fuck, what was that?
I always record them, and then I listen to them, and every now and then there's like a little thing that you forgot. You're like, oh shit.
That's funny, or can be.
Yeah, it can be. They're like little seeds, you know, and like, I'm gonna water this bitch. Let me water this bitch.
A couple of them yesterday. Obviously, won't say anything right now, but that shit had me fucking laughing. So
I wonder what like Tom Segura and Christina P, like what their home life's like, because they're such high level comedians. I bet that's
they're
pretty
talking
fucking
shit. They're talking shit all day.
they got kids too, right?
Their kids talk shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I bet.
Yeah, his one kid calls him Tom. He won't call him Dad. And he goes, "Hey, I'm your fucking dad. Call me Dad." He's like, "All right, Tom."
That's funny.
Settle
Where do they
down,
live?
Tom. They live out here.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he lives here. They
Hell
both
yeah.
live here too.
Yeah, their podcast's fucking funny.
Yeah, we there's like 15 world-class comedians that moved to Austin over the last 3 years.
So fuck. If I had to move anywhere, it would definitely be Austin. I couldn't
Legendary.
live around this though. I would get too distracted.
What, around 6th Street, you mean?
Just around town. Like I live in Waddell. I just got a farm. I got 15 chickens and fucking I live like
Oh,
out. I have
nice.
to because I get too. I know myself.
Oh, there's
I get
plenty of
sucked
that
in
out
and
here.
Fucking.
That's how I lived when I lived in California. I lived about 35 minutes outside of LA.
Do you have chickens now?
Yes, I do.
I'm recently a chicken guy. They've been starting to lay eggs, and it's so fucking fun grabbing those eggs every morning.
Yeah.
It's something about
It's so
grabbing
good
the
for you,
egg
too.
and cracking it and fucking.
So nutritious, too.
Oh, yeah, we've been getting a bunch, giving them some.
Yeah,
It's
ours
fun.
haven't started laying eggs yet. We got fresh chickens. They're only now a couple months old. So they're getting their feathers
Nice.
and getting all the
Yeah.
fluff is starting to go away. It's pretty bad.
Yeah.
They're like
cool.
rich and colorful,
Mm-hmm.
like way different.
Yeah.
Oh, and the eggs.
Somebody's watching them walk around outside. It's fucking
Yeah.
so something about it.
Yo, you ever see what they do to mice?
I haven't. I've heard they're fucking savages. Though.
You never seen a video of
I
a
don't
chicken
know if I
fucking up a
want
mouse?
to.
This is how I found out about it. We were we had this fence in California that was this like wrought iron fence in our backyard, and my wife said, "You know what? That fence kind of fucks up our view. Why don't we get a glass fence?" So we got a glass fence, and then hawks couldn't figure out there was a
shit.
glass fence, and they would bam, and there was like 3 of them that wound up dead. They got KO'd, and one of them got KO'd, but he was like still lying in the backyard. And so my wife and my kids rescued him. And so they put him in a box. Like, watch this cat with this mouse. So this cat's playing around with this mouse.
Oh no.
Watch this chicken.
Oh
Bitch.
god. No way.
Yeah. Chicken's way more savage than that cat.
Oh,
Look at
just
him.
shit. That's
Fucking
not
that
what I was.
mouse up.
Just Oh.
Yeah. Get the fuck out of here, cat. This is mine. The cat's like, you got it. Leave me alone.
Chickens are
Fucking
funny, bro.
Vicious. So what happened was, this hawk got fucked up, and they put him in like this big box and put him in the bottom of the box, and then my wife went to the pet store and they got these, I think they call them pinkies. They're like little baby mice that they feed to snakes and shit like that. They got a bunch of them. And so they fed a bunch of them to this hawk, and he ate them all except for one. And there was one left, and my daughter's like, they were only like 4. They're not like, we want to raise it. I go, you can't. I go, it doesn't have its mother. It's going to die. I'm like, let's just feed it to the chickens. No. I go, that doesn't make any sense. You just fed it to the hawk, but now you don't want to feed it to the chickens? Like, the chickens are our friends. They give us eggs. The hawk is just some flying monster who kills all the rats. And so eventually they said, okay. I go, do you guys want to come with me? Like, no. So I went out in the chicken coop by myself, and I put that thing down, and they dove on it like piranhas. Just and one got it in her beak, and she's running around the chicken coop, and all of them are chasing after her and biting at her face and trying to steal the mouse from her. I've never seen anything like it. Because every other time they eat, like if we serve them, chicken feed, and we serve them like dried worms and all these different things, they peck at it, but they don't steal from each other, and they're not frantic. But they knew that fresh meat, the fresh meat of mice, for whatever reason, that is like their favorite thing. They went crazy, man. It was wild to see.
What a perfect animal because they've been around for millions and millions of years, right? So they just lay an egg, lay food every day. It's like a perfect fucking animal God put down there for us.
Yeah, and if you're a person that has a good relationship with that chicken, like all these people that are vegan, that's like, I would never eat eggs. Like, listen, it's not going to be a chicken. It can't be a chicken. You don't have a rooster, it's not going to be a chicken. It's just food. And not only it's that, it's food from your pets. So you have a good relationship with them, give them corn and feed.
Organic,
and
quality food.
Let them range around your yard, eat bugs and all that stuff, and you'll get this unbelievably nutritious food for free. And you get animal protein, so you don't have to be a fucking sick person. You don't have to be like protein, deficient and feeling terrible and having to supplement everything with fucking soy and this and that, and like you can eat eggs.
Yeah.
How many times a day are you eating meat?
Every day.
How many times a day?
Every meal, and I'm eating probably twice a day. Yeah, I don't eat more than twice a day. I don't usually eat lunch. Usually lunch is my breakfast. So it's like the first meal I have of the day is around noon.
Even days you train hard?
Yeah. I don't mind training on an empty stomach, but I will have a piece of fruit or something like that if I know I'm really going to get after it. A lot of electrolytes too, but the thing for me is like I don't tell. Everybody's different. I know people that are fine with a vegetarian diet. It's not me though. When I used to try to lose weight when I was competing, I was trying to make 140 pounds, and I only made it 1 year, my senior year in high school, and I couldn't do it again. It was just too hard. So I tried vegetarianism for 6 months, and I just felt listless. I'm 100% for sure wasn't doing it well. I wasn't even taking supplements back then. But I just didn't want to go up to the next weight class. And then when I made the decision to go up to the next weight class, I started eating meat. And it was like, whoop, like immediately. Because I was 17. So my body was like, hey, bitch, we're trying to get stronger. Like, what are you doing giving us corn? And then from then on, I always say, like, God, it's like when I eat meat, I feel better. And I know that I didn't do that well. I know I haven't tried it since. But when I went on a full carnivore diet like a few years ago for a month where I ate nothing but meat for a month, I was like, God, this is like the best I've ever felt. So now I've been doing that for 3 solid months.
Damn.
Three and a half almost. Three and a half solid months of nothing but meat. And I feel great.
I don't know how you don't eat those cheeseburgers from that fucking God, I keep forgetting what's it called.
Not a damn chance burger. Yeah.
That thing still has me thinking about it like a fucking ex-girlfriend. I'm like, God, that thing is dumb.
Well, that's Philip. Philip Franklin Lee is the man. Michelin star chef who decided to make the perfect cheeseburger. So he uses Wagyu patties. So it's like choice, top of the line beef. He knows exactly how to cook them. He uses American singles. You know, he's like, that's the perfect cheese for these burgers. You want like this kind of melty cheese product, not like an actual piece of cheese, because
And
it's
the
not even
bun.
really cheese. Oh, everything's perfect. Everything. Look at that thing.
It's so soft and just perfect. It's like
Yeah.
there's not too much going on. It was just wrapped up nicely, warm.
So we are doing a collaboration. There's a company that I work with called Senor Lechuga that makes sensational small batch hot sauces. It's so good. And Senor Lechuga we're now putting those sauces in a not a damn chance burger. So it's a triple patty because I'm a glutton.
Yep.
And it's got bacon and it's got pickles and onions and tomatoes. and
Triple
lettuce.
patty.
Yeah.
Smashed.
Yeah, let's go.
That's fun. That's
Let's
fun.
fucking go. Yeah.
Do you get your blood work like looked at and
Yes.
stuff?
Yeah, all the time.
And it's always looking healthy from the
Yeah.
carnivore.
Yeah, it's great.
Sweet.
I wonder how many people like. I wonder if it's just genetics.
I think it is.
Just genetics. You got to figure it out what's best for you.
Yeah, I think the way your ancestors evolved has a significant effect.
Make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think it's just natural.
Like if you were from the north or you were born and raised in Mexico, or
But I think also meat is the most nutrient dense food in the world. I mean, especially game meat. It's so filled with
Gay meat?
Game.
Oh.
Gay meat.
Yeah, gay
a lot
meat.
of eating gays.
Gay
They're
beer meat.
slower and they tend to give up quicker. Some of them are passive, so I eat them. No,
that'd be a good gay.
game meat. You know, because I hunt, so I get all this elk meat and deer meat, and I think there's a significant factor in that too, because it just is it's so fucking good for you. It just feels good for you when you're eating it. It's
I feel like it makes sense. Better than a fat fucking cow that's just roaming
Yeah.
around.
Dude,
Yeah.
the color of a fresh fucking elk tenderloin
Yeah.
is crazy compared to just a dying fat cow.
Yeah, when I cut elk steaks and I vacuum seal them, so what I do is I'll get like the back straps and I'll set up a cutting board and I slice them. When I'm slicing into it, man, it's like red gold. Yeah. You know, this slice of, and then I'm trimming all the silver skin around it, and I'm looking at that thing, that's this meal that I just vacuum sealed. Now I'm going to freeze. I'm like, that is so valuable to me. It's so delicious and so good for you.
You wake up horny.
Ah! So when I eat like that,
I do.
but I like ribeyes too, because ribeyes have a lot of fat, and when you're eating only meat, you really want to get a lot of fat in there too, somehow or another. So for me, it's like butter and eggs and bacon and whatever I can do to get fat, or ribeyes. So if it's game meat, it's usually game meat with something else that's going to provide me with some fats. I'll still eat avocados. I'll still eat other things.
Why is some elk like super gamey?
It's 100% how they took care of it.
Oh,
Like right after
Yeah.
they killed it? Or
Unless,
just-
unless the animal. I shot an animal once, and he had a large pus section in his
Ooh.
hip, so he had gotten stabbed by another elk. They kill each other all the time. I mean, those antlers. That's what that's for. That's not for defense against wolves or anything like that. That is to kill each other.
Jesus.
They just fucking smash heads with these giant like war antlers, and they stab each other. Like I've seen elk that have stab holes in their body. Cam Haines snuck up on a bedded elk once. He saw this bedded elk, and he got within like 40 yards of this bedded elk, drew back, placed a perfect arrow through its vitals, and it didn't budge. Didn't even move. So he went over to it, and it was already dead. It had been killed by another bull. He's like, whoa.
all over pussy.
All over pussy. And then they become
Makes
homies
sense.
afterwards. They're friends.
Good fight.
After they
bro.
fight?
No, before and after. They're friends
shit.
for like 9-10 months, and then something happens.
Yeah.
And they start.
Just mating season, probably.
Yeah,
just
pussy.
fucking horny.
One gal gets into estrus, and the next
She's
thing
looking
you know,
good,
she's looking
walking
good.
away.
She's making noises. They make noises.
Oof.
They go meow, meow, meow.
You ever called in an elk?
Oh yeah, yeah.
He was
Called
calling
in an
a
elk 2 weeks
fucking
ago.
elk in the hotel room. In his travel bag, he was fucking calling at like 2 a.m. in the hotel room last night.
Do you elk hunt? Have you been?
My
elk hunt?
brother and dad are like big hunters. They live in Montana, hunt everything. Like they're big about
That's the
it.
Mecca.
Yeah, but yeah, it is.
Montana's the Mecca.
That's
for
crazy. I
elk.
grew up not even fucking, couldn't even spell hunt. Didn't, nothing. But we were talking about getting me dialed in on a bow.
Yeah.
You shoot a bow sometimes.
I want to bring you to Cam Haynes' place.
That'd be, where's
And
that? Here?
It's in Oregon.
Oregon?
And he
Okay.
does this thing called lift, run, shoot. So you lift with him, you run with him, and he'll take you to the
that
bow
would be
rack
fun.
and film it for YouTube.
That would be fun.
Until you got to run 20 miles.
I think it's 13.
Oh, actually?
Yeah,
Oh.
I think it's like.
I thought like, a jog.
Actually, no. I think he has you run up Mount Pisgah, and then you, or you can carry a rock. It's like up to you. You can either run or you can carry this giant rock.
I'd rather run. I can fucking run. I actually, that last fight camp was the first time I wasn't running. No treadmill sprints. I did some stairs just because they weren't too bad on my knees, but
Airdyne though.
did a lot of fucking airdyne just to give my.
Is the shit.
Yeah, it sucked.
It sucks a fat one, but it is the shit when it comes to cardio.
Our sprints we were doing because we couldn't MMA spar. We were doing fucking sprints on the airdyne, hitting mitts, speed ladders, airdyne. Oh my god, it was fucking miserable. I woke up and just did not want to do it at all.
Francis said that was his primary cardio for the Cyril Gahn fight because he fucked his knee up.
Yeah, that was probably my primary cardio was the.
No other machine can gas you out more. I don't think.
In 30 seconds, you'd be like, I'm.
VersaClimber does pretty well.
Does it?
Is that the one where you can hear?
Yeah, that does pretty fucking well at gassing you out too. That's a good one. We have that here. I love that thing. But I think if I had to pick one piece of cardio equipment, it's the Rogue Echo bike.
Yeah.
That's their version of it. I think it's like super beefy and sturdy.
Yeah.
And it also, one of the things I like is it has like, you can get a plastic lid that covers the fan in front of you so that it doesn't blow air at you.
Oh, shit, really?
So it doesn't cool you off.
Yeah, that sucks sometimes.
Yeah. You don't get cooled off. You just get fucking tired.
Yeah, some of those Airdyne and pad work sessions we were doing, your heart rate was getting to 200.
Like 202. I have a
Multiple
I have a
times.
high heart rate, I feel like. But
What's your resting? You have an aura.
Yeah,
right?
50. Well, when I'm out like this and shit, 54, 55,
When you're in camp and
When I'm
you're
sleeping.
tip-top Magoo shape.
48, 47.
Yeah.
But yours even like when you're not in
Real
great
low.
shape is super low.
43-ish, yeah.
Do you do a lot of cardio?
I mean, not a ton. I mean, I rolled long jiu-jitsu rounds and stuff, but not a lot of cardio. I
Well,
try to
that
do those
is-
zone 2 cardios.
That is cardio, though.
Yeah.
I mean, for sure, your heart rate's elevated through the most of it.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think also, like, one of the things they say about cardio training, there's, like, different kinds of training. Like, there's interval sprints, like Tabatas, but just steady state cardio, where you're constantly at around 130, 135, which is
Yeah.
a lot of rolling, especially if you're technical rolling, if you're not spazzing out. Yeah. You're kind of constantly at this, like, you're not exhausted, but you're constantly
So good for your heart.
Yeah, very
So
good.
Zone 2,
Zone
right?
2. Yeah,
Yeah.
they say that's the best 5 times a week. There's no excuses people aren't doing that.
I
Even
mean,
going on a walk for
it-
45 minutes for
It takes
fat
mental
people.
strength to just sit there and do cardio for
You got to do something
40
fun.
minutes.
Something
though,
fun.
like-
Yeah, have you ever
but
played
watch a
pickleball?
movie. No, I haven't.
Bro, we played pickleball for the first time the other day, and it was some of the most fun. I love ball sports anyway, but that was so much fun. It was like way more fun than tennis.
Yeah, it's
What's
good
so
time.
much more fun about it than tennis?
Well, tennis is harder to like fucking actually hit it over. It was like a big game of ping pong, and you played 2-on-2 duos, and it was like, I don't know, it was just so much fun. But an hour and a half goes by like that, and good workout, you're sweating, your heart rate's up a bit. It was just fucking fun.
Do you do cardio?
Yeah,
What do you usually do?
the Echo bike.
Echo bike, put
That's
on a
the
movie?
big one. Yeah, yeah. Or I watch fights.
The
I
Echo
like to
bike's
watch
nice because it's not
fights.
so loud, like the Airdyne or the
Yeah.
assault bike.
They're both pretty loud, but my home gym is set up where the Airdyne, the Echo bike is right in front of the TV. It's this big
Nice.
ass TV. So I just put on Fight Pass, just
Yeah.
find some good events. and
Smelling
just-
salts.
Oh yeah, fuck.
Oh, where are we? We
why'd
got
you
the
say
real
that,
ones.
champ?
That's right.
was my
That's
fault.
right. Is that a freshie? Let's get a freshie one. Do we have a bag that hasn't been opened?
I definitely, yeah. I've got.
Yeah,
well,
get
I've
a
got-
bag that has not been opened. I want us to like have multiple bags in store.
Well, I still have 2 that are not this brand. 3. I have 3 that are not this
My
brand.
nose
Okay.
just started
But I
watering.
think I still have this brand.
If you have that brand, that's the shit. That's Juju Mufu
Do you want
stuff.
to test this one while
Okay,
we're
chuck it
while I
over.
find it?
Yeah, give me.
I've been throwing on some Kill Tony too for when I'm doing like my hour-long
Oh,
zone
okay.
twos. I'll
This
throw
is
on Kill
fresh.
Tony.
All right, this is
Oh,
sealed.
Well, I
Fuck.
think the seal just got left on. I don't think it's. Did you unscrew it?
Oh, you're
You
right.
unscrew
You're
it
right.
too quick.
Oh!
Is that strong? It seems probably.
I'm gonna fake
It's
snot.
strong, but it's not
Well,
as strong
don't-
as it is when it's
wait,
completely
wait,
fresh.
Yeah,
Don't
man.
do it. Don't do it. Let me get a fresh one.
I think this might be fresh enough.
That fresh one is so.
I can smell it from
Try
here.
it. Give it a shot.
I
All right.
literally
Be a
smell it
man.
from here.
It's in front of
Give it a
Uncle
shot.
Joe.
But that's nothing compared to the fresh one. Woo! Now let's get a fresh one. Now let's get a fresh one.
Breathe. Get
Who told me that you're only supposed to do it a couple of times a day?
Me, it says it on there.
Oh, I can't read that.
That's for pussies.
That's like
Well, no, my handwriting. I can't read. My eyesight
Oh my
sucks.
god. That's like a fresh bump.
You ever thought about getting PRK?
No, it doesn't suck that bad. I
Oh.
just can't read like little tiny shit.
Oh.
Like I can't read that.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, I can read my phone.
Holy fuck.
I
that
take-
one.
You ever
was
take
different.
macular support vitamins? Pure Encapsulations has a macular support formula that I was like, as you get older, one of the things that absolutely happens for most people, except fucking Cam Haines, that bitch has like 2015 vision.
That's
He's
crazy.
my age. Really? He's a freak of nature though. But you get macular degeneration. It's just like no matter what happens. But I killed it in its tracks with this Pure Visions. Pure encapsulation macular support. Now this
Oh fuck.
Is the man
this
shit?
is the shit because this is in the bag right now. So
Still.
you got this sealed bag and then inside it's sealed. So when I open this bag, just opening this bag, I'm gonna smell it.
Yeah, we've still
Just-
got like 6 or 7 on deck. Just
We hit some fucking deadlifts.
Okay.
I know. I'm about to
All right,
fuck.
right now.
You can smell it through there.
Oh, through there. So the package isn't even open, right? Now what? Just take a sniff of that. It's not even open,
Oh god.
right?
That's
it's
like
not even
oh,
open. Not even
fuck.
open yet.
I loved when you and Theo were hitting it. You're like, one more.
Now,
Oh,
I'm gonna take this,
fuck.
and then there's a seal on top of it. So we're not. You can smell it through the bottle, son.
It's gotta be just good for your brain.
It's gonna be terrible. For
I know.
you. It's gonna be terrible for you. All right, all right, here we go.
why would you do that?
Woo!
Oh, you got in there.
Get in there. Get in there, son. Get in there, son.
You had to hit it.
Let's go, champ.
Okay, I did enough.
You didn't. You
I
gotta.
did it up.
You gotta really
It
do
burns.
Holy, that takes a man to be able to rip that every day.
Oh.
it. Woo!
Gonna hit some fucking squats, baby.
God damn.
Oh, I'm gonna try. Yeah, hit that before rolling.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
I don't know if that would be good though.
Yeah, I'll be
Just
smashing
fucking
people.
smash.
I think it's really good for like deadlifts.
Hockey guys love
Oh,
it before they
fuck.
go smash people.
Yeah.
Well, it definitely puts you in a psychotic state of mind.
Right.
This one's. Oh shit! I stripped it. This one's the most fresh.
Holy
Holy
smokes.
Jesus.
That's the most freshy of the freshest.
Hit that before you pounce a puss. Wouldn't get your mind right.
I don't know if it would. I don't know if it get your mind right. I don't know. I don't know
Yeah.
if it would be good for
That's-
anything. I think that's good for like maybe goofing around on podcasts and deadlifting.
That's a fuck how you sell it right there.
But all those powerlifter dudes.
Oh
do
my
that.
god, it's like still in there. Like it's still like tickling my.
Brian Simpson hit it, and it was so bad that he had to take his headphones off, and he ran out of the room.
I think he broke those headphones too.
His set was funny as fuck
Oh,
last
he's
night
so
too.
funny.
He's good.
He's so funny.
That was funny.
He lives with Hans, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
And
went
Derek.
over. That house is funny.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's just funny. Why it's like what our house would look like, probably maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe not.
comedians that live together. It's like that's one of the cool things about that green room too. Is like we have this like communal hang where we're gonna all because it's the most fun. It's the most fun to hang out with other comics. It's just everyone's always laughing.
Yeah.
Roasting always. Fucking.
Yeah,
The dark humor shit is just so much fun to where you just can't quite say shit online or in public or on podcasts, but you can say shit in the green room or at the house.
No phones,
or-
let it rip.
Yeah.
it's funny too how nobody even blinks. We were talking about this the other day. Like Duncan, we were talking about someone, and I go, "Have you ever seen this thing that this lady did?" And we were watching it. Duncan goes, "I'd let her piss in my mouth," and no one even blinked. I go, "Can you imagine any other work environment where one of your coworkers says, "I'd let her piss in my mouth," and no one gets offended?
That's funny.
No one even blinked. No one even reacted.
Does Duncan live here?
Yeah, he lives there
I
too.
fucking I always enjoy those podcasts. I like him.
Duncan lives here. Tim Dillon lives here.
Oh shit, Tim Dillon.
Yeah, Ron White lives here. Tom Segura, Christina Pazitsky. It's
Fucking
like
wild.
a ton of up and coming comics.
Yeah.
There's so because we have 2 nights of open mic nights. So 2 nights where the amateurs can practice. We have door people showcases. So all the door guys, all the people that audition to be like the people that work the door are all professional comedians.
That's
and they
sweet.
audition for that job with their act.
Cam Patterson, did he too?
Yeah.
That motherfucker's funny,
He's
bro.
funny. He's young.
His
too.
uncle too.
Yeah.
He's got real talent.
Yeah.
Like that guy can really be something.
Yeah.
It's just a time thing, you know. Mm-hmm. And and he moved out here too. Just came out here from Florida. I was like,
Yeah.
fuck it.
I remember watching the episode when he got the first time came on. It's so cool to see how just like killing it in that 1 minute can fucking change your life. It's so cool to see.
Oh, it changes everything.
Yeah.
It's
Hans.
that show has launched so many careers, and it's a great bedrock for the comedy scene here in Austin because it teaches you to just be funny. It's not about like whatever woke cultural trends and espousing all the right virtues on stage, which you do fucking see at some of these places.
Really?
Yeah, because
That's
these
weird.
They're young kids and they think they have to be woke, and they see certain people on Netflix and they see them getting critical reviews, so they try to ape that. They try to like kind of mimic that and pretend they're that, and they just get caught in this world of virtue signaling instead of the world of just trying to be funny. And on Kill Tony, you're just trying to be funny. Everyone's just trying to be funny. And you can make a legit career, and everybody realizes how fun it is. So it's like it's kind of training people to just go out there and make people have a good time.
Yeah.
No one else could do it like Tony too. He's
does
just the
such a
perfect
good
amount of ruthless.
Yeah. Oh, he's so ruthless. He's such an evil little fuck.
We were watching the last episode they just dropped, and fucking Ric Flair was on there.
Yeah.
And Tony, they started making fun of the comedians, and Rick's like, I will not be a part of this. I was just like,
Also, he was hammered.
was he? No,
Yeah.
I'm sure. He looked like he fucking.
It was obliterated. They said they went drinking with him on Sunday, and he said it's like a movie. He's like, Ric Flair's like, let's go meet some girls, and he's like, he's doing Long Island iced teas, and just getting
Jesus.
6-inch ears?
hammered.
Yeah, his ears were incredibly long. That was impressive.
That's what happens with old people.
Is it?
Your nose grows and your ears grow forever.
Really?
Yeah, your ears and your nose keep growing.
Is that like? Could that be like from human growth hormones?
I think it's just an age thing. I think all old people have giant ears. Like you see really old people. So if you like are young and you have little ears, like these ears suck. Like hang in there.
Wait,
You're gonna love those when
Yeah.
you're 80
They'll
Yeah.
grow.
because you're gonna have a normal
Damn.
face instead of looking like fucking Dumbo.
Yeah.
Some old people have crazy big ears.
For like your big like crazy podcasts, like I mean like Elon and all those things. Do you do like anything special in the morning or just a normal morning?
Normal. Yeah, I don't want to be hungover.
Right.
Yeah,
That would suck.
Yeah, well, especially like an Elon one or a scientist one. I'll do it depending upon the subject. If it's a scientist, oftentimes I'll read their book or I'll listen to it or I'll watch lectures that they've given or TED Talks. Just try to get a sense of like what I'm curious about whatever the subject is.
Fuck, you do it. Those guys that are just so smart. You do a good job at just not letting your mind wander and focusing on what they're saying.
Yeah.
That's a fucking skill.
Well, it's really because the only reason they're there is because I'm actually interested in the subject.
Makes
so I don't
sense.
have to fake it. So it's not even really like a skill. It's just my honest curiosity. So when I'm talking to a guy like Brian Keating or something, since astrophysicists guys, these guys they're so goddamn smart that really all I'm trying to do is like just get a grasp of how this is understood. What are they doing to figure this out? Is it possible that they're going to know in the future that this data is incorrect? And what other factors could be? Like they're talking about the age of the universe, and there's some debate now that the age of the universe is probably not really 13.7 billion years, but maybe even 26 billion or more. And so talking to him about that, I was like, how are you figuring this out? Like, and just to talk to those people, it's so interesting. Just to be able to have these kind of conversations with those type of people,
Have you always been curious like that your whole life?
Yeah, I think so. About the things I'm curious in, but I was terrible in school. Like in school, I was terrible. I just did not want to be there. I just wanted to I thought they were just preparing me for a job that I didn't want. And I didn't want to be a part. And I looked at them, and I was like, I don't want to be you.
That's so true.
Like, what is this life
Yeah.
you're living?
Yeah.
You don't have any joy. You don't have fun. You're all rigid, and you look depressed. Like, get me out of here. That's what when I was in school, I was like, get me out of here. After I graduated from high school, I used to have nightmares that I didn't graduate and I had to go back.
That's funny. I knew I didn't want to go to. I was in like elementary school, and I was like, I'm no chance I'm going to college because once I'm. Oh shit! I think we have that later.
Were you getting
That's right there.
you weren't getting any pressure from your parents or anything about college?
Oh, yeah, I was, yeah.
But still, you said no fucking way.
Well, I took a year. I was telling everybody, I'm taking a year off. But it's like I was really all I wanted to do was compete back then. But there was zero money in Taekwondo, and I wanted to make into the Olympics. But then when I was training, one of the things that I noticed is, first of all, I always had my doubts of whether that's the best style. But then when I started kickboxing, I was starting to get lit up by kickboxers. And I was like, oh, my God, there's so many holes in this. And I don't want to, like, compete in this thing that's so limited.
Right. They're just chopping your legs down.
That punches, too. Muay Thai was next. Kickboxing, American kickboxing was first. It was just, like, above the waist stuff. But I would just, when you got trapped in a corner and my hands sucked, I just sucked at boxing. I was really good at kicking people. Like, if they're on the outside, I was amazed at how bad their kicks were. Like most of the kickboxers I trained with, I could just fuck them up from the outside.
Loading up.
Yeah, they were just loading up. They just, their technique sucked. Their knees were down. They're kicking up. Everything's telegraphed. It's like the kicks were just a part of brawling. And they just threw it in there. But if I could, like, get out of the way and I was, like, moving on the outside, I could close the distance so much faster than they could. But then in kickboxing, when I was getting boxed, I was like, oh, my God, I have giant holes in my game. And so it made me, like, really not enjoy Taekwondo anymore. And so I stopped competing in Taekwondo and I started kickboxing. And then I started getting headaches because we weren't sparring. We were fighting. One of my main sparring partners was this dude that had just got out of jail. I knew him when I was 16, and he was kind of crazy then, but then he went to jail for something to do with drugs. And then he came out 3 years later when I was 19, and he was a totally different person. He was super jacked. Like, I don't know if they got him steroids in jail or whatever. He had sanded off all of his tattoos. He used to have these really shitty tattoos, and he had, like, literally burned them off. So all of his arm was covered with these, like, keloid scars. And when me and that guy would spar, it was a fight to the death. He would just be chasing me down. We'd be blasting each other. And I remember one time lying in my bed, broke, 20 years old, no money, no future, and I had been offered a pro fight for like $400 or $500 or something like that.
MMA?
No, kickboxing. There was no MMA at the time. This is 1988, and I remember thinking, "What am I doing? Like, what am I doing with my life?"
$500.
And there was just no future in it. There's just nowhere to go. Like, so you're getting good at this thing that there's nothing there. There's nowhere to go with it. Like, you could become a boxer, but you're not good at boxing. So what are you going to do? You're going to just get beat up? You're going to get brain damage? And then I got a chance to see some of the guys that I was training with start to exhibit signs of brain damage. And that's where it gets weird.
That'll open your eyes up a bit.
Yeah.
You been still doing your Invisalign?
Yeah, I took it off today. I have it on today. You guys got them on too?
I wore mine for about a year and a half. I cannot believe because I didn't realize how fucked up my teeth were, and then someone pointed it out, and I was like, damn, they're fucked up. And then I got Invisalign after you did, and I'll be smiling all day now. Walking around.
They work good as a mouthpiece too. Like, I don't mind. I kind of crave them being in sometimes.
It's a better mouthpiece for jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably not good enough for striking, but for jiu-jitsu, it's a better mouthpiece.
I remember it was a pain in the ass though. Some nights you're just like, oh, I don't want to wear these, or you change your trays, and it's like, fuck.
God, just
worth it, though.
The timing of everything though, with your career and just social media and all this stuff just blowing up. It's just so weird how everything worked out. It's just like a lot of luck, but a lot of being prepared for the luck.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's almost like fate. I mean, if you wanted to really believe in fate, if you look at the story that you guys have, it's kind of
fucking weird.
Kind of seems like it's fate.
I know,
It's hard to say because, like, then what about people that don't make it? Is that fate too, or is it like, could they have made it if they were more disciplined and more driven and more this, more that, and they found the right coaches and they got to the right gym, and could they have? I don't know.
A lot of people just don't make the decisions and don't do what you need to do, and a lot of that is necessarily just like isn't hard stuff, but it's like, I'm gonna go home, I'm gonna ice bath, I'm gonna sauna, I'm gonna stretch, and I'm gonna go to bed instead of going out with the boys. And I'm gonna do that for fucking 9 years until I'm world champ. Like that was a lot of it. I know a lot of guys are so fucking good, but it's Friday. I'm gonna go out, hang out, drink, stay up late. Coming up, we didn't do that ever. Like right now, obviously coming off the fight, I've been traveling a lot over the weekends, but for the most part, even still, like once we get back to routine, it's like just doing those little things, stretching, taking care of your body, eating clean, and just fucking preparing for the next day, preparing for the next training sessions for years of consistency.
That's what it's all about. It's all about having a goal and building towards that goal and doing everything that you can to be as great as you can be. And now that you've done it, you've also laid a foundation and a groundwork. You've led these young fighters, like who see what you've done, and they can see that there's like a path.
Yeah.
And that like I'm gonna emulate this guy's focus, this guy's discipline, this guy's belief in himself, and and that is what inspires so many other people to do it. I remember, being a kid watching the training sessions of Mike Tyson with Cus D'Amato and just thinking like, wow, what an amazing convergence of these two human beings. About it comes together, this guy's fully disciplined, fully focused, and then when he wins the world title at 20 years old, you see him standing there inside the ring after he knocked out Trevor Berbick, and you're like, holy shit, he did it. He fucking did it. He did everything he had to do. He fucking went full bore with talent and drive and genetics and coaching and all the boxes checked. Everything checked, and look what you get.
Did it.
Look what you get.
Yeah.
And how many people did that guy inspire? He certainly inspired me. He certainly inspired thousands, millions of other guys to do things.
Especially Sean being like a skinnier kid. Like,
Well,
inspired a lot of
pretty
motherfuckers.
thick.
Yeah.
No, I think
Gotta
too.
piss
It's like
again, fuck.
I think.
I'm gonna piss too. Let's
Yeah.
pause. We'll pause. We'll come to piss. And we're back.
we.
You want one of these kill clips?
I'm good for now. I'm good, thank you. Whew. I'm still geeking off this caffeine a little bit right here.
Let's fucking go.
Dude, literally, I mean, the art of podcasting is a crazy fucking thing. When you have 3 5-hour conversations, it's so next level.
Yeah. I sometimes have 5 a week.
Holy
Sometimes.
fuck.
Some weeks I have them every day.
Yeah, that's a lot.
It's fucking impressive.
And it's like one day I'll be talking to Eddie Bravo and we'll just be fucking around talking shit. And the next day I'll be talking to some super scientist.
Yeah, that's
Right,
wild. The balance.
Mathematicians and geniuses and psychologists. It's weird.
Do you usually think it at like 2 weeks ahead or a week ahead, or is it just come in and you message them, or how does that go?
It's pretty far in advance most of the time that it's booked, and it's all booked on my interests. So it's 100% on what I'm interested in. It's like
Boom.
all I do is look at the potentials, like sometimes I reach out to people. Like I reached out to this guy yesterday who wrote this book on the American West. And I reached out to him because I'd heard him on another podcast and I got his book. And sometimes it's just they'll send the email in and it goes through my guy and it gets filtered back to me. And he sends the ones that are relevant and I look at those and I'm like, And I just look what interests me. This one, nah, no, boring. Huh, what's he doing? Okay. And then I'll go see if I can find a YouTube video of them talking. Because I've had writers on before and they can't talk. And that's kind of a bummer. Like maybe they talk the way they write. So they go, well, and I think, and you're like, oh no, this one sucks. I should have listened to this guy talk first.
Yeah.
Sometimes the ideas are great, but the people aren't compelling.
Yeah.
Do you ever have a smoke and then read a book?
Oh yeah, sure.
I like doing that.
Yeah, I like doing that. I like books in the sauna. It's my favorite.
Like audios?
Yeah, audiobooks.
You're just sweating all over your pages.
Yeah, audiobooks in the sauna are my favorite way to consume them. Because, you're going to be in that sauna anyway. I've been listening to Marcus Aurelius's meditations in the sauna recently. That's amazing. You listen to this dude that lived 2,000 fucking years ago, and he's just spitting knowledge.
I like Ryan Holiday. Like how he kind of breaks down what he says. The Daily Stoics, the 365 days. I've had that book for like 4 years, and I still religiously, especially in camp for like 12 weeks out, read every morning, and just like it's good.
It's
good
great
shit.
stuff. Ryan Holiday's awesome.
Yeah.
It's so cool when there's people that like highlight stuff like that and really put it out there and just get so many people interested in those ideas. But Marcus Aurelius is like listening to his stuff. I was always like, oh, this guy is so interesting. Like, God, imagine being like this conqueror, this guy who's like running Rome or running Greece, and you think like this.
Yeah,
Like,
that's wild shit.
How does he think like that? Like, why is his mind like? Aurelius is a Roman emperor, right?
I wonder if it'd be good for like stoicism to be taught in schools at what age or something.
Probably.
Sure. Teaching you how to think is one of the main things that's missing from school.
That's
like
crazy.
teaching you how to manage your mind. Because how many times like can someone say one thing to you, and that thing kind of resets the way you look at stuff? Like, oh yeah, now I'll apply this, and you can apply it in real world. It's like a tool that you can use. You know, you could try to twist something with your fingers, but if you have a wrench, you're like, oh yeah, this is way better. And sometimes ideas are like a tool, and you can just apply them at various times in your life. And if you can hear about them from someone who's already figured that out, that's a giant step in the learning curve that you get to jump.
Yeah, I mean, like even if it was Naval, some of his stuff is
That
so
Naval's
fucking good,
fun to
dude.
listen to. His Twitter's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Naval's good.
Do you how did you decide what school your kids are going to go to?
You know, there's good schools out here. We're lucky.
Word
you
of
know,
mouth.
California is much more problematic right now for schools, because one of the things that was happening to me in my school where my kids used to go is they hired some person to teach them that they have to be anti-racists. And it's not good enough to not be racist. And I was like, what?
the fuck?
I'm like, my kids aren't racist at all. Like, what are you doing? Like, why are you putting that in their head that they have to be anti-racist and call out racism? And like, they were trying to make kids activists. I'm like, hey, they're 5.
That's crazy.
You know, like they don't even care. They want friends. They don't give a
Yeah.
fuck what their friends look like. They're trying to have a good time. They're 5. They're just playing. Like you're pumping in. You're indoctrinating them into this woke, guilt-free or guilt-ridden ideology that you're carrying around with you, and you feel like you have an obligation to impose this on children. You know, our goals should have always been what the goals were that the liberals had in like the 60s and the 70s, which is a colorblind society. The Martin Luther King notion that we should treat people by the content of their character, not the color of their skin, but across the board. And the problem is there's inequities in communities. There's inequities in how people grow up and where they come from. And some people are in places that have no hope. And none of that gets addressed. None of that gets fixed. None of that gets worked on. Instead, you just try to make kids feel guilty.
Yeah.
It's like, I didn't like the woke shit. I didn't like that they were, you know, trying to ask kids their pronouns. And
How did you find out that they were doing that?
we got an email. It was an email like from
Anti-racist email.
Yeah, it was like right around the George Floyd time. I was like, oh my God. Damn. Because some people, what happens is they'll there's a social movement, and they hop on that social movement to enhance their own career. And they use it to optimize their own, and they, you know, like it's this thing that it's what you would call a race hustler. You know, there's people that do stuff like that. Or it cannot be that. It could be any kind of social issue. You want that social issue to be a bigger deal than it is. You're attached to that. It could be climate change. It could be whatever the fuck it is. It could be you see Sean Penn doing all these interviews about the war in Ukraine. Like, what is actually going on there? Well, part of it is you're attaching yourself to something that makes you look virtuous. And it also enhances your career. So it's like a thing you're doing. It's very rare that when people are like, proselytizing and out there trying to indoctrinate people into certain ideas, it's very rare they're doing it just for true altruism. Like they think that those ideas are just immensely beneficial. They're also doing it to boost themselves up. And it becomes an economy of people that boost themselves up by highlighting valid issues in the world, but doing so in a way where they become the moral compass and the person who gets to dictate how people behave and think and talk.
They build their little niche.
Yeah, it's just control, man. People love to fucking control people. And if they can control people because there's some guilt thing and a horrible social issue like the George Floyd thing, where everybody's kind of on board, like, oh my God, they killed that guy. This is horrible. Watching that, what kind of police brutality and racism and all these different things. And then someone says, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to ride this fucking wave, and I'm going to get a job in schools, and I'm going to start indoctrinating people. They wound up firing that person. That person was going ham.
Damn.
But you know, the whole school was like, it shifted. It shifted with the social tide, And I was like, you're not supposed to be doing that to kids. You're supposed to be teaching kids. That's just teach them life. I don't like you, so I don't want you putting your shitty philosophy, your shitty judgmental philosophy, and indoctrinating children with it. Because I think you're a moron. You're a moron who just happens to have a job at a good school teaching kids. But I think if I sat you down in a podcast, you'd look pretty fucking stupid after a couple hours.
Right.
You know, there's a lot of these people that they don't get their ideas challenged. And
Yeah,
now
that's
they're
huge.
and they're teaching 8-year-olds. You know, like Jesus Christ.
That's fucking scary.
And not just teaching them how to read.
Yeah, and how do you know you're a boy, Billy?
Oh,
like,
God.
Jesus.
You seem pretty feminine.
Yeah, right. Did you ever pick a doll when you should have picked a truck?
Do you like pink?
No. Yeah.
Do you monitor your kids on like TikTok, how much they're on it and stuff?
Yeah, we monitor them. They can't have their phones at night. It's
great. That's smart.
But I don't stop them from doing anything. I don't stop them from eating junk food. I don't stop them from playing on their computers. I don't stop them from playing with their phone. But I do emphasize the value of discipline, and they obviously see that I work hard and my wife works hard. And we just talk to them about stuff. I think if you deny kids social media, one of the things you're going to do is you're going to kind of socially alienate them because all their friends are on social media. But then there's also this thing where kids are living in a new world. And even though you didn't grow up in that world, if you say, oh, this social media, I think they're getting an adversity that you're not going to get. And they're going to get some resilience from that adversity. But there's going to be mental health consequences, and especially for people who didn't grow up in it. And that's one of the things that they experience. Jonathan Haidt's book, The Coddling of the American Mind, is about that. And one of the things it highlights is self-harm amongst girls ramps up considerably somewhere around 2008, 2009, and it's right when Twitter and social media and Facebook and all that stuff comes out. And now they're comparing themselves to other people and comparing lives, and people are using filters and they're distorting reality, and people are, there's more instances of suicide and self-harm, and then there's bullying. There's a lot of bullying.
Well, even just being on my phone, like I don't feel like I'm comparing myself, but just picking up my phone and being on it, surfing, and then putting it down, then picking it up, surfing, just gives you this little level of anxiety.
Dude,
it's just like, fuck.
Some of the 4 and 5-year-olds, you can tell the ones that like in jiu-jitsu, the ones that their parents really monitor it compared to the ones that always just put it in front of them. And a lot of those kids that always get it, they always quit jiu-jitsu because it's too hard, or they don't want to do the warm-ups and stuff. And they sit on the side now and just go, sunk, sunk, sunk.
Yeah,
That's crazy. It's so wasteful. It's so bad for you.
Yeah.
It's just so dumb. And, you know, I talk about it, but then I did it the other night. The other night, I was going to go to bed. It was 10:30, and I said, I'm going to go upstairs. I'm going to go upstairs, rather, and just see what's going on online. And so I got online. I started watching YouTube videos.
So easy.
Then I went down a rabbit hole with the UFO disclosure. and it's like 3 hours later. I'm like, what am I doing? Go to bed.
That UFO,
smelling salts.
the Razinho or whatever, that one, the documentary. I heard you talk about
Virginia,
it.
Brazil.
I watched that.
Yeah, Moment of Contact.
It's crazy because you're just like, either these guys are such good actors, or they're a little bit crazy, or they're fucking just telling the truth.
It's so hard to know about that one cop. When they bring that one cop to the site where the crash was, and he starts crying.
Yeah, that's powerful. I was like,
That guy, I just don't believe that guy could be that good of an actor. I mean, that's a Daniel Day-Lewis performance right there.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy was killing it. If he's really acting, like, bro, that was amazing. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you mean, but there are people that are like that are completely insane.
Yep.
That can, I mean, how many people have lied about being attacked, like, you know, Jesse Smollett style? How many people have lied about things that have happened to them when nothing happened to them? There's people that know that there's a value. There's like a social value in being a victim. Yeah. And so they will come up with stories about something terrible that happened to them. And then they came and they took me in their craft.
well, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. I mean, someone's fucking lying.
Yeah.
Like, which one of you?
Yeah.
That show, I recently watched that on Netflix, and I was just like, it's so wild.
Just expert actors. Black belts.
It was crazy.
To me, the craziest one was when they knew that they were recording each other.
Yeah.
So they're having a conversation, but it's so performative. Johnny is just talking like this.
That's actually really
very
good.
calm. And
That's really good.
very calm. He's a good dude, man.
It looks up.
Yeah, I'm text friends with him, and I was on the phone with him once when some shit was going down with him before the trials. And we had this long conversation on the phone. I was in Hawaii, And Stanhope, he said, "Hey, Johnny wants to talk to you. Can we talk?" I said, "Fuck yeah." So I'm sitting there, and I looked over at my wife. I go, "I'm about to talk to Johnny Depp.
That's crazy.
I'll be over here." So we're just lounging at the pool, drinking margaritas, and I'm on the phone with Johnny Depp.
And he's talking like that.
Yes.
Yes, Joe.
Yeah.
So Joe.
He's a funny dude, man. He calls Elon Musk mollusk.
Mollusk.
Because Elon was banging
He was all
Amber
fucking
Heard.
playing the fucking. He
Yeah,
what? Elon was the.
He was apparently involved somehow or another with Amber Heard.
Damn, that's fucking sweet. He was just putting babies out there left and right.
Yeah.
I'm kind of jealous of that.
How many do you want?
I mean, in this reality, maybe not as many as in my fantasy. I would love to have
only
a
28,
bunch
man.
of kids.
You're only 28.
I know, but I'm not the one that has to get pregnant and deal with all that shit. Danny is. So
that's true.
But I'm telling her, I'm like, we could have more baby mamas, and she's not too into that idea. I would love to have a bunch of it.
We were talking last night about the surrogate thing, about how that weird it is that people farm off someone having their baby inside of them.
This just doesn't seem right.
It seems wild. That's what it is.
Well, I feel like there's such important connection. Those 9 months, 10 months of that baby being in there, and just you holding your belly and you feeling it kick. There's just.
How long does that take that mom to recover from that? Just like, there you go, bye bye.
Right. Well, I told you about my neighbors. I had these friends of mine that lived down the street. This gay couple, and they hired this lady to be the surrogate. They pay her. They do the whole thing. They make sure she's got good nutrition. And at the end of the year, she's like, I'm keeping the kid. Fuck.
Oh,
like,
was that lady married too?
I don't think so. I think she was single. I don't remember, though. But I just remember them being heartbroken because they did eventually find another surrogate. And then now they do have a son. Now their son's older.
Damn.
I've known them for like 15, 20 years. But at that time, it was like they were like so bummed out. Like they were gonna have a kid.
Was it
they were
their
ready for the
sperm
kid.
too?
Yeah.
Or one of them?
I think they just both jizz in a cup and they fucking stir it up.
Nah, can you do that?
Squirt it in
Mix
there.
it up?
Yeah, so you don't know whose jizz it is.
Damn.
They used to think
interesting.
that there was certain jizz that would kill other jizz. There was killer sperm. There was this theory
Alpha
that
sperm?
It was a theory that people were running with and a lot of people were talking about, and then someone re-examined it and said, I don't think this is real. Like, I don't think sperm has any ability to kill other sperm. But the idea was that, like, some of your loads were like warriors, and they would go out there and try to find the other loads in there and
fuck them
take
up.
'em out.
Fuck them up. Yeah. But, that's why your dick is shaped that way. The head of a penis is literally designed to plunge out the other sperm and pull it out. So if you think
Really?
about the shape, so the head of the penis is like this, then it's got the lip, right?
That curve.
Well, that's called, it plunges in, and the lip gets all the other jizz, scoops up back there.
Because ladies back in the day were just getting nutted in.
Yeah, well, the primate days. I mean, think about it.
Yeah.
If a female was trying to mate, like one male would fuck her, another male would fuck her, everybody would fuck. Nobody knew whose baby it was because there was no sense of paternity. It was just everybody fucked everybody. And so the penis was probably designed, evolved in that way to act as like a plunger, where you're like sucking out the other dude's
Little cum
jizz and
sucker?
shoot in your own jizz.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean it's an evolutionary trait of the shape of the penis.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense if you look at
It
this
really does.
like a shape of and then having like a little head.
So why is this Tim's curved? No.
Yeah, right. Somebody probably riding them and broke it.
Penile fracture.
That's real.
My
Dudes
buddy
get
Joe
the-
Riggs. It happened to my buddy Joe Riggs.
Joe Riggs, the MMA
Yeah,
fighter.
yeah.
Yeah.
We both lived with him
He
at
broke
one
his
point.
dick.
Yep. Trying
Yikes.
to be a hero.
Of course he did.
Pulling all the way in, pull all the way out. But guys, you see, Mariah went to visit her parents in Utah, and it's a big Mormon country. And when she was in the backwoods, there was this old guy taking pictures with like 30 young girls in their dresses. Oh, like, man, getting those girls on board with those beliefs.
Early.
The
Oh,
thing is, they get them on board when they're young. I mean, it's. I mean, look, there's cults, but when there's a religion where you know the guy who made it. Like Joseph Smith was a real con man. He was 14 years old when he wrote all that stuff.
Which one's that? Is that
Mormonism.
Mormonism?
Yeah.
14.
Yeah, he said he found golden tablets that contained the lost work of Jesus, and only he could read them because he had a magic rock. And then the angels came and took the gold tablets away, he said. So when the townspeople said, where's the tablets? Like, the angels came and took them away.
What if, though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What if?
Yeah. Who's to say?
Imagine if it was true. Yeah. So he started it, and all these years later, it's like. But one of the weird things about Mormonism is like if it is a cult, I guess it is. They are the nicest fucking cult members ever.
Yeah.
They're so nice.
I don't really know any Mormons.
Oh, I know a ton.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. I go to Utah a lot, and I know a lot of them from there. And I know I had some neighbors that we're friends with back in LA that were Mormons. They were so nice.
And they know like it was started by that dude when he was 14 type.
Yeah,
they
they
don't look
believe in
that
it
deep
though.
into it.
They believe it. It's interesting. We have this one family, and they left the country for like a year for their kids, for their education, and took them to Europe. And then when they came back, they left the church. They just, not being there for a year, they came back like, this is kind of ridiculous. But she was talking about it, and she said one of the things that she recognized that it makes her very vulnerable to like charlatans and gurus and stuff like that, because she was kind of programmed to always believe the preacher and programmed to always believe the church. But she was kind of recognizing it in herself that she has this flaw in the way she views the world.
That's scary.
Some of those guys are such like
Good talkers.
Yeah. The Waco guy here.
Oh,
You see videos
That
of
was
him
good.
talk.
Yeah.
It's like, holy shit. He
Davidians?
truly believed
Davidians?
it.
Was that
Yeah,
the-
Branch Davidians, yeah.
The Waco.
He was the prophet.
Yeah, and it's always this guy who fucks everybody.
Yeah, and no one else
to
gets
be.
to fuck him.
Has to
He
be.
fucked everybody's wife.
See, that's something I could. No,
Get
sorry.
behind.
Yeah. They only could fuck him.
It's really wild though that sort of style of running a group of people has always existed. You know, Mark Andreessen, this very wealthy and famous tech guy, was on the podcast. He was telling me there's like active cults in California right now. They're just successful. I'm like, really? Like how many? He's
Like
"Oh,
not
there's quite a
on
few."
social media type stuff too.
I
Probably.
don't think they go on social media.
You could probably kill
Yeah.
everything if they had that.
For
Yeah,
sure.
You gotta kind of fucking stay fast and loose and keep moving if you're
Yeah.
running a cult today.
Yeah, that's Satan. So you
That'd be-
stay off that.
Crazy.
It's just this place that we almost had down here. When you watch that documentary, holy hell. We were talking about this last night. We always say it's like the beginning of all cult movies. It looks like they're great.
Just dancing in the
having a good
water.
Yep, Osho.
sucking-
Wild Wild
Yeah.
Country.
Oh,
yeah.
show.
That was so good.
His
Amazing.
books. He's
They're
got a lot of
good.
good books. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love how he would fucking wear iced out watches, take private jets,
Democracy.
Rolls Royce.
Democracy is by the people, of the people, for the people.
Yeah, he had
But-
me convinced.
The people are retarded. You ever seen that?
Yeah. That fucker is.
That
Yeah.
was so on point to see a guru saying that. Find that video.
That-
Jamie.
yeah, the motherfucker.
I
is next
fucking love
level.
that video.
Yeah,
But
that was
guy-
a well-made documentary too.
Yeah, Wild Wild Country, right?
See,
Yeah.
it wasn't him that was fucked up though. It was Sheila. It was that
Yeah.
lady.
She
Here
was
it
kind of
goes.
hot.
Basically means
Yes. Imagine getting him on the pod and he does this.
Yeah, I'd deal with it.
government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
That's too good. That's too good.
It goes on further, but you get the point.
Yeah.
But also, like, if anybody seemed like a guru, it's that guy.
Yeah,
Like
fuck
you look
yeah.
in his eyes, like he looks like
beard.
a legit wise guru. And it seems like like I've read one of his books too. His ideas were very interesting and very legit.
Deep.
Yeah, but what happened? What went down in that town? That was great. They poisoned
Yep.
people.
Yeah.
And then brought all the homeless in to vote for
Yeah,
him.
so they fucking took over the town. And the homeless people are like, finally, we've got a community. And they're like, yeah, we're done with you. Get the fuck out of here.
That's crazy.
Ship them back out. Yeah. Cults, man, it really is a strange thing that people want to follow this one person. And, you know, this one person, like, leads this community and can't be challenged or questioned. It's like, ugh.
Man, so much easier back in the day without the socials.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, because you could just lie about stuff. Do you ever see the guy from Australia that said he was Jesus? He's like, he literally says he's the reincarnation of Jesus, and there's this woman that's with him, and he says that she's Mary, and she really believed that she was Mary, and then she found out that there was another Mary in the past, but he had said this other girl was Mary, and then they're like, hey, what about this other girl? She says she was Mary. Like, that was a mistake.
That's why she found out, because there was another Mary. That was it.
I think that was a big one.
Yeah.
Because then all of a sudden everybody was like, wait a minute.
He's all, can you walk on water though?
Yeah, let me see you turn water into wine.
Right.
It's weird. A lot of religious people that they'll just look at the beliefs. They won't look at who formed those beliefs and they like when did they form those beliefs and who was it. Like even Jehovah's Witnesses, like this Charles Taze Russell didn't even know Greek, and he wrote this whole new translation of the Bible, and everyone got on board.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's always people like that. But I mean, the original Bible itself, like one of the weird things is the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is the oldest versions of some of the stories in the Bible. They're different. They're in Aramaic, and it's like, well, should we all just read that now? You know, and why are we going on the New Testament instead of the Old Testament? Is the Old Testament the real thing?
Yeah,
Like,
that doesn't make sense.
It's all, I always wonder, like, where did it start? What was the experience that led these people to write these things down?
It makes sense if it was mushroom, psychedelic. Like, that makes the most sense. People were fucking tripping and seeing these stories and writing them down.
Well, that's Marcus Aurelius, too, you know. I mean, that was one of the more interesting things about diving deep into ancient Greek culture, is that you find, like, this book, The Immortality Key, from this guy, Brian Maurescu, who found that the Eleusinian mysteries, when all these people were coming to Eleusis from all over the world and taking part in these mystery ceremonies, they never know what they were doing until recently. And recently they started doing these tests on some of the vessels that they found, the wine vessels, and they were laced with psychedelics. So now they know for sure, and they've opened up a field of study at Harvard, and they're exploring this, and they're doing more testing and more studying. They know that the people that founded democracy were tripping balls. Wow. Which makes sense.
I think so.
You'd have to be tripping to say, look, instead of one person running things, let's all vote. Let's all vote. Because nobody else was doing that.
Yeah.
Everybody was like, off with their head. The king is here. Lay down the throne.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's one king running the show.
Yeah.
Was
that's
there a
what they
point
always
when
did.
you were super religious or not at all?
When I was little. I was a little kid. When I went to Catholic school when I was first grade, but the nun that taught Catholic school was such a cunt that it was like easy to realize that it wasn't real. Like I'd like lost all of my faith in organized religion when I was 7 years old.
Yeah.
And your parents weren't putting it on you?
No. Well, my parents split up when I was young, and then when my mom married my stepdad, my stepdad was a hippie. So it was like a completely, and then we lived in San Francisco from the time I was 7 years old. So it was like the height of the Vietnam War, the hippie movements in full bloom. You know, my stepdad had long hair. We lived around all these just like counterculture people. And that was like a big part of my upbringing from like 7 to 11. So there was no religion back then. But I think religion's like a good scaffolding for people. And I think there's something absolutely beautiful about a lot of the ideas of a lot of organized religions that really, really benefit people. But I also think it could be used as a tool to control people. Like almost everything.
My mom, I feel like it's good for her, just the community sense. Because she doesn't have, like, we go to the gym, you go to the green room, we go to the comedy store, we have a community to where she just believes in her religion so much because she gets this joy from going to church because she's around this community.
Yeah.
But it's so crazy. She will look me dead in the eyes and tell me that her religion, Christianity, is the only religion. All the other religions are made up.
Yeah.
And that...
Muslims will tell you the same thing.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like somebody's got to be wrong.
I wonder who,
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder who's the most like wealthy religion.
It's a Latter-day, or what is it? I looked it up recently, actually.
Scientologists.
rich.
They own a lot of real estate.
Do they really?
Yeah. The Scientologists is an interesting one because they sued the federal government to get tax-exempt status.
What?
Yeah, not only do they know who made that one, but the guy who made that one was an author. Not only is he an author, he's the single human being, L. Ron Hubbard, who created Scientology and Dianetics. He is the single most prolific author in human history. He has wrote more words and more books than any human being that's ever lived.
So he's got a creative mind. He creates Scientology.
His books are terrible.
No way.
Terrible. This dude probably never had a second draft in his life. They are so bad They're unbelievably stupid.
Like punctuation?
Just dumb. Just like ramble on nonsense. Here goes. The Catholic Church. Oh yeah, they're the richest.
Yeah.
Very definitely the institution with the highest wealth in the entire globe. It's estimated the operational budget of the
Are you
Catholic
sure it's a
Church.
globe?
It says it.
Jokes.
Well, there's a lot. Maybe
Globe,
it's a
flat
disc.
Earth. Flat Earth.
The disc.
You never know.
The firmament. Yeah.
170 billion.
That's a lot of money, bro. Yeah. And they got this little thing that, the occasionally kids.
Yeah, that's only one out of every 3, though.
Some occasionally some molestation.
That's crazy.
It's like the Catholic Church is so inexorably connected to molestation that if you say Catholic priest, people think a kid's getting fucked.
Yep.
That's how crazy
That's
it is.
fucking insane.
That's insane. There's not another thing on earth like that other than actual child molesters where you automatically have at least some connection in your mind. Like if a Catholic priest says, hey, I want your son to come over to my house for a sleepover. Like, wait, what? What the fuck are you talking about? But if like a boxing coach is like, hey, we're going to take some kids over to the house for a sleepover. We're going to take them on an early morning run, and then we're going to do this, and we'll have them back to you by Saturday. And the kids come back all laughing.
Yeah.
Like this guy's been doing this. They run camps.
Yeah.
Everybody camps out.
Church camp.
It can happen. It's normal. But if it's a Catholic priest, everybody goes, what? Yeah. You're going to be alone with the kids?
No.
The fuck you are.
That's crazy.
Some religions
Crazy.
too, like if a kid says, "Hey, this elder or whatever molested me," they have it in their rules or whatever that there's need to be 2 witnesses. There needs to be 2 witnesses, or we're not taking precautions.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the other thing about that is that it's somehow or another a repeating cycle. The people that get molested wind up molesting other people.
That's weird.
Oh, that they create the demons, fucking for real.
It's like a vampire thing. Like you're getting bit by a vampire.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Fuck, just fucks you up for good.
It fucks you up for good. Have you guys been to Rome? Have you ever seen like the Catholic Church and the Vatican?
No.
It's insane. The Vatican's incredible. I mean, I can't imagine the amount of money and art that they have.
Really?
It's so overwhelming. Like there's so much art. They have like priceless pieces just laying next to other priceless pieces, and you go on this tour through the Vatican of all the art collection. It's fucking unfathomable art.
Is it like the place in Abu Dhabi? What was that place called? The big where we wore our suits to and got a tour of the church.
That was the
Muslim Center.
I don't remember what it was called.
You know what I'm talking
It's
about?
one of the big churches. One of the fucking.
The biggest ever.
the
I
Muslim-
thought you
where they go
and
and
see
pray
it.
and they fucking.
It's some mosque.
Mosque.
The
Jesus,
mosque.
Yeah.
Okay.
fucking-
The
In Abu
mosque
Dhabi?
was like,
Yeah. That was like powerful. You walk in there, I was almost Muslim like that.
yeah.
I was thinking
Well,
about it.
that's one of the ways that people do get converted just by the gorgeousness of it. Is this it?
Yeah, that's part of it. It's fucking insane. I don't
So
think
the Vatican though, that's like an older building.
Well, the Vatican is essentially a country. It's actually a country inside of Rome. So that's one of the ways
Really?
they keep the child molesters is they can't like extradite them. They can't like
What?
Yeah, yeah. So
That's some high up
they'll
shit
hide
going
them.
on.
They'll hide people in the Vatican. What the Vatican is, it's like I think it's like 100 acres or something like that, and it's inside the Catholic Church's control. So it's like a country inside the city.
Is there a lot of security?
Rome. Oh yeah, a lot of security. It's a country inside the city of Rome, essentially.
Wow. You still haven't been to the pyramids, right?
No.
I haven't either. Is there like a lot of tourism? Like I remember seeing like there's the pyramids, but if you like pan this way, there's like a hotel and like
Yeah, there's a Four Seasons, and
That's
you look out the Four
crazy.
Seasons, you see the pyramids in Giza.
That's wild.
Yeah, I'm gonna get there.
I'd
But
like to go there
It was this
someday.
summer. We were trying to figure out if we're gonna go to Egypt and Greece or just Greece, and so we chose to just go to Greece. And Greece was incredible.
Never been there.
When
yet.
you go see the Parthenon, you're like, oh my God, this is 2,500 years old, and probably older because they built it upon an existing structure, the Acropolis, and they don't know how old that is.
Jesus.
Like that's all kind of been there for thousands of years before that.
Was that a good age to bring your daughters?
Yeah,
Pretty good age.
They enjoyed it. I mean, I think any age is a good age to get kids to see different things, different cultures. I mean, I've been traveling with my kids since they were really little. We took them to other countries when they were like 2 years old.
Just a plane ride.
Yeah, the plane ride's a bummer.
Oh.
But with kids, dude, you give them a fucking iPad with some movies.
Yeah.
They just chill. Give them
Yeah.
snacks. And they're
Edible.
little, so seats don't bother. Give them an edible. Give them a little heroin. Seats don't bother them because they're little, so they can just sit in that seat and fucking chill. iPads have amazing battery life.
Yeah.
You can watch fucking 7 movies in a row. Next thing you know, you're in Italy.
Speaking of heroin, you had that one Dr. Carl
Hart.
Yeah, Carl Hart on. And I listened to that, and then we did a podcast on ours, and it got clipped. I was like, yeah, I would probably do some heroin with him. And it got clipped up everywhere. Me promoting heroin and doing heroin and stuff. It was pretty funny. But that was a fucking interesting one.
He's fascinating. He's a fascinating guy. Very fascinating. Yeah.
He had a very interesting outlook on drugs.
Well, he was a straight-laced guy who didn't do any drugs at all until he became a researcher. And then when he was a clinical researcher, he realized, he's a professor at Columbia, and he realized when he was doing research, our perceptions of the effects of drugs are all just a lot of propaganda and bullshit. And a lot of the problem is impure drugs, drug abuse of these drugs. And
like Molly and stuff. Like Molly.
Heroin.
Yeah,
cocaine.
It's
candy.
It's not. Yeah, candy's the worst drug of them all for
What's
little
candy?
kids. Just kids for giving them fucking Sour Patch Kids and Skittles, and they're just fucking geeked out on sugar for a little bit.
Or it's okay for a 350-pound person who's clearly going to die from a heart attack to go into a gas station, load up on the ice cream, load up on the candy, and head out.
Killing themselves.
Yeah, they're killing themselves. There's a lot of people killing themselves in this country with food.
But the drug one was just, I always thought that was interesting because I was terrified of marijuana growing up. My dad was a cop. My mom was a nurse. It's just in my head that this is just fucking poison. Bad for you.
When did you first try it?
This fucker made me put a joint in my mouth, fucking lit it.
Well, we'd be training twice a day, and he'd come home and
19 years
still
old.
be like, let's go do something, and just be jacked up. I'd be like, bro, there's a lot of good athletes smoking this weed. Just try it, dude.
Because I had so much energy. I'd train in the morning. I'd be 19 years old, move down to Phoenix, train in the morning, train at night. Him and his buddy are chilling, and we're at the apartment. I'm just wanting to do something. So I took a puff, and I fucking chilled out for a little bit. I changed my life. I was able to, because it's hard, hard to fucking get into that state, but now it's a lot easier.
Some people who do it though, and then just every time something's going on, and they just smoke, and then they're just lazy. I think it's bad for a lot of people.
Yeah, I agree.
I think some people are just lazy, and if you give them weed and blame it on the weed,
for sure.
It doesn't make me lazy. It makes me the opposite. If I smoke weed and I haven't done the things I need to do, I go, oh God, I gotta go to work.
Yeah, same.
I start freaking.
I like that paranoia.
I do too.
It makes me start thinking about what I gotta dial in my diet. I gotta fucking.
Yes.
I gotta get to the gym. I gotta train. It gives me that anxiety, oh fuck, I'm the champ. I gotta I gotta do everything right. It gives me that paranoia.
Do you know there's a thing that people say commonly that when someone becomes a champion, they almost get 30% better just because of being a champion? Do you feel like that's going to happen to you?
I feel like I felt that after I beat Alfred in my contender series fight. I felt like I won. I just felt like I got way better just because I had just fought at the biggest name, biggest fight. I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I feel like I have a lot of work to do. I need to get back to the gym as fucking fast as possible.
But knowing how big of a beast Aljo is, and knowing that you sat him down with the right hand, how much confidence is that?
It wasn't even the more of the confidence I got was just not getting taken down. He had me up against the fence where he wanted me twice, couldn't take me down. Knocking him out, I knew I could do that. The question was, can I not get taken down? He took Henry down 4 times. He had me up against the fence exactly where he wanted me, and he couldn't take me down. That's where I got my most confidence from, for sure. Knocking him out, I felt like I knew I could do that.
It's such a big advantage to being a really good striker.
Mm-hmm.
Because if your whole thing is you have to close the distance and clinch with someone, and you're a good striker, but you don't, it's not your thing. Like, you're not just looking to put it on somebody.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you're using it as a tool to enact your skill set. You know? To have that fucking one shot. Also for marketing, like, how many times have people seen that Eddie Wineland knockout?
That one is crazy. That's one of my favorite. That one just
beautiful.
Ding, and that's the way he slapped. And it was at the apex. It was quiet. You just hear, and you hear him going. He was snoring. That was crazy.
Well, who's the last person in like the smaller weight class divisions to one-shot KO people?
To win the belt even by KO.
To walk off and KO people though. Has there ever?
Well, Marlon one-shot KOs people, and Corey's one-shot KO'd people.
With knees. With knees and stuff,
Yeah.
Yeah, but with like one straight right hand.
Yeah, no, but I feel like, once I get back to real training, I'm really hoping these stem cells fucking just...
Yeah, it's going to help.
I'm optimistic.
And by the way, you can come back once a month and keep getting shot up.
Yeah, Brigham was a man.
Yeah.
A very knowledgeable dude, weighs the well. That was fucking
Super knowledgeable, and they stack a bunch of different things together. They're really beneficial, and he's always up on the latest studies, and he's also got this incredible memory. So you talk to him about, he can relay all the information
That's sweet.
in a very dissolvable way. Or very
And they do
absorbable
peptides
way.
and everything there.
Everything.
That's fucking sweet.
I'm all about the peptides.
Oh, yeah.
I've been, we were talking about this last night as well, that the UFC is trying to allow people to take peptides again, specifically BBC 157, which just helps you heal. I mean, that's really what it's about. It just helps soft tissue damage repair quicker.
God, that would be
What about
so
the
sweet.
ipamorelin, the CJC? Doesn't that help with joints and ligaments and bone density?
Yes, it does, and it also promotes human growth hormone. Yeah, and that would be beneficial as well. You look. I just think this whole idea of purity is horseshit, because there's not the purity in sport in terms of like supplementation. Are you allowed to take creatine? You are. Okay, well, creatine's a performance enhancing substance. 100%,
Protein.
absolutely. It's not just physically enhancing. Creatine is cognitively enhancing. There's some great benefits to supplementing with creatine. And then there's also your stacking BCAAs, your branched chain amino acids. It's going to give you a benefit. Those are supplements. You're getting it from a supplemental form instead of from your food. And you're getting it on top of your food, you're stacking it. You're doing it with a bunch of other stuff. You're taking beta-alanine before you exercise. That's performance enhancing. If you take cordyceps mushrooms like Onnit Shroom Tech, 100% helps you hit an extra gear when you're training. There's a lot of pre-workouts that are legal. There's a lot of stuff that's legal that is 100% performance enhancing. I think what we have to keep people doing is doing supernatural levels of testosterone and growth hormone and things that allowed like Vitor Belfort to become TRT.
Alistair.
Alistair. But even that, it's like, listen, if anybody should be able to fucking do that, it's guys who fight in a cage for a living. If anybody should be able to do that, to like be at their prime, as long as they weigh 135 pounds when they fucking step on that scale, I think we're wrapped around this idea of cheating. I think we should be wrapped around this idea of optimizing. And I think optimization should be the most important thing.
Yeah, I mean, if you're 35, 36, 37 in the UFC, you've been competing in the UFC for 10 years, and you're not allowed to just do any of these peptides. You're not allowed to do any of this. You go to get your blood work, and the doctor's like, hey, you're lacking in these areas. This could benefit your life.
Yeah, it would change your ability to train, change your performances inside the octagon, change your ability to recover.
Just being able to recover and train. Like, I haven't trained in the last few weeks, and it's crazy.
Well, this is the thing about jiu-jitsu, right? Jiu-jitsu, specifically like Abu Dhabi, which is the premier jiu-jitsu organization, they don't test for steroids, and everybody openly takes steroids.
Yep.
And so this is how they're able to compete with guys like, when you're at that level, like a Gordon Ryan level, Gordon is open about steroid use. He trains 365 days a year. How are you going to do that?
Yeah.
If you're not juiced up?
No chance.
How are you going to recover? How are you recovering? You're weightlifting in the morning, and then you're doing jiu-jitsu at night every day, 365 days a year?
Fuck, that'd be nice to be able to train like that.
That's the way you train like that. You train like that on juice. And if you do, you become, if you also are super intelligent and super dedicated, and you have John Danaher in your corner, you become Gordon Ryan at 27, which is just bonkers.
Insane.
Greatest of all time, hands down, consensus. No one's arguing.
Yeah.
27.
And then you get to see two of those gorillas go at it, like Andre Galvo and
Nicky
Gordon
Rod
at those ADCCs. Like, whoa, that's
Oh,
fucking
my God.
sweet.
Yeah,
Imagine if kids
the
like,
level.
Cade Rutolo and Ty Rutolo, those guys on that stuff would be fucking a nightmare.
Well, you know what though? They're so young. They shouldn't be on anything.
Yeah.
Like, don't ruin your fucking endocrine system. They're competing at such a high level without it. But as time goes on, like even guys are 19, 20, when you hit 23, 24, my fucking shoulder, my back, my ribs. Like, how many jiu-jitsu guys do you know that have fucked up backs?
Yeah.
So
all of
many.
them.
Everybody.
All of them.
Fucked up necks.
Yeah.
Fucked up backs. Do you do anything for your neck? Like, you do iron neck or anything?
God, my neck. I feel like my posture's like a little fucked up, so I've always had like really good guillotine defense and shit. But I don't know, my neck took a beating, but it feels pretty strong and not too bad. But my back fucking gets fucked up from wrestling a lot.
Do you ever do things specifically to strengthen your neck?
Not really, just wrestle.
Dude, get an iron neck. We
You
might
like
have
those?
one here they'll give you guys. It's the shit. Greatest invention ever for working out your neck.
Really?
You ever use it? Mm-mm. So we have
I've
it here. I'll
seen
show
them.
it to you after the show.
Is that what keeps your posture so sharp?
Mine?
Yeah.
No, I'm just cognizant of it because I have bad posture my whole life. But you just keep this fucking halo on your head, and it's got a bungee cord, and you back up like this. It's like a 50-pound bungee cord, and then you do this.
Just do sets. Fuck.
It's like
Yeah.
a bowl.
That's it right there. I'll
Yeah.
show it to you guys. We have it in the gym.
Wrestling, definitely. People hanging on your neck, though. If you're
Oh.
doing fucking 5-6 rounds and you're wrestling.
Horrible.
That's my favorite practice, 100%. Not even close to anything else. is
Wrestling?
Grappling, going live from the feet. We have such good wrestlers at our gym, too.
Why is that your favorite?
It's fucking exhausting. It's I love hitting people in takedowns. There's a high. It's almost like knocking someone out. Not quite as good, but you hit a little duck on somebody and you score on them. It's fucking fun. I feel good when I do that. But yeah, people hanging on your neck, especially when you're going with these college wrestlers like Bryce Meredith. When he fucking snaps your head down and you're fucking trying to keep your posture up.
Yeah, 3-time D1 All-American, like 2-time NCAA finalist. Like they're different level wrestlers.
Yeah, and it's fun going with those high ass level wrestlers. It's humbling. But yeah, that's my favorite practice. Those are my favorite.
Yeah, you don't see wrestlers like going. Well, how old is Jordan Burroughs actually? Because he's been wrestling at that high level.
He's like 36.
Fuck.
Is he really? Oh shit.
And he's still at the top of the food
That's
chain.
What a
insane.
freak.
How old
to-
is Jordan? 35.
And to practice
35.
like that,
Yeah.
wrestling's fucking brutal.
And 100% natural because he's getting tested all the time.
Damn.
That's impressive.
He wouldn't even drink one of these. I offered him a CBD Killcliff, and he was like, "What's in there?" I go, "CBD." He's like, I don't think I can. I might pop for something." I'm like, "This?" I'm like, "This is not gonna make you pop for anything." He's like, "I can't take a chance."
The trickiest shit with that, what I've learned from my experiences, like this one doesn't say it, but if it said dietary supplement on the back or on the bottom, and if it says supplemental facts instead of nutrition facts, that's when you can't take it unless it's third party tested. So like a Celsius says dietary supplement on the bottom, and it doesn't say it's not third party tested. So that you could test positive for that.
Oh, well, I guarantee you, if you drink Killcliffs,
No, those
is-
ones
all
don't.
this
Yeah,
stuff is
those ones
just-
are good.
It's just vitamins and minerals and fucking.
But certain drinks, you got to be so fucking careful. He grabbed these gummies at the store the other day, these veggie gummies, and he's like, "Do you want one?" I looked at the bag, and on the bottom it says dietary supplement, and I can't have. If you're in the USADA pool, you cannot have anything that says dietary supplement that is not third party tested because you could fucking test for something.
That makes sense.
It's fucked.
Is it like a deal they have at the USADA? Is it like a certain year deal, or is it they just pay him yearly for it?
UFC?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I'd pay him off.
Tell me.
Hey, fellas, enough is enough. I think we've proved our point.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, some of the guys that got caught weren't even from USADA. Like TJ wasn't from USADA. I think it was like an athletic commission. Yeah.
But you know who I can't wait to see climb up to is Bo Nickel. Like, Bo Nickel versus Kamzat, Bo Nickel versus Paulo
Strickland.
Costa, or Strickland.
Man. Yeah, man.
That's gonna be.
And
fucking
he's got
good.
fucking hands too.
Yeah.
That's what's interesting. He's such an athlete.
Yeah.
You know.
He's that next fucking breed.
Yep. Yeah. Very interesting to watch. See what happens with that guy. He's a big elk hunter.
Is he?
Yeah, big bow hunter, man.
Yeah, he seems like an interesting dude. He seems like he's just doing everything
Yep,
right. That's one
smart,
thing.
dedicated.
He's living like a champion. That's where I
Yep.
feel like I was doing before all these guys. Before, like when I was young in the UFC, I was living like a champion. I was pretending I am a champ and I have, defend the belt. I gotta, and a lot of these guys don't. A lot
What
of them
a
don't.
crazy premiere you had, like what that showed the world who you were with fucking Snoop Dogg and Uriah
Oh, my
Faber
God.
doing commentary. And really, there's no other opportunity for that to happen because they don't even do that anymore.
Yeah, one season. I was on the first season. They did
Yeah.
it. Everyone, I mean, Snoop got a lot of hate and like for that, so I don't think they had him back on again. But yeah, I lucked the fuck out. That right there went so. And he posted on his IG a bunch. He sent me a text after the fight. You did it, nephew.
Look at that.
There's one guy
How skinny I was.
that resembles the same body as my boy Snoop. It's Afro Allen.
This is so funny, bro. He still calls me Sugar Shane sometimes.
Oh, that's amazing.
Oh, that is
I
funny.
think he called you that on the podcast. when I had him
Yeah.
on.
He does. He still does. I'm
He's
like, it's
amazing.
fine.
He's amazing.
That dude's a
he was one of those.
hustler.
He's one of those guys that it kind of almost weirded me out that he was here.
Really?
Yeah,
Snoop?
he's like, I'm hanging out with Snoop Dogg, and he's like, we're talking, and he's rolling blunts. He's just sitting there rolling blunts. I'm like, oh my God, I'm smoking weed with Snoop Dogg. Like, this is so
That's
crazy.
yeah.
This is so crazy.
That dude's connected.
He's
Dude's fucking.
He's a great guy too.
Yeah.
Just a great guy.
Yeah, those.
And again, a fucking real hustler. Been around forever.
Him and Shaq.
Yeah.
Him and Shaquille O'Neal are fucking
Always
businessmen.
hustling.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. I love that.
Smart.
Does it motivate you being around him too? Is he one of those guys that, or is he just
Snoop?
like you think he'd be?
He's just very nice, very friendly, and very chill and cool to be around. He gave me a bunch of gifts. Gave me some cool jackets. He gave me this Death Row
Record-
chain.
Yeah, Death Row. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, he's just fucking awesome, man. It's just it's just weird to be around. It's weird to be around certain iconic people. Like I had Quentin Tarantino in here. I'm like, that's Quentin Tarantino.
That's crazy.
Really, Quentin Tarantino.
Dude.
You know, luckily I had met him one other night. I met him at the Comedy Store one night. He actually saw me perform, and he came up to me after. He goes, "Dude, you fucking killed. That was awesome." And I'm like, "Holy shit, that's Quentin Tarantino." This is Quentin Tarantino. I mean, I remember just moving to L.A. and I was with this girl that I dated, and we went to see at the Man's Chinese Theater. We went to see Pulp Fiction. And I remember sitting in that movie theater going, "What kind of fucking movie is this? This movie's so wild."
I don't think I've seen that. Have you?
You never seen Pulp Fiction?
He hasn't seen any.
I don't even know who
movies.
Quentin Tarantino is.
Yeah,
You don't know who Quentin Tarantino is?
I don't know shit about like
You don't know like The Hateful Eight or Django or
none of that.
no Jackie Brown? Nothing.
Nothing.
Oh my God, you have so many good movies to see. Kill Bill.
I've heard of Kill Bill, but I don't know
What
it
do you
is.
do for time? You
I
like playing
know.
video games? And
Nah, I quit after the Peter Yan fight. I quit.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, I'm fighting for the belt. I'm fucking using those couple hours a day to recover or train. The more I quit gaming, yeah.
Good for
after
you.
that Peter Yan fight.
Yeah, man, it'll suck that time, baby.
It's so fun. And it's a lot of energy.
Hour and a half a day though with the boys, where you can just let loose. You feel like you're in war.
Yeah,
I
it is
fucking
fun.
love the
Tim's not
release.
giving it up.
No,
I love
Tim's
the release.
He's been playing
justifying
more.
A little bit of heroin never did
Yeah,
anybody
a little-
wrong. It relaxes me at the end of the day.
Yep.
Imagine if you've never seen a Tarantino movie and someone's like, "Hey, check these out on Netflix. You got some shit to watch."
Oh yeah,
As a
Would it be fun?
bro,
bro.
you've got some fucking movies to
You
see.
got some movies.
What
to
years are
see.
they? Like old?
No.
Well, they started in '94. That's
when I
Pulp
was born.
Fiction. Yeah, so start there.
Okay.
Pulp Fiction's fucking amazing.
Reservoir
or
Dogs.
Reservoir Dogs. That was his first one. That's fucking incredible.
He's the actor or he producer?
No. Well, he sometimes has small roles in some of his movies, but he
That's
directs,
funny.
produces, writes in them. He's the fucking man. I mean, he's never made a bad movie. He himself is responsible for some of the greatest movies of all time.
That's a crazy fucking skill.
Yeah, and he won't do but 10. He's going to do 10 movies. He's done 9 so far. He's trying to figure out what his 10th movie is, and then he's done.
Really?
Yep. He's thinking, then I'm done.
So he writes everyone's lines. I'm
He
sure,
writes
like-
everything. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
such a crazy fucking
You didn't see
skill.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood?
Uh-uh.
Oh my God, it's good. God damn.
So he's
that's a
got
good movie.
9 movies I need to watch.
9 bangers.
Okay.
He didn't have one movie that I watched. Like,
Really? That's
no,
so crazy.
not one. All of them are wild. All of them are hyper violent.
Oh.
To the point where you're like, jeez. Like, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, it's like he's grandfathered in because there's this scene. It's about the Manson family, and Brad Pitt.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, Brad Pitt is the hero in this movie, and there's a scene where he kills a woman, smashing her head against a fireplace.
Jesus.
And you're like, this is the hero of the movie who's doing like. And I was watching this going, Tarantino's grandfathered in to make this kind of movie.
Right.
Nobody else can make this kind of movie today in this climate. It's just too fucked up.
Damn.
Sean's never even seen Wolf of Wall Street.
Not yet.
It's a great movie.
I'm
too.
nervous.
That's good.
It's a great.
I'm like,
movie.
I just know I might. That's might send me downhill. No, I'm joking. Maybe. I can see how people do that though. Start making a lot of money, get an opportunity to go travel, you go to the club. It's fucking fun, chicks. I'm like,
Well, also, if you're a stockbroker, like your whole game is about making money. Well, why are you making money if you're not spending it? And if you're going to spend it, you're going to spend it in extravagant, wild, crazy ways because that's the thrill to have that money and you're fucking in that hedonistic snorting coke lifestyle.
God, in another life.
Buying watches and shit. You have a little watch collection?
Yeah, I do. But I like functional watches more than like baller
Yeah.
diamond encrusted shit. I like tool watches. I like dive watches. like Grand Seikos and Rolexes and shit like that.
Yeah, you have some nice Rolexes to see when you're doing the UFC and stuff.
Yeah, when I do the UFC, I wear a nice watch. But like, this is a Garmin. I wear this. This is my watch I wear when I'm hunting.
Fucking
Shows
whole
me
nother
altitude
world,
and
huh?
shit.
The watch world.
Yeah, the watch world's a whole nother world. Yeah.
People could drop some serious cheddar on those watches.
Oh, dudes are running around like Ed Sheeran. He was running around, and someone said that's a $500,000 watch he's got on. I'm like, okay.
Ed.
Okay.
Fucking redheads.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What kind of watch are you wearing there, Sean?
I went to Richard.
Is it Richard Mille?
Richard Mille.
Oh, dude, you went baller.
yeah, at the ball.
Woo! That's not even the strong one. The strong one's over with Jamie. Jamie's got the strong one.
That one made me cry.
I chucked the strong one towards you.
No.
Right?
Oh my God.
Let's fucking go.
Holy shit, that's powerful. My eyes are watering. Oh. Yeah. I just had a. Oh, no. Oh, I just had an urge to just hit it real quick.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It gets in there, gets in your blood. When we leave those around the comedy club green room, you always like last night. Everybody's hitting it.
Yeah. I don't even mean to.
weird.
It just happened.
Well, you see people do it. You're like, I want to try.
Oh. Yeah, I always wanted to try after seeing you guys hit it on the pod. I was like, God, I gotta rip them.
Are they allowed to do that in
Oh.
boxing anymore? Because they used to do that, where they would give them
In between
smelling salts
rounds?
in between rounds to wake them
Fuck,
up.
imagine you get cracked and you're like, and you get, oh, I'm good.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
shit.
I wonder if that'll do it.
I don't know if the commissions would allow it.
Banned.
It's banned.
Yeah, commissions.
I wonder why. Is it a performance enhancer? Or is it just dangerous?
After Panama Lewis
Holy fuck.
gave Aaron Pryor some unknown substance in between rounds against Alexis Arguello, Panama Lewis was like known for cheating. Like it was a big part. Like he's a known bad guy, and he gave Aaron Pryor this. He goes, "Give me another bottle. No, the one I mixed."
Oh.
And he gives it to him, and he gives it to Aaron Pryor, who was he had known coke problems.
Oh.
Improper use of smelling salts a growing concern among. Look at that guy's eyes.
Did they find out what was in his drink?
player.
It says
No.
80% of NFL players are known to use it.
80%. What's the problem?
Yeah, I wonder if
Well, I've seen the biggest.
Oh, look at this shit.
biggest problem
Trauma patients often suffer neck injuries that may be undetected. The first response to a noxious smell to suddenly jerk the head away from the stimulus.
No.
This can result in a dislocating an injured spine and
biggest
potential
injury is
paralysis.
whiplash from it.
Yeah.
I can see that shit.
Well, I can see if you had a hurt neck.
Yeah.
But if you did have a hurt neck, like if you got KO'd in football,
Yeah.
you got clashed, and your head's fucked up, and they give you a smell, you start like, ah!
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah, and you don't realize your neck's jacked, and I could see that. But in other circumstances,
That's like 1% chance.
yeah, like if you get dinged with an uppercut, and they in between rounds they give you that, you're like, woo.
They banned them from fighting because they can hide concussion symptoms.
Oh,
Like,
I
you
guess
get
that is a
probably so jacked
benefit.
up you wouldn't know you're fucked up. And,
Oh.
that's what this says. It says in the 70s they were eventually banned.
I could see that, though. It kind of just fucking puts you in the...
But is
it's
it
the-
better to just go out and still be concussed and fight? Because people
point.
are always concussed and fighting.
That's a very good point.
I mean, think about Snoop. I mean, excuse me. Think about, like how many times has a fighter been cracked early in a fight, and then you see they're still dealing with that later in the fight, and then afterwards they don't even remember the fight.
Yeah, a lot.
That happens oftentimes, right? Like that person's concussed.
Yeah.
That happens all the time. Like guys win fights and they're concussed. And they're like, after the second round, I was on autopilot and I went back to my corner. I said, "What round is it?" They're like, "Round 5." I'm like, "What?
Yeah.
How's this round 5?" Like, okay, Adesanya versus Strickland, that first round when he got cracked.
Yeah.
High likelihood of concussion.
100%
Right?
chance.
100% chance.
Yeah.
I mean, he got dropped, spun around, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. How many left
A
hands
lot.
did he hit him with?
Like probably 20,
Clean.
at least.
A bunch were clean. You gotta think he's dinged after that fight. And when he said his arms felt like rubber, and like, how much of that was a factor?
Yeah.
Could it easily been a factor when they said it didn't look like him in there? Maybe that's why. I mean, it easily could be from that.
Most likely.
And imagine
Especially because he
real.
shows up every time. Yeah.
think it
That
just fucking-
fucking hits him right back.
Yeah.
Woo! And I'm back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you have to put a little on your finger for next fight, just in
Yeah.
case. You go, whoop.
Yeah, just have some, when you.
There's Tom Brady doing it.
He's TB12,
apparently
baby.
known for doing it.
Oh,
Damn,
really?
He's fired.
I bet he is.
Oh,
I
he's
bet
a-
he's known for doing every goddamn thing that works.
Yeah, I just listened to him on the PBD pod.
Oh, was he on that?
Yeah, he was on that. Interesting guy.
I bet that was good.
Playing at that high level for that long and like being just taking care of his body.
Yeah,
I like listening to that shit.
You have to be insanely smart
Yeah.
to be a quarterback.
That's the craziest fucking position in like all sports, I feel like.
Yeah, you have to know so much about what's going on. I went to my first NFL game 2 weeks ago.
Were you like in the suite or were you able to get on the field?
50-yard line.
That's
like
cool.
front row, 50-yard line.
Changes it when it's that close.
Insane.
What'd you think of it?
Insane.
It was incredible.
So fun.
It's so fun.
Can't watch it on TV.
And there's like 80,000 people in there, and everyone's going nuts when they're cheering. And it's in Dallas, and the Cowboys are playing. Woo!
Yeah.
Those players just look like dinosaurs marching off the field.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
These dudes are so fucking huge. They're so massive.
Yeah.
You know? Which is kind of weird that the UFC has a 265-pound weight limit, isn't
Yeah.
it?
I feel like there's a whole another ball game if you open up that 265 plus,
Right.
which is good.
A super heavyweight division. But who would do it? Because everyone is preparing to be 265, right? So, like, who... Well, you would have to develop your talent outside
Right.
where they have a super heavyweight division, and I don't know of anybody that has one.
UFC could probably figure that
Does
out.
ONE FC have a weight limit on their heavyweights?
I'm not even sure.
That's
Yeah, I
a
don't
good question. Google that, Jamie. Does ONE FC have a 265-pound weight
All I know
limit?
is when I looked this up the other day, I couldn't find the last super heavyweight fight was like in 2018. It was
Remember the Pride ones with like that Do Hyung Choi, the 7-foot guy fighting Fedor?
Oh, yeah.
When they'd have those super matches.
Yeah, they had crazy fights over in Pride.
I'm so glad there's weight classes.
Oh, my God.
That would not be. That would not be fun.
UFC 1.
Fuck. I would have been fucked.
If you have your skills now, though, you
Back
might
in
not
the-
be fucked.
Way back then.
It's 265 also.
That ONE FC is 265 also. That's such a weird number. Why is that a boxing thing or no?
No, not at all.
Wait, boxing doesn't have a weight limit,
Boxing
right?
doesn't have the weight. Tyson Fury's like
That's
280, 290 sometimes when he fights.
Yeah, I feel like I'm more excited for the. I'm excited for that fight, but I feel like I'm more excited for Dylan versus Logan and KSI versus Tommy.
Are you really?
I don't know why. I just keep forgetting about. I feel like they're promoting it very well. I'm seeing it all over, and then I'm not really seeing Francis versus Tyson all over as much as I'm seeing the other ones.
That's interesting. I'm not paying attention at all to the Dylan versus Logan thing, other than the online drama. Occasionally, someone will send it to me, but I try to avoid all that stuff. Like, I don't want talking
It's
about
fucked up.
his girlfriend. His
I
fiance.
know.
Like, come on.
It's like, where's the line?
I'm getting a new number. When I get my new number, I'm not putting any apps on my phone.
Smart.
I'm gonna keep this phone and just have apps on that phone, and just every now and then when I have to post or something like that, I'll post. But my new phone, no apps. It's too much.
Do you have a good time scrolling on Instagram, though, seeing like bow hunting stuff?
Yeah. If I could curate it correctly, but
Yeah.
it's too late. I follow like 5,000 people.
Yeah.
Because I'm, if someone posts something I think is funny or something I like, I go follow. Why? It's not gonna hurt me to follow them.
Yeah.
Follow 'em. So I follow so many people.
Yeah.
And then the algorithm recommends people that I don't follow and things I don't follow, and so many of those are murder.
And
So
butt,
many of those are
On Insta?
animal attacks,
butt
murder.
cheeks.
Yeah, but that's normal. I
Yeah.
mean, you could find sex online. I mean, it's like 1/3 of internet
Yeah,
traffic.
yeah.
If you seek it out, but in the Instagram feed, when I'm not even looking, I'm seeing people get killed by bulls. And like,
Jesus.
Yeah,
I don't
don't
see
know.
any of that on mine.
bro, my algorithm's a mess.
Yeah.
It's all muscle cars and people getting killed and people getting knocked unconscious.
How crazy is that fucking X Plaid or just the Plaid Tesla?
It's insane.
I got
Have you
fucking
driven in
pulled
it?
over again. I have one.
Oh,
I got
you
pulled
one.
over again in literally the exact. So right before I went to Boston, a couple days before Boston, I got pulled over on the highway and pulled into the same neighborhood. And fucking right before I got here, got pulled over, same highway, same neighborhood, same cop. I'm like, fuck. So I gotta go deal with that when I get home. But those X's are fucking insane.
They're so fast.
They're so fast. Even on the highway, you're going 90. It's just like, feels like you're going 60.
It makes no sound.
Yeah.
And when you merge, you don't feel like a douchebag. If I merge in my Porsche, it's like, like I feel like a dickhead.
Yeah.
But I'm faster than that in the Plaid. I mean,
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
stupid.
no
whistles.
sound, just
Yeah, for real.
it's like defies time.
Yeah.
Like, it just
I don't get
time travels. It just the way they move. It's 0 to 60 in 1.9
Mm-hmm.
seconds for a 4-door sedan.
Stupid.
Bonkers.
So stupid.
And wait until he comes out with that little one.
I'm excited.
That little
The two-door?
The two-door,
Yeah.
the Roadster. That thing's gonna be 1.5, 1.7, 0 to
get it.
60.
Jeez.
And it's gonna handle because all the weight's gonna be at the bottom because that's where the weight of the batteries is.
Jesus.
So it's like a beautiful center of gravity. Those cars have a phenomenal center of gravity.
Yeah, I'm hoping I don't get my license suspended.
Are you worried?
No, I feel like if I am, I'll just fucking sell all my cars, get a Sprinter van, and hire my dad to drive me around full time. So I'm not too worried about it. But I'd rather not.
How many tickets do you have?
I've only got a couple, but two
Is
in
it from
like,
how many are from the Lamborghini?
none. Zero
Really?
from the Lambo, zero from I got the new Corvette, none from that. It's always in the Tesla. Always in the fucking Tesla. Going on the highway going too fast.
It's just too easy to
I'm like,
cruise in those.
It's like I just don't feel like that's too fast. Like it's just not. It's like a good speed. 90's okay.
It isn't that thing.
I think for certain people, not for an old grandma, but I'm fucking alert. I'm watching.
You're a pro athlete.
Yeah,
You're a
I should be able to go
world champion.
90. I'm gonna see what I can do about that. Talk to the Chicago State Athletic Commission.
Why do they even make cars that go so fast where it's illegal to drive?
Because it's
anyway?
kind of like they have to do it. Why are they making computers? Unless you're doing what Jamie does, or you're doing video editing or something like that, or playing like insane computer games. Why do you need that much processing power? But every year the new one comes out, you want the new thing.
Yeah.
And when people look at 0 to 60 numbers, that's like a thing they all look at. What is it? Yay, the new BMW M5s. They do 0 to 60 in 3.2. How are you really going 0 to 60 that fast? Like, what are you,
Yeah.
fucking psycho?
Didn't they have a new electric Lucid or some shit that's faster than the 1.9?
I don't believe so. I don't believe the Lucid is faster, but there is a supercar that is faster than that. It's an electric $2 million supercar that somebody makes that's fucking insane.
Jesus. The new electric Ferraris look
The
so
fastest
sick.
thing that I've ever been in by far, though, is John Hennessy's Venom. John Hennessy, do you know who he is? He's this psychotic Texas tuner guy who takes, like, I have a Ram. I fucking love it. I have a Ram TRX. Even a stock Ram TRX is the best truck I've ever driven. They're fucking great. It's comfortable. It's got a very compliant suspension, and it's crazy off-road capable. I mean, those things you can Baja race in those motherfuckers.
Jesus.
And he takes that and he makes it 1,000 horsepower. It comes from the factory. It's 700, 7 something, and he cranks it up to 1,000. So it's a giant Ram truck that goes 0 to 60 in like 3.5 seconds. It's
What's the Venom?
nuts. The Venom is his supercar. It's all carbon fiber, and it's 2,000 horsepower or something.
That's what
Fucking
it's just called a
bonkers.
Venom?
Yeah, dude.
the
It's
fuck?
what's the 0 to 60, Jamie?
that
Scroll
thing's
back up.
Sweet.
So it goes 250 miles an hour. It costs $2.5 million.
That's what his looked like that you went in?
Yeah, he brought it here.
Jesus.
You look at it and you just go, "Oh my god!"
Do they make any other cars, or they're just
Oh,
like...
he makes a bunch of shit, but this is a totally made in factory car.
Oh,
what he
okay,
does
okay.
with most stuff is tunes them. This thing is so insane.
I think
I mean,
beautiful.
and he took me for a ride in it. I was terrified.
faster than the Plaids?
Oh yeah.
What?
Yeah. A lot faster.
Is it electric?
No,
Gas.
and it
Damn.
sounds like a demon.
That thing's fucking sexy.
It's so sexy. Well, if you've seen it in real
Jesus.
life, it's incredible. It's incredible. So it's just like, Jesus Christ. That's the fastest thing I've ever been in.
Yeah.
That thing's nuts. I mean, it's literally like a race car.
You think about treating yourself to one?
Yeah, that's dangerous.
I don't know. If I want to go fast, I'll take the Plaid. And if I want to have fun, I'll take a muscle car. I like muscle cars.
The Rumble.
Something about the sound. I never was a sound guy either, but I do like the sound of it. Like,
Bro, I'll let you drive one of mine. One of the real ones. It's like got a fully independent suspension.
See this guy driving it on the Autobahn?
The Tesla.
Fucking tops. He goes
No
so
way.
fast. He's going.
That's
he goes
miles
so
per
That's
hour?
fast.
all. No, that's
Goes-
kilometers.
oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, but still.
I was like, Jesus.
But what's 260 kilometers
I
or whatever
think he
the hell
got it
was
up to top speeds over 200 miles an hour.
Yeah, they're fast
Holy
as fuck, man.
fucking
It's just how
Christ.
fast it gets to 60 that's so bonkers.
Yeah. Yeah, I fucking love stepping on that. My little princess too. She when she's in the back and I step on her a little bit, she goes ah. She loves it. She's faster.
I taught my 15-year-old how to drive in that.
Really?
Yeah.
That's funny.
With it on ludicrous mode.
It's always on ludicrous
Yeah,
mode. I
mine
never
is
take
too.
it off. But I taught her how to drive in that. It's easy to control. That's the difference
Yeah.
between that and like other high power cars. You can drive in that very slowly, easily. It's
Yeah.
not hard to do. It's like the perfect car to drive
Yeah.
around. Like for a commuter car, it's the best car ever.
I take it more than anything.
Yeah,
I love that car.
I'm always taking that. Or I take the Ram.
It's weird when you drive the Teslas too with the regenerative braking, then getting a different car. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
Right.
it is weird.
Right. You're used to just
Forget.
driving with one pedal.
Yeah.
You know, letting it slow itself down.
Or if you're on cruise control in a different car and you forget that it doesn't slow down when you get behind someone,
Yeah.
you fucking almost hit them.
Boop. When you hit that
Yeah.
doop, doop, and it's like stays in the lanes
Oh,
and
that's
drives
so
around.
nice. I need to use it fucking more because apparently
So how many tickets have you gotten?
just like 2 within the last couple months, but this motherfucker got 3 within like, or no, that last one you didn't get a ticket because the cop knew you, but this motherfucker was just in the same position I was in. You got to go to court and everything too. I got to
What do you
go
drive, Tim?
Just the Model 3.
Tesla.
It's
Yeah,
fast as fuck too.
Fucking love
Yeah.
it. I love it.
That's a great car for the value.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh my god! I
Hard
was
to
at
beat.
I was at a red light and I was in my GT3 RS, which sounds fucking insane. And this Model 3 just went shoo,
yeah,
took off ahead of me. I was like, I'm not even gonna try.
yeah,
You motherfucker! Silently.
yeah.
In you know this kind of an economy car.
Yeah. Yeah, for the price, those things are fucking
Incredible.
perfect.
Incredible. Yeah, and if you have
Plug
a
it
charger
in.
at your house, it's the shit.
Cars. Yeah.
Yeah, you just plug it in at your house. You never have to go to a gas station. You know those sketchy moments where you're coming home and it's 1 o'clock in the morning and you're on E, like, fuck, I want to get gas,
Yo.
but I don't want to fucking pull into some weird station and get carjacked.
Yep.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, you see too many videos.
I mean, especially in a busy city, the Hov lane when you can just click that self drive and it
Yeah.
sit back,
that's nice.
have a jack. Just sucks.
Yeah, you ever seen people falling asleep in those things in traffic? They're asleep in the car.
Yeah,
and the car's
that's
just
fucking
Yeah.
terrifying. I couldn't do that. But those motherfuckers probably worked for 10 hours.
yeah. There's a lot of Silicon Valley people that are just on their last edge.
Last fucking ran out of Adderalls.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we still haven't been to a Buc-ee's. We keep hearing about Buc-ee's.
Oh, I talked about it last
yeah,
night.
yeah.
You gotta go.
Yeah.
We went to HEB thinking it's Buc-ee's. And we're like,
No.
oh,
No,
HEB's
you-
going to be sweet.
Yeah, I didn't think it was gonna be a Buc-ee's. I knew the difference, but you keep hearing about HEB. I kept hearing on Kill Tony. They talk about it. I'm like, I gotta go. We go, and I'm like, what the fuck?
We thought it was
It's
like a
just a
Whole
grocery
Foods.
store.
We thought it was like a Whole Foods.
We thought it was gonna be like a nice organic Whole Foods or some shit.
No.
Yeah,
you
we
gotta
had-
go to Whole Foods. There's a place called Central Market that's actually better than Whole Foods.
Really?
Central Market's great. It's like an advanced
Local or?
Whole Foods. Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
But it's also like an advanced Whole Foods. It's like Whole Foods, but even better. It's great.
that's
That
nice.
place is great out here. But HEB is just a good, nice supermarket. But
But I think we went to a
Buc-ee's is
dirtier
an
one, though.
experience, man. You can buy tents at Buc-ee's.
Yeah, we need to hit
Fishing
a Buc-ee's.
equipment, fucking Buc-ee's is nuts. It's so big. Like you're talking about like hundreds of pumps. You
Oh,
sit there like,
shit.
what is going on? It's like a parking lot filled with pumps.
That's badass.
Yeah, it makes sense. Your bit when you said what.
It's just Texas.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
You usually do Instacart or you go shopping? Or your wife?
What do you mean?
Like when you get groceries and stuff?
What's Instacart?
Instacart's like a new app. You can just go to whatever store, click it in your thing, and they'll deliver it right to your door.
Nah, go shopping.
Yeah.
Just push a fucking cart around. Say hi to people.
Yeah. yeah.
It's
Do
not
you?
bad.
Is it constantly pictures, or do people
It's
kind of
okay.
leave it a little bit alone?
Mostly they leave me alone. People out here
Just
are
like
cool,
hi,
man.
like
They're friendly.
Yeah.
It's not like it doesn't feel douchey. You know, it's like they're just folks
Yeah.
shopping.
Fans too. Listen to the
Yeah.
pod.
Some
say
of them are
what's
cool,
up.
and most people are just nice. They come over, hey, like your show.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's nice. No
Yeah.
big deal.
Yeah, that is nice. That's how I feel like it is out kind of in Arizona where we're at out there.
But
It's
one
not
thing
too
does
bad.
happen to people. It's going to happen to you too. Is like as you get more and more famous, sometimes people get anxiety about social circumstances just because you don't want to get bothered.
Yeah,
You know
I've
what-
felt that before.
Yeah.
Where I'm just like, God, just like I want to go take a pee. I'm at a restaurant. But I'm like, I don't really want to walk past people and then go in the bathroom and
Right.
sit in there and like, oh, I just wanna
Especially
sit
you
here.
because you're so identifiable.
Oh, it's, yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Which
I'm
is
trying
great.
to go, and then I try to go like incognito, and I have like I have like a sugar hat with a sugar shirt and sugar shorts. I'm like, that didn't work. My hair's
you know
fucking
better.
pink.
All your cars are like flashy
I know.
cars.
I fucking
Yeah.
yeah.
What? Come on, man. You're a star.
Yeah.
That's how you got to do it. Hey, how did you pick that song that you came out to? Because it was the perfect song.
I picked it. It's funny. I listened to that song for a long time. But I played it in Abu Dhabi. I knew it wouldn't be a banger in Abu Dhabi because it's just different cultural. The pay-per-view, I knew it wasn't going to be too good. But for me, I was like, this is my moment. I'm going to walk out to it. I actually walked out to it too when I fought Jose Quinones. So after I broke my foot, when I came back, I walked out to it in Vegas at T-Mobile. Then I went away from it for a little bit, but I knew that was going to fucking just...
You got a song in mind for the rematch with Cheeto?
I don't. I do have a different song in mind, but I also might stick with Superstar.
It's a good one, man.
Yeah.
It's a good one. And there's a thing that happens with certain fighters where when they play a song, people get used to it.
Yeah, Jose
like when
Aldo.
Uriah Faber used to come out to oh yeah, Jose Aldo.
Chris
Weidman.
Chris Weidman. Chael even.
Yep.
Chael.
Yep. Yeah, there's a thing with fighters with a song. With Anderson Silva, ain't no sunshine when she's gone.
Oh, he walked out of that? He did? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's cool.
When John Jones comes out, the champ is here.
Yeah.
Bum, 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 bum. The champ
That's
is
a
here.
good one.
Matt Hughes'
Yeah,
song.
Country Boy Can't Survive.
Right, that's
that
good.
was the greatest one. That was the greatest one. Because at the time, when Matt was the fucking man, and he would come out to that song, woo!
Yeah, it was pimp.
Yeah.
It's such a great opening line, too. The preacher man says it's the end of time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the walkouts, being there and that being at a UFC fight, there's just something about those walkouts, dude.
Yeah.
That moment, everyone's just looking right at that tunnel waiting. But it's so weird because it's the most calm I ever am in my life is in that moment before we walk.
Really?
Even in the back, but I'm just calm. And you know what's really cool is the documentary crew was following me around this last fight. UFC's putting out a really, really cool documentary next year. And they were following me around, but they had all the access in the back. And but yeah, I just fucking feel so calm.
You think that's from the meditation?
I think it's definitely I've learned how to get into that state of mind, but I also know that that's just where I perform the best at. Like I'm very calm.
Do you ever feel yourself getting like hyped up or ramped up, and then you just go slow down?
No.
Calm. It's all calm.
Just calm. The whole fight week, I feel very calm. Fight day, I feel very calm. And then just warming up in the back, I feel very calm. And sometimes I'm like, yeah, I just, fuck, I don't know. It's weird. You go into, I have a conversation with myself to where I kind of, with my breath, I'm going to say, all right, I'm just going to let my higher self take over. All the work was put in. I'm going to just surrender to this moment, let the higher self take over.
Beautiful.
And I feel like I've kind of, I don't want to say mastered that because, I feel like there's always work to do, but I feel like I've been able to do it pretty much every single UFC fight. I've been able to go in there and just flow. Whatever happens, happens. I completely accept that even if I go out there and lose, that my life is still good. I still have my princess, still have my family, still got my friends. Life's okay. And I feel like I accept that 100%. I also haven't had to deal with a loss, or a loss that's, so we'll see if it ever happens. But
that's why it's always impressive with people like Bisping after Hendo knocked him out to come back and become the champion.
Oh, yeah. And to do it with one eye.
That's insane.
The guy fought 10 fights, including winning the world title with one eye.
That was one of my favorite moments in the UFC because I didn't watch the UFC too far back, but one of the coolest moments was when Bisping knocked out Rockhold.
It was incredible.
It was fucking insane.
It just shows you this sport, you can't take anything for granted.
Fucking left.
You can't take anybody for granted. You can't be overconfident.
Nope.
You can't sleep on people. Anything can happen.
Luke was the definition of overconfident going into that fight, I feel like. Just
yeah.
his fucking demeanor and his just like
everything. Yeah, I mean, and justifiably so.
Yeah.
He just smoked Chris Weidman, looked like the fucking man.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's like, Jesus Christ, this guy's a stone cold killer.
Smoked Bisping after a full fight camp. Now he's fighting him on 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That
Remember
whole
he hit
story.
him with that question mark kick? Ooh, and then guillotined him.
Oh, yeah. That was bad.
Rockhold's a fucking savage,
Yeah.
man. He was a fucking savage.
And then Mike Perry all pieced him like that and their bare knuckle. That was crazy. I was excited for that. That was exciting.
Mike Perry's just uniquely qualified to
Bulldog.
fight in that shit.
He's built for that.
He's designed for it.
Any
right?
kind of fighting, that motherfucker's.
Yeah.
I mean, even his grappling was underrated. He could
Yeah.
fucking grapple.
He's strong as shit, and he's so game. And like mindset is such an important quality, and his mindset is a Rottweiler.
Yeah.
He's just
Just a savage.
just let's go.
What I remember bare knuckle kind of got blew up a little bit for a second, but I haven't heard anything. Have they not had another big event yet?
They're gonna have look, Jorge Masvidal's doing bare knuckle MMA.
Yeah.
Which is I like that a lot. It's interesting. Have you ever thought about doing that?
I would never.
Never.
No.
No.
I like fucking that little bit of padding I got for that, baby. I feel like I got pretty strong hands though, like pretty big hands, strong hands. But I'd rather not.
They'll break.
Yeah, I'd rather not.
I mean, I think what they're doing with the wrap too is odd. Like you wrap the hand up and the wrist up, but you leave the knuckles. Like one of the vulnerabilities of the hand is not just the fact that the hands are brittle, but the fact that when you punch something, like your hand is not really designed to. You have to really be good at hitting just
accurate
like
too.
that,
And the right way.
And if this happens, like I fucked my wrist up once when I was young when I didn't tape it right, and I hit someone with a body shot and I caught their elbow and twisted my wrist back. My wrist was fucked up for like a year after that. It's
You
just-
blew your bicep out throwing a body shot like that. Boom. I watched his.
Oh, it's
I was
separated?
I was filming. He was sparring. He had a fight coming up. I was filming his rounds, and he threw a body shot in this guy, and it fucking watched his bicep go up through his arm. It was
Sounds like
so
a T-shirt.
gross.
Did you get it reattached?
Yeah.
That's
Both
good.
of them,
Yeah, both.
Oh, both of them went out?
Both.
and
of
his
them.
brothers. It's like a crazy
Wow.
gene.
That's weird. Yeah.
It is weird.
Yeah.
Matt Serra did that and never got it fixed. And so when he makes one bicep, it's like in the middle of it, it like pops up. It's like he's missing the front part of the bicep, like up to here.
That dude's a
And then
character.
Oh, he's so funny.
That fucker is funny.
He's
the
so
man.
funny.
I like watching him on certain things. He's a fucking
He's great on
wild man.
podcasts.
Yeah.
We did this podcast with my friend John Rollo, Dean Thomas, and him. It was amazing. It's like he's so funny, man.
His stories and just his energy and his
character.
Yeah, he's a funny
He's a
motherfucker.
classic New York funny Italian
Yep.
guy.
Yep.
You know,
Hell yeah.
and an amazing jiu-jitsu guy. God damn, was he good when he was young.
Really.
Matt Serra was the fucking man. I mean, he's a world championship caliber, like as elite as anybody.
Did he do gi too or just no gi?
Gi and no gi. He
Gi
did
and no gi?
everything. Yeah, he's a fucking assassin, like a super high level black belt.
Well, it's good. I mean, that's where Aljo, those guys train out of, right? Fucking under him.
Yeah, that whole Henzo Gracie lineage is one of the greatest lineages in jiu-jitsu. I mean, think about who came from there. The John Donaher, Gordon Ryan, all those guys. They all came
Damn.
out of that
Yeah.
one camp. Gary Tonin, you know, even Craig Jones. Craig
Yeah.
Jones came over to it's like so many elite guys came out of that one camp.
I wonder what Crone's gonna do. I wonder if he's like, fucking, I'm done. It's done.
That last fight was a bummer.
That was crazy. We were there live, and it was just, yeah. That Charles Jourdain, though, I mean, that was
good.
he had a good game plan, good fucking execution.
Yeah.
I wonder if that Kron's just so like stuck in his ways a little bit because we were going to visit Montana. I hit him up to maybe get some training in with him with Sugar and I. Didn't hit us back. They say he just stays in the mountains, just trains when he feels like it, and it looked like that.
Gotta be
Yeah.
crazy. Those guys are your family, though. It's like how much pressure's on you to be great.
But it's also in this world of today, just jiu-jitsu is not enough. It might be enough, like if you catch Alex Caceres like he did, you know, and
Yeah.
you get his back. And I mean, if Crone gets on you,
Yeah, you're fucked.
You're fucked. I mean, it's jiu-jitsu at the highest
But he's got to get
level.
on top
Yeah.
because
Or-
he
yeah,
was
to the
he was
back.
on his bottom
Yeah.
against Charles, and Charles did a good job keeping his hip squared. And
Charles is a real black belt as well. That's
Yeah.
the thing. Is like Charles is very high level on the ground, and he's so skillful.
he just
standing
subbed
up.
Ricardo Lamos, didn't he? I didn't see that. I heard that though. That's fucking impressive.
Yeah, he's legit. He's super. Charles Jourdain's super legit, super technical, very well rounded.
That's
can do
exciting
everything.
for 45
Yeah.
division.
In this day and age, too, just like it's gonna be hard to just be dangerous off your back and the guard. Everyone's just so fucking good at jiu-jitsu now. There's so many world champions you can find and feel them. So to have a good guard, I mean,
The scariest guy off his back today in the UFC is Paul Craig.
Yeah.
Paul Craig catches people with triangles with like 1 second to go. Magomedov, he caught him like 1 second to go in the
Oh,
fight he was
yeah.
losing.
Charles
Triangle.
Oliveira too. He gets that overhook and
yeah.
starts fucking butchering.
Oh,
you.
Oliveira's nasty.
I'm
everywhere.
excited for that.
That's very interesting, right?
October, Abu Dhabi, Charles Islam 2, Paulo versus Hamza.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be sick.
that
I wish it
is-
wasn't. I mean, if it was here, I'd go. But fucking Abu Dhabi has a flight.
That's a long ass flight.
But I would love to see Charles fucking win. That would make for a huge trilogy.
It would be.
Maybe call Habib out. No, there's no shot.
That's not.
Habib's-
That's not gonna
Habib,
happen.
yeah.
But it's also like you kind of see vulnerability in Islam after that fight with Volkanovski. First of all, you see how good Volkanovski really is.
Pound for pound. number
Fucking
one.
animal.
Yeah.
He's number one pound for
100%.
pound. You have to say, like, they have him not listed as pound for pound because he lost that fight. I think you can make a real argument that he won that fight.
On top, in the end
Yeah.
of the fifth, pounding on him. It's hard not. I mean,
I think he won the fight. In my mind, he won the fight. I think he did more damage. I think he
Yeah.
imposed his skill set. It's also insanely impressive that he goes up from 45 to fight a massive 55. A guy who's as big at 55 as anybody is.
And, you know, at the end of the fight, he's on top, beating him up. He drops him, gets on top of him. I mean, and had massive moments throughout the fight. But it sort of at least gives an air of vulnerability to Islam, where before that, most people were like, this guy's unstoppable.
Oh, fuck. Yeah.
Charles got to seen some confidence from that, or get some.
But then again, Islam just smushed him when he got on top of him.
I mean, he didn't even just, most people walk into a Charles's full guard. He forced the half guard right away. Pinched his knees, forced the half guard. Like, what a good ass idea.
But he also rocked him, dropped him, boom. Maybe Charles wasn't,
that too.
you know.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, there's a lot of factors. But looking at Charles versus Beneil Dariush, she's like, he's back.
That was sick.
He's such an interesting case, right? Because at one point in time, like the Cub Swanson fight, a couple of his other fights, people are like, well, Charles just doesn't have it. Like whatever it is, he just falls apart. And then he has a kid. He has a daughter.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, man.
I can see that.
And then
Well, he went up to 55 too, right?
That too.
That's got to be.
Yeah, that too. The 45 was real bad on him. It was real bad on him. It was just rough. But he did 55 before. I think he did 55 in the initial fights in the UFC. But against Efrain Escudero, I think that was 55. But he was just too dehydrated and fucked up to fight at 45, and for whatever reason, just didn't have it together mentally.
Yeah.
And then, boom, all of a sudden, he's the fucking man.
Yeah, it's almost just so cool seeing those guys with a lot of losses become the fucking man.
Like Jorge, when he did.
Yeah.
That was fucking sweet. He came on the scene with those knockouts.
It is kind of crazy when you see a guy who's like gone, like to a point where you're kind of starting to write him off, and then all of a sudden becomes like, there was a moment where people were like Oliveira might be the best pound for pound fighter on earth.
Yeah, after Gaethje.
Yeah, man. I mean, that was incredible to do that to Gaethje.
Yeah. Gaethje versus Islam is very interesting too, though.
Yeah, it is.
That's a fucking
Gaethje's a monster.
coming
on
off
the
that
feet,
KO
man.
or win. That was fucking wild.
He's a monster on the feet, and he's a serious wrestler.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot going on with that.
When he beat Fiziev, I was like, holy shit.
Yes.
And he beat him at Fiziev's game.
Yep.
That was impressive as fuck.
I wouldn't be surprised if Gaethje fucked up Islam or knocked him out. I wouldn't be that surprised. I'd be like,
You know what? Islam's got very underrated striking. That motherfucker is skilled on the feet. He is very technical.
He's skilled everywhere.
Yeah, he's underrated on the feet for sure.
Oh my God, his top pressure is next level.
Yeah.
His top pressure is just smushes people.
Yeah.
everyone says he's just freakishly strong.
Well, he's so big. I mean, what does he weigh before he cuts to 55? He's got to be in the 190s.
Oh, damn, you think?
Yeah.
I've never seen him in person.
He's big, dude.
Big
He's got a
fucker.
big back. He's thick.
Colby called him out, right?
Yeah.
That's a sick fight.
Colby
Fuck yeah.
versus Leon will be sweet too, but Colby
Colby
versus
can
Islam
make
will be fun.
55.
He could for sure.
Yeah, he's not a big 70 at all.
Damn, that would be that would be crazy if he wins the belt at 170 and he's the first guy to go. Well, I guess Henry tried to go to TJ,
Yeah.
but go down to 55 and fight. Because
Yeah.
Islam probably is bigger than Colby.
Probably.
Or around the same size.
Yeah.
That would be crazy.
It would be
Has he
crazy.
ever fought at 55 in the UFC?
No. No, he hasn't.
So that would be interesting to see how
Yeah.
a cut goes.
But you know, you got to get past Leon. That's no fucking picnic. That guy's so. And after he beat Usman the second fight, you realize his
That
takedown
confidence
defense is
went up.
impressing, is more impressive, and his striking is as good as anybody in the
Yeah.
sport.
Yeah.
That fucking
He's slick.
head kick was so nasty.
Pound for pound headshot, dead. That was so cold. I was like,
So cold.
Southpaw and southpaw too, and Colby seems to
Colby.
do good against southpaws. He takes him down fucking pretty easy.
yeah, punch, takedown, punch.
Yeah, the thing about Leon is you can't zig when you should have zagged.
Yeah.
You know, he'll find your chin.
Yeah, he's accurate. He's a
And
good striker.
He's got that championship level confidence now.
Mm-hmm.
Wins the title by the most spectacular headshot, like one of the most spectacular head kicks in the sport. To win a title in a fight you're losing against Kamaru Usman, who is the nightmare, right? And he's winning, and you just crack
Mm-hmm. in the fifth round
Walk-off.
in Utah elevation,
Yep.
fifth round.
Walk-off kick.
So crazy. And
So
John
crazy.
Anik fucking.
And that he called it. John Anik was the greatest call in sports history.
Yeah, that was wild.
That is not the cloth from which he is cut. Whack! Boom. It's like, what?
Yeah, and then Kamaru. You know what? One thing I think Kamaru fucked up was talking about how bad his knees are. I remember he said that on the pod because
Yeah.
I never knew, but then he brought it up when he was doing the pod with you, saying he has to walk backwards downstairs. He has to walk in the grass sometimes. Just talking about. I think if you're a fighter and you got some real injuries, keep that shit under wrap because if you're fighting someone and I know they're fucked up somewhere or something, it gives you a little edge, maybe not, but I feel like he fucked
It
up.
definitely gives you a target.
Yeah.
you definitely know something's going on.
No.
If you see him wince when something moves, you're like, oh, this guy's knees are fucked. Yeah, and you definitely could kick the back of his legs and try to jar all that shit. It's already inflamed and sore.
Yeah, but who knows? The motherfucker ran the shit for a while.
He ran the shit
do you
for
see,
a while.
Do you see Tyron Woodley say he'll come back only if he can fuck up Izzy? I like Tyron Woodley, but I mean, Izzy's just a fucking sniper.
Don't you think that is probably like when guys are it's kind of over and they're trying to find something to get them a little bit. Yeah.
And then maybe they weren't allowed like some extra TRT, some sauce, and then they get on it, and then they're like,
After
"I'm
that, they're
fucking
UFC.
back, baby."
Yeah, probably. Honestly.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, he was always naturally genetically gifted. I mean, as a natural athlete, he looked fucking insane.
Yeah.
You know, remember
Freak.
when he knocked out Robbie Lawler? My God,
That was crazy. Yeah.
Tyrant
explosive.
crazy. The Jay Heron fight might have been one of his most impressives. That was like one of his first big KOs in the UFC. You ever see that fight? Pull up Tyron Woodley, Jay Heron. He hit him with like this just leaping forward like blitz punch and cracked him and then put him away. He was a monster, man. Tyron Woodley has some serious power.
It's crazy how you can just see someone dominate, and then it's next guy. Now it's Kamaru dominating. Now it's Leon Champ.
Am I thinking of Josh Koscheck?
Oh,
That's
maybe
what I'm
that.
thinking
Yeah.
of. You know,
Then he hit him while he was going down. Doosh.
maybe he knocked out Jay Heron too. He did. Yeah, let's see the Jay Heron fight first. Yeah, Tyron was a monster.
Fuck yeah.
It's just even more impressive what Izzy was doing for as long as he was doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And Alexander Volkanovski's fight, defend, fight, defend, fight, defend,
Yeah.
fight, defend. Oh, I haven't seen this.
So
one.
look how jacked he is, and this is like a completely
Oh, shit.
boom. I mean, look at the
Just like a
speed.
sprint.
Boom, 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 boom. And this is Tyron at his most vicious.
Oh,
Yeah, his most vicious in the beginning
dude,
of
looks
his
like a
career.
fucking NFL running back.
Yeah, no, he was phenomenal. He was phenomenal in his prime.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Listen, boys, we just did like 4 hours.
No way.
Yeah, it's close to it. It's 5 o'clock already.
Jesus,
Crazy.
Hell yeah.
that went
Fun
fast.
times. I know.
That was
I
crazy.
know.
That's that smelling salts.
Listen, man, congratulations on everything. It's been amazing. And to have you guys on 5 years ago when you're kind of just
know.
plotting this
Yeah,
out.
fuck yeah.
To coming back on as the champ with one of the most amazing championship winning performances in the history of the sport. It's fucking awesome, man. I'm so happy
Dude.
for you.
Yeah, thanks for having us on. Thanks for doing what you do, because I fucking enjoy the podcast as a fan. It's fucking amazing. So yeah, thank you for having us back on.
My pleasure.
Thanks
Thank
a
you
ton,
guys.
bro.
Thank
Fuck
you.
yeah.
All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Just had a set of these on at band rehearsal on Sunday.
You look like you just had band rehearsal.
That's right.
I hate to make you feel old,
Yeah.
but we've known each other for 20 years.
Okay.
Dude,
Thanks.
how wild is that? Does time fly or what?
Yeah,
We've been friends for 20 years.
that's pretty. Really?
20 years.
I haven't. You know what I did? I also experienced the odd time continuum to brief myself for this. I'm like, I should probably look back when I did this, and this, and this, that, and the other thing. I'm going, holy crap, I forgot all that. That was like 2004. Are you kidding me?
2004 seems so long ago.
Yeah.
That was the Fear Factor days.
Yeah. And
That's like round around when I met you, when I brought the Barracuda to you.
fish.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was, well, I have my handy cheat sheet here. Because
You actually made a cheat sheet to prepare for this?
Dude, I got
Dude,
paid.
by the way, the shirt, it's exquisite.
I got it.
I know, but if
Can
you
I
just-
officially gift you in
Sure,
front of the
please,
camera?
Please do.
Okay, so
So this is a shirt with the Nova that Steve built for me.
Yeah,
Steve built the greatest Nova the world has ever seen, a 1969 Nova with
Camaro
you have to
sheet
see
metal.
it.
Yeah.
We could talk about it all day, but people have to actually see it
but
online.
lots of fun. I wanted to do the
That's
kind
a
of
dope fucking shirt.
so there's a mixture of stuff like those clouds and stuff are taken from those crazy Chrysler ads in the 70s, like the Roadrunner stuff with the smoke building up behind it. We copied that. And then the sun thing was just in like every other 70s artwork I could find, you know. And then, of course, the prerequisite small UFO. And I wasn't going to take your Joe Rogan experience. So, and being that my other life was in rock and roll, of course, I leaned towards the Hendrix of RU experience. So it came out pretty cool.
There it is. There's the car. The T-shirt's very cool.
Yeah, there it is.
There's the car. The coolest Nova of all time. I love that thing, man.
Thank you.
It drives
I love that
so
thing.
well.
It does.
I mean, it's not just so cool looking, like it drives so well. The independent suspension, the way you set it up, was it Art Morrison?
Yeah, Morrison stuff. I went a little softer on the spring in the front, and believe it or not, a little stiffer on the rear, and played with it quite a few times before I delivered it to you.
It's magnificent.
Yeah, I was very, because I set it up. I didn't set it up for track attack because that's not what you're going to do.
Right. No, I'm just going to cruise around.
Right. So I set it up so when you go over those little joints in the road going onto a bridge, it doesn't.
Leave that up in the background, Jamie. Just leave that there.
That was the amazing
Look at that
photography of Wes Allison.
Wes Allison, you're the shit.
He is the shit.
That's a great picture.
Yep,
I think I need to get a steel version of that picture. Put it up in our. Yeah, let's do that.
How big do you want it?
Yeah.
I don't know. Pretty big.
We
need a big one, right?
It came out real nice, and the funny thing is, I don't know about funny, but the point of it is there's so much done, and none of it looks like anything was done.
Yeah, it really does look like just a really cool 1969 car. If you don't know the manipulation that you guys did to the sheet metal.
Well, and not only that, the grill is changed.
Yeah.
The little headlight doors on the side, those are changed. I used to, I would joke with different Nova people and go, "I'll give you $100 if you can tell me what I changed in the front." And they're
wow.
And they're like, we added bars. The grill is actually taller. Those bars.
What does it look like in real life? Do they just have black spaces?
What they had was a piece of plastic that came from underneath the bumper, and it went underneath that headlight and then came up. So you see on the very outer edge how there's like, I can't count from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, like 8. Those bars right there. The bottom 3 are added.
Oh, Jamie, can you pull up a 1969
just a stock 69
Nova grill?
Yeah, or a Nova front end.
Nova front end.
Yeah, but there's lots of little changes.
Let's see what it looks like.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can't
there you go.
See
you can see how there's just a piece of plastic under it, and it comes up. The silver plastic comes up, so those ribs aren't. It's not the greatest photograph.
That's a better photo. That looks custom.
No, he's got the plastic coming up.
Yeah, he's got something.
You can see that piece of plastic come up.
That's a beautiful Nova too. Boy.
So we extended the grill and extended those outer things to just fill up the space. It just looks better.
Unique.
There you go.
Car. Yeah, there it is.
Yes.
That car is just so unique. It's such a, and I think it's one of those muscle cars that really never got its due because it kind of started out as more of an economy kind of a car.
Oh, yeah.
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 And Nova wasn't like, if you had a Barracuda, you were the fucking man.
Right.
But if you had a Nova, it's like, oh, you couldn't afford a Barracuda. Like if you had a Duster.
Unless you had the Nova SS with the 396, but those were few and far between. There weren't a lot of people that ordered that.
When I was a kid, this kid in our high school had a Duster. What was the other one? There was a Duster. There's a Dodge.
Dart.
A Dart. Yeah, he had a Duster.
Or Valiant.
Yeah, and nobody gave it any respect. I was like, that's a cool car. Like, what's wrong with you people? But there was like this thing where like some of those older cars were less desirable. So I'm in high school so I graduated in 85. So we're talking about, I think my friend had this car in like 84. So, it really was only 14 years old, which is kind of crazy.
Yes, it is.
That's super crazy.
Like 86 when we were driving around, a 68 was only, 18 years old.
Right.
Wasn't an old car. Not
Yeah.
super old.
18 years old, it ain't shit. That's like 2005?
Where you and I are about to do math.
Right? That's
23
bonkers.
minus 18. Yeah.
That's
a 2005.
Which is like kind of a new car.
Yeah.
Like, if you have a 2005 car, you can't differentiate them at all from a 2020, unless you're like a car connoisseur.
Right, yeah, sure.
You know, if you have a 2005 Camry, it looks like a 2020 Camry, right?
It's interesting how time marches on, how perception of length of time, like you were saying when we sat down with our friendship, let alone everything else. It's like, how is that 20 minutes? Oh, it's going
very fast.
That's the one thing our older generation, when we were growing up, told us that was the one truth. It goes so fast.
Yeah.
Enjoy it because
it's also
gone.
because when you were a child, 1 year was literally like 1/10 of your life. It was so long.
It's an eternity.
Because you had so few points of reference. But then as you get older and you have more points of reference and more experience and more life, then you realize, like, oh my God, time is full. I don't have much time at all. No one does.
It's amazing how
it goes quick.
How the boost kicks in and all of a sudden 40, 50, 60. You're like, what the hell just happened?
And you're just like, let's hang in there as long as I can. I got some stem cells today.
I did?
I was reading this thing here, I'll send it to you, Jamie. But they believe now that through stem cell technology, they're going to be able to extend lifespan far greater. And the article said something about like having people work until they're 120, which is like not a good selling point.
Yeah.
Here, I'll send it to you,
Hey,
Jamie.
you can suffer longer.
Yeah. Hey, you can hate what you do longer. You got it already? Oh, there's. We'll be living and working to 120, and it will start within a decade, says Doctor to the Star. So it doesn't. They're not necessarily saying you'll be working until you're 120, but living and working. So this guy is using stem cells. I believe we can create prolongation of life, von Schwartz cells. That sounds like the beginning of every horror movie. We believe we can have prolonging of life.
We can do it.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, goody.
Probably within a couple of years, people can live to be 120, 150 years old, if not longer than that. It's not just bed-bound, non-communicating individuals, but really active individuals who participate in social life, professional life, and have a quality of life, because that's the goal. Yeah. I'm in. Let's go. I'm enjoying life. You know, I'm enjoying doing stuff. And my friends that are older, that are having, like, health problems, it really makes me realize, like, man, you got to stay on top of everything. This episode is brought to you by AG1. The supplement industry has gone crazy. And with so many powders and pills and vitamins, it's hard to know what's what. I get asked all the time what I would take if I could only take one supplement, and the answer is hands down AG1. AG1 is a daily foundational nutrition supplement that supports whole body health. It's a science-driven mix that replaces all those multivitamins and probiotics with one simple drink. It's not some whole regimen that's overwhelming or confusing. Just a scoop in a glass of cold water every day and you're set. It couldn't be easier to start feeling better. I drink AG1 every day because it's a way to get the nutrition I need that my body can absorb and use effectively. I know you're going to love the way it makes you feel. Order now and you'll get a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting AG vitamin D3 and K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Rogan. Start building your health foundation first with AG1. Hey, Canada. So 2024 is going to be your year, huh? The year you finally start exercising, stop eating junk food, stop looking at porn. Well, you might be able to fool your friends, but you definitely can't fool your internet provider. They can see all your naughty late-night searches. In fact, they've got a naughty list on all of us about a mile long, except for me, of course, because I use ExpressVPN. Most people don't realize this, but private mode doesn't keep your activity private. Your internet provider can see all the websites that you've ever clicked on. And you know who else can see everything? Whoever owns the Wi-Fi that you are using, like your boss, your school, or even your parents. But because I use ExpressVPN, all my traffic gets rerouted through an encrypted server, so all my browsing activity stays between me and my God. ExpressVPN's app works on all of my devices. So whether I'm on my phone, my tablet, laptop, whatever, I'm always protected. And best of all, ExpressVPN is super easy to use. All you have to do is tap one button to turn it on, and you are protected. So give yourself the gift of privacy with my personal favorite VPN. Visit expressvpn.com/Rogan and get 3 extra months for free. That's expressvpn.com/ROGAN. expressvpn.com/Rogan. Because if you don't, if it slides off and then you have to try to bring it back up, it's way harder than maintaining.
Yeah. You know, the stem cell thing, if Von Doom there could get on the
eyeball
fixing
stuff.
the eyeball,
Yeah.
I'd be very appreciative.
Let's tell everybody what happened to you, because this is a crazy thing. It's a real bummer, right? You just out of nowhere started seeing dark spots, right?
No, what happened was, well, little background. I had already, stage 1 was going into your local doctor eye guy because you have metal in your eye.
Oh, wow.
Because that's some of the fun that happens, even when you're wearing safety glasses. All the haters, calm down. We wear safety glasses.
How did it get in?
It just bounces around. You know, you're working with a carbide bit spinning at, 15,000 RPM. Stuff bounces around. But since then, I've been using, I found this place in France that makes these antique motorcycle World War I aircraft goggles
like the
that
Nazis
seal.
used to use for duels.
I don't know that one.
You don't know that
but
one?
But it seals to your eyes, and it's got little vents in it so they don't fog up. So, But anyway, I got metal in my eye, which is, for those of you who haven't done it, it's lots of fun. You hold still, you're wide awake, and they come at you with a Dremel drill bit, and they drill it out.
Oh,
and
Jesus.
So, and the instructions are, hold still.
Don't move.
Right.
Oh, my God.
I mean, they put a numbing drop in, but
So what?
you still see the drill bit coming.
Oh,
and
my
you
God.
easy. You can handle
Oh, my God.
the stuff you've been through. I'm sure you can handle it.
Yeah, that's wild.
But so I've been drilled a couple of times. That sounds wrong. Yeah. And if they came up with a photo of my eye, it'd look like a golf ball, little dimples when the drill comes in. So anyway, that guy is like, when they're in there, if they're experienced cats, they just happen to look around, right?
Yeah.
And he goes, hey, I think you should come back and talk to our other doctor so-and-so and have him do some tests, because I saw some stuff, don't know, but I think it'd be wise if you blah, blah, blah. So I go in, we do the test, and the guy goes, and this is a while ago, 14, 15 years ago. Here we are again with that time portal.
Right.
He goes, you have advanced glaucoma. And I go, what the hell is that? And he goes, it's like creeping death. It slowly takes your peripheral. And most adults don't know that they're going blind till they're 80. And it's moved so slow that you don't notice the change, right? Well, mine's trucking along. And so we start with medication that lowers in your eye. You basically got a faucet and a drain. And if the drain's plugged up or if the faucet's on overload, it's acting not like a water balloon, but pressure builds. That pressure is, think of your optic nerve, right? Your brain is the cable TV company. Your eye is the expensive flat screen TV and the cable connecting the two of them, right? That pressure building up is like somebody with the heel of his boot digging on that cable. And sooner or later, psst, nothing, right? So you take medicine to reduce the pressure so it doesn't eat away at the optic nerve. Okay, great. We got that under control. We're killer. So then, probably 8-9 years ago, I have cataract surgery in my right eye. And put the cataract lens in, and it's like, oh my gosh, it's a crystal clear and beautiful and incredible, stoked on it. About a year passes, and I'm at PRI, which is the real serious race version of SEMA. It's in Indianapolis, so there's no fuzzy dice there. It's all race car parts and stuff like that. And I'm walking around, and I don't know how to describe it, but it actually moved in stages, like a curtain coming down of just gray. And then you just saw gray. And it was my retina falling off, detaching. So I'm in Indy, and I fly back and get together with the doctors, and they're like, we got to put that shit up. And instead of doing the long version, I'll give you the short version. 7 surgeries later, and every time you have the surgery, there's stitches in my eye. And that's fun. That's way more fun than the drilling.
Ugh.
And you're laying face down for a week.
Oh boy.
Can't move. And it just kept falling off. They couldn't go up, so I went to another surgeon. I also have a buckle permanently sewn into my eye. They try to change the shape of the eye to promote the retina staying up better.
Oh boy.
So anyway, got to new doctor, great guy, Dr. Asmali back home in Cali. And he's like, I got this, man. These other guys, they were losers. We're going to get it up there, and we're going to stick it up. That was surgery 6, and it didn't hold. And he was more, I think he was more depressed than I was. And so we scheduled 7, and he sat down with me. I remember before we went into the operating room, he goes, look, I don't think I can. I'm going to go try to save your eye. I'm not going to save your sight. Because, and he did it this way, which I thought was cool. He went and did a little research to speak in my language. And he goes, when you're trying to weld metal, if both the pieces are kind of rusty and beat up or whatever, that it won't weld very good, right? And I go, true. He goes, so you got to have clean metal to weld. And I go, yes, that's true. He goes, well, all the attempts have just
taken away
frayed the living
Jesus.
shit out of the retina. So I'm going to cut away the yucky stuff, and I'm going to have a new edge to. They use a laser. They basically, the only thing they know how to do is tack weld it up. That's what they do, right? So he goes, I'm going to make new clean edges. I'm going to weld it up. You're going to lose some sight at least because I'm taking away part of the retina. But I'm going to save your eye, because if we can't get something going on in there, then your body will kill off your eye. It shrinks back. It's painful. Pop it out. Put a glass eye in. And I go, let's not. So he did that, and he goes, I cut away about 1/3 of the retina, and I had a visual, like a vertical rectangle of sight, right? Not all the way over to here to here, but fast forwarding, scar tissue moved over and pretty much just eliminated. And they're like, we can go in and, I'm like, no,
Jesus.
We're not going to go in and do anything.
Oh, Jesus.
So this one's basically gone. That's that for now. We'll see if science checks in.
Do you know who Michael Bisping is?
No, sir.
Michael Bisping's one of the toughest human beings that's ever walked the face of the earth.
Fair enough.
This is what I said. And not just because he was a UFC middleweight champion, but because Michael Bisping fought the last 10 fights of his UFC career, including winning the title, blind in one eye. And he didn't tell them. He hid it.
Oh, I heard about that.
Yeah, he hid it.
He didn't tell anybody.
Do you know how gangster you have to be to want to be fighting the best fighters in the world? Dan Henderson.
And not being able to see
Anderson
over here.
Silva, and you can't see out of one eye. Like his one eye is gone, man.
Yeah, I understand.
Which is fighting world-class fighters. That you can see his right eye is completely missing. It's just foggy.
Yeah.
He wears like a little thing that goes over it, like a lens, so it looks normal. But he's a fucking stud. That guy fought 10 fights with one eye. I mean, just think of a fight with 2 eyes is fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
And fighting against the best guys in the world. And he wins the title, knocks out Luke Rockhold with one eye.
Yeah. Well, it took a lot. I would sit there and practice like basketball into garbage cans just to try to retain the
depth perception.
That's
the real issue, right?
Yeah, it's difficult, and then also it's frustrating when you're. Anyway, the fun. I'll interrupt myself to continue with the fun. So now I'm where I'm at, right? And they're like, your other eye is going to need cataract surgery.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And I'm like, so I did ask when the retina fell off. hey, did the cataract surgery have anything to do with that? Possibly, And every doctor and every specialist and everybody I talked to all said the same thing. I'm paraphrasing. Well, any procedure on your eye might possibly have the possibility of...
Like one of them commercials for like a pharmaceutical drug.
So it's like, did the operation on your eye cause the retina to fall off? Anything could. Maybe.
Anything could maybe.
So anyway, now I've got to have cataract surgery on this one. I got a great guy who's one of the best in the West Coast, et cetera, et cetera. We do the surgery, and there is a mistake because they account for my pressures. They tried to keep the pressures low because of my glaucoma. Well, they went a little too far, and my pressures were down to... Your normal eyes run, like your eyes probably run at like 20, 22, maybe even a little bit higher, but right around there for pressure inside. We'll call it air pressure, It's not the right term, but... So mine, with medication, we keep it down at like 13 and 12, right?
Okay.
So after the second cataract surgery, the one on the one working eye, they had dropped the pressure so low, I coughed, and it blew out blood vessels inside my eye, which when you wake up and you look, it looks like it's snowing inside it looks like it's snowing. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? And at the same time, we did a special little surgery to like drill out the drain tube. Because in my eyes, the faucet's wide open and the drain tube's plugged.
Oh, boy.
That builds the pressure. So the medicine turns the faucet down and clears away the drain tube, right? So we drill out the drain tube. I'm making this, I'm sure there's eye guys listening. Well, that's not technically, look, they
like
drilled
me
the damn...
describing mechanic work.
Right. They drilled the damn tube open.
Right.
So all the blood goes down and plugs that. Okay. So that ruined that. Yay. And so they rush me, and they basically take a needle and insert fluid into my eye. I'm wide awake, mind you. Just two little... You ever been with the two handles under the table?
Oh, yeah. You grip them.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Motherfucker.
Do they have your head secured or anything?
No, you just put it in the little foamy breeze.
Oh, boy.
So they do that, and that was miscalculated, and the pressures went to like 62. And I was what's the word?
Terrified?
No, I was throwing up. I couldn't stand up. I was so disoriented because it was, it was screwing with the deal. And so the doc, who, again, great guy. I'm not slamming him. And he actually met me at his office at like, I don't even know when it was, 3 a.m. and I'm throwing up in his bushes out front.
Oh my God.
Right? And he did this 3 times. Head in the thing, hands on the handle, took a blade, lifted my eye and let the pressure out, let the fluid out. So I'm like taking that, right? So now we get the pressures under control, right? And so that was 2 to 3 years ago, and believe me, every day when I wake up and I can see, I'm like, is this the day this retina falls off? Am I going to have a repeat of the last one?
Oh my God, I have clammy hands. I really do.
I'm the one living through it. You don't have to worry about it. You're good.
Yeah,
but
still, it's for you.
Yeah, it's, but it's like anything else when someone has something when something is always over your shoulder, you can either focus on it and worry about it, or just go to the shop and build some cool cars,
Well, I'm glad you chose the latter.
Yeah.
I guess that's the only choice to make.
Yeah, I can't. So I do go like every 4 to 6 weeks. I have a lady I love, Dr. Tor. I go to her office. Luckily, it's like a mile and a half from my house. So I go down and we check my pressures. So I don't have to. She's like, you're fine. Come in 6 months. I'm like, no. I'm coming in once a week, but I come in at like 4 to 6 weeks. We check the pressures. We look at the retinas. So we're
Have you looked into stem cells? Is there anything with stem
There's
cells?
nothing as of now. I have a meeting with the Dr. Asmali. I'm getting together with him next month. And he's down at, I think it's UCLA. He's real hip that stuff, and I'm
They're
going to
still hip. People are still hip.
Yeah, he's hip.
That T-shirt you're wearing, the '69 Nova with your fucking band hair. Hip.
Still hip, man. So
he's hip to all the new
yeah, I'm going to grill him again, and I'm interested. I'm going to talk with him because I don't know. When they were saying we'll go in and clean the scar tissue, I'm like, absolutely.
Let me connect you to my friend Brigham. He owns Ways to Well, which is a stem cell clinic in Austin, and he is. He was one of the most amazing guests I ever had on the podcast, where he explained how these things work. But one of the things that he does is he's always up on the latest research in terms of like what he's the one who sent me that thing, this latest article about
the thing that was up on the screen,
years old, the beginning of the horror movie.
This shall make you forever soldiers.
Forever you will be connected to the big machine.
Oh, terrific! I'm in.
But let me connect you to him, and
right.
he'll know what's going on in terms of like if there's anything going on with eyeballs. There's a lot of really good stuff with neurodegenerative issues. People that have all sorts of neurological issues have gone down. I know Dr. Reardon from Panama was talking about that. He's the first guy I ever had come on and talk about stem cells. And he's the guy that came on with Mel Gibson. I don't know if you ever saw that one. Like,
oh yeah, that guy. Okay,
yeah.
I how it was described to me was, again, they were, at least he was being honest. He was like, the retina is like brain tissue. We know what it is, and that's that's about it. We can't reproduce it. We can't copy it. We can't make it. We can't.
Well,
they do is tack weld it up with lasers.
My hope is they're going to be able to make new ones. Because one of the things they've been able to do with stem cells, they've actually made a woman's bladder, I believe. I believe they reconstructed an actual bladder with stem cells, with her tissue, and then put it in her body. Find out if that's true. I think that's true. Which is, obviously, it seems like that would be a less complicated thing than an eyeball that has to like take.
Yeah, and I've heard of them trying to, or somebody doing an eyeball.
Really?
Because it's easier to make the whole thing than try to replicate.
Right. That's what I was thinking.
I'm like, how are you going to connect it to all those optic nerves? How are you want that?
Yeah. What are you going to do there? And what does that do to the? Like, what if that goes south? And then all of a sudden you forget your childhood. You know what I mean? Like what's connected back there?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they're going to do it.
Dreams about hanging out with your brother that are going to be just gone forever. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll be interested to talk with Asmali again when I'm back in and just see if there's any new, because I'm down for it.
Jamie, did you find anything about them making eyeballs?
I was looking up a bladder.
Yeah, you were looking up the bladder. Did you find that? Is that real?
Making
I've found.
Is that real?
I think it's real, but I never know. I mean, I say things sometimes, and I go, "Okay, let me check." Because like a lot, I don't expect to be talking about people making bladders. It just, this wasn't part of the plan today.
Yeah,
it's just how it goes.
I'm the benefit.
We all are the benefit. It's just a real conversation.
Yeah, the quick search shows that there's definitely studies on bladder regeneration, but there's a difference between then like getting a functional urinary tract, kind of like functional bladder.
I see.
So I think it does. From what I've looked at it,
I partially see
in an animal, in a small animal, I think is what it said.
So they didn't do it to a woman?
That's what I was just looking into, and then you kind of cut me off.
Okay, go ahead. Try to find it for a woman, because I'm pretty sure I read that. I was very impressed. They could have got me, though. They could have got me some clickbait bullshit. They get me. So many times they get me, these motherfuckers.
Look at that.
But
woman's bladder.
That's their job. You got me. It's fair and square. That's the job. Their job is to fucking make some shit that you're going to click on.
Right.
So if they can make the most outrageous version of what is kind of true.
Right. It's iffy at best.
It's a little iffy, but it's kind of true.
A new bladder made for my cells gave me my life back. Bioprinting human tissue, especially. That's the same thing.
Is that it?
No, this is from 2018. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, that's it.
This was a little kid, though.
Is it a girl?
Luke Masella.
Does he identify as a girl?
Way to push.
Sorry, Luke.
Push that to the edge.
Trying to push gender ideology on Luke.
Does he identify as? Sure, why not?
I'm just trying to be right.
Maybe on Wednesday.
I'm just trying to be right.
I mean, there are stories that are shown. I don't know if I might have to find something specific to find the one you're talking about. But
hell with that. Find the eyeball.
Yeah, let's find the eyeball. The eyeball's more important to Steve.
Yeah, yeah.
To all of us.
A little closer for me there. So anyway, I'm going to revisit
Lab-grown
and ask them if we have to go in like they did before to scrape off the scar tissue, because I did have a vertical slot of sight because this eye has a new cataract lens, which is still in there.
Right.
And I remember when I
the scar tissue's covered over it.
Yeah, when I could walk around again, and I was walking outside, I'd cover this eye, and there would be instead of this, it'd be like that, a vertical, full height, but just not as wide, but clear sight. And I'm like, well, it's been a while now. If they can clear that off and I can get that, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
Yes.
So they think they can do that?
He suggested it back then. So I was not ready to do it. I was sick and tired of being on the table.
Right.
I literally knew how to put the IV. I prepped myself for freaking surgery.
You gave yourself an IV?
No, I'm just saying I could. I was so freaking. When you go in the surgery center and they go, "Hi, Mr. Strope," they recognize you.
Giving yourself an IV is next level, right? It's like giving yourself a tattoo.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Guys who tattoo the inside of their own thighs, like, whoa.
Who the hell's doing that?
A lot of folks.
Okay. I'm glad I'm
guys
not...
practice on themselves. Yeah.
I'm gonna say no for that one.
Well, tattooists do it to themselves all the time. If they want something and they maybe want to draw it, they're very skilled. Maybe they want like a specific kind of flower somewhere.
Fair enough.
And they can reach it. Okay.
Stem cells
from one eye show promise in healing injuries in the other. Interesting.
There's another story too where a kid had a very specific eye injury that was called
my problem. It's not my problem. Well, it is my problem. But my situation is there's stuff they do on the outside like cadaver stuff, but the inside, like the retina, what I've been told is like no man's land. It's like, well, good luck. It's like, oh, you can get that from a dead body. No, you can't. They can't replace a retina. And if I'm wrong, great. Bring it on.
Maybe they just can't do it now.
Well, yeah,
but
that's
then it's
thing.
also someone else's organ, so you're going to have to take all these drugs to keep your body from rejecting it.
Yeah, I'm sure there's no...
My friend C.T. Fletcher had a heart transplant a few years back. He's an amazing person. Like, it's a super, super inspirational person. And had a heart transplant. And now he has someone else's heart inside of him. Now he has to take medication.
That's so trippy.
It's crazy. So your body... When you have someone else's organ in your body knows it's not yours.
Sure.
So your body tries to reject it.
Right.
So I imagine that does wreak havoc with your immune system, but it's keeping him alive. And it's amazing, man. This guy's so full of love. He was like this crazy, wild, like power lifter dude who was like real, like just real motivational and aggressive, And now he's like this like real peaceful, interesting, like wise person who's enjoying his last moments alive. But it's heavy. It's heavy. I mean, the heart is obviously the big one, right?
Yeah,
that's the big
probably really important.
But we're fucking 10 years, 20 years away max from them being able to suck your brain out of your head and put it in a robot.
Oh, good. That'd be great.
They're going to give you a Steve Strope robot.
That'll be terrific.
You're going to look like Ken from the Barbie movie.
I hope not.
Yeah, and the first ones won't be able to feel real pleasure, and so you have to sign off on that. But then the next ones, the better ones, will.
That's where this is going.
So you have to decide whether or not you're going to get another surgery. Like you're going to get they've never removed a brain from one robot and put it in another robot. You know that, right? Yeah, but they know how to do it. They're pretty good at it.
Who's they?
These new people in the future, the robot brain scientists.
Oh, good, yeah.
Would you opt in for that, or would you rather just say, let's see what's next? Let's let the lights go dim and see what's next.
Hey, good question.
It's a good question.
I don't know.
It's hard to say, because everybody's scared to die, but no one's scared to sleep.
That's a good statement.
Yeah, it's weird.
Well, because you're expecting. The odds are you're waking up.
You should be expecting the other one, too.
True.
It comes for all of us.
Yeah, that's the great equalizer, is it not?
I wonder if that's like, if Satan was real, that would be the ultimate temptation, to trick you into transferring your consciousness into something immortal so that you can never experience heaven. Wouldn't that be wild if that's what's going on? Because everybody wants to think that even people that believe in God, they don't necessarily talk too much about Satan. It's very rare.
I have a very your good old standard issue religious background with my parents. And
what did you start off with?
I'm from it. We're going to get into Appalachian in a little while.
Appalachia?
Appalachian.
What's that?
Appalachian Mountains, the yeehaw stuff down south.
What kind of stuff did you guys do?
What kind of stuff
If
did you guys do?
Yeehaw stuff. What did you guys do?
Appalachian, New York is a
New York. Okay.
very small farm town in upstate New York. Still has a red light at the end of it where it meets 434.
Okay.
Has a post office and a fire station.
Okay.
And known for a very important large mafia bus in 1957. There's
mafia bus?
There's actually a paperback and a movie about Appalachian.
What's the movie or paperback?
Appalachian.
It's just called Appalachian?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And it's all about the mob?
It's a huge bust.
Look at it. On this day in 1957, the FBI finally had to admit that the mafia existed.
They were all gathered in a farmhouse, the leaders of the main mob families, and they were basically working out jurisdictions, properties.
I think I was researching some stuff one time, and I stumbled across this meeting happened after a failed meeting in Cleveland because the Cleveland family fucked up the meeting, and they got mad. So like, fuck it, we're doing it in New York.
Yep, they did it, and so the two sheriffs just saw these black Cadillacs and Lincolns going up to this farmhouse, and I think if memory serves me right, they kind of fucked up and all panicked and ran into the woods. In fact, no, they did do that. But if they would have said, "Hey, we're just hanging out,"
right?
What are you going to prove? But they all bailed, and they ran into that. If I remember right, they're coming out of the woods near where my grandma's house was. That was a dirt road back then, and I could take you there. The house is on top of a little hill behind the area where we have our firemen's field days every year. Yeah.
State troopers noticed all the fancy cars parked in Barbara's driveway and started taking down license plate numbers. Some have suggested that. How hard back then in 57, you get a license plate number. What is it, like a week until you find out whose fucking car it is? You know what I mean? It suggests that one of the Genovese rivals tipped the cops in hopes of spoiling Genovese's crown ceremony. Oh, God. The assembled mafioso noticed this and began to panic. Some fled into the woods, some hidden in the basement. Others ran to their cars and tried to drive away. The troopers caught about 60 of them. When questioned, many insisted they were there for a barbecue.
Yes.
They had just come to visit their good friend Joe Barbara, who was recovering from a heart attack. When all was said and done, the troopers had apprehended mafia leaders from New York, New Jersey, Tampa, Los Angeles, Cleveland, Dallas, Pittsburgh,
it was a big meeting.
and other locations. But isn't that funny? Like, what did they bust them for? Just being there?
I don't.
Were they all wanted already? They just...
Well, I think the paperwork laying on the inside was showing dividing up territories.
Oh,
and
boy.
it was one of the first times that the FBI had proof.
Hold up. Look at this. The whole thing made national news and finally forced the FBI to acknowledge that organized crime was a matter worthy of notice. Some believe that J. Edgar Hoover's reluctance to acknowledge the mob's existence can be ascribed to the mafia somehow acquiring photographs of Hoover in drag and using those to blackmail him into leaving the mafia alone. There is no evidence to suggest that this is true. That was always the rumor that he but that would be the rumor if there was a guy that ran the FBI. Like, what dark secrets does he have? You know, if he's like holding the secrets of everyone.
What's his secret?
What's his secret? Probably you'd have to have secrets. You'd probably go crazy if you didn't.
Yeah.
You know, like you're the one who keeps the secrets. You'd probably do the weirdest shit. So
Possible.
So almost automatically you would think that he would wear drag.
Yeah,
right?
That's where my brain goes.
That's where my brain would go. Like he's doing some freak shit.
He's doing some, quote, freak shit.
Freak shit.
Freak
and if,
shit.
You know, if you are more, dark-minded, you would think even horrible things. They're doing horrible things. That's always the worry that people have about, like, the elites. Like, what are they doing? Like, the skull and bones and, like, what kind of fucking rituals? What kind of Bohemian
freak-ass
Grove.
shit are they doing?
What freak shit are you doing? You know?
And getting away with.
Yeah, when you're on a $500 million yacht every weekend and you're just fucking balling all over the world, hanging out with your other balling all over the world buddies doing freak shit.
Yep.
Staying in the club together. Mm-hmm. Hunting people.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Freaky.
Yeah.
So anyway, background, small South Appalachian Baptist church. My dad's a deacon at the church. My sister is married somebody who's a pastor, and she moved to France, Montpellier, and she's a missionary there. So all the basic Christian education, I got it.
But no one you know has had conversations with the devil, right?
No, not really.
No, but people, I bet you've talked to people that said God has talked to them.
I don't know. My dad would never say God talked with me directly. Said,
Some
he
people
reads
would,
the
though.
Bible.
It's not an uncommon thing, though, right?
No, but my background or the church I grew up in and my mom and dad are pretty strict. Like Pastor Walter growing up, that guy was a logger. This was a small little town.
That's a cool story.
And he had, I'm not kidding, he had a scar from here down through his jaw to here, a chainsaw jumped back and went, cut him right through the face. That's a man. That's a manly man right there.
It's like a Ted the Atlas scar.
Took himself to the hospital.
Fuck yeah, he
with
did.
a towel on the side or a shirt on the side of his face.
Of course he did.
Yes, he did.
Probably would have fucking stapled it shut if he had a stapler in the car.
And he was the nicest, pleasant, like, hi, good afternoon.
Yeah,
he wasn't
seen
like
some shit.
Oh my goodness!
He doesn't have to convince you.
So everything, it was real simple. Here's a good book, read it. If it says yes, do it. If it says no, don't. That's all. There's no pomp and circumstance.
Right.
There's no
That's
robes.
your
There's no
childhood.
real simple, real straightforward. But my dad would be interested, and he'll be listening to this. So he would be interested in your thing of if the end times doesn't come, and Satan can say, hey. Guess what I can do?
But here's the thought.
Would somebody take that?
If Satan really was clever.
If he's real?
If he's real.
He is the prince and power of the air. He is the great deceiver. He's very clever.
Right. But if Satan is a real thing, what a genius thing to make it ridiculous to believe in him. What a genius thing to make it so that even saying you've communicated with Satan or saying
you sound like a loon.
You sound like a loon.
Mm-hmm.
Like
because if you
we were
negate
just talking about this the
him,
other night. I said that if the president said God is with our troops, we would say awesome. But if the president said we've located the devil, he's in Afghanistan and we're beginning bombing,
you'd be
like, what? What the fuck did you
say? And you're
say?
right about genius, because if you're ridiculed or look like a loon for believing in Satan, then by default you're a loon for believing in God. So he's done his job by negating everything.
Well, sort of.
Well, to
because
a point,
a lot of people
they're
that
both
believe
in, the same
God,
they're both in the same book.
They believe in Satan as a concept. I think it's like there's like a graph.
True.
Of people that, like, if you had a pie chart of all the people that believe in God, right?
Sure.
It's
or the entity
the
of
ones
God.
that think that Satan's a real thing is probably like a quarter of the pie.
And if they read, again, not some weird crazy, but just the plain Jane Bible,
right?
Satan was the number one angel. He was number two in charge. He was the big cheese and said, I want to have everything. And God was like, not going to happen.
Yeah. But isn't that always like even in the mob? Doesn't
yes.
that kind of thing happen?
Number two tries harder, doesn't
to kill
he?
number one.
Yeah.
When they killed Paul Castellano in front of Sparks Steakhouse in New York City.
Is that the shot you have right there in the hall?
No. What do we
what
have
shot
in the
is
hall?
that?
Oh, that's Jack Ruby shooting Lee Harvey Oswald.
That's right. That's it.
That's a different one.
Yep. Yeah. So in my area around me, there's a lot of Italian. Growing up, lots of Italian.
Right.
So I got good food.
There you go.
Really good food. But so
they know how to eat. I'll tell you that. If you want to eat for pleasure, the Italians got it nailed.
Yeah, they do.
They do. What's crazy is the difference between their food here and their food in Italy. It's like
it's gone its own shoot.
Yeah, but that's not what I mean. I mean in terms of like what it does to your body. Like, I would really like some fucking science to be done on it. Like, what is happening? You go to Italy, you eat their pasta, you don't feel bad at all. You come to America, you feel like you ate a bowl of glue. It's just, I'm like, oh my God, I can't move.
A bowl of glue,
sir. I can't move. There's something about their bread, it's different. Apparently they have heirloom wheat. They have different wheat before we start fucking with it. We should unfuck the wheat, kids. Because I know it's like higher yield.
Joe Rogan's new unfuck the wheat
This is
program.
what I think. But, there's also some people that believe that one of the things that we're experiencing when people have like gluten intolerance is an intolerance to wheat is actually, you might be getting glyphosate from it. This is a highly speculative theory, but they've tested people and they found out that, what was it, Jamie? Like 94% of people have glyphosate in their body. And glyphosate is toxic. It's an herbicide? Yeah, it's an herbicide.
Is it because what we do to plant and grow wheat?
Yes. Well, we grow corn. Monsanto created it, and they created a corn that is immune to it.
So you eat like this Monsanto corn, and they can spray glyphosate on it, and it kills everything else. It kills all the bad weeds, and you just get the nice corn.
Okay.
The problem is that stuff gets in everyone's body in some small amount, and the question is like, is your body able to filter out the amount that it has in it? Like, what's the toxic level? Are we below the fear? Is it fear mongering? Because like, there's a certain amount of metals that you're going to get just from eating sushi. If you get some salmon or some tuna rather from the Pacific Ocean, there's real high possibility that you could get mercury in it, some amount, right? Isn't it like, what's the prevalence of toxic metals in tuna? Let's just guess. Because I have a friend, I don't want to mention his name, but he's brilliant, and he won't eat fish from the Pacific anymore. And I said, why? And he said, Fukushima. He said they're literally dumping this nuclear water into the ocean, and we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what effect this is going to have. We don't know the ocean's just going to easily absorb it, or whether it's going to kill fish. We don't know if it's going to contaminate them, if they're going to have levels of radiation. He was freaking me out.
Oh, boy.
And he's a lot smarter than me.
Well, so you're an honest man.
And he doesn't fucking eat fish from the Pacific anymore. I'm like, whoa, is that valid? So what's the, first of all, let's look at, first one is tuna. Are there high levels of mercury in tuna?
Yeah, so you could get mercury poisoning from one serving. Sorry, let me rephrase that. The amount of mercury you're allowed to have in a week, you could get in one serving of tuna.
Jesus. So if you're eating sushi every day, because I've heard of people actually getting sick from eating sushi every day. Like they literally get mercury poisoning. Yeah.
Oh. Not good.
No. What is that shit that I had?
Arsenic?
Yes. I was eating sardines like every day. I love sardines.
Okay.
I love them. So I'd eat like 3 cans of sardines a day. And I go to my doctor. I get my blood work done. He goes, he goes, you have arsenic in your body.
Arsenic?
Arsenic. Yeah. Trace levels of arsenic. And I said, how much? Like someone's trying to poison me? He goes, I don't think so. He goes, are you eating a lot of seafood? I go, I eat 3 cans of sardines a day. He goes, don't do that. Don't do that. And he explains to me that these are bottom feeders and that they live a lot of times in areas that are polluted by humans. So we've fucking polluted the ocean to the point where if you eat too much fish, you get sick. You know, all these people that are worried about the weather warming up and climate change, what are we doing to the ocean? What are we doing? I mean, what's the number in terms of depopulation? How much fish are missing from the ocean than
I think
50
a large
years ago?
amount.
Let's ask the population, the fish population in the ocean now versus 50 years ago. Let's find that out. Let's guess. Let's guess before you give me the answer. Let's guess. How much of the ocean's fish has been depleted in the last 50 years? I'm going to say 50%. No, I'm going to say 70%. 70%.
Really?
Yeah, I'm going to say 70%.
I was at like 45.
That's probably
50.
reasonable. I might be fear-mongering. Let's find out.
Fear-mongering?
Yeah, I've done that before.
Oh, good. Okay.
Not a lot.
You're not massively mongering.
Like you play cornhole at the beach. I'm not like a cornhole player, right? I played it a few times at the beach with my kids. You know what I mean? It's on ESPN now. I guess it's a legit sport.
Oh, dear.
So, Jamie, what was your guess?
Help us all.
I didn't. I was trying. There's too many questions I have before I could give you a good guess because it's already a strange. Like, how are they going to measure that in 1950? And
good
even
question.
now, how would you know how many fucking fish there are?
Very good question. Very good question.
More
than
6.
Yeah, especially when there's more than 6 fish.
Yes.
Especially when you account for the fact that we haven't really explored most of the ocean.
So how they measure
we don't know
is based off
anything.
of how much they're pulling out. So
Right.
They measure how much they've taken in for the
How much
year.
they've murdered? So what's the
Yay!
estimates in
Mass
terms
murder.
of the mass
It
that's
says in
down?
1950, total catch of fish in the ocean was an estimated 18.5 million metric tons. Now, a half century later, it says 73.5 million metric
Well,
tons.
that's an
400% increase.
That's an increase.
But another guy says that 90% of all large fish have been removed from the ocean since 1950. And I don't know, like, how
How would he know?
that?
Yeah.
Click on his.
Put it up there. Let's see what it
Yeah, I
says.
will.
That sounds interesting because that sounds crazy. 90%? Clover popularizes the work of fisheries scientists such as Daniel Pauly, a marine biologist, University of British Columbia in Vancouver, Canada, who have pieced together a picture of imminent catastrophe in the global ocean. Among the first to recognize that fisheries catch rates were in decline worldwide, Pauly discovered in 2001 that the phenomenon had previously gone unnoticed owing to systematic distortions in catch trends that were skewed by incorrect reports from countries with big fisheries. In 2003, Boris Worm and Ransom Myers of Dalhousie?
Sure.
University in Halifax, Nova Scotia, reported that 90% of all large fish, including tuna, swordfish, and marlin and cod, had been removed from the ocean since 1950. Holy shit. Holy shit. The end of the line is informative. Is that a book you wrote? The end of the line? Clover's reporting reveals that bluefin tuna, the endangered species with perhaps the most alarming plight in the ocean, is allegedly being bought and frozen in bulk by major corporations. Once ocean supplies run dry, the frozen fish can be sold at sky-high prices. So they're freezing tuna in bulk because they anticipate they're going to run dry? That's wild. They're stockpiling it like they do diamonds. Clover's portrayal of the global fisheries problem falls down on two counts: oversimplification and polarization. Although current fisheries policy is inadequate, much of it's based on science. Okay. Clover suggests, where have we heard that before?
Right.
Clover suggests, for example, that the practice of discarding, by which some 7 million tons of caught fish are thrown back into the sea each year, has arisen because fishermen simply do not want the species they have caught, but wasteful discarding is more often the consequence of a fisheries policy that is designed to prevent fishermen targeting juveniles and species outside of their allotted quota. Well, that makes sense, because they kill fish and then they have to throw some of them back in the water because they killed fish that were too small. But that's because it's indiscriminate. They're still killing them, if that's what they're saying. Clover's quick to point out the culprits of the fisheries crisis: slippery politicians, greedy fishermen, and thoughtless consumers in big businesses, while making activists and scientists the stars of this show. But in adopting a tone of advocacy with its inherent moralism, Clover isolates viewers and misses an opportunity to place this problem in context. It still seems like there's a problem. They're just kind of like making it look pretty. Over-exploitation of fisheries is one part of the huge dilemma that humans face in an increasingly resource-limited world. We can seek sustainability, but we will not be able to diversify our consumption indefinitely, and climate change will decrease marine resources further. So you always have to bring it back to climate change. If you don't, people won't take you seriously. Those most affected will be the fisher folk of developing countries who... Fisher folk?
Fisher folk.
Why do I hate that term? who make up 98% of people who are directly dependent on fisheries for their livelihood.
Because it's not fishermen.
Yeah, it's fisher folk, bro.
It's fisher
How many
folk.
non-binary fishermen are there out there? That's what I want to know. That
gonna
might
go
be the
back to
lowest
6.
population of non-binary humans in groups on Earth. Fishermen.
No, fisher folk.
Fisher folk. They don't want to fucking hear any of that.
Fisher folk.
All those people that are risking their lives to get you crab.
Doesn't even sound like a real word. Sounds like something out of a cartoon. Fisher folk.
It sounds like something they say on The Hobbit.
Sure.
You know?
Fisher folk.
We're going to visit the fisher folk. Yeah.
Oh, good.
That's what it is.
Oh.
Those guys that fucking risk their lives to get you the crabs. You ever watch that show?
Oh, the deadliest catch.
I mean, the crabs are great, but Jesus Christ, boys.
That's a lot of work.
Fucking scary job, but it must be thrilling as fuck.
Yeah, I'm not into getting grabbed by a wave and thrown over the side in Arctic waters.
My friend Clay Guida did it for a little while. I think he did it for the adventure, too, but he's crazy. He's a UFC fighter.
But
he's out of his mind.
But he's crazy. So.
Yeah, he's a wild man. But, that's the kind of guy who would, take a ride on one of them boats and go get some crabs.
Yeah,
they pay you a lot of money, though.
And they probably should.
I think they have to, because people die.
Because it's crazy.
You fall in that water, you're Fucksville.
Yep.
That's not good.
Yep.
And that thing's sloshing all over the place.
I don't think I can handle that.
You have to sleep in that fucking thing.
No.
And they go out for a long time.
It's above my pay grade.
Yeah.
Not doing it.
Well, thank God you can fucking turn a wrench, sir.
So I was going to springboard off of Appalachian because that's from whence I
Dude,
came.
You know how to stay on track. I love it.
So how I came to be here with you, backtracking to shop, backtracking from California, starting in New York in our pre-mentioned Appalachian. By the way, Appalachian, weird, stupid background. Appalachian and Appalachian. The only difference is the amount of P's in the name.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Which one has more P's?
Appalachian.
Okay.
Mine is Apalachian.
That must be annoying that people confuse those two with you, and you have to explain it every goddamn time.
I try to stay away from it.
Yeah. Just say small town New York.
Yeah, right. It's easier. Right. So, I'm tinkering on cars in Appalachian. I'm spending most of my time on stage playing. Cars were my drop dead hobby. Loved it. At night, backstage, I'd be reading my new issue of Hot Rod in my little glass of ice water. Couldn't wait for my new issue, and I'd go to as many car shows as I could go to during the summer. And the quick version is a real good friend of mine, Sean Davis from Canada, said, "Hey, we're going to go to this show up in Rhinebeck, New York, and there's going to be a guy there we're going to meet. I met him at a big show in Indy, and he's going to make me a billet steering wheel to match my Boyd wheels." This is where all the car guys could pay attention. And so we went to the said show, met this guy, Jim, wound up going to dinner with him, and the guy's like, I'm a machinist. I got a place in Riverside, California. I should be back there making parts. I need somebody to like go around the country and sell this stuff. And Sean goes, slaps me on the back, goes, "Greatest salesman right here." And I'm like going, what? And that turned into a conversation. And it turned into me like not letting go of it. Sold everything I had, moved, got out here to Riverside, got there. Guy had already been evicted out of his apartment. So I've got nowhere to live. I'm now living at one of his employees' houses.
Oh, boy.
And we're working along. Been there about a month or so. And the federal marshals show up. They're not in a good mood at all.
What are they looking for?
I don't know, but I'm like, here's my driver's license. I just got here.
What kind of questions are they asking?
They are not asking me shit. They're walking around with clipboards and looking at what I thought, because I stayed away from it, I thought they were checking serial numbers on the CNC machines.
Oh.
That's what I thought. I have no proof.
I understand.
What
So
do I
they
know?
thought maybe there was some stolen machinery.
Well, something, because federal
Right.
marshals don't come out for
Got it.
for a party. So anyway,
How's that turn out?
I'm like, oh God, no, I'm not going to have any job. I don't know anybody out here. And this is not a car shop. They're just machining billet street rod parts. They do have one car there, a 40 Ford, which is owned by one of the guys that own TCI, Total Cost Involved, street rod place. And the one of the workers for TCI comes down once a week to check on the car because we're one-off in parts for him, right? So I know that guy. So we're getting our parts ready. We're going to be going to the LA Roadster show, Father's Day show in Pomona. And we're going to sell our stuff. So I'm setting up on Thursday. And this guy, the only guy I know, besides the two other machinists, goes, "Hey, man, you going to come to our annual open house tonight?" And I'm like, "Well, I got no money. I live way down in Riverside, or Oceanside, actually. But I'd love to go. I've read about it every year in Street Rodder magazine." So I go to the party, and I'm like, "Hey, man, you know anybody hiring?" And he goes, kind of hard, man. Somebody's got to know you or have some background, some history, something, And I'm like, "Well, I'm just throwing it out there." So I drive all the way to Oceanside, get a couple hours sleep, drive all the way back to Pomona. And the next morning he goes, "Hey, come here." I go, "What?" He goes, like 10 minutes after you left last night, a guy named Gary Daigle said he was looking for someone to work in his shop. He's in Orange County. And I go, "I actually know the name from our list. He sells our stuff." And he goes, "Well, he's 2 aisles down. Take a right, go up there. You'll see a sign, Daigle's." So I went and talked with Gary Daigle, and he goes, "Well, you're on Jim's dime right now. Lunchtime, meet me outside and we'll talk." So we talked, set up for a job, talked about having a job on Monday. So Sunday night we're back at show's over with. I'm putting parts back on the shelf, and I still remember because the place had like half the lights working, dimly lit. I see Jim coming around the corner going, You might start looking for some work. So now I don't have to ask off for Monday. Went and had the meeting with Gary, got hired. And so I timed it. I flew home, got my 67 El Camino that I built in my dad's barn in my aunt's garage, and timed it that I stopped at the Hot Rod Magazine Super Nationals in Ohio. And editor Jeff Smith and Rob Canan approached me and said, we'd like to feature your car in Hot Rod Magazine. And I went, well, okay. But I got to go unload everything because every earthly possession I have is in it. So I drove it back to the hotel, unloaded everything, and brought it back.
Do you have a picture of that car?
Yeah, I actually gave him, I came with a thumb drive of a whole bunch of stuff just in case we talked about it.
Prepared.
I did prepare, sir.
Let me see the 67.
It's the bright orange El Camino. So when I got here to California, then Custom Classic Truck and Custom Rodder featured it also.
There it is.
There it is. Yeah, New Street.
That's pretty.
Yeah, so I built that.
So what year is this we're looking at?
1995.
Wow, that's a beautiful car,
Yeah,
man.
built it at home. And so...
and then you drove it across the country.
Yeah, I drove it across country.
Wow. What was in that thing?
Stroker 355. It was a Stroker small block, but it get going just fine.
It's beautiful, man.
Thank you.
I usually don't like El Caminos.
Yeah, I like
so
them
weird.
for some. Yeah, they're so
weird. It's like, why is there like this open spot in the back that just catches air?
Those El Caminos are station wagons with the top pulled off. The floor pan, but on the the bed,
same frame
at the very front of the bed where it kisses the back of the cab, they have a bolt-in piece of metal. When you take that out, that's the floor pan for the rear seat in the station wagon.
Ah, wow.
So it's a station wagon with the back taken off and a bed put
It's just like, who was like, I want a car, but I also want a pickup truck.
I want a Trar.
That kind of stopped happening. They gave up on that.
Yeah, they did.
If they try to bring back the El Camino today, people are like, what the fuck are you doing with
The
this
GM
thing?
still had one for a while down in Australia.
They did?
Yeah, they had like
until
they call
when?
it a Ute. You base it off of the Mondeo, which was like their GTO, the Chevelle. They had it for a while.
Really?
Yeah. And
They like different stuff down there, though.
They do. They
Australia has different tastes. They love, they like a lot of utility.
Yeah, there you go.
vehicles. Oh, God. That looks really recent.
I love his reaction. Oh, God.
Well, a lot of those folks, they like to fucking Crocodile Dundee it up and go out in the backwoods. They need something to throw a fucking tent.
Well, those things are built, though. The motor and the drivetrain are basically
That's
Camaro.
crazy. That's crazy. Actually, now I'm changing my mind. That might have made it in America. People
Yeah.
would have bought that. There's some knuckleheads that would have bought that.
Some knuckle. That's
Yeah.
nice.
I'm being honest.
So
You have to be a knucklehead to choose that.
So I get out
Not
here.
that that's a bad thing. Some of my favorite people are knuckleheads. Yeah, but if you have to choose that between that or a new Mustang, like the fuck are you doing?
Well, you could throw stuff in the back.
So what? Get a U-Haul. Get the Mustang. Shut the fuck up.
I don't know.
There's no ifs, ands, or
We're
buts.
bringing it back.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Mustang's one of the few cars that kept it together. Like, they lost it for a long time, but they got it back, and now they're better than ever. Like, these new Mustangs they're putting out today, they're fucking amazing.
Oh, yeah.
They're great cars.
Brutal.
That new one, the Dark Horse, that's a fucking great car.
Mm-hmm.
Right from the factory, 6-speed, 500 horsepower, reasonably priced, looks fucking great.
Yeah.
They're making, like, real muscle cars, but, like, modern muscle cars today.
Heck yeah.
It's nice that that's still going on.
Yes, I agree. I seem to be a proponent for that.
Yeah, it's just like people forgot the American muscle car is one of the most fun things to drive ever.
Sure.
It might not handle the best, it might not be the fastest, it might not this, it might not that, but it's what it does to you, like how it makes you feel when you drive it.
They're very visceral.
Yes.
It's very visceral.
It's very exciting.
Yes,
It's
it
like
is.
it stimulates you. It's
Yeah. That's why I like driving them cross country.
Yeah.
It's fun. Window down, arm out.
Yeah, they're alive. You're in a
Yep, you're
goddamn
alive.
Matthew McConaughey movie.
Yeah.
You're alive.
So I get here and I wind up staying, working for Gary Daigle, and the car gets in a bunch of magazines. I wind up moving from the Orange County area up to Studio City, join a new band, start recording an album, and I sell my El Camino to a kid in Japan, and I'm like, I got to do a cool car. So I went down. It's still there on the corner of Ventura Boulevard. And
Someone in Japan bought it?
Yeah.
That's awesome. So now it's over in Tokyo? Do
Somewhere.
Do you ever keep an eye on it?
No, I don't know where it went. That was a while ago.
Maybe someone will reach out.
Maybe. So on the corner of Laurel Canyon and Ventura Boulevard down in Studio City. There, right now, it's still a FedEx office, but it was a Kinko's. The Kinko's was where Pure Vision begat. I was there photocopying my magazine features, and I had my friend Matt Willoughby in Ohio draw this idea of this 66 Charger that was called Scully, because that's what the pros do. They had artwork first.
Right.
And I went to Hot Rod and said, hey, you guys thought I was cool before. I built a car that you featured, and I'm going to build this thing, and I'm going to show up on your power tour, right? And I'm going to use these parts of all these people that sponsor your power tour.
Is that you as a young man? Is that this voice? That you're
Who knows? Or an idiot, whatever I am.
Okay.
So I go over to all the potential sponsors. All right, I'll sound more official.
No, just
I
be yourself.
go over all the sponsor potential guys and go, hey, I had to mail. There was no email. So I mailed these packets of color photocopies of my El Camino that's been in the prior magazines, proving like, hey, I've done it once, and going, hey, my proposal is I'm going to build this car, and I'm going to take it on the power tour that you are sponsoring. So basically, they sponsored me with some parts, and they ran the artwork of my car, and I built it in my shared tandem parking garage, underground parking garage at my apartment on Whitsett Avenue, which is where Whitsett crashes into Ventura Boulevard. Built it there.
So you built it in a
parking garage.
You
A lot
shared
of
with
it.
other people?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, I would go to the junkyard, get the parts, like the example.
How big is this? Is a 2-car garage?
No, it's an underground parking garage.
Like, how many people are parked in that garage?
Well, it's tandem 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
And you have just
20.
one spot.
Yeah.
And in that one spot, you're building a car.
Right, pretty much.
And so there's a car right next to you while you're building this car?
Right.
So you're pulling fenders off and
I'm
shit,
doing
and
it-
there's
well,
a car right there?
A lot of stuff was done in that garage. Yes,
That's
also-
crazy.
I
I
also
would
got
never
the-
park next to you.
Right. Well, I am wonderfully respectful.
I'm sure. But who the fuck is going to park next to the guy who's building a car?
They don't know.
They
It's
don't know.
covered all day. I work at night, so I'll give you an example of what I did.
okay.
Went to the junkyard for the front end swap pieces to convert it to disc brakes, right? Because I know the swaps and all that stuff. So I get all those parts, and out the back of the apartment building, there's a concrete slab, and that's it. There was like a really bad table and a chair. Nobody ever sits there. So I found the one outside the building electric outlet. Bought 2 extension cords to go over because it's all the way on the other side of the building. Wrap it around the building. And I got a drill and a wire wheel on it and a screwdriver. And I scraped all the old muck and then wire wheeled them to bare metal, all the parts. And then I went to the...
Did you have goggles on back then?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you're in the
probably.
garage.
I'm not in the garage. I'm out back
Okay.
of the building now,
Okay.
grinding
Oh, okay.
everything
Okay.
clean.
Right.
And then wiped everything with acetone. And then at night, about 2 a.m, I went to the like Home Depot. And you know those pieces of plastic you can buy there for when you paint a room. It's like 12 foot by 15 foot, whatever.
Yeah.
Covered everybody's cars.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And then I hung all the parts on
Imagine
the water
coming
pipes.
out like you want to
No.
go to your friend's house at 3 a.m.
I
You go
hung,
downstairs, your car's covered with plastic, and this fucking lunatic.
I covered all the cars so no one would get any paint on it, and epoxy painted all the suspension parts. I hung them from the water pipes.
Oh my God.
And then I'd assemble the car. Now,
And so when did you get done? When did you,
I
when
got
did
it-
you
I
like
got it-
stop at like 6:30 in the morning? Like
yeah,
when
or
did you,
whenever. Yeah, just when. Yeah.
Did anybody ever come out and see their car covered in plastic?
No, I always removed all the evidence. No one
Jeez.
ever knew
How
nothing.
many nights a week did you have people's
I do
cars
it
covered in plastic?
all the time.
That is so wild.
So all the time.
That's so wild.
And so I had another friend that I did exchange work. He painted it for me and let me use his place for reassembly. And I rebuilt the suspension and the engine in his '67 pickup truck for an exchange. Right.
Yeah.
So I get the car ready, take it to the kickoff party for the power tour. We're going to drive from California to Michigan, and I haven't even changed the cam braking oil yet. This car is fresh, and I'm going to drive it to, which I did, by the way. So kickoff party, what begat from that is Hot Rod Magazine featured it, Mopar Muscle featured it, put it on the cover, Daytona Magazine Japan featured it.
There it is.
And at the end of the year, yeah, there's Scully. That's
That's
a photo.
beautiful.
It's a kind of an odd black and white, but it's a Jaguar color called Topaz.
Yeah, it's like a blue, right?
No, it's a light silvery gold. Oh, it's
Topaz
on
is
that thumb drive I gave
there
you.
it is right there.
Yeah, there it is.
Why do you think Topaz? Oh, I'm thinking of.
So that's the car I built in the underground parking garage.
God, that's beautiful, man.
Yeah, it came out nice. And
oh
so
my God, that's gorgeous.
at the end of the year, it also got top 10 car of the year.
And you built
with
it
Hot
in
Rod.
a fucking garage
Yeah.
with a bunch of cars covered in
You know,
plastic.
you know what?
Dude, that's
It's
beautiful.
when you want to bad enough.
Yeah.
You
Look
know
how
what I mean?
beautiful that car is.
Yep, pretty car.
God, that's so nice.
And so that started the ball. Well, the El Camino technically did, but
What a beautiful car that is, man.
So
you got
I-
other pictures of that?
yeah, there's some other stuff up over there.
Click on that link that says Pure Vision Scully right under the big picture. Right there.
Oh, that's the graphic I designed. Oh, that stupid skull right there has a story. So I designed this pinstripe. I wanted bone red bone, and then at the very front, obviously, the bone turns into the skull with wraparound glasses. And
With a cigarette in his mouth.
Every one of those dang stitches are hand drawn. I did, in fact, that side's me.
You did
I did the
that?
driver's side. No, my friend Matt Wilby. Here's the backstory. So I told him, I go, here's the idea. I gave this really horrible sketch of this skull with his wraparound sunglasses. And he did this piece of artwork for me with the car and the skull. And when he sent the artwork, I'm like, that's not the skull. Well, he faxed it to me, the idea, like his version of what I was telling him.
Okay.
And the fax was like, it's that stretched and cool as shit, right? Thin and pulled. So anyway,
Oh, so the fax fucked it up better.
the fax pulled it.
That's amazing.
So when he flew out to put it on, I showed him the fax and he went, oh my God, the fax must have dragged.
Because
so-
that looks almost like a wolf.
Yeah, kind of. It was a
Yeah.
mistake.
Like if that was a dude, I'd be terrified of him.
Right. It was a mistake. And I said, well, that's what we're using. And he's like, oh, hell yeah, we are.
Hell yeah, that's awesome.
So we did that graphic.
Can you show me a photograph of what that looks like in perspective with the rest of the car?
Well, if you,
Click on that link where you're at.
yeah, just the front 3/4. Not that one. Just the one right next to it. On the, nope, other. To the right.
To the right.
Yep,
right there.
that.
Yeah.
You'll see it. It's up at the very front of the front fender. It's right in the front corner. It's right there.
Oh, right there. Show me the close up on it, Jamie, because there's a close up in one of those other photos. That right there. Oh, that's so sick.
So all the way down the car, it's just a bone red bone pinstripe with all those hand stitches. So that's Matt's stitches. We only had so long. We were doing the graphic overnight at a borrowed paint booth.
That car is so rock and roll.
So yeah, just carbureted 360 out of a Cordoba
That is
with a
that-
warmed up cam and stuff. But straightforward.
That car is like a 1974 AC/DC song. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at that thing. God
they're
damn, that's
neat.
pretty.
And
Look
the-
how pretty that is.
And the interior's 4 bucket seats and a console
go
that
back,
goes all the way
go back
from
to the
beginning
rear
to
end
the
view
end.
of it. Look at that.
Yeah, cool car. They only made them 2 years, 66 and 67.
God, it's fucking gorgeous.
Yeah, it's neat.
It's
Big car.
gorgeous. I don't think I've seen one. I've definitely not seen one
Very
done
few
like
and far
this.
between. That's why I did it.
It's a perfect car to do it with because it's so pretty, man.
Yeah.
The back end of that is just fucking heavenly.
Yeah, it's cool. They're
Look
neat.
at it.
I enjoy them, and so that was a lot of fun. And then on that power tour, I met a kid named Martin Weinreb, who had a black Challenger, and I go, I got an idea for your car. And then we built the car in his driveway, and it was called Challenger X. And that was I was the first guys doing any pro touring Mopars, and this Challenger X was the first car to have that I knew of, street driven, carbon fiber drive shaft. It was like the second set of big 18-inch torque thrusts. We worked with a guy named Craig Rails back at BDS for the 8-stack EFI injection on a small block Chrysler, and that'll be on that thumb drive I gave you. It's called Challenger X.
Right
It's
there.
a black Challenger. Yeah. So that car, we took that on a power tour from here to Florida and back, and there it is. Yeah, pretty car.
That's another car, the Challenger.
Yep, that came out nice.
That's a 70, right?
72.
72, really?
I did the whole
Oh.
interior in a tan, and we built that in Martin's driveway.
So 72 Challengers are still dope. 72
Yeah, they're the same as
Barracudas-
70. It's just different bumper.
But 72 Barracudas got goofy. Mm-hmm. You know, they
Yeah,
started
yeah,
looking
yeah.
goofy.
Yeah,
But the
Challengers
72
are nice
Challenger
looking.
still
Yeah.
looks sick.
Yeah, I did all the gauges in tan and did this whole thing in here. So anyway, this car, we drive it, and it gets features, and it gets top 10 car of the year. So I've got 2 top 10 cars of the year and like 9 or 10 features, and I don't even have a shop yet. I've been building out of a barn, out of a tandem parking garage, and somebody's driveway. So my batting average is doing pretty good.
So you
right?
get a place.
Yeah, I finally get a place and build a couple of other stuff, and I started on a Duster which we called Dustia, which was I kept the Duster lettering but made it Dustia. Put that on the Power Tour, and that car exploded. It was.
Let me see that, because we were talking about it earlier. I like a Duster.
Yeah, this is a really nice
It's an underappreciated car.
Yep. And
what year
light.
was this Duster?
That was a 72.
Yeah, okay, so those are the years they were underappreciated.
And we built that, and I drove that again from California to Michigan.
Is that in your photos?
Yeah, no, it's on the thumb drive. It's a bright orange cord. There's the Duster.
Yeah,
Duster.
underappreciated car.
So that thing had
see some other pictures of that.
a lot of trick stuff that nobody had ever done yet on Mopar suspensions. And
what did you do to it?
Well,
so that's a really lightweight car, right? Like, what does that weigh?
Oh, probably 36 or 34.
Wow.
But
So it's small.
Yep. So
Smaller than like a 65 Mustang? Like, is it in the
no,
same?
not smaller than a Mustang. Nope, but light. There's not a lot to them. So that car, like, again, I'm so fortunate. Hot Rod, Mopar Muscle, all these books. It's cover, it's centerfold pull-out poster, it's a screensaver because that just started. It's a die-cast car. It's top 10 car of the year. So now I got 3. You know, it's been amazing, and again, so unbelievably fortunate that
you're talented, man. You keep saying fortunate,
but you know what?
I mean, it is.
I'm
certainly
surrounded,
fortunate, but it's also hard work, man.
It is hard work. So at that point, I was living in the shop. I didn't have money for an apartment, so my bed was next to my lift, and I had a piece of plastic that I threw over the bed so the rust and oil and everything else wouldn't get on my bed. And then I joined a 24-hour fitness, so I had somewhere to shower.
Wow. How many people have done that? A lot.
Yeah, well,
a lot.
I don't know if they're as stupid as me, but I did it.
No, a lot of people do that when they're living out of their cars. A lot of comedians did that. Got a membership at 24-hour fitness, slept in their car.
Yeah, well, I was sleeping in the shop.
Yeah.
So that car really launched stuff, and I got a phone call. That car, by the way, Reggie Jackson still owns it. He bought it off the guy who built it for him. He still owns it.
Reggie Jackson might be like the biggest hot rod collector ever.
He lost a lot in a fire about 20 years ago.
Oh,
lost buildings worth.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So anyway, the guy that I built that car for, Romeo Furio, that's his real name, he wanted to do another car. And I just came back from showering with 30 strangers at 24-hour fitness. And I'm having my bowl of Cheerios, and my phone rings, and it's this gentleman named David Hakeem and a couple of other bigwig gentlemen from Mopar Performance from Chrysler. And they're like, we've been watching what you've been doing. We want to be synonymous with Pure Vision. Here's the catalog. Next time you build something, whatever you want, let us know.
That's awesome.
And we built a car, or I built a car. I was still basically alone, called GTXR. I had a fantastic painter named Russ Stevenson that put up with me at that time. Now I have Mick Jenkins, who is just beyond incredible. We'll get to that in a second. But on GTXR, I wanted to use the big body satellite that nobody ever uses and nobody likes.
Can I see what that looks like?
And they're very swoopy like Ferraris. They go like they're Coke bottled, but the way they sat stock is they look like an elephant on stilts. There you go.
Oh, that's a cool car.
So this was my first time ever at SEMA.
Is that an AMG? Is that what that is?
No, it's a Plymouth satellite.
That's a Plymouth.
Yeah. So I
God, that's a wild looking car.
Yeah, right?
You don't see very many of those.
No,
either.
they're very, because no one cared, and these things were so curvy. I got a great story about.
But it's so cool.
That
looking.
shot, the Mopar, the one with the blue sky behind it.
With the blue sky, Jamie.
You're right in the middle, almost.
The photo with the blue sky. No, right there.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
So, so I'm getting ready. I'm thrashing to get the thing done to go to SEMA. I've never been to SEMA before, and I'm unveiling the car in Chrysler's booth on a turntable. Right.
How pretty that is.
First time there. So this is like just cracking 6 a.m. We had already driven in the truck and trailer,
What year is this?
When did I do that? Hold on. That's why I have my notes.
Just take a guess.
Oh, God. Why?
I like how you went with the fat tires in the rear.
2003.
I get really sad when I see a muscle car with skinny rear tires.
Oh, no. Always big old tire.
Yeah.
So this is when you're coming down the grade into Vegas, and Before, there was nothing over to the right. Now it's all houses and everything all the way to Henderson.
Right.
Before, there was nothing there. This is when the roads were paved and there wasn't one building put up. And the photographer is in a ditch that is like 5 feet deep for what will be the plumbing and all that stuff.
Oh.
And he's sitting there. His name was Randy Bullock, and I remember him because, again, no digital cameras. It was, right? Mm-hmm. Hey, like how I did that? So it almost sounded like it. No, it was horrible. Okay. Anyway, I hear him go, cover. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. So that car was the world's first paddle-shifted muscle car. I created the paddle shifts in it.
Oh, wow.
At that time,
Let me see the interior.
There's one shot that I put on the thumb drive. Again, I don't know if you have that in, but there's an interior shot of the steering wheel.
What kind of transmission?
At the time, there was the brand new truck 518 four-speed overdrive that was in the brand new pickup trucks for 2002, 2003. Overdrive was becoming a new thing. So there you go. So I had a really amazing billet guy. He did the intakes on that. We'll look at the motor in a second. And those paddles, I made everything out of wood first, and those work micro switches inside the column, the factory column. And underneath, see how there's 3 horn buttons, the little pads? Underneath the right one up at 3 o'clock, there's a micro switch under that now. And so I used a company called Diedenbeer that made pneumatic shifters for drag racing. Okay?
Okay.
It goes, it immediately shifts it. It's hooked up to a computer. So all I did, and it's air. Like the CO2 guns, that air cartridge.
Yeah.
One of those are in the trunk. And it runs this solenoid that is attached to a B&M ratchet shifter. So you can never skip a gear, right? Bam, bam, bam. Mm-hmm. And they are hooked up. So shift up, pulls back. I called Deanbeer and I said, can you make me one that pushes and pulls? They're like, sure. So upshift, downshift.
Wow.
And then this button under the horn, I use the horn circuit. That turns the overdrive on and off. So you're up highway, second, third, overdrive, or second, they're in the canyon, second.
So where's the horn now?
There's no horn. Fuck the horn.
You gave up the horn?
Yeah, nobody cared. But so I had like every executive, because the shifter moves while you're hitting the paddles, because the ratchets, because the CO2 is working it.
Right.
It's the end of the first day. We had to go refill the bottle, which was like at that point 75 cents. It's good for about 200 shifts. But it was fully functioning and working and worked fantastic. And it was actually foolproof because even if you ran out of CO2, you just grab shifter, put it in drive, and drive it around.
Right. So it only applied to when you wanted to.
Yeah, when you wanted to. Yeah, but it worked really good. The problem was nobody had a shift kit. So the transmission couldn't shift as fast as, because I'd turn the wick up, turn the pressure up, and it would go bam, bam. I mean, it'd shift right freaking now. And then the transmission would be like,
it just died.
Yeah, well, no, it catch up eventually, but then places like Fairbanks and other companies started making shift kits. So
yeah, you don't make normal cars. You really overcomplicate your life.
Yeah,
by doing things
you
like
think?
that. Yeah.
So you move forward from that car, and then I built a car called Hammer, and that was a Roadrunner.
That was the first one I saw.
Yeah, and Hammer was in it was in the same. It was a season later on Rides. They followed me building my car like they followed Sickfish, because you were first season.
I think so.
I think it was the first episode of the first season.
I don't know.
Because you're fancy.
No, I don't think I was on the first season.
I thought you were.
I don't know. I think there was other one. I don't know if I was in I definitely don't think I was the first episode.
So built Hammer, and that was, I had an interior guy who didn't show up the night before SEMA, and a whole bunch of disaster, and showed up to SEMA a day late, and which was also fantastic because the rumor was around that this car being filmed was late and it may or may not show up, and we got there, and so that was my first Rides episode, and then there she is. There she is.
My God, that's
so
beautiful.
that thing still holds up. That is owned by the gentleman who owns Traxxas, the radio controlled empire.
When I went to your shop, that was there the first time I went to your shop.
It's a lovely car.
Oh my God,
it still looks good.
Of course it looks good. How could it not look good?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
It still looks like that.
Yes, it does. It does look like it.
That
thing spawned a million copies.
God, it's so pretty.
Yeah. So
that's even better.
So
that's even better than the other one. The
No,
shape?
the Roadrunner. Yeah, that's actually a sport satellite with borrowed trim pieces from GTX and Roadrunner.
Really?
Yeah, like cherry picking, like the trim.
So
around
what's
the,
a sport satellite?
sport
Can
satellite?
you click on that link so we can see more pictures of that? That thing's fucking pretty, man.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Artwork and so
Click on the interior.
yeah, I handmade the dash out of metal on that car.
Wow.
And Shannon Hudson at Redline Gauge Works I did a drop recess like a BMW, and the red lights just washed down.
Thank God you made that a manual.
Oh yes, and I copied across the back on those cars. They have the individual letters Plymouth, PLYM, right?
Yeah.
So I copied the font and had letters made that spelled hammer, and then made a new set on the dash.
Yeah. No, I saw that.
Yeah.
Click on that, Jamie, so you can see how it looks. It looks amazing in the back.
Oh, the tail panel. Oh, was when we were. There's Vin.
Did Vin Diesel drive it?
Well, he was in it. The stuntmen did the burnouts, and they were in the movie. That's the end of Tokyo. Well, that's where I was going. I got a phone call from. Do you know Dennis McCarthy?
No, I don't.
Okay, he's the guy that handles all the cars for all the Fast Furious movies.
Let me see some more pictures of that.
So he.
And so they want to put it in Fast and the Furious.
Well, I got a phone call from him. He got my number from one of the editors at Hot Rod, and he goes, "Hey, my name's Dennis McCarthy, and I'm doing Fast and Furious stuff, and we need a car for Vin Diesel. He's going to come. We're going to bring his character back in this movie, and I hear you have the most badass Mopar in Southern California. Is that true?" And I go, "Fuck yeah, yeah, it is. We have a bad son of a bitch." So they rented it. And but it's the car in the stunt scenes. It's the car doing the burnouts. It's
wow.
And
who owns it now?
The guy that owns Traxxas, the radio control car company.
Oh,
he bought it off of Eric.
God, I hope he drives it.
I hope so too. The thing is wonderful. So we actually unveiled it twice at SEMA. So we brought it back a couple of years later with the new all aluminum Hemi.
The color of it with the wheels, with the black wheels, the silver outline. God, it's perfect.
Kinesis wheels, K19s, and the color is BMW Sterling Grays.
Look at that fucking thing.
Again, that's
BMW Sterling Gray. That's
Sterling Gray, factory color.
Fucking gorgeous color.
Yes,
man.
it is. And that photography is from the man himself, Randy Lorenzo, another fantastic photographer.
Let me see some pictures in like higher light, Jamie. Is there any pictures? Yeah, but look, just see. Yeah, go to that one that's outside with the red on the bottom of it, right above your cursor. Yeah.
Oh yeah, at the red carpet.
Yeah, look at that.
Yep, sharp car.
God, it's gorgeous.
So that obviously did wonders, and that was like 2005, 2006. Had a bunch of other really cool stuff, and then we built the Anvil Mustang. We helped develop all the carbon fiber pieces for a company called Anvil, and we unveiled the car at SEMA in 2010. And I knew we had a really good car. It's all cantilever, push rod, inboard suspension like an F1 car, and we wide-bodied it, except you can't tell unless it's sitting next to a stock one. We actually bowed the quarter panels, so at the door and at the taillights, it's stock. It
pull that up, Jim.
Curves up. There it is.
There it is.
Another. So lots of work done to that thing. The whole nose is all carbon fiber, and it's widened and changed. Tail panels changed. I did it like there. You can see the push rod cantilever inboard suspension there. The coilovers laid down.
That must handle like a motherfucker, huh?
Yeah. It's a lovely car, and that's an and that's the rear seat area. That's the inboard. That's a Myers rear, and everything's on quick pins, so you can literally take out the coilovers, put in a different set of shocks.
Do not stick your fingers in there, kids.
No, bad.
While the car's driving, do not stick your fingers.
It is fantastic to watch in the rearview mirror.
Oh my God, it must be amazing.
You're sitting there watching the stuff work, and you're like, "Oh, I got to be driving." Sorry.
Yeah, just don't have a gym bag back there.
Yeah, bad.
Oh my God, look at that interior.
So
God, that's gorgeous. That's a perfect interior for that car.
And we a lot of the time spent see that down bar going down through the roll bar.
Yes.
That does not touch you when you're in the passenger seat.
Really?
Touches nobody. So it's
what if you're a big guy?
There's a lot of room, but that comes out too. That bolts and unbolts. So, yeah, all little switches and handles and whatnot.
Fuck yeah! Does the guy who has this drive it?
Yeah, as far as I know.
He's got to drive this.
So
Please, sir.
it won.
Woo! Look at that. That is so gorgeous, man.
It won the Ford Design Award, Car of the Show at SEMA, which was a.
That's a 69, right?
Yes, you're correct, sir.
It might be the most gorgeous 69 I've ever seen.
Yeah, lots done again.
Lots done
nothing
that you don't
stock.
notice.
Nothing
Right.
stocked. Everything's
That fucking
wine.
suspension setup in the back seat
Yeah, that was cool.
gives me a childhood boner.
Okay, good. So that
All this stuff comes back to when you're kids, right?
heck yeah,
All
heck
this stuff
yeah.
come back.
Hot
to,
Wheels.
Yeah, Hot Wheels and
Which-
what the cool cars were in your neighborhood
Which
when you were
that
kids.
there's a miracle for me. In 2005 or so, I'm in an airport, and before when I was building Scully, the silver car, 97-ish.
Yeah.
I left the job I was working and went working for a gentleman named Bruce Schultz, and he did sublet work for Mattel and Action Diecast. And we did prototypes. It was before there was rapid prototype anything. So you'd get a drawing from the Mattel crazy Hot Wheel designer. It's like, make this. Or we'd get some and go, here, we need these 25 stripped and painted a different color and different graphics for Toy Fair. So when I worked for Bruce, I met a guy named Kelly Cox, Mr. Kelly Cox, who, as of right now, is going on his 18th or 19th year as an employee for me. We became really good friends working together. We found out we loved the same music. We had the same sense of humor. And so I met Kelly working for Bruce, and I was building that. When I built that Charger, I drove it over to Bruce's house because I'd met him like a year before, and I said, hey, look what I did, because he saw the car I started with. And he goes, you did that? And I'm like, yeah. And he goes, can you build model cars? I'm like, yeah. He's like, want to work here? I'm like, where? He goes, here in my garage. This is what we do, blah, 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 blah. And he goes, how much do you make working for Chrysler? And I go, X. He goes, I'll promise you X, and you can make Y. I'm like, I'm quitting tomorrow. So I'm just in this guy's garage building model, basically, I'm oversimplifying, but building super cool one-off model stuff for Mattel and Hot Wheels. That's 97, right? In 98, going into 99. Fast forward 2005, my shop is now up and running. I've had a bunch of magazine features. I'm at an airport, and one of the guys that worked at Mattel was in the airport too. I recognize him because I used to be down there all the time, bringing in prototypes. And I'm joking with him, and I'm like, hey, man, how many super cool features do I got to have before I can get a Hot Wheels made of one of my cars? And he goes, you know what? That's a good idea. I'm like, yeah, it's a good idea. I was joking with him. So they had a new line of your normal Hot Wheels are 1/64th scale. They were going to try this new thing with 1/50th scale, and they're going to call them G machines. And they're like, we'll do a 12-car line with you. You create the paint scheme and then this and then that. But we have X amount of little wheels you can use and X amount of this and that. Well, that worked for both of us because I know working with them. I understand the cost of extra stripes and ever cost money. So I know how to make a car simple and that one a little more elaborate, and then the budget balances out. I understood all that already. So I went down, had a designer group meeting, and I got a 12-car line that in the back window of every car, it's got my Pure Vision logo. And on the back of the box, it says Pure Vision, the premier hot rod shop in Southern California. And these went global. And I mean, it's the hugest honor. It's an unbelievable opportunity that I still am pinching myself that even happened. And so that was an amazing opportunity working at Bruce's. It begat me having a toy line later and having, my guy that's been with me forever, Kelly, working for me. So I was very fortunate, again, that the stars lined up that way.
That's great, man. It's not fortune, though. It's talent.
Well,
you have an eye for cars. You understand
true,
it.
but
it's an art form, and you're an artist in other ways. You play music. You're a guy who creates things. That's what I think is so interesting about your cars is that you don't just make a cool car. You make a cool car with all these little Easter eggs in it. There's all these little things in it that
and
you have to kind of
that's
understand.
really cool that you say that because we've joked about it at car shows. Our car is the Easter egg hut. You keep coming back and finding, I didn't even see that.
Well, if you go to the video you did, oh my God, the one on YouTube with
that narrows it down.
the one about about my car.
Oh, your car, yeah,
Yeah. Why am I fucking blanking on
Autotopia?
Autotopia, thank you.
Sean at
Sean at
Autotopia.
Autotopia. That which is an amazing video where you go over in detail like all the different weird things that you did.
Little things we changed.
Yeah. Sean's fun.
Oh God, Sean's awesome.
Yeah, really fun. And
He's
his
a
show's
good
really
guy.
fun. He seems like a really good guy. And these videos are awesome. His videos are all awesome, but this one was particularly cool.
Yeah, and he loved being in the car. And the thing is I'm friends with him too. So off camera, he'll tell me good, bad, ugly. And he just loved being in the car. Really appreciated all the work. Actually,
what are you doing now? What are you working on now?
Oh my gosh, I got just finished up a really amazing Chevelle for a guy named Habib. That again, thankful. Cover of Hemmings, and it's about to come out in Chevy Hub.
Is that a 67?
Yeah, the turquoise aqua one.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
That's
That
very
lot
pretty.
of like 3 magazines featuring that and a bunch of crap.
You and I had talked about doing
a Chevelle.
an older Chevelle.
Yeah. Well, I've still got all the notes. Because I went hog wild on a 68. Your thing you handed me was a 68 Chevelle.
Is that what it was?
In that list.
Yeah.
I like these 7 cars. Which one do I do?
But I'm glad we went with the Nova. I really
I
am.
took you to Gary to see, and it's on the thumb drive, the Z28 Nova.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something about that. I had this like light bulb.
And that sounded gnarly. That thing always sounds gnarly too.
Well, it was really cool. It was just you did a Z28 version of a 1969.
Yeah, if you could have ordered
69
a 69 Nova. Yep,
Yeah,
yep,
that's
there it is.
right there. And I saw that, and like a light bulb went off in my head. I was like, that's the car.
Yeah.
That's the car.
Yep, yours and his are very, 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 very different. But
yeah, very different, but still fucking super cool. Like that one, I remember thinking, wow, you don't see enough of these.
No.
That guy in Australia made a cool one. Cam, you know that one guy in Australia?
I think I know the car you're talking about.
Something by Cam.
I'm not super familiar, but I think I know what you're talking
He
about.
made this really wild black 68 or 69 Nova and did some really cool stuff to it. And it was a few years back. Hot Rods by Cam?
Rides by Cam. I just got it.
Yeah.
Get it?
Yeah, see if you can find his Nova. No, there's a black one. He made a black one.
That's a Nova also.
Yeah. See if you can see his black Nova. Cam Black Nova. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Look at this fucking thing. This thing's sick. Give me some volume. Yeah, rock and roll.
Oh, dear God.
Look at that thing. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, Steve
I
Stroh.
can hear the turbos.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hear the wastegates.
What does that girl have to do with this? What is
Nothing.
going on here? She's in her underwear. What's happening here?
Photo shoot, probably.
Yeah. Why are they showing that? Show me that goddamn car. Stop trying to distract me. They just want to keep you looking. You know, like
True.
they figure you're only going to look at that car for about 45 seconds. But
That's about it.
throw in a hot lady in a bikini, and now
That'll
we got
do.
you.
Sorry, she's still on.
She's still on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
Where's the fucking car? Where's the fucking car?
That
Where's
left.
the fucking car? There she is again. That's
been
it.
up for longer.
She's a wild one too, tattooed up.
Oh, great.
That's what you want. If you want a car like that, you want a lady like that.
Fair enough.
That's the dream. Cam's selling the dream.
Is that what he's doing?
He's selling the dream.
Okay, the dream.
Don't you see?
Yeah, I saw
That
it.
car's wild though. Huh?
Sounds healthy.
Show me some extra images of that car. It's yeah. So that car too influenced my decision.
No. So
I don't know if that car was like during the time we had already decided on a Nova though, because this guy built that a few years back.
Yeah. I'm unfamiliar
It's
with
pretty,
it. But
man. That's
sits
fucking
good.
pretty. Look at that.
It's a little taller rear tire, but that's me.
Oh yeah, that's
Little-
an older
little,
school
little
way.
little rubber band.
I want to say older
Hey man,
school.
everyone
like-
does their own thing,
But early 2000s, they were doing a lot of that.
right?
Look at that thing though. Whoa, good Lord, that's beautiful.
Big old hood.
Yeah, beautiful car. I think it's a twin turbo, if I remember.
Yeah, it
correctly.
sounded like I was hearing the wastegates pop when he was doing acceleration.
Click on that image of right there where your cursor is. Right there. Yeah, look at that fucking thing. Woo! God, that's gorgeous. But it drives me nuts when people don't put side view mirrors. Like, it doesn't make the car look bad, but you should see where the fuck you're going.
Or where you were,
Yeah, or what's coming up if you're
hell's-
changing lanes.
where the officers are.
Yeah, put a fucking side view mirror on, kids. It does not make the car look ugly. That became a trend for a while where people would have completely shaved mirrors.
Yeah.
You know?
You had asked me what's new, And you know what? I didn't. I'll have to give you because I have nothing up. I'll give you so you guys can.
You got some ideas?
So you guys can get it in post. No, I've got 3 cars that are humdingers. I got a Roadrunner coming out called Haraka, which is African for speed, and it's quite the piece.
Is that done? Or you
No,
haven't
we're going to unveil it next year at SEMA.
Oh.
And it's got
what stage is it in now?
Bare metal and heavy fab.
You got any images?
I will supply you images.
Is that it right there? That is like a cell phone from the 60s.
What the hell is
That's
that?
a time machine
How'd you
cell
even
phone.
get that? What is that? Oh, I know what it is. It might have been like an Instagram.
There's a TikTok video.
Yeah, or something.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, it's way beyond that stage, and it's
Roadrunner's another car that's a very cool
yes.
car.
This one is going to be something.
You know what someone
I
should
promise
do?
you.
Someone should redo Blade's 69 Charger from the movie Blade. Do you remember that? I think it was a 69. It's definitely a late 60s Charger. Blade, you know, the vampire hunter?
Yeah.
He drove around in a
Oh, did
Charger
he?
when he was killing people.
It's a 68.
68. Yeah, similar
Well,
body style. There it is right there. Look at that car right there. Somebody needs to redo that. Because
Well,
Blade had
that's
like...
not hard.
Blade had a souped... But I mean a really good one. Like a really
sure.
well done one.
Easy.
Blade had a souped up Charger. Look at it. That's what he drove around in. Someone should make like a Blade themed...
Again, that's just a
68
Charger with
Charger.
auto drags on it or center lines.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to look exactly like that. But a Blade themed 69 Charger. Like if he had one that went through your shop. Like if Blade came to your shop, said, I want to kill vampires.
Oh, good.
You know what I'm saying? Like what would
So,
you build them?
I'll send you guys the artwork, but that's the Roadrunner right now. But it's
Why are you
more
trying
than
to change the subject?
because.
We're talking about Blade. if Blade came to you right now and wanted to make
Fine,
a
I'll do him a
68
Charger. I'll do him a Charger. Yeah,
which if he's trying to run from vampires, how well could you get a 68, 69 Charger to handle? There's a lot of
Well, now,
front end sheet metal. and a lot of,
there's stuff available now that
yeah.
there's plenty of stuff.
What could you do to balance it out?
In fact, on this Roadrunner, I have a brand new suspension from Heights. That's a IFS and IRS from. Well, I just said from Heights.
Let's explain to people that don't know what the fuck we're talking about.
Independent
front
rear suspension,
and
independent front
rear.
suspension. Yes.
Yeah.
So it's really trick stuff, and it's brand new for them.
What about like a rear transaxle to balance out the weight?
You could, even though the Roadrunners weren't super heavy. They're about 3,600 pounds.
Right, but the Charger.
Oh, same thing. It's a B body.
Basically
yeah.
the same
yeah,
body.
it's the same thing.
So they weren't that heavy. They were how heavy?
About 38
3,800. That's
for a
pretty
Charger
heavy.
or so. Yeah. Well,
What did you think of that one that someone built that they made all carbon? Did you ever see that?
Yes, I'm familiar. They've done quite a few of them.
Yeah. Was it Speed Core? Is that what Speed
Yeah.
Core? Mm-hmm. See if you can find that Speed Core carbon Charger.
Yep. Cool piece for
that
sure.
probably drives great because of the lightweight.
Well, and it's on a brand new modern chassis.
Ooh, look
Yeah,
at that thing.
Yeah, billet, probably the grill's billet or
Ooh.
So
An all carbon fiber exterior.
yeah, so the body sits down over the chassis, and that's how it sits that low.
What do you think that thing weighs?
A lot less, but probably not a lot less that you think, because parts still weigh.
Right, of course. So, like, just removing the steel and replacing it with carbon.
You know what?
Save 500 pounds?
Yeah, it might be low 3,000s, like 31, 32, which is
That's probably amazing then.
Mm-hmm. yeah, sure,
Look at that thing. Where are you going to park that?
somewhere.
You'd be terrified.
Somewhere safe.
You'd be terrified of someone dinging your doors.
No, yeah.
You got a goddamn carbon fiber car. Look at that thing.
Yeah, you're not pounding the dents out.
Yeah. What do you do if you get in an accident in a carbon fiber car? They have to refab completely new panels for you?
You either put a new one on or probably. Well, it depends. If it's the quarter panel, that might be a problem.
Like if you get hit in the rear.
Fender, you replace the fender.
If you get hit in the rear, they probably have to redo your whole car.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like
What's that?
expensive fiberglass surgery.
You can buy a rear new bumpers at least.
So you can buy a carbon fiber Charger bumper.
It looks like they have.
Yeah, but the bumper's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried about the quarter panels, the roof. You know, because if you get somebody rear ends you or hits you from the side, it's going to fuck up all that stuff.
Right.
I guess you can't think about that. You
No.
just have to be cool.
Yep.
Driving around.
Yep.
They're doing that with quite a few hot rods now, right? Like I know there's a company that makes
doing a-
classic
there's doing a
recreations.
Camaro.
They do a complete carbon fiber GT500. You've seen that, right?
Or someone doing the GT? The
Yeah.
older one?
Yeah, 67 GT500.
Carbon?
Classic Recreations is doing it.
Ah, cool. I know.
See if you can find that.
I know there's a guy that's doing the. They do the Charger. That one. And there's a '69 Camaro. That's all carbon.
So see what it looks like. Yeah, look at that. Ooh. That's insane.
Yeah.
That's probably very light, right?
Well, it's again
Because
gonna
that's
be-
an even smaller car,
It's
right?
going to be lighter. Yes. Yeah. The Mustang is lighter and smaller.
If
That
you
is
had to
correct.
get 67, right? What if you had to guess? What do you think that thing weighs?
I bet you it's still around 3,000 or so. Again, I'm.
Right, but
It depends what
3,000
engine. It
pounds.
depends what suspension. It depends everything.
It says scroll up a little bit.
It's interesting that all the carbon companies that are doing this don't talk about a weight.
Keep going, Jamie, for the top of the page, so I could see what it said. It was saying something about the horsepower. Where does it say the
do
engine?
they do a turnkey car?
I mean, you might have been hovering over the engine part of it. Is that what it is? Oh, 545 horsepower. So it's a 427 crate engine. Which is probably all you need if it's that light.
Oh, it's more than fine for
That's got
driving
to be
around the street.
amazing. Oh, you could do a Coyote Gen 3 with a supercharger that's 770 horsepower. If you're a fucking psycho, right?
If you're a fucking psycho,
If you're a
unquote.
fucking psycho and you want a carbon fiber car that weighs nothing
If you're just greedy,
with
you know,
770 horsepower.
that'll probably get you to the store on time without much
You
difficulty.
ain't going to the store in that.
Oh, why not?
Putting groceries in the back seat of that
Live
thing.
dangerously. Go to Ralph's.
Yeah, I bet some people do with it.
Yeah. So,
You know, I'm sure there's people that take their hot rods around as daily drivers. You know, I met a
Oh,
guy
yeah.
once in.
I drive mine.
Do you every day?
Not every day. I have to use my
What,
truck
are
too.
you, what are you driving?
Well, normally I use my work truck. My
Yeah, but when you're not driving to work, like
oh
with
my!
hot
I've got
rod.
I got a really fun little which again did I put on the thumb drive? I have a '64 Olds little Cutlass that I built for cross country driving. So it's got modern air conditioning, like vintage air and Dynamat sound deadening, and I have these really wonderful seats from Porsche Panamera, cut 7 inches off of it, and it's got
wow.
they're like 18-way power.
Show me pictures.
Heated and cooled. Do I have anything on there?
I have a 64 Fury.
Nope. That's a brand new Fury. We just finished that.
Do you have it on your website?
Nope, that's not up yet either.
You don't have your own car on your website?
It was on my TV show.
Oh, okay. Well, how could we see that then?
I don't know.
Was it Rides? Was it an episode of Rides?
No,
Your
I had
TV show.
I had
Oh,
yeah,
that TV show. Yeah.
the hand-built hot rods.
That's right. I was on one of them episodes. Oh,
Yes,
there it is.
that's
bro.
right. Your car.
There it
Yeah,
is.
there it is. So Mercedes Quartz Blue with basically a Ferrari saddle tan.
Pretty much your
interior.
daily driver.
Yeah, that's the thing I put around in.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, it's a really nice car. It's made to be comfy driving, anywhere.
It's beautiful.
So, and like, all the other stuff, probably for the last 15 years let me see, 13 years, same great cast of characters. I definitely want to shout out because I am, as I've said before in other interviews and other things, no man is an island. I am surrounded by talent. And,
Jamie's an island.
Oh, okay.
Ask him.
Jamie's an island. All right. Well, hi
He
there.
says it all the time.
Hi there, Island Jamie.
I go, what are you doing, Jamie? He goes, I'm an island. And
Oh.
he just walks away, and everybody just.
Are you a
Confused with
rock?
an island boy? I'm not.
Are you a rock? Do you know your old songs?
He's not an island
You're
boy.
a rock, you're an island, as Paul Simon would say.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Painter master, Mick Jenkins at Mix Paint. My interior guy is Gabe's. These are all the same people on Your Nova. Unbelievably wonderful family. It's dad and the sons working. So this is such a cool deal, the interior guys. And then my guys, as I've already babbled, Kelly. And then there's Troy Bray, who's just a fantastic all-around everything. He can just do whatever I ask him. And then a new kid named Tommy. I do got to throw out all those big deal cars. There was the Anvil that you looked at. Mm-hmm. And then we didn't have a year off. We had a couple others we finished. And then we did a car called the Martini Mustang that we went to SEMA, and that took the Ford Design Award again, car of the show. And then the next year we took the twin turbo Camaro, and that won the GM Design Award, car of the show. And then the next year we came with the Fairlane, the Black Ops Fairlane, and that won the Ford Design Award, car of the show. So we're the only shop I know of. And again, I say with thankful, because I had such amazing employees and people around me putting up. That's a heavy schedule to do 3 out of the park cars 3 years in a row. That's nobody sleeping. That's nobody sleeping.
For sure.
And don't know of another shop that's done that ever.
Congratulations.
Ford GM. So I'm very thankful to those guys. And back then there was a guy who had worked for me for about 18 years named Pete, and he just moved back to Washington to be near his folks and all. So he's got a place called Muscle Car Beach.
I follow him on Instagram.
Yeah,
Pure
that's
Vision Pete.
Pete Hartskull. So just really, I'm so lucky that I got all these people putting up with me, because I literally wake up at 3 a.m. and come up with these ideas and start sketching the ideas, and oh my gosh, we got to do this, and then they're like, okay, and they put up and do. So really, really, really thankful for that. And as you know, you've got a great team here with Island over there, and
yeah, you need a team.
You need a team for great
I
things.
couldn't do this fucking thing without Jamie. I'd be lost. First of all, you know how slow I Google? He Googles faster than me with one hand.
Do you like it down
while
here?
He's flipping switches. Yeah, I love it down here.
Came
I
down?
do. Yeah, I love it.
3 years ago?
Mm-hmm. It's a different way of life. Like, it gets really hot in the summer, but that doesn't seem to bother me. What I really enjoy is how nice people are. It's a different kind of nice. They're like real, regular, nice people. They're not Hollywood nice. I think I really believe that everywhere in Southern California, like just the overall vibration of the area is in some way affected by the vast amount of people that are seeking stardom and want to be something special and want to be seen. And I'm obviously guilty of that because I'm a comedian and all the other stuff I've done. So
right.
I was a part of it. I understand it. I'm not criticizing the people that are doing it, but I'm saying that it does affect the way people communicate with each other, especially because of acting. Because acting is like the number one thing that people came to LA for back in the day. It was the number one thing. If you were a kid and you had a dream, you wanted to be a movie star, you came to LA. And along the way, these people realized like the only way to get chosen for roles, you have to be this Daniel Day-Lewis, like super mysterious, ultra talented person who everybody worships, or you had to play the game. So you had to say all the things that the producers wanted you to say. You had to support all the political causes. You had to check all the boxes. You couldn't think outside the box at all. And there's a way of communicating that people have in LA that it's like signaling that they're a part of this tribe, signaling they're a part of this very progressive, ultra left-wing ideology, and everybody has to subscribe to it regardless of the consequences that it has on the city or the crime or the chaos or all the other stuff. And it's just, I think it's tempered by this desire that people have that live to fit in because they want to be cast in things. Like you think about someone who's an actor. You're probably already fucked up. You're probably already insecure, which is why you want this exorbitant amount of attention. You probably had a bad childhood or whatever it was. Whatever it was. You were not stable and you go so far that you desire this exorbitant amount of attention. Then what you have to do is you have to get in front of casting agents. So people get to pick you. They have to choose whether or not you're good, choose whether or not you're worthy. And your self-esteem is based on whether or not you get picked. Yeah. And so there's these people that are constantly in this cycle of rejection, constantly in this cycle seeking acceptance and rejection. And then they see people that make it and they're furious. Why isn't it me?
Right.
Like I had a friend and he was dating this gal and she was an actress too. And he got a role on a TV show. He was so excited and he told her about it. And she started crying saying, when is something going to happen for me? It's the first thing she said. I was like, dude, that's not good. Like, that's not, but that is
red flag,
super, super common. And that's a lot of like what flavors the consciousness of Los Angeles. It has an effect on it. And out here, that doesn't exist.
Right.
It's different.
I agree. And for me, I was really happy to find agreeing with you. define Simi Valley? Because I'm from.
Oh yeah, very
that's-
different.
Let's go back at the beginning of the conversation. I'm from Appalachian. You know,
Right.
that's a handshake is your word. You know, it's real simple background.
Mike sells moonshine. Yeah.
So, Simi again, not for a game of name dropping, but I know, like my friend Ezio that has Bomb Hoagie, my favorite little place to get Philly cheesesteaks, which you can't find for shit out in California, does yummy stuff. I know like Danish, the manager at my bank. I know Neil, who has, well, of course, East Coast Pizza. You know, I know their names. I know these people because it's got that small town feel to it.
Right.
It's not just in and out, and you have no time to meet anybody or know anybody, or you know what I mean.
I've been out there because Terran Tactical, that's out in Simi Valley, and
Right.
it's just a normal neighborhood. It's a normal community that's
So-
sort of divorced from a lot of what ails LA.
And I know you had gone there from past times of just telling me. Do you still go back? And
Yeah, when I'm
go
in
there?
LA. Yeah.
Oh well,
Yeah, if I'm in LA and I have time, I go back there.
Shave in another 5 minutes since I'm around the corner.
Well, oftentimes I'm there on Sunday, and you know, I
well, let me know.
Shop. Yeah.
Let me know. That's cool. I didn't know if you went back. I know you liked it.
Yeah, it's good to know. I mean, if you have a gun, it's good to know how to really use it.
Yeah.
You know, and he's the best. That guy's awesome. He's just such a
Does
great
he give you
instructor.
instructions?
Oh yeah, it's instructions.
Oh, it's not just
No,
here,
no, no.
here's a range and go shoot.
No.
things.
You're getting taught by a master. I mean, Terran is like a multiple-time world champion in those shooting competitions. Yeah,
Oh, I did not know. I
trained-
did not know it was an instructional thing.
Yeah, he trained Keanu Reeves there for John Wick.
Oh.
Yeah, he trained Michael B. Jordan. He trained him from a bunch of his movies. He's trained just a host of people. I was there with Rob Lowe. I've been there with multiple comedians. I took my friend Shane Gillis there. It's like he trains people like literally from the very beginning, how to correctly hold the pistol, how to brace it correctly, what amount of pressure you put with your left hand versus your right hand, how to line the sights up. He teaches you like how to do everything correctly.
That's
And he runs you
awesome
through a
that
course.
Keanu Reeves has that. So when he's filming it, he's looking like
he looks
actually
super
is
legit.
shooting a gun.
Super legit. If you watch John Wick, he looks super legit. He absolutely knows what he's doing because Terran trained him. I mean, everything he does is exactly how you would do it.
How long have you known Taryn? Taryn?
Taryn.
Taryn.
T-A-R-A-N. Years. I don't know. Many years. I think I first went there. I forget who brought me there, honestly. I forget who brought me there. But, you go there for like an hour and he coaches you. It's great. A couple hours maybe. And you'll always have new people there.
Just-
I've met Chad Stileski, the guy who produced and directed. He actually wrote and did he write John Wick or did he? He directed it and produced it.
Yeah, I think he at least if he didn't write it by himself, he definitely co-wrote.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
So I met him there. I met like a bunch of really cool people there.
I-
He's always having like the King of Jordan was just there training with him. Yeah, it's wild. Like he trains people. He's that good. Like he trains people from
Does
all
he
over
do
the
just
world.
firearms or does he do bow and arrow?
Just firearms.
Oh.
Yeah, they do throw hatchets too. So he shows you how to throw a hatchet because there's a lot of stuff that people use in movies and in John
yeah.
Wick movies and things like
Skill sets.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
filming.
But yeah, Halle Berry trained there. There's all these videos of her learning how to you know, shoot a pistol.
I don't know if I've ever spoke with you about it. I always, growing up, I fiddled with archery, bow and arrows. It
Yeah?
fascinated me. And Nuge.
Sure. Ted
And,
Nugent.
and he's Whackmaster, as his brand is. Do you? No, you got into that too, right? Weren't
Bow
you,
hunting? Yeah.
Weren't you doing that too?
Yeah, I still do it. Yeah.
Yeah?
I just got back. I just got back from an elk hunt in Utah.
Oh,
Yeah.
bow hunting.
Bow hunting. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Practice every day. I was out in my yard today practicing.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, always.
You have to.
For me, that's harder than guns.
Oh, of course.
I mean, guns
It's
take
way
a skill set for sure.
Oh yeah, no, guns aren't easy. It's not easy to kill a deer with a rifle. I mean, you could get lucky and one can be close, but if you're in the mountains, it's very difficult to get close to
Right,
them. You have
right.
to understand the wind and how to sneak up on them. It's
Right.
easier with a rifle because you could take a 200-yard shot ethically, whereas with a bow, you really want to get inside of 60 yards if you can.
Right, and then have the aim.
And you have to be really good.
Yeah, and then the aim.
And you have to be able to keep your nerves together.
Yeah, I was always
There's a lot going on.
fascinated with it, and my dad, because my area again, Appalachian, a lot of hunting, fishing, that kind of stuff. So that was promoted.
It's an amazing way to get food. It really is. Like your food has a.
It's a very realistic way to get your food.
You just have a very different connection with what your food is. You know, when I eat an elk steak, it's a very different connection than if I eat like a steak that I got from HEB.
Explain.
Well, you were there when this, like the last one I killed was my favorite because it was so old. It was an 11-year-old elk, and his teeth were all worn out. Like when we opened his jaw, that's about as old as you get in the mountains. Like you might live to be 13, but probably not. And during the rut, when they're breeding, they don't eat a lot of the time. So they lose a ton of weight because they're just running around chasing tail. And then, literally.
No pun intended.
Yeah, no pun intended. And then during the winter, it's rough. It's rough because they have to eat as much as they can after the rut. And by that time, it might already be snowing. So the grass might be getting covered up, but it's harder to get food. And, you know, if you're not lucky, you could freeze to death in the winter because you don't have enough fat, and it happens to them all the time. That's generally how they go out, or a cat gets them.
Right.
And one of the two is probably coming, you know, or they can get injured, and a cat catches them limping, and then that's a wrap. You know, it's a fucking hard scrabble life. So that was my favorite because we got him at the right time. 11 years old. That's a really good time. That's a real mature, wise old elk that you just caught slipping. You know, and so when I'm eating that, I'm eating something that I work really hard to get to. I practice really hard. I got in really good shape. Did all these things to work on my aim, work on my precision with my shooting, and just work on, you know, all the things, the cardio, all the things that you have to do it. So it's just a very different connection than just. I'll still eat a steak at a restaurant. I still love them. They're just so great. Sure. But it's just a different experience.
Right. Well, sure.
You know.
It's more, definitely more personal.
It's definitely more personal, but it's also more honest. You know, it's a much more honest exchange. You know, especially if you're getting some factory farm shit. Like, there's a lot of weird karma that comes with that. You know, there's a lot of weird karma. It's so easy to get a chicken sandwich. You know, it's so easy to pull into a drive-thru and get a chicken sandwich. But if you had to see the life that chicken lived, you'd probably be pretty fucking horrified. You know, there's a lot of the chickens we buy. I'm sure you've seen those chicken trucks that are driving down the street on the highway, and they're just stuffed with chickens, and you're like, yo, that's a fucked up life. Or did you ever see the one where the pigs, there was a car accident, I think, and the pigs jumped out of the fucking truck, and they were like splattered all over the highway. They you know, tried to escape. Yeah, not good. So like I said, it's a very different thing.
Oh, sure. No, agreed.
Yeah.
Understood. So you're still hunting, obviously.
Yeah.
You just came back from one. So.
Yeah. It's a good reset for me because, you know, I do this weird thing where everybody listens to me talk. It's very strange. You know, the whole thing's very strange. And you could get a very inflated sense of your worth and your perspective and your place on Earth. But when you're in the mountains, that's literally impossible.
Oh,
you
yes.
know exactly. You know how tired you get when you go up the hill.
Yep.
You know what a bitch you are. in comparison to these other animals that are out there hunting these things, you are not. You're only an apex predator because you have a bow.
That's about it.
That's it.
In fact, that is it.
It's the only reason. And then, you know, you're also encountering this unforgiving, uncaring, beautiful
landscape.
It's not just a landscape. It's a realm.
Fair enough.
When you're there, it's like when you're in the actual wild, it's a realm. It's a different realm than the realm we exist in. I know you can just walk into it, but once you are in there, you are living inside this ancient system of tooth and claw, this ancient system of breeding and survival and predators and carnivores and these animals that are just there to pick up the mess, the vultures that swoop in and the birds, and it's just a fucking wild place to be, man. And it just completely resets me. Just that alone.
I understand and agree.
Yeah.
You have good reverence. Long time ago, I met a couple of Indians, Native American, that tried to follow basically their lineage, and the discussion was that the same vein of the respect of that. You described it well. That realm.
It is like a realm.
You know,
the real. That's why it's so disappointing when you find garbage. The saddest thing when you're on like some public trail and you see like a water bottle that someone just discarded. Like, oh no, you're bringing our bullshit into this incredible realm.
Yeah.
In that realm, there's no garbage. It doesn't exist. Everything gets eaten. Everything that dies gets consumed by the earth. It becomes fertilizer for the trees. It becomes food for all these the creatures that live there.
It's all a cycle.
It's an insanely perfect cycle. And when you're there, it's just like, okay. It just puts it all in perspective. And it's also fucking thrilling, man. Like when you're around these animals, you see an eagle fly overhead. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
It's thrilling.
Big bird.
In California a few years back, I watched a golden eagle grab a rabbit.
Real big bird.
Oh man, it was awesome. He swooped in and we saw it we were driving in a truck and we saw it just at the very end. There was like this rabbit that was like right underneath the branches of this tree, and this eagle just swooped in and grabbed it. And just grabbed it on the ground and started flapping its wings and going up this little hill with it. And we were like, holy shit.
Mm. I again, from the background where I'm from, a lot of farms.
And mobsters too.
Well, there was that. Yep. But a lot of farms. Worked, when I was younger, chucking hay bales, and would, because of being around barns, see owls hunt.
Oh, they're amazing.
They are. Everyone's like, owls are so fascinating and cool and neat. I'm like, bro, they are a cold-blooded assassin.
Ruthless night stalkers.
Ruthless and absolutely silent.
Yeah,
they make no noise. They are the nature's hitman.
Have you ever seen the video? It's a trail camera video that they set up on this nest of hawks. So these hawks in this nest, and they're sitting there at night just looking around. This owl comes in from the background. You see his eyes in the distance and just snatches them. Watch this because it's amazing.
They are.
This is what an owl is. It's not give a hoot, don't pollute. It's not.
No.
This is the way you get to the library.
They are.
Watch this.
They are assassins.
So look in the distance and you'll see the eyes soon. There they are. Watch this. Here they come. No. They'll just appear.
Well, I'm sure he'll make real quick work of it.
Here he comes. Watch this. Look at the eyes.
Oh,
bam! And that other one is like, what? Where's my brother?
What just happened?
What the fuck?
Like I said,
just
absolutely silent and unbelievably efficient.
Snatch. Look at the eyes, man. That's a demon.
Wham.
I mean, that is a demon. It's just a fluffy demon.
Fluffy demon.
If that thing was doing that to people and it was covered in like lizard scales, we would say, oh my God, it's a demon.
Yeah.
But because it's got feathers, for some reason, we like to think this thing is this wise, cute thing in the forest. Ooh.
No, I've watched them hunt. And it's I think the thing was most fascinating to me is they're absolutely silent.
Yeah.
There's no noise. The prey has no idea that thing's coming.
Yeah. When we were just leaving California, we found one that looked like it had been poisoned. It's a real bummer, man.
An owl?
Yeah, because what happens is people poison rats. If people have rats in their garbage, they'll put rat poison out.
Of course.
The rats eat the poison, the owls eat the rats, and the
poisons the owl.
And so I'm not an expert in owls, but there was something really wrong because it was sitting in the front door of our house, and it was literally the day before we moved to Texas.
Oh,
just sitting there.
Oh,
like
at the old house
it was
back
like
home.
symbolic. It was, to me, it was almost like symbolic of the life I knew here dying. That I had to leave it. That's how it felt.
A little
really,
guy, big guy,
like about that big, regular sized owl.
Yeah,
it wasn't a mature owl. He was a mature owl, but it was fucked up, man. It was just fucked up, just trying to move a little and couldn't move its wings. It was very, very, very sad. And I know where I lived was very hilly. There's a lot of rats. There's a lot of coyotes. There's a lot of wildlife out there.
Sure.
So I'm assuming that someone poisoned it because it was a suburban community and people don't want rats in their garbage.
Sure.
And they don't understand the food chain. But I think that was a real problem that was killing off a lot of owls. See if that's documented, because I think that was a real problem in the Hollywood Hills as well. That people were poisoning rats, and the rat poison was killing owls. It's a bummer, man. But there's something about those. I don't know how they got labeled the way they got labeled. Like, I don't know how they got a monocle and a book. Like, something happened.
Yeah, that would be the wise, right?
Yeah.
The wise old owl.
Rat poison from marijuana farms is harming federally threatened northern spotted owls. So it's a thing. It's not. I'm sure it's not just the marijuana farms. I know people in my neighborhood were using rat poison. I know they were. Because people would ask you, how do you deal with the rats?
Well, it doesn't sound like that's a far-fetched theory, that's for sure.
No. Do you know how smart rats are? That if you leave some poison...
I had rats as pets.
Did you?
Yes.
Have you ever seen the Netflix show Rats?
No.
Oh, my God. There's an amazing documentary on Netflix called Rats. And you watch it and you just go, what? Like, you don't understand the scope of the rat problem in this country. Like, you don't know that there's more, the same, I think they think it's the exact
the one in
same
New York City.
biomass. I think in New York City, the biomass of rats surpasses the biomass of humans. So if you weighed all the people in New York City, I think the rat biomass is actually either the same or larger. That's how many rats there are in New York City.
Yay.
See if that's true.
I know that I've read multiple. They don't have an accurate estimation of the rats.
It's like fish in the ocean,
it's a
right?
huge different number. It's like 2 million or 50 million. If it's 2 million, it's 25% of the human population there.
And if it's 50 million, it's
it's way more. That's what I mean. It depends on how many there really are.
I bet it's 100 million. Fucking rats in New York City it's insane how many.
I'm very familiar.
Yeah, and this documentary shows how intelligent they are. And one of the things they do, if you leave poison in like a rat tunnel where the rats go, the rats will get a young stupid rat to go eat the poison. It's like, hey man, look at that food. And they'll sit back and watch. The old rats will sit back and watch. And the young rat goes over, starts eating the poison. And they go, yep, thought so. And they take off. Like, they know. There's videos of rats setting rat traps with sticks. Have you seen this?
No.
Pull that video.
Totally believable.
So they set up a rat trap, and this rat walks over and picks up a stick and drops it on the rat trap so it can get the cheese. Like, that's how fucking smart they are.
Sure.
Those little creeps.
Those little creeps.
Watch this. So look at this rat. Oh, yeah, it's a rat, right? It's not a mouse. It says mousetrap, but isn't that a rat? Like the tail? I don't know. What is that?
That looks small enough to be a mouse, but it could be a rat.
Either way, whatever this fucking thing is. Watch this.
Wow.
Snap. With a fucking stick, man. Like, it knows how to set that thing off, and it didn't even flinch. You imagine you don't know that that's going to happen, and you drop a stick on something and it explodes? Watch that mouse or rat or whatever the fuck it is. That thing.
Oh, you're right. It's
a rat.
He didn't freak out because the thing went
world's
snap.
World's smartest rat. So it is a rat. Watch this. Dude, this motherfucker doesn't even flinch. Watch. Drops it on there. Not a budge.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Question.
Just like cracking a safe.
If it's a rat, do you think maybe this kid
trained it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
probably.
Why it's not afraid.
Yeah.
It didn't just happen randomly.
Yeah, it's probably for the clicks.
Because I used to teach him to play basketball where I was from.
Maybe.
What?
It might be for the clicks, or it might be a legit video of how fucking smart rats were. Like, he was trying to figure out, how are these motherfuckers not dying? Maybe he just kept a rat trap in the same spot over and over and over again, and eventually they realized, every time it snaps, then a rat gets killed, but the food's still there.
Yeah, well, this account is he's got Mousetrap Monday, so he must have.
Oh, so he's like running experiments.
See, that's a mouse
he deals with
in the picture. If
that's a
his,
mouse.
If that's his buddy pal.
Was the other one a mouse or a rat, though?
Stunt mouse.
So this is the guy that did that little video?
Yeah, so I was noticing this account had like 2 million followers on it. I was like, this might be.
It says mouse. It says Mousetrap Monday. So they look like mice in that little thing that he's holding, right?
Right.
So he must have trained mice, and he probably incentivizes them to snap the trap.
Yeah, the theory of what Pavlov's dog or whatever you do. Repeat, learn.
I wonder how he taught them how to set a trap with a fucking
I
stick.
wonder how many died trying to figure it out.
I know, right? He probably sacrificed a lot of his little pets.
The dark side to Mousetrap Monday.
Yeah. The very dark side to Mousetrap Monday.
What are you doing over there, man?
Yeah. I know, right? If you're running tests,
someone's going to
have
go
to use mice.
Try and check. I bet he would have the video of him teaching it if he did do that too, because that would get some views. You know?
Yeah. It's a strange thing, Art. I mean, it's obviously that we have this distaste for rats and mice because they carry these bugs, they carry the plague, and they carry diseases, and they document that in the Netflix special too. The Netflix special shows like some of them have plague. There's like some of these, yeah, they catch. I mean, obviously not a lot of people are getting bitten by rats, but if you were, you'd be fucked. There's a lot of them that are just horrific.
Well, I have to congratulate you
for what?
On something you may not know. So,
are you like a fucking?
I talk with my hands. What do you want?
You
may not know.
What is it?
So I got together with a guy named Drew Harden, who's been an editor at like I think at Hot Rod and Rod and Custom, a bunch of different books, and he's written books like books. He had a book called Hot Rod Magazine, All the Covers, which covered up to, no pun, all the way up to 2009. Hot Rod started in 1947. So all the way up to 2009, every cover ever printed, right? And then he just released a new book, like the history of Hot Rod Magazine, right? Which begat every automotive magazine. That was the first. And Mr. Peterson, I mean, he had everything. He had Hot Rod, he had Field and Stream, Better Homes and Gardens, like every made popular science, every book you could think of was him, if I remember right. Anyway, so I, because of your latest cover, asked Drew, hey man, how many cars have been on the Hot Rod magazine twice? And I have every issue of Hot Rod from 47 to now. But it's easier to ask someone who's like written a book about the covers than go through every one of them. And we found 14 cars that had been on the cover twice. But I said, hey, how many cars have been on the cover 3 times? And there's 5. And one of them, I mean, it made the criteria. It was on the cover 3 times, but it was Hot Rod Magazine's Crusher Camaro. So I'm like, oh, that's insider trading. The editors can put their own car on the cover. But nevertheless, but your Nova was on shared cover with my Buick funny car, Skylark. It's clearly in the cover. That was part of the criteria. Is the vehicle, if there's more than one car on the cover, is it on purpose? And yours was on purpose. It's on the side. It's not even back there. It's here. And then it was on the cover in bare metal built and then brand new out right now in the newsstands. Hot Rod. So you are one of 5 cars ever in the history of Hot Rod Magazine to be on the cover 3 times.
That's pretty fucking cool.
Which is, and congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much. What does it look like on the cover? Show me the cover of the magazine.
You have, I've got it in my briefcase. I'll send one back to you.
Yeah,
I brought one for
look
you.
It up right now.
Yes, you will. Brand new issue of Hot Rod Magazine. I've got it on my phone, but he'll find it.
I'm sure Jamie will find it.
Well, he's an island, you know.
He's an island.
He'll find it.
He's a man. He's a rock.
Wow, pretty cool. But now no pressure out to our editor on
You trying to get on 4 times? Is that what you're trying to do?
No, we're all done with that car.
Okay, I was going, what's this pressure talk?
No. John McGann, who's the current editor of Hot Rod Magazine, which we thank for the wonderful cover.
Did you find it?
If I'm putting it out there to the car universe, if he gets the opportunity or wishes to feature there you go.
There it is. Hot Rod remixed.
There
Pretty
it is.
dope.
Your Sick Fish 2.0 that the Roadster Shop did a wonderful, beautiful job. If they feature it again, and if the gods of Hot Rod deem it so, to put it on the cover, I'm putting it out there. If no pressure, John, but if that happened, you would be the only human on the planet to own 2 vehicles, one that's been on the cover twice, because Sick Fish was on the cover once in bare metal.
Right.
And then the Nova's on the cover 3 times. You would be the only human in history.
Someone can have that. Someone else can have that.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
It's okay.
What do I know? I don't know if John's featuring it or if
I
they put it
know
on the cover.
it's a prestigious thing, but
Well, it's a neat thing.
yeah, it's cool. The car's cool. I just like them for what they are.
You know what? And that's really true. I've talked with a lot of people because they ask me, because obviously you're well known for this gig. And I think you're just rippingly funny. We'll watch you tonight, by the way. Going to go down and watch you. And they're my car world guys are like, is he really like a gearhead? And I'm like, you know what? I don't think he's out wrenching on it, but I know he has a very deep, totally digs it, thinks it's wonderful, thinks it's cool.
I don't wrench on him, but
he's not on this to like look cool owning one. You actually really like them.
No, I love them. Even when I'm not driving them, I go in my garage and I stare at them.
Sitting there, like, you know what? There's a great thing that's been said, again, within my world. You got the wrong car. If you don't park it, walk away and turn around to look at it again.
Yeah.
If you do that, you got the right car for you, man. You turn around, you look at it, and you go, that thing's badass, man.
Sometimes I don't even have to drive it. I just sit and look at it.
Yeah.
It's art. It really is. These kind of old cars in particular, that especially like that Nova that you made, is a piece of art.
Yeah.
And to me, I get a much greater satisfaction out of that kind of art than I do a lot of art. I love art. Obviously, you see the studio. It's filled with art out there.
Sure.
I love art. I love when people make things. I love human expression. I like custom-made pool cues. I like when people make shoes. I like stuff. I like people
Artisan.
make knives.
Artisan.
Yes, cars. That's what I like. I like when I see a thing, I know that humans made it. They worked on it. Their mind, their creativity, their skill, their talent. I love that.
And it's interesting because obviously you have a lot of dexterity from hunting, learning and utilizing firearms and say bow, like we were talking. Do you have an outlet that is artistic? Do you woodwork? Do you do stuff, anything like that? Because you obviously have a high appreciation for it.
No, I don't really make anything. No, I don't. I just, other than jokes and podcasts.
Did you ever want to?
No, it's like, to me, it's like music. Like, I don't have any music talent, but I really appreciate music. I love that I can go. I love that I can't play guitar, but I can go watch Gary Clark Jr. And I'm like, I just don't even know how the fuck is he doing that. The sounds is just magic. I love it. I love that I have no connection to it. I love that kind of stuff. I love things that I don't have any skill in doing. I love watching people execute
But you appreciate
things. Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate human expression. I think that we all do.
Yeah.
And
I definitely do.
There's human expression in a lot of forms. And for me, when I was a kid growing up, the fucking coolest thing in the world were hot rods. When I was 15, 16, when I was, getting my learner's permit and about to get a driver's license, all of us in the town that I grew up in Newton, Massachusetts, all my friends, everyone was obsessed with cars. We were all obsessed with Camaros and Firebirds, and everyone was obsessed with cars.
Mustangs and Chevelles, and
And that is burned in my brain. We used to go. There was God, I wish I could remember his name because he was so cool. There was an auto shop teacher, this old Irish guy. He was fucking great. He was hilarious, and we always wanted to take auto shop class because he was just a regular guy. You could hang out with him,
right?
And he was only into Mustangs, like old Mustangs. And he had these old Mustangs, and we'd all work on these Mustangs and fucking bondo them and fix things.
Sure, learn this and that.
But it was just, I developed this appreciation for what those things are and the magic that they instill in some people. I mean, it's not everybody. Some people see them, they're like, oh, it's noisy, it's loud, it stinks. But other people see them, they go, oh.
Right.
And that was me. And that's still me. So to this day. So that's why I like those cars. Those cars to me are like how someone wants to buy a Van Gogh. They want to put this, this fucking Jackson Pollock painting in their wall, and they'll sit there and they'll have a glass of wine and they'll stare at that, and that's for them. And I love painting too. I love art too. But there's the art that really fucking gets my juices going is functional art, like a car.
Yeah,
because that's what it is. It's a piece of functional art.
It is a piece of fun. I agree completely, and it's that's what drives me. Is the create it and build it.
Yeah.
And then when I'm done with that, I'm like, really, I love it. And then I can't wait to do the next thing I'm going to create and do and build. And that's the excitement for me is the design and then the make it.
Yeah. So that's really what your good fortune is. That you found this thing that you're really good at.
Oh, unbelievably
and that you
fortunate.
Love. And that you love. That's the good fortune. And then also you've attracted like-minded great people to do these things with you.
Yes.
That's the really good fortune.
Yeah, unbelievably fortunate that as a joke, they put up with me, and help forge this stuff that I...
No, they're cool people too. It's a good vibe. Like every time I've gone to your shop, it's a fun vibe.
Yeah, they're really, you know what they are, or the term I use is because plenty of people say, good people. I say they're good humans.
Yeah.
They're just a good human
They're
being.
good fisher folk. They're nice fisher folk.
That's today's word.
Oh.
Fisher folk. Frightening word, but yet
It's not really.
Yeah. But yeah, I am
Yeah,
really
that's the thing, and that's
really thankful for my I call it the shop family because I've got my guys, right? The current crop of Troy and Kelly, and then our new boy Tommy, and then my sublet guys, as I've already said, Mick and Gabe's. Those guys I consider an arm off of my shop because they become involved with it.
Sure.
They treat my stuff like it's something.
Yeah.
They put the care into it and their talent into it, and so it is a group of like you said, like-minded guys that and they care that their name's on it.
Yeah.
They actually want to.
That's
they
why
want to do a
your
good
story's
job.
cool. Is because your story, building that first car in the garage like that,
Or the barn, yeah.
yeah, all that stuff. That's what people need to hear. Like that, there's a path to finding what it is you do. And that path is going to be weird, and it's going to take a long time sometimes. It's difficult, and it's not going to be easy, and you're going to fucking struggle. But you can do it. People can do it. People have done it. And maybe you didn't do it this time, so pick yourself up and try it again. And keep doing it, and keep trying to find that thing. And if you can find that thing, you'll have a happier life.
Yeah, I am. And thank you for recognizing that, because I agree with that. It's like, you've actually got to work hard at this.
It's hard.
Whatever it is, it doesn't have to be building a car.
How long did that Nova take to build? That took a long
Way too
fucking
long.
time.
Way too long.
Obviously, a lot of that was your eye issues, but it took a long fucking time. It takes a long time to make something.
Right. Now, if I had nothing else to do and we just did that, it would have been done much
Well,
quicker.
even Hammer, how many years did that take?
A couple of years.
Yeah, years of everyday work.
Oh,
on
yeah.
that thing.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what people need
Yeah.
to understand.
Yeah.
This is not something that gets made quick.
Oh, no.
It is a long time. I remember going to visit you and seeing the process from the very beginning, the bare frame, and
the bare body and getting these
measure my
fitted
height
seat.
and
Yep.
make sure the windshield is a perfect size. It's all fitted for you. It's amazing. It's really, really fucking cool.
It's
And
fun.
It's great. What you do is it's much appreciated.
And you've done a really cool thing with this, too, because this has evolved and grown and done things. It's interesting to me because I watched, there was the comedian thing, and then there was this thing, because this isn't funny.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's the thing that comedians are afraid of. Like, they're afraid of, you have to be funny always.
Oh. Yeah, you've done a fantastic job of separating church and state almost.
Well, the real
You know what I mean?
separation is the UFC. That's my real separation, because I'm not even remotely funny on the UFC.
True.
The UFC is just 100%.
See, and I don't swim in those waters because I
Yeah.
don't, but I know of you being there, obviously.
But it's a completely different gig. It's a martial arts expert gig. And that's what I'm doing. I'm analyzing choices. I'm looking at right. I'm looking at the trends in the fight.
Yeah, you're analyzing, like you said.
I'm trying to give justice to what these guys are doing, with commentary.
Not to pretend to interview you, but did you? I think it just naturally happened. I don't think you on purpose set out to do these three things.
No.
The comedy, and then the Joe Rogan Experience, this show, and then the commentary for the fighting. Those
are just things I like.
Right, and they just happened.
It just happened that things I like, I wound up doing professionally. Yeah, and the UFC was.
But if you step away from it, it's very curious. They're three very different things.
Yeah, but they're all three things that I have a genuine interest and passion for. And I think I learned something from all three of those things. And I think all three of those things in my life, they all feed off of each other and they all help each other. They all work symbiotically. Like being a person who talks to people all the time about different paths, different walks
different
of life,
stuff.
that informs you on the way different people think and the way different people express themselves, the way different people, what they like and what they don't like. And then with MMA, it's like what's possible. Like talking about Michael Bisping fighting 10 fights with one fucking eye and winning the world title. As a huge underdog in a last-minute replacement fight, you see the human spirit in this very raw and just unfiltered form that I don't think very many people get to see. It's a wild
type of human being that participates in that. And the risks they take and the rewards that they get, the highs that they get. There's an amazing speech. Find Israel Adesanya's speech after he beat Alex Pereira. Israel Adesanya, who's one of my favorite fighters of all time, he loses his title to this guy, Alex Pereira. This guy, Alex Pereira, has beat him twice in kickboxing. One time he knocked him out. And then they're fighting in the UFC for Israel Adesanya's world title. Israel loses the title to him in a TKO. Then he comes back 5 months later and knocks him out. And back it up. And this is the speech that he gets. And he said to me, "Can I have the microphone for a second?" I said, "Absolutely." So watch this.
So,
let me just hold the mic real quick.
Yes,
I'll
sir.
get back to you. Hey, shush, listen up. I want to say something. People, Earth, I need to say something. Listen to me. I hope every one of you behind your screens or in this arena can feel this level of happiness just one time in your life. I hope all of you can feel how happy I am just one time in your life. But guess what? You will never feel this level of happiness if you don't go for something in your own life. When they knock you down, when they try on you, when they talk about you, and they try to put their foot on your neck. If you stay down, you will never ever get that resolve. Fortify your mind and feel this level of happiness as you rise. One time in your life, but I'm blessed to be able to feel this again and again and again and again and again.
Beautiful. That's the end of the podcast. That's life. That's life right there, ladies and gentlemen. Steve Strope, I appreciate you, brother. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
It was a lot of fun, man.
Yeah.
And I appreciate your friendship.
Thank you.
And
we'll
what you did with that
same
car
again.
is
We'll have to do it again.
a masterpiece.
Yeah,
You created a masterpiece. You're a fucking awesome guy. Thank you. All right. Bye, everybody.
See it.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
I went to my first NFL game. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Are
I
we
saw
on?
the
Are we
yeah,
on?
we're up. We're up.
Yeah. Where'd you go?
The Jets versus the Cowboys.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait.
In Dallas
Yeah, Cowboys. That would just happen, right?
Yeah.
2 weeks ago or last week?
last week.
The Jets.
Last Sunday.
Yeah, a week ago.
A week ago.
Yeah.
It was fucking awesome. How many people does that place seat?
That one's probably close to 100.
It's amazing.
80 plus for sure.
Yeah.
80 plus. That place is fucking amazing.
Yeah.
I've never seen an NFL game live.
I'm so into football, man.
I get it now.
I'm so into it.
Bro, I get it. I'm friends with Aaron Rodgers, and I don't even watch football.
Yeah.
And Aaron was supposed to play, but then Aaron blew out his Achilles tendon real bad.
Yeah, first drive of the first game.
Crazy.
All this hype, like the craziest shit. All this
Crazy.
hype about Aaron Rodgers going to the Jets. And the crazy thing is, they had drafted like a year or two before that Zach Wilson, who was like a #1 draft pick. He was supposed to be the new quarterback that was going to take the Jets to the Super Bowl. But he's had a miserable last couple of years. And so instead of giving up on him, the Jets said, okay, let's bring in Aaron Rodgers, because Green Bay was moving on from Aaron Rodgers. They got this guy Love. Eventually, like all the legends, eventually their last couple of years, they play on another team. Like Tom Brady, Peyton Manning. The last couple of years, they go to a different team. And
You gotta
sometimes
get paid.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
I get it.
Yeah, and then the first drive, after all that hype with Aaron Rodgers in New York City, it was huge.
Yeah.
And then boom, he's gone for the season.
Yeah, he thinks he'll be back in 6 months. He said it's usually 6 to 12 months, but he said that's for vaccinated people.
But then
He's fucking around.
my Browns, I'm following the Browns every day in the offseason. Undrafted free agents, the fucking draft, everything.
Really?
It's practice
You're
squad.
all in, huh?
I'm all in. I love it.
Wow.
I love it. It's such an amazing sport. Like every player has their own mission. And the quarterback needs to know as many
Yeah.
of those missions as possible. He needs to know what's going on. But everyone else, they just need one mission. They got one mission. Every player, everybody's doing something different.
It's incredible to watch.
And then there's
live.
all these coaches.
Yeah.
I'm actually friends with. Do you remember Do you remember there was a Sports Illustrated article on a football coach that was an offensive line coach that was teaching jiu-jitsu to NFL players to help them in the offensive line? That's Scott Peters from the Cleveland Browns.
Really?
Yeah, there was an article on it. And I remember reading it a couple years ago.
What would help with jiu-jitsu? Just being able to clinch? Understanding how to throw bodies around? I think
so.
Wrestling.
Yeah.
Wrestling seems like it would help a lot.
Touch, feel, you know, balance. But I'm not sure. I need to talk to him about that because I just met him like via text through a friend. I had a guy on a podcast. He knows him. And apparently he played football too. His name is Scott Peters. And he, you know, when he retired, he started doing MMA and started doing jiu-jitsu and fell in love with it. Then he got a job as he's an assistant offensive line coach for the Browns. And he's all about teaching them jiu-jitsu.
Wow.
It's pretty badass.
Well, I'd imagine those guys are all badasses. They want to learn jiu-jitsu. Who doesn't want to learn jiu-jitsu?
Yeah.
Who's going, nah, I don't want to learn that shit.
A lot of people, actually.
But they just don't want to get strangled.
Yeah.
They don't want to start out as beginners.
The same thing happened to the Browns, though. Second week, on paper, the Browns look like a playoff contender for sure, on paper. But everyone, you know, it's all about how you execute and how it all gels. And so, but the one constant that we have the best running back in the game, Nick Chubb. Best running, so he rarely ever gets hurt. You know, we needed some wide receivers. We needed some defensive linemen. We got all new defensive linemen except for Myles Garrett and new defensive coordinator. But we always knew Nick Chubb. You know, we got the best running back in the game probably ever. His average is 5.4 a carry. That's huge. That's like top 3 in NFL history. It's incredible. He's so good. Second week, Monday Night Football, his leg fucking breaks. So it was so gruesome.
Is that the one when it broke at the knee?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah.
Oh,
they didn't show the replays.
Oh, I saw it online. They showed it online. Oh my God, it was horrible.
Yeah, that was devastating. I got sad. Like it was like for 2 or 3 days, I was like, oh my God, I spent all this fucking time, and now we just lost our best player. Fuck. But they came back the next week, which was yesterday, and dominated the Titans. So they
adjusted.
Yeah, and they're all doing it for Nick Chubb. They're all like,
I guarantee you that you know, it used to be that if you got like an ACL injury, you were never coming back to any sport. And now MMA fighters get ACL injuries all the time, and they get rehab, and then they come back and they're good to go. I guarantee you, in the future, they're going to be able to regenerate tissue in some wild way where those injuries are just going to be commonplace. No big deal. They just fix you.
I hope so. Apparently, it looks like everything would have ripped, right? The PCL, the ACL, everything. But apparently they're saying it was just the MCL.
What?
And that it's not that bad.
Show that again.
Can we see that?
My God.
I wouldn't see it. They didn't show the replay, and I wouldn't even see it.
There's a still frame.
It's like his foot's pointed forward and his body's sideways, and the knee is bent. The wrong angle.
Shit.
Oh, my God.
That's the same knee he injured in college.
And look at him, chilling.
No, that's him.
He was screaming after.
I'm sure, but right there, he looks pretty calm. I'd be fucking crying like a baby.
No, yeah, I think he's crying.
Oh, look at him right there. He's screaming. But the amount of pain he must have been in there. Agony.
Look at that shit.
But he also knew what was about to happen, too. Like, he just did this rehab a couple years ago.
Oh, no. So, same knee?
See this one right here?
Oh, Jesus, that's him?
That's him in college.
Oh, my God.
So
So it was probably already weak.
Well, again, he's the baddest. He's
Oh, my
strong
God.
as fuck and can deadlift
Yeah.
Oh, my
1,000,000
God.
pounds and
Yeah,
Oh, my
he's
God.
in the NFL. He's known for his work ethic in the weight room. He's like, what does he squat? Something ridiculous, Jamie? It's like he always puts up videos where he's squatting like ridiculous shit.
675 here.
670 fucking 5.
Jesus Christ.
How much can you? What's your max?
I
Look
don't
at this,
max.
look at this.
Oh, my God.
Doesn't look very
That's
weak.
him. That's
Bro,
him.
I watched this guy who was doing that, and both his legs exploded. You know those Instagram clips? There's so many Instagram. Tom Segura and I, every day when I wake up in the morning to take a leak and I check my phone, Tom Segura is sending me some fucking horrible video. We share horrible videos to each other. It's like I'll show you the thread. We got an ongoing thread of me and him, just the worst shit we can find online. We send to each other, and every day I get nervous every time I open up my phone. It's all like, yeah, I sent him this one today. This guy's brakes failed. I sent you this, Jamie. This one's horrible. There's so many videos like that. Have you ever seen more people die than on Instagram lately?
What do you mean?
Are you
death?
Death.
Oh.
I've seen more people get shot, more people get run over by cars, more people get gored by bulls, more people get bit by alligators.
Yeah, I saw.
Look at this one. Brakes failed. Boom. Look at this. How insane is that, dude? Fuck.
That could happen at any time.
At
dude.
any time. I think about that all the time when I'm on the highway. You know, when I come home from the mothership, at nighttime in Texas, that's when all the truck drivers are on the road. And so when I come home, sometimes, like, we're the only car on the road. It's like all trucks. It's all semis. And one time there was some sort of a traffic thing. So the opposite side of the road, all the traffic was shut down, and it was hundreds of semis. Hundreds. I'm like, I guess they just drive at night. Like when there's going to be no traffic. That's when they can make the most time.
That makes sense.
It makes sense. But it's like one of those fucking dudes is not paying attention, or their fucking Adderall runs out or whatever. They fall asleep at the wheel, and you're done, man.
You know, a video I just saw was a couple, male and female, like off to the side of the road on the freeway, and they're like, I don't know, they broke down, and this tire got loose and was coming and rolling down, and fucking went right into the chick. It was horrible, man. It was horrible, man. Have you seen that, Jamie? That one's
Tires
fucked up.
take people out, man. They take people out because they. This episode is brought to you by AG1. The supplement industry has gone crazy, and with so many powders and pills and vitamins, it's hard to know what's what. I get asked all the time what I would take if I could only take one supplement, and the answer is hands down AG1. AG1 is a daily foundational nutrition supplement that supports whole body health. It's a science-driven mix that replaces all those multivitamins and probiotics with one simple drink. It's not some whole regimen that's overwhelming or confusing, just a scoop in a glass of cold water every day and you're set. It couldn't be easier to start feeling better. I drink AG1 every day because it's a way to get the nutrition I need that my body can absorb and use effectively. I know you're going to love the way it makes you feel. Order now and you'll get a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting AG vitamin D3 and K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Rogan. Start building your health foundation first with AG1. They pop off sometimes. People don't check their fucking lug nuts.
Yeah.
Tire. Do you see that one lady who was driving on the highway? She was on pills, and the cops pulled her over, and she had no wheel. Her right passenger side front wheel was gone, and she's driving on the brake. So
Yes.
she's got her rotors, and it's just sparking. She's just like this. She doesn't even know anything's wrong. And the cops pull her over, and they're like, what the fuck are you doing? She's like, what? What's going on? And they're like, are you on pills? She's like, no, I'm not on pills. Like, she's clearly on pills. And you got to think, like, how many people you know how many people are on oxys, right?
Yeah.
How many people are just driving around on pills?
How are those still legal?
Incredible. Incredible. But meanwhile, marijuana isn't. Yeah. Meanwhile, mushrooms aren't.
Yeah, they're trying to get, I keep seeing that they're still trying to get weed on off Schedule 1.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like it's close, right?
Yeah.
You would think that they would just make that happen already, because state after state after state is legalizing it, right? What's the state of weed in Texas?
Texas, it's decriminalized in Austin. It is illegal in Texas. Bro, they arrested Willie Nelson. That should be against the law.
And Tommy Chong.
Yeah, but Willie Nelson, Tommy Chong was a different one. Tommy Chong was a bad one because and I talked to Tommy after it happened. He did my podcast. This was a long time ago. They got him in Florida, and all he was doing was selling bongs. He was selling bongs, but if you sell bongs in Florida, it was drug paraphernalia, and so they threatened his family because it was a family business. So Tommy's like, I'll go to jail. So Tommy went to jail for them. And then afterwards, I think they drug tested him for a long time. I think part of the conditions of his parole was that they had to randomly drug test him, so he couldn't smoke any weed for a long fucking time. Now he's selling weed.
And how much time did he do? Did he do time?
He
went
did
to
time.
jail, right?
He did time. I think Tommy Chong, I want to say he did 2 years.
Damn.
Let's find out. Find out how much time did
For
Tommy
weed?
Chong. Not even for weed,
Yeah.
Eddie, for fucking bongs.
Yeah. That was just half baked. For weed.
Yeah, it's pretty wild that in 2023 it's still illegal. It's pretty wild.
It's pretty damn legal in California.
It should be.
It seems like you could just smoke weed anywhere.
Yeah, Vegas too.
Yeah.
That's what's wild. Vegas, bro, there's people in jail for life in Vegas.
Still.
In the 1970s, if they caught you smoking weed, they put you in jail forever. What does it say here? 9 months. 9 months in federal prison, a fine of $20,000, forfeiture of $103,514, and the loss of all merchandise seized during the raid on his business.
Fuck. Scary.
9 months for bongs.
And what year was that?
2004.
3 and 4, yeah.
Damn. 20 years ago.
Crazy. Yeah. Yeah, it's not right. It doesn't make any sense. And they got to know it now. It's like it's a slow trickle before things become legal. But I thought the Biden administration was a part of their thing that they ran on, that they were going to decriminalize marijuana.
Yeah, that's one Democratic issue that I'm with.
100%. 100%.
You know.
I'm with it. And, in other states, like I believe in Oregon, they've decriminalized mushrooms. What have they done with Oregon with mushrooms?
Yeah, I think
Oregon might have decriminalized everything. I think Oregon is a wild state. I think they might have decriminalized literally everything. I think they decriminalized steroids. I think they decriminalized mushrooms. I think they decriminalized fucking everything. Do you know in Vancouver, they have a place called the Drugs Store, and you can go in there and buy tested drugs. So you can go in there and buy tested cocaine. It's a brick and mortar store. And this guy is apparently testing the boundaries of the law. I mean, what a fuck. I would think that's a trap. If I was walking into that drugstore, I was like, you got cocaine? You have cocaine, pure cocaine for sale? I'd be
Yeah.
like, you wearing a wire, bitch? Like, what the fuck is going on? What are you doing? I'm going to buy cocaine from you in a store? Can I use my credit card? I can? Like, see if you can find that. The drugs store.
I think it might have been shut down because the owner died from a suspected fentanyl overdose.
Ah, whoops. He wasn't taking his own product.
The store was shut down 24 hours later.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they might have killed him.
But
I bet
don't know.
some rival drug dealers are like, hey, man, fuck you. If he died from fentanyl, I don't think the government would have poisoned him with fentanyl.
Yeah, the fentanyl thing is crazy.
Crazy.
Yeah, how could anybody want to do coke knowing that shit's out there?
I think they have tests. But if you're one of those dudes who's partying, you're doing coke, you're not going, hey, you guys have a test?
This also wasn't like a real store. It was a pop-up shop. Like mobile, like almost a bus or something. But
I thought it was at a brick and mortar store.
it says after parking his 24-foot camper on Main Street between Hastings and Cordova, he made his first test. I think he was doing it. I mean, it does show people walking in and out of a building, but it might have just been vacant. And they just kind of walked in. I don't know.
You know what's crazy? I was just in Japan, and you don't ever have to worry about any kind of crime in Japan.
Isn't it wild? Japan's amazing.
There's no crime. But, it is. That is definitely and it's so clean. They clean everything. Everybody's super nice. Everybody. But you can't have a gun.
Right.
Yeah, they got everybody under control.
Yeah.
But I was there for Quintet. And Quintet is a team jiu-jitsu tournament. It's amazing. Sakuraba, the Pride legend, that's his show. But this time,
does he still grapple?
Yeah.
How's
he's on
his
the team.
knees?
He's got a team.
How's his knees?
I don't know.
Does he wrap them up like mummies?
He doesn't really speak English, so we have a
love
hard
that guy.
time. He's awesome.
I fucking love him.
We just do like jokey stuff whenever I see him, because he's like a clown.
Yeah,
we
he's
do
so
clown
funny.
Stuff. Yeah, but so Quintet decided to co-promote with K1.
Ooh.
You didn't know this?
No.
Dude, you're a kickboxing fanatic, and you didn't know K1 brought back the heavyweight absolute tournament?
I heard they were doing that, but I didn't know they did it.
They brought it back. And guess who they wanted to commentate?
You?
I'm like, why would I commentate a kickbox?
That's like me commentating on football.
Exactly. Same thing. And they asked me because they co-promoted, and it was like in this arena where they had two stages, the K1 stage and the quintet stage, and they kind of merged together. And K1 was during the day. It started like at noon. And then after K1 was done, then it all shifted over here on the side and to the quintet side. That started like at 6 or something. But they asked me if I wanted to commentate the heavyweight tournament. I'm like, I know nothing about. The only thing I know about kickboxing is the old school K1, like Peter Ertz. I met him. He was there.
Jerome LeBanner.
Yeah.
Ernesto Hoost.
Yeah, Ray Sifu and all those guys, and Semi Schilt.
Yeah.
The old school K1, the classic ones where dudes were getting shut off left and right.
Left and right.
And this one was, because apparently they hadn't done the absolute heavyweight tournament, the 8-man one, in a while. They've been sticking to K1 max, like lightweights and middleweights, and there's some bad motherfuckers. So I don't pay attention to kickboxing at all, so I wouldn't even know what K1 max was. I learned all the shit while I was there. And so they had an 8-man absolute tournament, all new guys. And dude, there was this fucking 6'8" Chinese dude, straight coming out with the CCP flag and everything, looking like Chinese Ivan Drago.
What does he look like? I mean, what's his name?
He fucked everybody up.
Really?
He fucked everybody.
Pull up a video.
Dude, his name is like Say Lu, something like that.
We'll find out.
Scary.
Not this guy.
That's
right.
him.
Oh, this
That's him right there.
Damn, that guy's huge.
He's like 6'7", 6'8".
Wow.
He fucked everybody up.
Oh my God,
dude.
look at the size of that guy.
With leg kicks. He got incredible footwork.
Look at the size of his fucking legs. Look at his quads.
Dude, he claims wushu.
Oh, of course.
But it's kickboxing. He's doing kickboxing.
But that's a good move if you're from China. Claim wushu.
Yeah. And he didn't show up to the press conference. He was a big mystery.
Oh, interesting.
And there was a guy from Italy, this guy, they call him the Grizzly Bear. He ended up fighting him in the finals. That guy, the Grizzly Bear, had like insane power. Dude, he was fucking people up.
Is this
Dude,
the
look at that's the Grizzly
Bear?
Bear. The Grizzly Bear's got the beard.
See if you can find a video of the actual fight, Jamie. Okay. I love it. I put a post up on Instagram the other day after the Rod Tank fight on ONE FC because Matt Brown posted it, like, how is Muay Thai not the biggest sport in the world? And you watch this insane fight they had on ONE FC. And I was like, I think that has the most untapped potential of all the combat sports. Because obviously, boxing is huge. MMA is huge. How the fuck is Muay Thai not huge?
Yeah.
It's so exciting.
Yeah.
And this one fight.
With MMA gloves, too.
With 4-ounce gloves. Jamie, see if you could find that fight first.
Hold on, what was it?
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
It's on my Instagram. It's like 3 posts ago. And it's this war that these guys had in Thailand. So they did a ONE FC in Thailand. And they had, here, I'll fucking, you got it here? I mean, so it's Rod Tang versus Superlek. And it's a fucking war, dude. I mean, these guys are going. Give me some volume so you hear
It just happened?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, these are two of the very best Muay Thai fighters in the world, and they're fighting with these little tiny MMA gloves on, which is a wild move that ONE FC is doing. I mean, everybody who watches MMA, look at that, drops Rod Tang. That's crazy. Incredible fight, dude. Just fucking incredible fight. These guys are cutting each other up with elbows, knees to the body. And they're two elite of the elite in Muay Thai. And they're going to war with the little gloves on, man. I mean, it's a fucking wild-ass fight. Like, look, everybody loves stand-up. When you're watching MMA, sometimes when people clinch, people go, oh. They want to see the crazy wars. These are the crazy wars all the time. That's the whole fight is crazy wars. Like, how is that not big? I brought it up with Dana. And I said, dude, I know you guys are into this slap fight thing, but I think, like, the thing that's untapped is kickboxing. And he was like, but nobody liked that PKA karate. I'm like, bro, that was in the 1980s. That was literally, they used to call it the kick of the 80s. Remember?
Yeah. But
Bad Brad Hepton. And
it just needs to be marketed different because there's always been kickboxing. We've always had kickboxing. We had Glory, we had K1 forever.
But it didn't ever reach the heights that it was capable of reaching. It could have with Glory. Glory was very, very high level. And they tried
how
it for
could
a
they
while.
do it? How could they do it to take it to the next level?
The UFC machine. Put the UFC machine behind it. If they put the UFC promotion machine behind high-level kickboxing and got just fucking, hey, we're going to sign the biggest fighters in the world. We're going to have UFC kickboxing. So here's this gigantic Chinese
This is
guy.
the final against the Grizzly Bear.
Look at the size of that grizzly. Oh, look at that. He's fucking his legs up. And this guy's 6'8".
Yeah.
Oh, he's good, man. Oh, chopping those legs down.
I think he beat all 3 opponents with leg kicks. They couldn't take it. So they're trying to reboot it and start a whole new
Beautiful.
absolute K1. The
How do you say his name?
I forget.
Liuce.
Luce.
Luce?
Yeah. Luce. I'm pretty sure. But what really, dude, I was so entertained. I was so into it, and I didn't know any of these guys. You know what did it for me was the tournament. It's the tournament. First round, I didn't know any of these guys. That second round, though, I was like, I know these guys. Shit, that guy's gonna fight that guy. And then the final, boom, like, oh shit, Grizzly Bear. I was so into it. I was commentating with Michael Chavello. That guy's insane.
I love him.
He's so good. And when I say insane, I mean he's insane good.
The big kibosh.
Dude, he's so good. He is an encyclopedia of boxing
of
and
Muay
MMA.
Thai. And MMA.
He knows fucking everything.
Everything.
Dude, I was so impressed with him.
He used to be the guy for ONE FC. I don't know what happened. It fell apart. He left ONE FC.
Sometimes things happen.
Yeah, sometimes things happen, but he's a fucking man.
Yeah, he's so good, man. And that tournament.
He's a good dude, too.
Man, it got me into it. Like, I'll watch the next one. As long as it's in tournament form, that's the key, man. That's what got everybody into the UFC is the tournaments. And
the UFC should hire Michael Chavello and do a fucking a Muay Thai card. Dana, I'll commentate. You heard me. I'll fucking commentate it. Let's go.
Is Dana a fan of kickboxing, though? Does he follow it?
Dana's a fan of whatever works. He's a fan of fights. He just thinks that for whatever reason, the kickboxing never caught on in America. And I think it's because of that PKA karate shit that they have in the 1980s. But dudes were wearing fucking long pants. They couldn't kick the legs. It's a different sport, man. And there were some great fighters that came out of that. Guys like Rick Rufus. But it's a different sport. If you look at the fights on ONE FC and you look at the fights in, like the classic K1 fights, like, my God, how is that not exciting? It's so exciting. And if they have a fight with the little gloves on, like K1 does or like ONE FC does, if Dana decided to get behind that, God, it would be huge. Muay Thai, UFC Muay Thai.
Now,
fuck yeah. Dana, I'll commentate.
Do you think?
Let's go. I'll promote it.
Do you think tournaments are still possible? I mean, tournaments, because tournaments aren't possible in MMA because they say it's too brutal. But kickboxing is way more brutal.
Well, you remember when we went to see Joe Schilling fight in L.A.?
Yes.
Last Man Standing, that glory. I think Joe fought 3 times that night.
Yeah.
Which is crazy for a kickboxing fight.
Yeah.
He fought Artem Levin. Who else did he fight? He fought, God, I don't remember who he fought. I don't remember everybody he fought that night. But goddamn, that was a war. That was crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah. I remember meeting Gene Simmons there.
Oh, yeah.
And the first time I met him, I embarrassed myself.
You told that story?
Yeah. So I was like, I'm going to be cool this time.
He probably didn't remember, luckily.
No,
that guy's met 1 billion people.
Oh, dude. Come on, man.
You want a little cigar?
Sure.
Ron White gives me these. They're little baby cigars.
I'm not a big cigar guy, but
they're basically like a cigarette. It's just like pure tobacco.
Right?
No, you just puff on it. Just take a little puff.
What do you think of bare knuckle?
I love it. I love what Jorge Masvidal's doing. that bare knuckle MMA fights.
Yeah.
I love it. Because that's what I think MMA should have been all along.
Yeah.
Why can you have bare elbows? Why can you have bare knees, bare shins? A shin to the face is okay, but you have to protect your knuckles. The only thing that does is prevent cuts. And one thing it also does is protect your hands, because you can't really go off like you can with bare knuckle guys are more they're more cautious about where they hit.
Yeah.
They're more precise. They have to be more precise. They break their hands.
I think on paper, bare knuckle is way better than like traditional boxing. You know, can you imagine? I mean, if you did a poll and you asked what would you rather watch? Floyd Mayweather versus Pacquiao 4 or whatever it is, bare knuckle or regular boxing? I bet most people would say bare knuckle.
Well, a lot of people that go over to bare knuckle are surprised at like how little protection you have and how much it hurts. Like that's where Mike Perry fucking shines.
How's he doing right now?
Killing it.
He's killing it?
Killing it. Fucked up Luke Rockhold in his last fight, made him quit, knocked his teeth out. Luke's like, enough.
Dude.
He's fucking everybody up because he's such an animal. Like if you're tough, and there's not a tougher human being alive than Mike Perry. He's like uniquely suited for bare knuckle fighting because he's just such a fucking savage. He's willing to kill or be killed, like legitimately. He's not no fear. He goes in there, kill or be killed, and he's good, man. He knows how to fight bare knuckle. He's clever.
Who do you think that's currently in the UFC is probably going to end up doing great in bare knuckle?
That's a good question. Chris Camozzi just fought. He just fought that dude, the Juggernaut, who's the, I believe, the middleweight champion in bare knuckle FC, and the Juggernaut beat him. The thing about it is, man, it's different. It's just different. When you're just getting knuckles in your eyeballs and knuckles in your face, it fucking hurts more. It's more dangerous.
Yeah, it cuts you up way more.
You're losing teeth. You get hit with a knuckle right here, that tooth's gone, son.
Even with like the highest level mouth guards?
It helps a little, but really you'd probably need a crazy thick mouth guard. You'd probably need something different. But even then, it's knuckles. You're getting that bone of a bony-ass knuckle, and it's going right here. It's going to fuck your teeth up, man.
Now, K1, they don't allow you to do the plum clinch and hold their head and throw multiple knees. You could only hold it like real quick.
Right.
What do you think about that?
I don't think that's the way to go. I think elbows.
One, they allow them to hold the clinch longer?
Yeah, one is Muay Thai. Like that. Hey, Canada. So 2024 is going to be your year, huh? The year you finally start exercising, stop eating junk food, stop looking at porn. Well, you might be able to fool your friends, but you definitely can't fool your internet provider. They can see all your naughty late night searches. In fact, they've got a naughty list on all of us about a mile long, except for me, of course, because I use ExpressVPN. Most people don't realize this, but private mode doesn't keep your activity private. Your internet provider can see all the websites that you've ever clicked on. And you know who else can see everything? Whoever owns the Wi-Fi that you are using, like your boss, your school, or even your parents. But because I use ExpressVPN, all my traffic gets rerouted through an encrypted server, so all my browsing activity stays between me and my God. ExpressVPN's app works on all of my devices, so whether I'm on my phone, my tablet, laptop, whatever, I'm always protected. And best of all, ExpressVPN is super easy to use. All you have to do is tap one button to turn it on, and you are protected. So give yourself the gift of privacy with my personal favorite VPN. Visit expressvpn.com/Rogan and get 3 extra months for free. That's expressvpn.com/ROGAN. expressvpn.com/Rogan. This episode is brought to you by AG1. The supplement industry has gone crazy. And with so many powders and pills and vitamins, it's hard to know what's what. I get asked all the time what I would take if I could only take one supplement, and the answer is hands down AG1. AG1 is a daily foundational nutrition supplement that supports whole body health. It's a science-driven mix that replaces all those multivitamins and probiotics with one simple drink. It's not some whole regimen that's overwhelming or confusing, just a scoop in a glass of cold water every day and you're set. It couldn't be easier to start feeling better. I drink AG1 every day because it's a way to get the nutrition I need that my body can absorb and use effectively. I know you're going to love the way it makes you feel. Order now and you'll get a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting AG vitamin D3 and K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Rogan. Start building your health foundation first with AG1. Like that fight, that was Muay Thai. They can clinch, they can elbow. I want them to be able to use everything.
Yeah.
All the tools, all the weapons.
Yeah, why not?
And let them do it with those little gloves too.
Yeah.
You know, because the big gloves, the thing about the big gloves is you can offer a shield. Like if you ever watch Badr Hari fight, he fights like this. So it's a shield, right? You have this big 10-ounce glove. It covers, it's cushioned, and you're fighting like this. Like in Alistair, when Alistair was fighting in K1, they all fought like this. But you can't do that with those little gloves because the little gloves sneak around. And you can't do that even more so with bare knuckle because bare knuckle really sneaks around. There's no protection.
It'll just slide off the fist right into your face.
Exactly. And Mike Perry has developed a style where he holds his hands like real rigid like this.
Yeah.
It's different. Like he's adapted to bare knuckle, and he also has had several fights, so he knows what to expect. So if you're Luke Rockhold and you're fighting Mike Perry, this is your first bare knuckle fight, you never fought bare knuckle because you certainly aren't fucking training bare knuckle. Like you can train MMA with MMA gloves on, right? You can't really train bare knuckle, right? You got to wear gloves. So that first experience of getting a knuckle in your eyeball and a knuckle on your nose where your nose gets just fucking splattered all over your face, it's a different experience.
Yeah, man. There's so many different sports now, fighting sports, you know. There's so many. There's bare knuckle, regular boxing, even regular collegiate wrestling is getting bigger. You know, that's getting bigger.
Yeah.
People are starting to. I'm watching. I never really watched wrestling, but now I'm watching. I didn't realize, and I wrestled a couple years, and I didn't realize how fucking how much it evolved. There's so much shit in wrestling, dude. There's so much shit.
It's like everything else.
Yeah,
it's like everything else. All these combat sports evolve.
Yeah, there's just so many different ways two bodies that are clinched up and mangled up can go and do. It's so crazy.
It is crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
and they're so technical now. Guys are so good.
Well, you know my favorite shit, combat jiu-jitsu, man. I'm not promoting combat jiu-jitsu because someone has a gun to my head. You know what I mean? I'm trying to create, or just take what has worked. Like the 16-man tournament, that's the best shit. 16-man tournament, that was UFC too. 16-man. That's why everybody got hooked to the UFC.
In combat jiu-jitsu, it's great.
Because the 16-man tournament is a super fight factory. It just makes the super. It's just like, and you don't have to know any of the fighters.
Right.
Nobody knew anybody from the UFC.
Right.
UFC 2, I didn't know anybody. There was a boxer, a kung fu guy.
You see him win the first round,
and then
you go, you're excited.
You just got to pay attention to the first round and accept that you don't know these guys, and know that by the time you get to the finals, you're going to know these guys very well.
Could you imagine if somebody brought the UFC back, old school, like bare knuckle? Old school, you could wear a gi, do whatever the fuck you want.
16-man tournament.
16-man tournament, no weight classes.
Remember the Russian one that was 32-man?
No.
Dude, there was a Russian one, and Igor Vovchanchin won that one.
Of course he did.
Remember that shit?
I love that guy.
And he fought that huge Brazilian, they called him Ricardo Moraes.
Ricardo Moraes.
Remember that guy? He's like
Carlson Gracie's guy.
Yeah, he's like 6'8".
Giant.
And he got to the finals against Igor Vovchanchin. And to be honest, maybe the Brazilian one, and it's hard to.
I don't remember.
Or you know what? It wasn't Igor Vovchanchin. It was a guy named Mikhail something. God damn it! It was so long ago. It was like
Igor Vovchanchin looked like he was supposed to be like 6'6", but they cut his arms off here.
Yeah.
And put a fist there.
Yeah.
Like his forearms was so thick. Remember how thick that dude was?
Yeah.
He was so thick, and he would fuck people up.
His legs, oak tree legs.
Who was that Brazilian guy that he knocked out cold?
Francisco Bueno.
Yeah.
Dude, that's probably still up there. Francisco
Find
Bueno.
that.
Igor
Igor Vovchanchin versus Francisco Bueno.
Yeah.
It was ruthless. Igor was a monster.
And what Igor had, he was a kickboxer with power in his hands. He was vicious.
He was like 5'11" and 5'11" wide.
And the one everybody wanted to take him to the ground. Everybody
5'8".
5'8"?
Yeah, 5'8", yeah. Everybody wanted to
Jesus
take
Christ.
him. Everybody wanted to take him to the ground. Nobody wanted to stand with him.
No.
But the thing that Igor had was he didn't really have a wide array of offensive techniques with jiu-jitsu, but he did have a good guard recovery, and he keeps you in full guard and survives. Look at that. Boom.
Oh, my God. Show that again. Boom. Boom, boom. He hit him 3 times while he was out cold. Left hook, right hand on the chin, and then as he's going down, bang, bang.
Dude.
Oh, my God.
Dude. Face planted.
Is this Igor when he was younger? Oh, my God. Bare knuckle.
That's the tournament. This is the one I'm talking about, I think.
Wow. That's how they should do it.
No cage.
Back up.
See
Back
that?
up.
No
See how they
cage.
did that? That is my fucking dream. That's what they should do, man. That is how they should have MMA.
That's how we do combat jiu-jitsu. We
That's
don't
how,
do it in a cage.
That's how they should have MMA.
And you know that karate combat? I like that too. It's kind of
Yeah,
like, you know,
a
no
little
one
sloped.
wants to back up. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because they fall.
Right. Igor Vovchanchin was a man.
And the thing about Igor Vovchanchin is check this out. This was all like in the 2000 area. I'm a purple belt, and I'm commentating for King of the Cage, right? And
that was when you get soccer kicked to the head too, in Pride days.
Yeah, and
boom.
And I commentated Pride 10 and 11, and I got to meet Mark Kerr. Right, Mark Kerr, incredible. I mean, his story's incredible. He wrestled in college at a high level. He was a specimen. He looked a little like fucking Myles Garrett. Mark Kerr, that was his nickname, the Specimen, and the Smashing Machine.
Right.
Remember his story?
Oh yeah, man.
That story was.
I had Kurt Angle on the podcast the other day, and Kurt was talking about how good Mark Kerr was as a wrestler.
Hell yeah, and. Mark Kerr told me, because I got to hang out with him at Pride 10, and we were hanging out at McDonald's, and we were just fucking shooting the shit. And he told me his whole story. That like wrestlers were telling him to do the UFC back like in the late 90s. And he go, dude, look at Mark Coleman. Wrestlers go in there and they just fuck everybody up. You should do it. You should do it. They were trying to talk him into it. I was like, dude, I'm not a fighter like that. He just didn't have that violence. Yeah, he was super nice
so
guy.
nice.
Super nice guy. And they twisted his arm and he was going to do a UFC and then he backed out. He was like, he said, he goes, dude, it's just too frightening. So then he got offered to do an 8-man tournament in Brazil in the middle of nowhere before the internet or anything. So he said, you know what? I'm going to go try this thing in Brazil, and if I get fucked up, nobody's going to know about it, and I'll just dip out. You know what I mean? And so he went down there and fucking destroyed. He ended up in the finals. It was bare knuckle, Vale Tudo, MMA, old school, in a ring, no cage. And in the finals, he fought Fabio Gurgel. Was it Fabio Gurgel? It was Fabio Gurgel. It was I'm pretty sure it was him. And dude, he was just in his guard the whole time. Never tried to pass. He was just in his guard in the corner and just headbutting and throwing fucking bare knuckles. And he won. And the Brazilians just thought he was a monster. They called him like the smashing machine in Portuguese, which is like Máquina Destroy or something like that. I don't know what it, but anyways, so he said, he goes, after the fight, my hands are all cut up. They're all fucked up. They got infected. I was in the, he said he was in the hospital. He got those,
you get teeth in your hands.
Yeah, he got all fucked up. He was in the hospital with like some kind of fucking sickness and shit. And then the promoter taxed him way more than he thought. He was like, I'll never do this again. This was the worst fucking experience of my life. Even though he won, it was the worst experience of his life. He don't ever want to do it. He was in the hospital. They fucked him on cash and all that shit. But then when he got back and on the internet was just, you'd have like little fucking news pages. And then he saw the magazine of him on the cover of a magazine. He's looking like a destroyer.
Yeah.
Brazilian magazine. And then that's what got him to jump in 100%.
Do you remember when he tapped Dan Bobish with a chin to the eye socket?
That was in the UFC?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He got a hold of him. He got in side control. We played it the other day. He stuck his chin in Dan. You know he had that big ass chin.
Yeah.
He stuck his chin in Dan Bobish's eye socket and just fucking yanked his back of his head into his fucking eye socket. And he tapped him with that. I'm like, how come no one's done that since? That's a pretty wild move.
And I was telling him, and this is what I tell all high-level wrestlers, even like low-level wrestlers. If you're a wrestler, you need to approach grappling not in the sense where you want to beat jiu-jitsu. Like, these guys can't take me down. You know, jiu-jitsu guys can't take me down. I'll outbox them. They can't box. I'm like, okay. But what about the guys that can box? Like kickboxers, you're going to have to take them down, right? Like when you fight a kickboxer, you're going to have to take him down. You're going to have to learn how to pass the guard. And I would tell him, I go, dude, just get really good at passing the guard, holding side control, submissions from side control, mount, have a death mount. You need a death mount. Arm bars, rear naked chokes. Just you got to get good at passing the guard, Mark. And he said, dude, it just takes too much energy, man. It takes too. I'd rather just sit in the guard and just fucking pound. I'm like, there's going to be guys that are going to tie you up, and you're not going to be able to ground and pound. You can't ground and pound everybody. Some people you can, but some guys have a good defensive guard. And a lot of wrestlers would say that too. It wasn't just Mark Kerr. They didn't want to pass the guard. They wanted to beat jiu-jitsu. I'll just stay in the guard.
So Coleman always did.
Yeah.
He headbutted dudes, punched him in the head, in the guard.
Yeah. So, and then he fights Igor Vovchanchin.
Yeah.
He takes Igor Vovchanchin a couple times, 2, 3, maybe 4 times during that fight. But he can't pass his guard. And Igor Vovchanchin has a great chin. He's a kickboxer, so little ground and pound strikes aren't going to affect him that much. He's not going to freak out. And he had a really good closed guard, and he would hold and he would tie up, and then they would stand him up. And now he got to take him down again. This is in Brazil. This is Mark Kerr in Brazil right here.
Wow.
Vale Championship final.
This is the final. Is that Fabio Gurgel? Who was Marcelo Garcia's instructor?
Let's see.
I'll show you when he stands up, but it looks like they stay like this for the whole time.
Interesting. That's back when Pedro Hizzo. Yeah, that's Fabio. That's when Pedro Hizzo was fighting too.
And remember the Pedro too?
Yeah. Do you remember when Gary Goodrich reached into the Pedro shorts and grabbed his balls and crushed him?
Yeah.
You can grab balls.
Can you find Igor Vovchanchin, Mark Kerr from Pride? And you'll see that he was able to take down Igor Vovchanchin relatively easy, but he couldn't pass his guard and he couldn't finish him.
And he had to stand up with him.
And then eventually, after a couple stand-ups, he was tired and he couldn't take him down no more. And then, strikers light up. They smell blood, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I think it was TKO. I'm not too sure what kind of strike it was that ended the fight, but it was a flurry. And that right there just shows, like, man, all the best grapplers, not all of them, but a large percentage of the best jiu-jitsu guys in the U.S. are wrestlers that fell in love with jiu-jitsu and got really good at guard passing, taking backs, mounting.
Igor had fucking hammers for fists.
Yeah, there was no way he wanted to stand with Igor.
No.
He did throw down a little bit.
Yeah. That little short right hand.
And then boom, he knocks him down here. Damn.
Yeah, I remember he hit him with like a big overhand right and knocked him down.
See, he keeps taking him down, but he can't finish him. He can't.
Right.
He's not even
just tying him up.
Yeah, he's not attempting to pass his guard. He basically didn't like passing guard. He didn't want to develop any guard passing skills. He liked just staying in guards and throwing down. But look at how Igor just wraps him up. And not only does he have a good guard and he's wrapping him up, but like I said, he's a kickboxer. He's used to taking punishment.
Right.
Like if he had like a wrestler like this or a jiu-jitsu guy, they're not. I mean, he did cut him up, but they're not gonna.
But he's also tired. This was during the Smashing Machine, and so this was when Mark was already going through his addictions too, man.
Damn, battle right here.
Another
Let's see how it
back
ends.
stand. Oh, he hit him with that
big
right
right
hand.
hand. Big right hand. This is such a brutal fight. Ooh.
There it is.
Look at his traps, dude. God.
He was so huge.
Damn.
I talked to Ensign about fighting Igor, and he said it was like getting hit by a car. He goes he's like getting hit by a car over and over and over again. He goes, it was just boom, boom. This was back in the 10-minute round days, which I loved. I loved the 10-minute first round. I think the 10-minute first round was a genius idea because how many guys, like, they just fucking, look at Marcus trying some sort of an ankle lock.
Dude, he almost had an Aoki right there.
But it's like, how many guys would take a guy down at 4 minutes and 20 seconds and then the round was over?
Can we see how it ended? Yeah, sure. The last flurry.
So many guys would, in the UFC, you'd take a guy down in the first round and, you got no time to work. And you work so hard to get him to the ground and then the next round starts and you're standing up.
Yep. That happens a lot too.
What do you think about the idea of having he hit him with the knee to the head on the ground. Look at that knee. Look at the sprawl and that knee.
Boom.
That's a serious fucking knee right there. What do you think about the idea of starting every round in the same position where you ended the last round?
I'm not opposed to that.
I'm not opposed to that at all. Like, I feel like you should earn your ability to stand up. That was it.
Oh, that was it right
that
there.
Was it.
Can you rewind that one real quick? Let's see the final shots.
His knees to the ground. Knees on the ground. That's another thing that I believe in. I don't think you should be able to turtle.
Done.
I don't think you should be able to turtle.
Yeah.
And not get kneed in the head.
Yeah.
Because that's a legitimate technique. If you can knee a guy standing up, why can't you knee a guy to the head on the ground?
Totally.
Especially if he's in the turtle. If he's like just hanging on to something, you're hanging on to one knee, you got a knee free, and his head's right there, but that guy can take you down and beat the fuck out of you. Why can't you knee him in the head?
Can you do that in Game Bread? Do you know?
I don't think so. I think it's unified rules. It's just bare knuckle. I believe
that's not unified rules though. That sounds like they would just. I mean,
bare knuckle, right?
Yeah, that's like.
It seems like there was a controversy of some kind after it because he was complaining in the hallway, and then they're showing some. I don't know what they're saying in the video, obviously, but
yeah, he got hit in like the back of the head or
top
something.
Of the head?
I'm not sure.
Is that not legal? Did they have like what is
I had
the
a hearing
controversy?
about it? It looks like
interesting.
I could go closed caption and read it, but this is other parts of the thing, I think.
And then how about Mark Coleman in the heavyweight Grand Prix? I think he fought Igor Vovchanchin in the final.
Did he?
And I think he
fucked him up with knees
from north south.
Yes.
I think Mark Coleman, Igor Vovchanchin, that was in the finals.
I think you're right.
Of the Grand Prix.
Now I remember he won the Grand Prix, right?
Mark Coleman did.
Yeah.
He was a champ.
Yeah. I think the knees to the ground. It's a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer. If you can knee a guy standing up, if you can punch a guy in the face and kick a guy in the face, why can't you knee to the head? You can knee to the body, but you can't knee to the head? It would end so many more fights. So many more fights. How many times have the guy sprawls and the guy's in a turtle and it's a perfect position to throw the knee to the head, but you can't do it?
Yeah.
I think that should be legal. You know they're going to bring back 12-6 elbows.
From where?
From standing in the guard, anywhere. 12-6 elbows illegal still, which is the dumbest thing in the world.
Are illegal.
Did I say legal? Illegal.
In the mount. Like if I'm mounted,
right.
You can't go like this.
Can't go 12-6, which doesn't make any sense.
But from full guard, you can. If I was on my back in full guard.
Because it's going 6-12.
Yes.
Which is the dumbest shit of all time.
Yes.
But standing, you can't do it. So like if you and I are standing and you rush at me and do that and hit me with a 12-6 elbow, that's illegal.
And they're going to change that?
They're going to change that.
Who's behind that?
Nowitzki talked to me about it.
And he
said, I know that this is something that you complain about all the time. We think we're going to be able to get rid of that. I'm like, oh, thank God.
Yeah.
It's the dumbest one.
because it's not even a more powerful elbow.
Yeah.
It's just they saw it all came from Big John McCarthy told me this, that in the early days of MMA, they would bring this to the athletic commissions and they said, you can't do this because we've seen those karate tournaments where the guys break bricks like that.
And ice.
And ice. Yeah. They're like, you can't break bricks. Like you could kill somebody if you do that. So they go, okay, no elbow like that. Elbow has to come at an angle. So it can come from, it can come from 12 to 6, but it can go 1 to 7. Which is the dumbest shit of all time.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the hardest elbow is not that. The hardest elbow is this one. This is the hardest elbow, in my opinion, I believe. I mean, at least as far as I can throw it.
Because you're throwing it like
a punch.
Yeah.
And I'm getting my weight into it. If I'm in a ground and pound position, like I've done ground and pound work on when you get a heavyweight down, a heavy bag down rather, and I'm trying to see like what I can hit the hardest with. You can hit hard like that, but I can hit way harder like that. Fucking boom! You could just it's so much more torque. You got all this snap, and it's also a natural movement where your body has developed that sort of explosiveness doing that. It does it all the time. This is unnatural, I think. I mean, you could develop it, but it's just a better option to have. You want to be able to have that option to throw that, because if guys are doing this and you can go straight down the middle with an elbow, fucking you should be able to do it.
Yeah. I mean, I like what Shatri's doing with one. They're allowing, knees on the ground. Gotta allow that. I mean,
they allow soccer kicks.
I think I'm not sure. I think maybe you can't stomp on their head anymore. I think if you're in a cage and the back of your head is.
This is from 2021 when they made rules.
Okay. Grounded. Athletes are considered grounded when they have any weight bearing part of their body other than the soul. What is this from? What rules?
This is when Colorado approved new rules for
Colorado. For one. Okay. This is just for Colorado, though. All hand strikes, including punches, forearms, and elbows to the head, body, and all elbows. Interesting. So that means Colorado said 12 to 6 elbows legal?
So that's where I got this from. There was an article from this year that said when they were doing the data review for finding out if they were going to allow knees to the head of a grounded opponent, the 12 to 6 elbow data was in there.
Look, it says kneeing to the head of a grounded opponent is legal. Mm-hmm. This is Colorado? Mm-hmm. Wow. Why can't the UFC do that? Go back to that, please.
Okay.
I want to see what else it says. Up kicks to the body and legs to a grounded opponent are legal. Huh?
How could you?
But you can't up kick to the head. Up kick to the head, body, and legs of a non-grounded opponent are legal. Okay, so you still can't up kick to a grounded opponent, which means.
But that second to the last one, it says up kicks to the body and legs to a ground. How are you going to up kick a grounded opponent?
To the body and the head. Body and the head.
But up kicks to the body and legs to a grounded opponent are legal. Like, how do you up kick a grounded opponent? He's not.
If you're on your back, and the guy's on top of you and he's got his knees on the ground, he's grounded. But you can up kick him in the chest.
Oh, okay.
You can up kick him in the chest, so the body and the legs. But up kicks to the head, body, and legs of a non-grounded opponent.
If they're standing.
So if they're standing. So if he's not grounded, he's standing, you can up kick him in the face. I feel like you should be able to up kick a guy to the face if he's on the ground too.
Remember that up kick Oleg Taktarov again? And
Renzo Gracie.
Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. That was probably the first one that we saw.
Probably, yeah.
In a big fight.
Yeah.
And there was people thinking like, oh, lucky kick. But then Renzo was saying, no, dude, we practice this shit, dog. We practice this. And then you saw, was it Fabio Gurgel up kick Jerry Bolander? Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, guys who are really good kickers, if you get them on their back, they can fuck you up off their back.
This is weird. Pouring water is illegal?
Yeah, because they don't want you to become slippery. The cut man will apply Vaseline to the facial area. The problem with that is, once you get Vaseline on a face, that Vaseline is fucking everywhere.
It's everywhere.
It's everywhere. It's on the neck.
You don't need
chest.
Vaseline. That's some old boxing shit that needs to be cut out.
I believe you're right.
Yeah, it's totally unnecessary.
Right.
That's just some boxing bullshit that it's probably good for boxing, I guess, but for MMA, that Vaseline gets everywhere.
Grappling.
It gets everywhere.
Yeah, it gets everywhere.
And as a promoter or producer or someone who owns a fight show, you want as many finishes as possible, whether they're knockouts or submissions. So you'd want to, like, that's why in combat jiu-jitsu we make rash guards mandatory. Like, you got to wear rash guards. We don't want two greasy bodies all over the place.
I like that.
Wear rash guards.
Yeah,
You know,
I like that.
We should
Because
make you wear Yeah.
That cuts out greasing. Like
Yes.
the complaint that Gordon Ryan had against Nicky Rod.
Yeah.
And then, Felipe Pena said the same thing. He's like, he's greased.
Yeah.
It's like, feel him.
Yeah, you make it's mandatory. You got to wear a rash guard. I mean, ultimately, probably make it. We haven't done it yet, but like ultimately, if there's a problem with greasing legs and stuff like that,
I feel like
we'll probably make
greasing
it
spats.
like what you have to wear spats.
I think spats and rash guards. Yeah.
Just eliminate the greasing.
Eliminate it.
Because other than that, if you tested for greasing, like that would be so expensive. You'd have
And
to.
how could you?
The only way you could do it is like you have as you walk in, they swab your back.
But the problem is that's not even going to work. Because you know what guys do? They take a bath in mineral oil. So that's what Vanderlei used to do apparently.
Old school shit. Yeah.
They take a bath in mineral oil and then they dry off. So if you touch them, they're dry. But then once they start sweating, that oil comes out of the pores. And then they're like, whoop.
Yeah.
It's like trying to grab a hold of a
So
salmon.
that could only do so much. But if when they walk in the cage, they should be warmed up. So they should be sweating. So you might be able to maybe take like a big glove that is made out of like swab material and just go like down the back like that and then test it.
You know what it would
but
be
that
like?
would be expensive as shit.
Maybe. You know what it'd be like? Like, you know how like that, I don't even know if this is real, but you know how when people pee in the pool and they have something that shows the pee and you
Totally.
can see it all blue?
Yeah.
Is that real?
Oh, that's way real.
Is it?
Hell yeah. That's old shit.
I thought that was just
I
like
just
some
read
shit
about it, too.
from
I thought
movies.
It was a rumor to fuck with kids.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's real.
No.
Find out if it's real.
What would it be called? What do you think it'd be called?
There's some chemical in the.
Is there a chemical you could put to show when you're peeing in a pool? Because there was a video that I saw that looked really fake. It was a bunch of girls that were in a pool together, and then one girl, like you see all this pee coming out, like this blue stuff. Everyone's like, "Oh my god, you dirty bitch!" And like they run away from her because she's peeing in the pool.
Yeah, no, that's real.
That's for views. I don't know if it's real.
No, it's real. I've heard about that. You put a chemical in the pool, and when you pee, it turns blue.
Urine indicator dye is a mythical substance that
What?
is supposed to be able to react with urine to form a colored cloud in a swimming pool or hot tub.
It's
thus
indicating
indicating the location of people who are urinating.
Oh my god, I thought it was real.
I did too.
Let me
Up
hit that
until
lighter.
about a couple weeks ago.
I thought it was it doesn't seem like that crazy of a product.
It might be like super toxic.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
you
But
imagine
is
how
it-
much of that stuff you'd have to put in the water, and then that stuff's in your eyes.
But think about how toxic just a regular swimming pool is. Like all the chlorine that's in there.
Good point.
That's got to be horrible for you, right?
Bro, you know what we played the other day on Protect Our Parks? We were trying to figure out why is there fluoride in water?
Yeah, that's the oldest. Yeah,
reason
that's
for
the oldest.
fluoride to be in drinking
That's
water.
such an old conspiracy theory.
It's a real
It's so
one.
old, and they literally open up bags of fluoride and dump it into the
Drinking water.
local drinking water. It's like something you do.
Not only that, we played it on Protect Our Parks. We were like trying to figure this out. There's a direct correlation between high levels of fluoride in drinking water and low IQs.
I believe it. Like,
100%.
Like, why would they open up sacks of fluoride and put it in the water?
You know why? Because you got fluoride and you're trying to sell that shit.
Yeah.
Imagine if you're in the fluoride business and you're hearing us talking like, shut the fuck up. Because if people stop drinking or putting fluoride in drinking water.
And the official reason, and I don't know, this might be bullshit.
Tooth
but
decay.
Yeah, they're trying to
Bro.
take care of our teeth.
Brush your fucking teeth.
Yeah.
You know what I said that's like? That's like if some people are getting skin cancer, we're going to put sunscreen in apples.
Yeah, same thing.
Why would you do that? Just wear sunscreen. You can get
Yeah.
sunscreen anywhere.
Oh, you really care about our teeth that
Right,
much?
that much.
You care about our teeth that much? You're sending fucking shipments, those shipping containers filled with fluoride in these sacks that you open them up.
Dumping them into reservoirs.
Doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense.
There are some cities that have
stopped doing
they
that.
Stopped it.
They should
They
stop
get
doing that.
the community gets together.
They
and
should
says,
get together.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's where it starts. Really,
That's
the
a
community.
weird one, man. That's one that's been around for a long time. By the way, who doesn't brush their fucking teeth? Dude, I didn't go to the dentist for 10 fucking years. For 10 years. I went, 0 cavities.
Yeah.
0 cavities. I don't drink fucking tap water.
Yeah.
Ever.
Never.
Ever. I also eat very little sugar, and I brush my fucking teeth.
Yeah.
Dude, I got Invisalign.
So do I.
I'm wearing it right now. For the first time, when I first started wearing it, Trey the Truth was on the podcast, and he wears a grill. And I was like, bro, how do you wear that grill and talk? Like, because it was fucking with my talking. The first time I wore it on a podcast, I had to not wear it. I can still hear it a little. Can you hear it, Jamie? No?
I looked at your teeth and I'm like, damn, it looks like he has a Invisalign, but he doesn't. He would, but you do. I wear that shit all the time too.
I'm trying to clean my teeth up, man. My lower teeth have been crooked forever, and my doctor said it would probably help my sleep apnea.
What do you think of our teeth?
Pretty. They're nice. You got nice teeth, bro. You got a nice beard. I like that beard. I was saying that I shaved my beard before I got here today because I look too old.
I did a music video the other day, so I grew out my beard because I played a coyote. Like, you know, those.
That video. You said it to me. I love that video.
And
that song is hilarious.
Yeah, it's a confusing song.
El Coyote.
Purposely.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll shave it. I never really had a full beard.
I like it.
I'll see what's up for a while. I look like I'm fucking 93. I know it.
You remember when Evan Tanner died and I grew that full beard? We all did.
Yeah, Evan Tanner was a legend, man.
Legend,
man.
I really like that guy, man. When he died, it was when I was living in Colorado. And I said, fuck it, man, I'm going to grow my beard. I had a fucking full-ass beard.
I was a big
all the way
Evan
up to
Tanner
my
fan.
face. He was a good
big
dude,
Evan
man.
Tanner fan. He was
interesting.
He had good jiu-jitsu. And back in the day, not that many UFC fighters that were non-Brazilian had good jiu-jitsu. You just didn't see it that much. And he was like one of the first.
You remember when he won the middleweight title and he fought Dave Terrell?
How did he win?
Dave Terrell caught him in a guillotine and almost fucking had him. And he gassed out, and Evan Tanner pounded him out. That's how he won the middleweight title. Dave Terrell, man.
Beast.
God damn, was his jiu-jitsu good.
Beast.
And still is, I'm sure. One of the very first elite leg lockers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Elite leg lockers. And a fucking animal.
And Dave Terrell was he was one of the first pure no-gi pioneers. There was a couple out there. You know, there's Chris Brennan, there was Dave Terrell, Eric Paulson.
Shout out to Chris Brennan.
Yeah, there was like maybe 4 guys that got their black belt in the gi that decided to go no-gi.
Dean Lister.
Yep. That's right. He doesn't really train.
Bro,
on
you
the
been
gi.
paying attention to Jeff Monson?
What happened?
Jeff Monson lives in Russia, speaks perfect Russian. Go to Jeff Monson's Instagram. I think it's Snowman Monson. I forget what it is. He's a full-on Russian. He lives in Russia. He supports Mother Russia. He's got a fucking CCP. He's got like a hammer and sickle tattoo. He's all in.
Interesting.
This is Jeff Monson, man. He's fucking Russian now. He defected. He's a Russian citizen. See if you can go to a video where he's talking in Russian, because there's a lot on his Instagram where he's talking in Russian. So you can find one of the, there it goes. Play that.
Сьогодні ми споминаємо победу над фашизмом под Сталинградом.
I got fascism in there.
Наші солдати на Донбасі.
How wild is that?
I wonder what the hell he said.
I don't know. I hope we didn't let him say anything horrible.
Is Russia considered communist still?
Yeah.
Still.
I mean, Russia is.
Don't they? Because wait,
it's a dictatorship.
Wait, the Soviet Union.
Well, actually, no. Let me say that right. I'm wrong. No, they have elections.
But man,
if you want to run against Putin, bro.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck with all that. You ain't got much time
When
left.
was the last time they had an election?
Well, you know that guy Prigozhin who tried to make a coup against Putin, and he just died in a plane crash.
Is that coup that lasted like 6 hours?
The guy who they were literally headed towards Moscow. He was the head of the Wagner Group, headed towards Moscow, and then they pulled back at the last minute.
Yeah.
And Putin's like, yeah, bro, I'll see you in a little bit. And then his plane blew up in the sky. There's a video of his plane in the sky, and it's like on fire in the sky.
Yeah.
Nothing suspicious about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of crazy.
But like Soviet Union was communist, and then the Soviet Union fell. Like the history of the Soviet Union and today's Russia is really confusing to me. Like I don't know what to believe. I don't know what to believe with anything. Like when in regards to history, like man, it's just like what is real and what's not. I'm just like fuck. I just like okay, let's just see how everything plays out. But Soviet Union fell, so I thought like Russia is claiming like democratic socialism or something.
Sort of democratic, but Putin is basically running it because Putin was the president of Russia or whatever they call it over there, and then he stepped down, and then his main guy took over, and then Putin's like, "Fuck this, I'm taking over again," and now he's running it, and he's been running Russia. When did he start running? When was his second term as the president of Russia?
I have no.
Do you know who also has a fucking Soviet passport or a Russian passport? Roy Jones.
Really?
Roy Jones Jr. is tight with Putin.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, he's a star over there, man.
Really?
Yeah, man. He had a bunch of boxing fights over there. They love him over there. They love elite combat sports athletes, and Roy Jones Jr. in his prime was the fucking man.
Yeah. When you talk about the all-time greats, you can, in his prime, he may have, I would say he's the best technician ever.
One of the best athletes that's ever competed in boxing. He was so fast.
Think about that one round he had with Vinny Pazienza where only round in
CompuBox history.
Yeah, in CompuBox history where Vinny Pazienza couldn't land a punch. Incredible.
And then Roy tried to stop the fight. He was teeing off on him. He said to the referee, "Come on, man. It's over."
Yeah.
And the referee's like, "Continue." He's like, "All righty." Okay. Putin has been Russia's most powerful politician since he assumed the presidency in 2000. After resignation of his predecessor, Boris Yeltsin. But he stepped down for a while and then came back again, though. But he was like still kind of in power. If he still remains in power until 2036, his tenure will surpass even that of Joseph Stalin, who ruled the Soviet Union for 29 years.
They're supposed to have 6-year terms, but he created a new law that can allow that term limit to be reset.
It's a good move. It's a good move if you want to run things. That's what Chris Rock was saying about Trump.
What did he say?
When Trump made it into office, he's like, he's never getting out of there. He'll change the fucking laws. He's not going to stop being president. I remember Chris Rock was saying that on stage. It was hilarious.
You know that guy Yuri Bezmenov that you bring up every now and then, and he explains ideological subversion, right?
Bro.
If that shit's real, and it seems like it's real, then does that mean Russia is responsible for all our shit?
If it's not real, what a prediction. Yeah. What a crazy prediction that we would lose all faith in our democratic process and that we would all, the children from the universities will all adapt Marxist, Leninist philosophy. They all do.
Yeah.
I mean, how many people are young kids that consider themselves Marxists?
Yeah, so are we in the middle of a fucking, of a Russian infiltration? Or is it Chinese?
Well, I think both of those countries are very clever. You know, they do some very clever things. And one of the things that China does is they buy up corporations. Do you know how many? Someone showed me a list of all these corporations that are run by China. I don't even know if this is true.
Is what's the Chinese president?
Xi Jinping.
Xi Jinping. Is Xi Jinping and what's his fucking name from Russia?
Putin.
Putin. Are they like buddies? Because they're both like communists, right?
Well,
I'm confused there.
I'm sure they're united against America now. You know.
And if Yuri Bezmenov, if he's right, he's basically saying that Russia has put we're under some kind of like 20-year Russian infiltration, ideological subversion plan or something like that.
What he
That's
was basically
scary.
saying was that they have this very long game approach, whereas the United States, we try to do things quickly and we think about short term, whereas in Russia they think about things very long, very long.
Yeah.
They're not afraid of people dying over there, because they lost so many people in so many wars.
Yeah.
I mean, if it wasn't for Russia, Russia holding off the Nazis, Russia helped us win World War II in a giant way, in a fucking giant way. And you look at the losses that Russia faced. What was that? The one battle that Shane Gillis brought up during the podcast? Like, Shane Gillis is a gigantic history buff. And he brought up this one battle where Russia lost some fucking insane amount of people holding off the Nazis. I mean, insane amount of people. Like, way more than any war we've ever lost. That was one of the things that people always said about Russia. Like, the girls are so hot. And there's like, they so outnumber men because so many men died.
Yeah.
So many men died over there. So for the longest time, it was like this overabundance of these hot Russian women. And how many of them came over and became spies?
Yeah. Man, it's like, what the fuck is going on? It almost
What is
seems
going
like,
on?
It's like, I don't know what to believe anymore, dog. It's like, it almost seems like there's a great awakening and there's a great reset. You know, Klaus Schwab talking about the great reset. And then there's a great awakening. A lot of people are waking up. It's like, sometimes I feel like the great awakening is winning, and then sometimes I feel like the great reset is winning. Like, when you start, like, all this fighting that we're doing, we're fighting over like dumb shit all the time. I'm like,
all the time, like bathrooms, and gender.
Yeah. Meanwhile, like, this new world order is like digital currency and
climate change.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck is going on? It just seems like there's our politicians here, you know, the ones that we see, the ones that are on TV, and then whatever's above them, the guys we don't see, maybe they just want to just destroy America. Like, how do we destroy America? How do we make it?
I think what they want is control. They want control the way that China has control, the way that Russia has control.
Yeah.
And there's so much freedom in America in terms of freedom of speech and freedom to do whatever you want.
It's like on the surface, we see the left fighting with the right, right? On the surface, right? But what if the overall goal is to get us, like, the only way we're going to have like a military regime, like the controllers, they want as much of a military regime as possible, maybe disguise it so we don't think we're under. But the best way to do that, the most, not the easiest, but the best way is you got to make the people embrace the military, right? You got to make them embrace. How do you make them embrace it? Right now, we're kind of embracing it. We're like, oh, where's the military tribunals and all that shit? With all the shit, it's almost like that. Like, were we tricked? Are we being tricked into embracing the military? Like, there's so, like, I don't know which way the shit's going. It's just so all over the fucking place, man. There's, like, all the stuff that Biden is doing. It's like, who's advising this motherfucker? You know what I mean?
He's running again.
And then they're talking about
wild.
Michelle Obama running. That keeps coming up. Ted Cruz just talked about that.
I think Gavin Newsom can win.
You don't think Michelle Obama has a better chance?
If she wants to do it.
She's a minority.
Yeah, if she wants to do it.
Yeah.
But does she want to do it? I mean, she's never expressed it. It seems like Gavin Newsom wants to be president.
Yeah.
And he, like, fits the bill. Handsome, tall, smooth talker.
Like,
he'd be so much better than Biden as a president.
I mean, that's a no-brainer. It just seems like, man,
is this
a trick? Is this a trick? Is this just so obvious?
He's trying to figure out how to remove these homeless encampments in California, but there's laws against it. There's laws that prevent you from pushing those people out.
I will say this. I will say this. People talk a lot of shit. I mean, I'm in California for the weather. I like the weather, man. The
weather's amazing.
The weather's amazing, dude. We've had, like, probably 14 days over 100 degrees. And y'all's out here and in Florida, you guys are like 6 months of just death. You know what I mean?
Bro.
And don't say you like it, because
like it.
if you like it, turn your air conditioner off and tell them how much you like it. Everybody says they like it, as long as they're in air-conditioned
Right, but
facilities.
that's how California is too. When it's 100 degrees outside in California,
no, I'm talking about
you want to be...
No, the amount of days per year.
That's true.
There's so
It's way
few.
more. It's
so
way
few.
hotter here for longer.
And I almost moved to Florida. I almost did it. Almost went to Tampa. Thank God I didn't. I'm glad I waited it out. But during the height of all the BS, man, it was so scary on the 101. There was the homeless they were on the freeway. So if you're in rush hour on the 101, it's like Mad Max, dog. It was fucking scary. You're just sitting there, and there's all these people around you just living and camped out on the freeway.
If they just got rid of that, if they just eliminated the homeless encampments, find shelter for these people, get them counseling, that's number one.
But they did clean all that up. They're not on the freeways no more.
Not on the freeways. But they still, if you go to Venice, it's a disaster. If you go to Santa Monica, it's a disaster.
They have cleaned it up a little bit. I can't deny it. I see it.
They should clean it up,
yeah,
like all the way.
And there was this, I drive into downtown all the time, and there's a certain bridge that I drive under, and it's always, every day, it's people put up houses there.
Yeah, they have electricity, they tap into lines.
But they cleaned it out.
Good.
I don't know if they cleaned it out everywhere, but in my path where I see them, they're doing something about the homeless.
Good.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Praise to them for doing that.
Yeah.
Next step, you got to eliminate these fucking crazy DAs that take these violent fucking people that shoot people and assault people and rob things. You gotta have fucking police. You gotta have law and order. All this defunding the police is too scary. These smash and grabs in all these stores.
Fuck
Bro, these smash and grabs are great. Down the street from my old podcast studio at the Topanga Mall, they fucking smashed into Nordstrom.
Yeah.
They just smash and grab everything. They did it in Century City. They did it in Beverly Hills.
It seems like, it just seems like...
If he can clean that up, if he could refund the police, clean that up, make LA safe, like 2016 safe.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Why not? Bro, if that guy did that, he could get a lot of people's vote for president.
They just cleaned up. Cut the fucking taxes, too. Like the California taxes are like, what the fuck are we doing over here?
But if the taxes were worth it, right? If it's worth that 14% to live in the state. Look, I don't mind paying taxes, right? I don't want to pay too much taxes, but people think I moved here to not pay taxes. That is not the case. If LA was the same LA from 2015, I'd still be in LA. 100%. I miss the Comedy Store. I miss 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu. I miss all the restaurants I used to go to. I miss all my friends. I miss it. But they just got too crazy during the pandemic. They just got too crazy with shutting down businesses. They got too crazy with telling people what they can do and what they can't do. Too crazy with mandating vaccines for kids to go to school. They got too crazy with all those things. If they didn't do that, I don't mind paying the taxes, man.
Yeah.
I don't mind. I get it. I get it. I'm wealthy, and it shouldn't affect me as much as it does other people. I get that. But I'm saying that, if it was worth it, if you got something out of it, if there's something you get from it where it's it's worth that 14%. But 14% is crazy. That's so much money.
Yeah.
If you make $100,000 a year, you have to pay $14,000 to the fucking government. For what? For what?
Yeah.
That's so much money, man. 14 grand?
Yeah.
If you make 100 grand, now you make 96, or now you make 86.
And then you got to pay federal tax.
And then you got to pay federal tax. And then you got to pay sales tax.
Yeah.
And property tax. I mean, there's so many taxes. But if it was worth it. And then they got this mansion tax. Do you know about the mansion tax?
I heard about that.
That's
I don't know too much
crazy.
about that.
Pull it up. Whitney Comics was complaining about it. If you have a house and it's worth a certain amount of money, I don't know who pays it, whether it's the buyer or the seller. But there's a tax that gets slapped onto it, like if it's worth X amount of money.
Dude, I got to piss so bad.
Go piss. Pause. I'll piss too.
I've just commented like.
Oh, okay.
We
So it's like a
are we
full- it's a-
recording this?
I mean, we are.
Shane Gillis is deleting Jamie's posts. When Jamie comments on Shane Gillis's Instagram, Shane deletes it.
Yeah, the first
It's
one
over
was-
football, though.
Yeah, it was just a GIF. It was just like a response, Ohio State fun GIF, and it's gone. I was like, "Whoa, what happened? Who took it down?"
so
I thought Instagram took it down.
Notre
first.
Dame lost?
Yeah, I thought Instagram was thinking I was bullying him, but that's not the case.
And who'd they? What was it? Ohio State?
Yeah, they scored in the last play of the game, 4th down,
Oh,
1
it's-
yard run.
Oh shit! Right down to the wire.
Yeah. But he keeps deleting.
Football's emotional, man.
That
You
makes sense.
spend a lot of time.
Shane believes in censorship. That's
Yeah,
what I'm getting out of
that's all
this.
I've understood about this whole thing.
Shane believes in censorship.
It gets,
Of all
dude. You
people.
spend all week thinking about this game Sunday, and then they
get it.
play like shit, and you waste 3-4 hours watching this motherfucker. It leaves a bad taste in your mouth.
I get it. I get it now after I went to that game and I saw how hyped people get in Dallas. Seeing the Cowboys playing Dallas. Cowboys smoked them, smoked the Jets. But it was wild watching it, man. I was like, this is fun.
They lost last night, and the Cowboys fans are so pissed about it.
It goes back and forth, dude.
Yeah.
Back and forth. If you lose, everybody shits on you. If you win, oh my God, we have a chance to make it to the playoffs. It's very emotional. There's a lot of shit talking going on in football.
I can get into it a little bit, but I don't have the time to really get into it.
I'm into it because I've always been into it, but it's also, I know that sports are a distraction. They want, like empires, they like the circus and the distraction. I know it's a distraction. It's meant to distract you from what's really going on, and it gets you to not pay attention, like to, what the government's doing to you and all that shit. But
that might have been why it was initially created.
Yeah.
But right now, it exists as a beautiful form of entertainment that makes people's lives happy.
But I use it for distraction because I'm like, you can't be kept in conspiracy all day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I like watching music documentaries and football. That's what I do to get away from fucking.
Do you know what I get? I get away from, I watch professional pool.
That's crazy. That's crazier than football.
That's what I watch because it's completely apolitical.
Are there team pool sports?
Yes, there's a thing called the Moscone Cup.
And it's a team.
Yeah.
It's like quintet.
It's like Team USA versus Team Europe. It's a big event that happens every year. And one year it'll happen in the United States, like last year it was in Vegas. This year it's in London. And the people cheer and scream.
How many
and
people
it's
per
fucking
team?
Wild. That's a good question. I'm not sure. But they play 2 at a time. So 2 people play against 2 people. So if you and I were playing, so if you're playing 9-ball, 9-ball is rotation pool. It means you have to make the 1, then you have to make the 2, and then when you make the 9, you win. So if you and I were on a team, you would make the 1-ball, but you'd play position for me to make the 2-ball. Then I would make the 2-ball, and then you would make the 3-ball. That's how the game's played.
Interesting.
Yeah. I don't like that. I like one-on-one. One-on-one's my favorite.
Who's the Hickson Gracie of pool right now?
Shane Van Boning is a dude from South Dakota who's deaf. And he turns his hearing aid off when he plays. He doesn't hear shit. He just goes into the zone. You could talk shit about him all day. You could say crazy things. He doesn't even hear it. He's just in the zone, and he's just dedicated. Dude practices 8 hours a day. He beat this dude in this tournament he played last week. He beat this dude 10-0, and he ran 9 racks. So for 9 racks, he broke and ran out.
What's running 9 racks? What does that mean?
That means the other guy doesn't even shoot.
Because he just made every shot.
Made every shot.
It's crazy that people could do that.
So good. He's so good.
Damn.
If you watch him play, he's a machine, man. He's a machine. He makes shot, and also like getting a shot on the 1 after the break. Like, what are the odds you're going to get a shot in the 1? He ran 7 racks in a row.
Is there a skill to that? The break?
Yeah, yeah.
He's got to hit it as hard as possible.
It's not as hard as possible. It's as accurate as possible, and sometimes it's the right speed. Sometimes if you hit it too hard, the balls scatter too much, and you don't have control. But if you hit it just the right speed, you will make like the 1 ball on the side, and the 2 ball likely will bounce out and get a shot. And this motherfucker ran 7 racks in a row in a big tournament against the best players in the world. And then he ran 2 more racks, and then he fucking won the game.
And he's an American?
10-0. He's an American, yeah. He's maybe the best of all
Are there
time.
countries that produce, is it random, or is there certain countries that produce good
I'm a
pool players?
big fan of the guys from China. I'm a huge fan of the guys from China and the guys from the Philippines. Those are some of my favorite players. And Taiwan. There's these 2 brothers out of Taiwan, the Ko brothers. Ko Ping Yi and Ko Ping Chung. They're my favorite players to watch. I love watching those guys play.
Do they ever play against each other?
Yeah, they do. It's funny. It's funny watching them play because they have the same kind of style.
It's like the Rutolo brothers, you know.
A little bit.
They had to fight in the finals of, I think it was the brown belt gi worlds, or was it black belt? But yeah, they don't fake shit, dude.
No,
the Rutolo brothers are fucking animals.
Animals.
Dude. Those guys are
all
animals.
natural too, and they're like 20 years old.
Yeah.
And they're amongst the best in the world.
And they're just getting started.
And they have a deal with ONE FC too.
Yeah.
They do the ONE FC grappling
Yeah.
thing over there.
Dude.
That's another thing I love about ONE FC. They got
mix it all up.
Michael over there, and I love it.
They
I
mix
love
it
that
up.
they do that.
You go to Shatri invited me to that Denver show, the first US show. That was insane, man. That was insane. It was just a mix of kickboxing, MMA, grappling.
Love it.
And the grapplers came out with like, they look like superstars. Like the Rutolo brothers, and Mikey Musumeci, they're superstars.
What I love about Chatri and what he's doing with ONE FC is they're embracing all the aspects of martial arts. They have Muay Thai with little gloves. They have Jiu-Jitsu. They have real fucking elite level MMA. It's fucking great. They even have kickboxing.
Yeah.
So they have kickboxing, which is no elbows, no clinch.
They have regular kickboxing.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And what style is that called?
Kickboxing, like Glory. Glory is regular kickboxing.
No elbows.
No elbows.
No knees.
No knees. You can go knees, but you can't clinch and throw knees the way everybody else does. It's like K1. K1 was kickboxing. It's not. K1 is not MMA.
Yeah.
Or excuse me, it's not Muay Thai. So K1 does not allow elbows.
K1 does not allow elbows, but they do allow a brief clinch.
Yep,
Just
a
real
brief
quick, boom.
clinch, one knee from the clinch. You can't hold on like Anderson Silva did with Rich Franklin. Hold on and just batter him with knees. Remember when Anderson Silva got that plum on Rich Franklin and just destroyed him?
Yeah, that was...
Bro, Anderson in his prime.
The interesting thing about, or one of the interesting things about Anderson Silva, there's so many, but he was like middle of the road for a while. He was just one of those dudes from Shootbox coming up.
Mm-hmm.
He was winning, he was losing. He fought Ryu, what was that guy's name? The Japanese guy that did the flying
heel hook on him. Yeah.
It was one of those.
He was Mayhem's training partner. What was that dude's name?
Ryu.
God damn it.
Anderson Silva versus... I'm embarrassed that I forgot his name.
I'm embarrassed too.
Yeah, it starts with an R though. I know that.
That guy was good.
Yeah.
He threw that crazy flying scissor takedown to a heel hook, which is like, that's pro wrestling.
Well, it's actually...
I mean, it's legit, but...
That's it right there.
Rio Chonan.
There we go. I was right
Rio
with the R.
Chonan.
Yeah. Check out this fight.
See if you can find that. It was a good fight too. So this was Anderson before he went to Cage Rage. Remember he went to Cage Rage?
Yes.
And when he went to Cage Rage, that's when he became the fucking man. When he went to Cage Rage, bro, so Rio Chonan, he threw this flying... Is it going to show it in here?
Like they're discussing it. It's a video about the whole event.
Do they have the actual segment? See if you can scroll. There it is.
There it
Look
is.
at this.
Boom.
Look at that. That is crazy.
Yeah, that was like Marvin Castell.
Crazy. The way he did it, crazy.
That move, by the way, is illegal in my tournament.
Really? Because it's too many knees get destroyed.
You can just break a leg right there. I witnessed right in front of my face a leg getting destroyed, and I'm like, okay, that is banned. We are banning that one.
What happened?
One of my students just did that move that you just saw, and he landed on the shin, and it fucking snapped, man. And it was not good.
What happened to Richie? Did Richie get his leg snapped recently?
With Craig Jones?
Yeah.
No, he tweaked it. He hurt it. Craig Jones did some crazy behind the back toe hold thing that it was fucking crazy. But yeah,
Craig Jones doing some wild shit, man.
Craig Jones, one of the best in the world, one of the best to do it, And they won the quintet team tournament. It was fucking badass, man. We got to the finals against B team, and Craig Jones just too much, But we did great. My guys did great. Everybody did great, man.
It looked like a break. That's why I was scared. It looked like he broke his ankle.
Maybe something got cracked, but he didn't tell me. He was, we were walking right afterwards. It wasn't
really.
He wasn't limping or anything.
Oh, okay, so it just popped.
Yeah, a little pop on the outside. If it pops on the outside, there's There's nothing you can really do. I mean, there's no surgery for it. You just wait it out. You just wait it out. You know, I've had my ankle pop many times, and then it's sore and tender for a long time.
I had my ankle popped once, and it swole up, and then the whole thing was black.
Yeah.
Like my whole ankle is black. I was like, oh my God, I'm never gonna throw a kick again.
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, here it is.
Oh, that was
It's hard
after.
to see what happened. I mean, I could show you, but
Yeah, you show it right before this. So here it is.
Before that? Okay, so look at him. He reaches with his left hand. He reaches behind his back, like right there. Look at left hand, right there. And then he puts a toe hold. So he's got his left hand on one side of Richie's leg and his right hand in between the legs with a toe hold. You couldn't really see it in that angle, but I never really seen that before. It was, look at this. Boom. Look at this. Like,
do you remember when Craig Jones
boom,
had
right
that match with Vinny Magalhaes and he broke his ankle?
Yes.
He broke his
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
He broke his shin bone, right?
I don't know the.
I think it was his
I don't
shin
know
bone.
the exact damage he did.
Because Craig tried to tell him, "Hey, it's broke." He's like, "It's okay." It's
Yeah.
like, "Yeah, but it's broken." Like
That was
like it's
gruesome.
like moving around.
Yeah, that was
And
gruesome.
I talked to Vinny when Vinny was at Abu Dhabi. He's like, "Yeah, I'm still kind of fucked up."
Yeah.
I think he had to get a plate in it.
Vinny was one of the first leg lock pioneers in ADCC. People forget about that. He won the whole thing, I think, in 2000, was it 7 or 9 or something? And he was heel hooking the shit out of people. Him and Dean Lister.
Yeah.
They came up and
I think Vinny's the last guy to beat Gordon.
Is he the last one?
I believe so.
I think so.
Do you remember when Vinny did a flying armbar on Pedapano?
I don't remember that. In the jiu-jitsu match?
No gi.
I don't remember that.
Beautiful.
On
Beautiful.
Pedapano?
Beautiful.
Let's see if we can find that.
Beautiful.
Pedapano.
Beautiful.
Vinny Magalhaes. I don't.
Pedapano's a fucking animal.
Yeah, I don't remember that one.
He
at
hit him
all.
with a flying armbar. See if you can find that. Vinny Magalhaes, Pedapano, flying armbar. Oh, it's fucking gorgeous. And to see a guy do that on a world champion at that high a level and to catch it,
Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
picture perfect.
Yeah, and what I was saying about Anderson Silva was he didn't come out as just like the baddest motherfucker on the
No.
planet right away. It took a while.
Right.
You know, then he went to Cage Rage.
Yes.
And he started fucking people up. What was
That's when
his
he came
biggest
apart.
what was his biggest win in Cage Rage?
Lee Murray.
Oh.
Oh, remember that?
Yeah.
Lee Murray was a fucking killer.
There's a documentary about him.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah, I was talking to Guy Ritchie about it. Lee Murray was a real gangster who could fight. He wound up being part of the crew that committed the biggest armed robbery in the history of the UK. Bro,
Insane.
they had like fucking
Insane.
like a movie, like Heat. Like full face masks on and goggles and fucking tactical equipment and bulletproof vests. And they robbed I think they stole like $50 million. Something crazy.
And they got away with it for a while. Sorta.
Everybody kind of knew. It's one of those things. In the fucking criminal world, like those guys aren't real good at shutting the fuck up.
Yeah.
You know, they're wild people. If you're doing something like that, you got friends, and you're telling your friends, and those friends are probably going to get arrested, and then they're going to fucking, hey, I know some shit. Next thing see if you can find. Did you find that?
I don't know how to spell the other guy's name.
P-E.
Oh, wait, I just found it.
D-E.
Oh, okay, here we go.
Pedapano.
That's his nickname. That's probably the problem.
Oh,
I forget
what's his real name?
Marcio Cruz.
There it is.
Oh,
Yes.
that's right.
Yeah, he's huge. He's like 6'5", giant guy.
He fought in MMA too, but it didn't really pan out for him. I believe
it's in
he
the
fought.
gi?
It's not
No, it's no gi.
There it is.
That's. I know it's locked behind the paywall there though.
Oh, the Flow grappling paywall. I got a subscription.
Well, I'll take
Oh, here, try that. Click that.
That's not. That's why ours are.
Oh, video unavailable.
Give me a second. Let me type this in YouTube. Hold on.
Anthony Peroche. I forgot about him too. Dude was a fucking animal.
This is not it.
Just Google flying armbar. Google. No. Pedapano. No. Marcio Cruz flying armbar. Just Google that. Marcio Cruz flying armbar. Yeah, here we go. Let me see it. Yeah, but you don't want to see him doing it. You want to see Vinny Magalhaes doing it to him.
Well then.
Yeah. No. Leave Vinny Magalhaes, Marcio Cruz. Yeah, there we go. Let's try that.
It would have already come up. It's not gonna.
Come on, really?
Not on YouTube this way. This is not the best way to look for this stuff. That's what I was trying to do.
That's crazy. How's that?
It's on
not...
the Flow Grappling page, and it's behind a paywall, and that's the only clip that I can find.
I'm gonna send you my password. Hold on a second.
While you do that, dude, I gotta pee again.
Ah, good. Bro, you got a bone from the 90s. What are you doing?
No,
When are you going to upgrade?
I did. I just got a new one.
You get a 15?
Dude, coffee and beer just make me want to piss all the time, dude.
Goes right through you.
Dude, sorry about that.
No worries, man. That's the whole reason why we could pause. We're not going to find that video. But what was another video that we were trying to find?
Another great ADCC classic moment was when Davi Ramos got a flying armbar. That was 2015 in Sao Paulo.
Davi Ramos,
dude, holy shit. He found the UFC a little bit, right?
A little bit. I was surprised that he didn't go further. I had a feeling he was going to smoke everybody once it got to the ground.
Yeah.
Because I just felt like, how are you going to stop that guy?
Yeah, man. His armbar was fucking insane.
It is so hard to make the transition to the UFC. It's so hard.
Dude, you got to have your striking on point.
You got to have everything on point.
It's like striking and wrestling, because every fight, every round starts on your feet. Like, that's the most important thing. You're striking and you're wrestling. In the early days, you can get away with just being really good at jiu-jitsu and getting a clinch and dragging the fight to the ground, but
not anymore.
Oh, dude, everybody's hard to take down now.
Everybody.
There's no more easy takedowns.
You know who's crazy, who's still in the mix? Well, it was until recently. Hani Yahya. That guy was around forever.
Yeah, he got to the finals of the Abu Dhabi I was in, 2003. He was 17 and got to the finals against Leo Vieira.
And he was fighting in the UFC recently.
Yeah, he's really good.
He's really
good. That guy understands the clinch game. If he would have, been on just a little more striking, if he would have been a better striker, just a little. He is his jiu-jitsu man. He had good MMA jiu-jitsu. He was all about squeezing and clinching and smashing, and he got a lot of that from Hickson. Like, Hickson took him under his wing for a little bit.
Yeah. Hickson was in his corner for a while.
He's a squeezer. Not
team constrictor. That was his team.
Yeah, not all jiu-jitsu champions coming from the gi. Not all of them are squeeze machines. Some of them, are really good at collar chokes. You know what I mean? And they're just death with those things. They get a hand in your collar, man. You're going to sleep.
Remember when Murillo Bustamante had to tap Matt Lindland twice?
Murillo Bustamante was the one who upkicked Jerry Bolander.
Was he?
I think so. I think it was Murillo Bustamante up, because I said before it was Fabio Gurgel.
Yeah.
I get the names mixed up, but I'm pretty sure it was Bustamante. How about when he tapped out Matt Lindland twice? You're talking about that?
Yeah.
Dude, in one fight.
Yeah.
The craziest fight ever.
Crazy. Big John McCarthy separated them. Said the fight was over. Matt Lindland's like, I didn't tap. He definitely tapped.
Yeah.
And then they didn't have instant replay back then. So Big John's like, okay, fight again. Keep fighting. And Murillo's like, what the fuck? And I think they went a whole round after that. And then the next round, Murillo caught him in a guillotine.
Crazy shit. That happened, that kind of happened when
Sakuraba.
When I commentated for a show called Too Hot to Handle in Amsterdam.
Oh, yeah.
In Amsterdam.
I remember that.
And Gilbert Ivo, remember him?
Sure.
Man, what a scary dude that was. That guy, he was the one in Pride 10 that threw one strike against Gary Goodridge, one head kick, and he went down. Let's see what this is.
What's this? Oh, this is it.
Yeah.
We found it.
Yeah. This is deep searching, but we found it.
Damn, let it go. Here we go. Watch this. It's so beautiful, dude.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that.
Wow.
How beautiful is that?
Wow. Look, he's wearing tights.
Yeah. Beautiful.
No greasing on him.
No, not at all.
Did he tap that quick?
Yep. Yeah, he knew it was over.
Dude, let's see that whole thing again. Right as he was going down, he was already extending the arm. Look at that. He's got the collar tie, off the collar tie. Look at that. Boom, man. He went on the left arm.
Amazing.
That was quick. That's
He
huge.
probably verbal tapped.
Yeah. See.
Yeah. Amazing. That was when Vinny was training with you.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Damn.
To do that to a guy that high level, I mean, that's fucking incredible.
See if you could find Davi Ramos ADCC 2015 flying armbar. I don't know. I mean, it's different than this one, but it's equally impressive, I think.
Really, we should give props to our guy.
Who's our guy? Oh, here it is. Look at this.
Oh, yeah, he
Look at
jumped
this.
on him.
Look at this. Boom!
Insane.
Done. Over. That was so quick.
Davi Ramos is a fucking animal.
Damn.
He just caught him reaching. Look at that. Woo!
And Davi Ramos, he's one of those Brazilians, one of the first Brazilians that came out with high level leg locks. He's a leg locker. He's a Brazilian leg locker. There's a couple out there that came up that people forgot about. And do you remember when Alan Belcher fought Rusamar Pajares?
Yeah.
Rusamar Pajares was probably the most feared Brazilian leg locker ever.
Mm-hmm.
The guy's huge, just jacked.
Yeah.
He looked like Ken Shamrock in his prime, you know? And he's a leg locker. He just rips people's legs
But
apart.
Alan trained
So
to avoid the leg locks.
Alan brought in Davy Ramos, Davi Ramos, and Dean Lister for his training camp, and he had him out there for a month. And
So
Alan Belcher told me, he goes, those dudes were fucking me up. Dean Lister and Davi Ramos with leg locks just over and over. But after a while, I started slowing them down, started countering, started defending, started pulling out. And by the time that UFC match against Rusamar Pajares came around, that was one of the greatest UFC fights of all time.
It was amazing because he engaged.
Dude, he had Alan Belcher. But first, Alan Belcher pulls him into a fucking twister, dude. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
He comes in. Rusamar Pajares comes in with a single. Alan Belcher doesn't even fight the single. He just transitions that into the truck, and he almost twisters him. Dude gets out, and then he's all over Alan Belcher's legs. He's all over those legs, and Alan just defending, pulling out, defending. He had really good looks on his legs.
Yeah.
And then he finally got out and fucking grounded and pounded his way to the stoppage.
Alan Belcher is a heavyweight bare knuckle fighter now.
He's fighting bare knuckle now?
Did you not know?
I
He
did
was a
not know.
champion.
I did not know.
He relinquished his title so he could fight for Jorge Masvidal. So he's fighting Jorge Masvidal's MMA fight. He's fighting against Roy Big Country Nelson. And the winner of that is now going to fight Junior Dos Santos.
Holy shit, I had
I'm
no
thinking
idea.
about going.
I had no idea.
You want to go?
Let's do it.
Let's go to Miami. I think it's in Florida in April. I think that's when the big match is. I think Alan Belcher is fighting,
November 10th.
Yeah, so that's November 10th. And then the winner of that is going to fight Junior Dos Santos. And bro, Alan Belcher can fucking box.
Damn.
And he's a heavyweight now, man.
Let's see Alan Belcher, Rusamar Pajares. That's got to be up for free. Dude,
that's gotta
that
be
one
up.
is 100% just violence the whole way through.
that's
There's no
great.
stopping that one, dude.
That's a great fight.
Oh my God, Alan Belcher just. And I remember after that, I'm like, dude, you got to put out a fucking leg lock defense.
Yeah.
Look at right here. Look at he's going to take him down. He's going to grab a single and he's going to go right into the truck. Watch.
Yeah, Alan Belcher was so well. Alan's so smart. He's such a smart dude. He looks so different now because now he doesn't cut any weight. And he got jacked, shaved his head. He's fucking huge now.
Check this out. Single,
Yep.
right into the truck. Watch. Look at this. Single, right into the truck.
Yep, pulled it right in.
And look, boom, he's caught. He almost twisters him here. Look at that
Yeah,
shit.
Look at that. Husamar's like,
Look at
oh,
that. He could have had the
shit.
calf slasher right there.
Yep.
That was like he had it right there. But damn, he's going for the grand slam here. He's going. Look at that.
Look
he's
at
so
that. He's going
close.
for the
He's so
twister.
close.
Would that have been the first twister in MMA, or had the
No, that
Korean
would have
Zombie?
been that would have been the first one. I think.
Wow.
I think. I could be wrong, but I think this was the first one. He goes for a little crotch ripper here. Look at that. Damn, he was so close. He has him in it for a while. Look at this.
Yeah, Husamar's like, what the fuck happened?
He needs that baseball bat control could have been a little
look
bit
at
tighter. Oh, look at that.
He's just kind of grabbing it weird. Look at that. Oh my God, he's got the head.
So close.
He's got the head. So close.
Damn.
I forget how they broke out of this though.
Let's see.
Paul Harris must have been like.
There's you. Oh. Now, look, it's gonna be a leg battle now. Now this is where all the leg lock defense comes into play here. Look at this shit.
Yep.
Dude, he's deep on him, dude. Look how deep. Oh, he's got that knee bar. He turns to the right way. Look at that. Boom. He's all over his legs.
Slides out of it.
Another
one.
good look at another
Wow.
deep look. Look at that. Bam. He's got a good bite on him.
Look how
at
Allen
that.
uses that left leg to bust free.
Exactly.
Triangles his right leg. Look at that. Yeah, that was a wild ass fight, man.
He's on him.
This looks like someone filmed it from the TV.
100%.
Yeah, 100%, right?
Look at
Remember
that.
those old days where you buy movies that were like VHS tapes or someone set up a camera in the back of the movie theater?
Yeah.
I used to buy those in New York all the time.
Look, he's putting
Now
him
Allen,
in legs.
yep.
Now. Like he's attacking a little bit here.
I know. And Husamar must have been like, what the fuck is going on? How is this happening?
And this happened way before the leg lock revolution, man.
Oh, way
Look at
before.
this.
Yeah. Way before, right?
Yeah.
I want to say this is like 2004 or something. Like Fox 3.
I would say this 2008, 9.
UFC on Fox 3.
Look at that. He's got so many looks on his legs and they're steep.
Yeah.
He's got the knee line and everything. Boom. He just can't finish it off. Look at perfect defense.
Yeah, Allen was so used to it. So many people are so terrified of Paul Harris when he grabbed your leg.
Look at that spin. Look at the way he spun out right there. That was it right there. Look at that. Now it's all about ground and pound. Now look at this. Boom.
Because Husamar didn't let go. If he got a hold of your fucking heel, he would tear that shit down and shred it.
And
Was it Mike Pierce? Whose fucking knee did he fuck up where he didn't let go? And then he got kicked out of the UFC.
I forget that one. It may have been Mike Pierce.
They kicked him out. They were like, bro, you got to fucking let people go when they tap. And they're like, that's it, son. He's the only guy to ever get kicked out of the UFC for a win.
Is that real?
Yeah. Yeah, he got banned from the UFC for winning. Boom.
Look at that.
Boom.
He's just battering.
Boom.
Look at
Elbows.
that.
Boom.
Look at that.
Boom. Boom.
Look at this.
Boom. Yeah. And he just fucked him up from here. Just nasty ground.
And he had to have been tripping too on like, man, I had so many chances on his legs.
Well, also, like, he was threatening him, man.
Yeah, look at that. It's going to be over right there. Boom.
Oh,
look at that.
big shots by Belcher.
Yeah, it's over.
That's
He
it.
called it.
Now, I want you to Google Alan Belcher bare knuckle boxing. Bro, you haven't seen him lately? He's a heavyweight. He's giant.
Let's see.
He's
this
covered with.
shit.
He has an Evan Tanner tattoo. Look at the size of him.
shit. Damn.
Bro.
Oh,
Look at the size of him.
shit.
Saucy.
Oh, man.
Because he's like in his 40s now, right? Show me a video, though.
Damn, look at
The
those
size
arms.
of
Holy
him.
shit.
Fucking gigantic. Show me a video, though. Alan Belcher bare knuckle boxing. Just write bare knuckle boxing after that. Yeah, there you go. And give me some video. Walk off KO. Now watch this. Bro, he can box, man. It's interesting watching him be so big, too. I mean, the size, he's so different. But he's skillful, man.
Damn.
Look at that.
Oh, that guy, it's over.
So he's about to fight Big Country. They're going to fight in Jorge Masvidal's, which I fucking loved. I really loved Masvidal's premiere event. Or not premiere event. He's had a couple of them. But the last one he did with Junior Dos Santos and Fabricio were doing. Bro, bare knuckle changes everything. Changes everything. You can't take those shots.
And the crazy thing is he's a business guru. Like
Masvidal?
No, Alan Belcher.
Alan is, yeah.
Alan Belcher, dude. He
Here
has
it is
like
again. So this is Junior. This is Junior and Fabricio. But this is like not the best fight. It was mostly Fabricio Verdum just getting punched in the face. He just like Junior with that boxing, that style that he has, he slices you with those punches. Like you can only take so much of those. And Fabricio got a really nasty cut over one of his eyes. At the end of it, he's like really jacked up. So I'm in full support of Masvidal's organization. I love that he's doing that. I think that's how MMA should be done, bare knuckle. So they're gonna have that Roy Big Country Nelson fight, and then the other one. We should go.
Damn.
We should
Let's
go to
do
the
it.
big one.
If I'll check my schedule. If I'm free that weekend, let's do it. It's in Miami?
Go. I think it's in Florida. I'm pretty sure it's in Florida. I'm not sure it's Miami, but it's somewhere in Florida.
Hell yeah, let's do
Yeah,
it.
Masvidal reached out, and I said, "Fuck yeah, dude, I'll go with that. I want to see that. I want to support
Crazy
it."
shit. And like Fabrice Verdum was in there. That guy's a legend. You know, a jiu-jitsu legend, MMA legend, and he, like Anderson Silva in the beginning, you know, he was like middle of the road. He was a jiu-jitsu champion, didn't really have that good striking. I think he fought in Dream, maybe Pride, and he was like up and coming, big Brazilian, amazing jiu-jitsu, but his striking hadn't come together. And then a lot of jiu-jitsu black belts and a lot of jiu-jitsu champions, they'll dip into MMA a little bit, then they realize, you know what, my striking ain't there. I'll just have a school and just make money with my school, and that's fine. But some stay, and they just tough it out, and they just keep going, and they keep going. Like Anderson Silva, his jiu-jitsu wasn't that good, but he kept going, and then his jiu-jitsu got good. He triangled Chael Sonnen, and same thing with Fabrice Verdum. He kept going, and then he turned into like a legit striker, knocking out people with head kicks.
Yeah.
Right? He just kept going.
How
forward.
about let's look at Anderson Silva versus Dan Henderson?
Oh shit!
Remember that one?
Yeah,
that's
brutal.
Anderson in his prime. That's Anderson, top of the food chain, apex predator, perhaps the greatest 185-pounder that's ever lived. When he was on, man, you know, and Dan Henderson just is an animal.
Dude.
Throwing fucking vicious bombs. But this was Anderson Silva when he was in the Matrix. When he would just stand out and bow to everybody. This is a great fucking fight, man. Because Dan Henderson was so fucking dangerous. This is Dan in his prime.
Yeah.
And he had that fucking ridiculous power. Dan Henderson, like if you touch him, he's like made out of wood. He feels like this table.
Yeah. That
He's
right
so
hand's
dense.
ridiculous.
And he's just such an elite fucking wrestler too. And so Anderson just kind of timed him up a little bit. This is what Anderson would do. He would spend the beginning of the round just kind of moving around, looking to see how you move, putting it all in that computer, and then towards the end of the round, Anderson would start opening up. And once he started opening up, man, he was fucking lethal. Because you had to close the distance on him. Because Anderson was a counter striker. So he would stand there and make you lead. And when you lead, you know, you're running into fucking the biggest buzzsaw that ever existed in this division. Oh, that's right. I forget Dan got him down. How did he get him down? Let's see how he got him down.
Does it just cut right to it?
This video is slightly edited.
Oh, yeah. It just shows him taking him down.
He looked like he has like a leg drag position right there.
Yeah, he's almost in half guard. Or it's almost in side control.
Anybody Dan Henderson touches with that right hand, nobody survived that shit.
I know.
He's a wrestler with the fucking Mike Tyson right hand.
Do you remember his knockout of Vanderlei in the rematch? Holy shit.
The Bisping one? Fuck.
Yeah, the Bisping one was insane. But now this is Anderson when he's got his groove, right? This is Anderson loose. Boom, head kick. Boom. Oh, this is all edited up. So he stands up. Henderson's got the clinch. It was a good fight. I forgot how good this fight was. Scooch a little. Oh, yeah. So how did he get him down, though? Back it up.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Right there.
Here it is.
Oh,
That's where it happened.
okay.
It started from stand-up.
Man, it's weird how they're cutting out the takedowns.
Yeah, I
Like,
don't
it's very
understand that.
important how the fight got to there. But the fact that he's on top right here, that's fucking like what?
I know.
He's on top of a
Well, that was the thing.
world-class wrestler.
His
It's-
fucking grappling was elite, man. At a certain point in time in his career, he really became an elite grappler. I mean, the Minotaur brothers gave him his black belt, right?
Yeah.
Didn't they give it to him after he submitted Chael? Or was it before that?
I don't
think
remember.
it was before that.
I don't remember.
So here he got his back. And I think he went to the Dan Severn, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Boom.
Yeah, look at this.
Look at this.
Under
right
the
there.
chin,
Boom.
right there. Boom, and that's
Brutal.
it.
Brutal.
Big submission.
Was he already the champion at this point?
Yeah,
Like,
he was
defending
the
his title.
Yeah.
Shit.
Bro.
Dude. So much is happening.
Do you remember the early days where you and I would go to these events where we watch and go, you know what they need? They need some billionaires with some crazy deep pockets to buy the UFC and throw a ton of money at it.
Yeah.
And they fucking did it.
Yeah, it actually happened.
They fucking did it. They really did it.
Yeah. That's what generally, that's what it takes. It takes someone with money to burn that has vision. They go, okay, we're going to burn some money right now, but eventually it's going to come back to us, 1,000-fold. And that's what happened. Holy shit.
Especially when they knew that the product was so good. I mean, there was no denying that the UFC was exciting.
Yeah, people that are just getting into MMA now, you got to go back and go through the timeline. It was, man, the 90s, it blew up. UFC 2 blew it up. No one really knew what UFC 1 was about because there was no B-roll. And we're like, I remember thinking, oh, that's some pro wrestling. Like, we just didn't know what it was. And then you find out it was real. And you're like, oh, shit. And then the UFC 2 comes along and go, okay, let me watch this shit. And it's a 16-man tournament. And I was doing karate at the time. And I remember watching Hoist beat Minoki Ichihara. And it fucking crushed me. I'm like, fuck. Who is this Brazilian guy? Jesus. But by the time he got to the finals, man, I was a big fan. I'm like, oh, shit. You could take people, you could fight on the ground and you're not considered a pussy? Because I would fight on the ground because I wrestled in high school. And I'd just take a dude down and just hold
I remember
him down.
when I first met you, you would wear the fucking scuba gear on your head because you had long-ass hair.
Yeah.
So you'd wear like scuba gear and you would close it off with ear guards and you would toe hold everybody.
I would wear a Jacques Cousteau like headgear to put all my hair in, and then I would put the wrestling ear guards over it just to disguise it.
Oh, okay.
Just so it doesn't look like I'm a fucking Jacques Cousteau.
I remember when I first met you, you were leg locking. You were toe holding everybody.
Yeah.
That was your move.
From Ken Shamrock. I learned it from some instructional video of him in jeans. He has no shirt, looking like a Chippendales dancer, jeans on, and he's doing a toe hold with some Japanese guy because he was all pancrased out. And I'm like, whoa. He was doing it from the top. And I'm like, and I was always on the bottom playing half guard. I'm like, I wonder if I could do it from half guard. So I started doing toe holds from half guard a lot. Toe holds are still super powerful in the game. In today's game,
man.
In today's game, there's some guys that just got that toe hold down. They'll break your fucking foot off.
When Nicky Rod got Gordon in it and popped his ankle, that was nasty.
Yeah, those things are nasty, man. You just got to get really good at it. You just got to know how to use your whole body to twist that foot off.
Also, that'll fuck your ankle up for a long time. I wonder how Gordon's ankle is.
Yeah, he's probably fine.
I'm sure he's fine.
Because it just tears that, like, if it pops, it's like the outside of your foot, like right under that little ankle ball thing. There's like this meat under there that it's going to be
ripped?
Yeah, and it stays sore for a couple months.
Is it
you can get surgery on it. So
you
can't? Ankle surgery only happens when, like, you break bones, like the ankle bones. All the little ligaments, there's so many little ones that you just kind of just leave it alone and just.
Do you know who Laird Hamilton is?
No.
Laird Hamilton's a world champion surfer. He's a wild man. And he broke his ankle and didn't do shit about it. Just said, fuck it. Just walk around with a broken ankle. And his one of his ankles is like twice the size of a regular ankle. It just became this like
calcium deposit
knot
thing
of bone. It's all. Look at his ankle. He showed it to me. Look at that.
What?
That's his ankle. Yeah.
I don't even get what that is, dude. I don't even see what that is.
Broken bone. That's
What's all that
healed up.
white shit on the top?
That's the bottom of his foot. So he's got it. He's doing this. He's like showing me like this.
Oh my god.
Yeah. It's freaky. You look at it and you go, what the fuck, dude? You didn't go to a doctor?
Yeah.
He's like, nah, I just walked around on it. He's an animal, dude. That guy, he gets in the sauna at 200 degrees, 200 plus, and he gets on an air dye machine with oven mitts on. And he just fucking sprints in the sauna at like 200 degrees.
What does he do again? What's
He's a world champion surfer.
Oh, shit.
Big wave surfer.
Damn. The scary shit.
The scary shit.
The shit from, like, Portugal.
Yeah. The scary shit.
Yeah.
The scary shit.
Yeah.
He's an animal.
I can't believe people survive those waves.
Bro, they don't always. They don't always.
How often does a surfer die?
All the time. When those
the
things
time?
come, yeah, man. When those things come crashing down on you, you fucking plummet to the bottom with 1 million pounds of water on top of you, and you get knocked unconscious. Happens all the time. Guys get driven by the weight of the water right into the rocks.
Yeah, I'm not into that at all.
I'm not into sharks.
Yeah.
Did you see that fucking lady that they found in a 13-foot alligator's mouth in Florida?
I saw the clip. I didn't see the clip. I saw the blurred out picture of it.
My sister sent it to me because it's down near where she lives. They fucking found some alligator just dragging a lady.
Yeah. How about that shark in Egypt that attacked that man?
Oh, that one's hard.
It seems like we're seeing more shark attacks. It seems like it's happening more often now,
People
right?
have better phones.
That's probably what it is. Huh?
Yeah. But that one, we haven't confirmed whether or not this is true, but what I had heard was that off the coast of this resort, these people were dumping sheep carcasses. So they had these sheep carcasses and they wanted to get rid of them, so they dumped them off the coast. That's what they would do with them. And then a high concentration of sharks would happen in that area. And there's a fucking resort there. So there's this really nice resort. People are like, oh, fucking, let's go for a swim. You're going for a swim in monster soup.
Yeah.
And they've been feeding those monsters.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just fucked that dude up.
Yeah. I'm not.
There's definitely stories of that happening. I don't know if it's the exact same area, but it might be.
Sheep exports linked to Egypt shark attacks.
That's
from 2010.
Years ago. Yeah, there's like a series of them.
So I bet that's. Yeah, why are dead sheep washing up on Egypt shores? That's from 2017. So 2010, and then again in 2017. Yeah, probably.
Yes, it's similar to what happened in Sharm el Sheikh.
Yeah, it says down there, 2022, animal carcass dropped into the sea near that place. Wow.
The travel agent noted that.
The travel agent. How about they give you a heads up? Hey, by the way, they dump a lot of bloody carcasses in that water.
Like, what are you
There's a lot
doing?
of sharks.
Like, all you need to do is see Jaws, and that right there just scares you out the goddamn ocean.
Did you see the Meg? It might be the dumbest movie of all time. And the Meg 2 is like, hold my beer.
Yeah.
The Meg 2, I watched the Meg 2 with my daughter.
Yeah.
The other day, we were howling, just howling, laughing. It's so goofy. This shark like tries to find people.
It works though. It works because I will never go deep sea diving ever. That's never gonna fucking happen.
Yeah, I'm so not into
I ain't
that.
going into jungles and I ain't going deep sea diving. I ain't doing it.
So not into
No anacondas for me. No crocodiles. I'll go up and I'll go to Aspen and go snowboarding. That's what I want to do.
I had Paul Rosalie on my podcast, and he's a dude that he spends a large amount of time saving the rainforest. Really fucking cool guy. He goes down to the Amazon, and he's like saving the rainforest from people that are cutting it down. And what he does is these loggers are just poor, man. You know, they're not trying to destroy the world. They don't have options, man. You know, they're poor. And so what he does is he gets them hired to protect the rainforest. So he gets the same people say, hey, man, this job, what's this job paying you? How about we give you more money and you protect the rainforest? And like, oh, thank you. So he hires these guys to do the opposite of what they were doing. And they've protected millions of acres of rainforest just doing this. But this dude, he told me he jumped on an anaconda because he was trying to, like, they were trying to find out how big it is. He couldn't get his arms around it. He's my size.
Yeah.
He couldn't get his arms around it. So he's my size. So imagine this. Imagine this. A snake that wide. He said it was at least 25 feet long. And it was slithering through the water. And he felt it slither, and it's dark out. And he tried to hold on to it. So he tried to grab a hold of it like this.
I wish I had that kind of courage.
I don't know if that's courage.
I don't know, man.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Jungle scared the shit out of me, man. I like watching them on TV. I like watching Amazon River documentaries and Congo documentaries, but I will never go into another jungle in my life.
You know what my favorite thing is? When jaguars kill crocodiles.
That's pretty badass.
Crocodiles,
they deserve it. Yeah, they deserve it.
They're always this shit.
They're always sneaking up on antelope. You know what I mean? Every now and then, when a leopard fucking takes them out, it feels good.
Cats are number one. Cats are number one. They're my favorite.
Oh yeah,
because they're so ruthless. This fucking cat swimming through the water, eating crocodiles, and he's got there's many videos of this happening where people have caught them hunting crocodiles. But this one. This jaguar is carrying a crocodile bigger than him. He's got it by the back of its neck, and he's waddling out of the water with this fucking crocodile in his teeth. Like, who would have imagined that something would hunt crocodiles?
Yeah. Yeah, you think they'd have no predators?
The fucking cats in the Amazon, man, they're so big. Those jaguars are big, bro. They're big and they're so ruthless. He said he was sleeping in like a hammock, and a jaguar came right up to his hammock and was like breathing in the hammock.
Dude, that's so good.
Right there. Right
Dude,
outside
you got
the
a
hammock.
good ass fucking lion or tiger.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by cats. I think that's the scariest way to die. Tigers are the scariest way. You've seen that one where the tiger leaps up and tries to get that guy where he's on top of the elephant?
Oh, yeah.
That's
Fuck
a classic.
that. What are you doing
classic.
around tigers?
That's
the
a
fuck
classic.
out of here.
The fuck out of
the
here,
tigers.
man. Unless you have a fucking machine gun.
Yeah.
And you're just like, you can't have a stick. He's trying to get it off with a stick. Get out of here.
Yeah, fuck.
He just ripped his hand apart. That guy got lucky.
Dude, that's the one thing about, the one good thing about living in a city is you're not going to die by witnessing animals eat you alive. You know what I mean?
Right.
Every animal in the wild, one day, you're going to witness animals eating you, and you're going to be alive, and you're going to watch it, right? And before that happens, you might have your siblings or your kids or your significant other. You're gonna watch. They're gonna get eaten alive.
My friend Jim Shockey.
That's the only thing cool about living in this fucking matrix is at least we're not gonna get eaten alive and witness it, because that's happening for sure in the wild. In the wild, they're gonna get you. The insects are gonna get you, or the fucking some kind of cat is gonna get you, or a bear is gonna get you. You're gonna watch yourself get eaten alive. That's
gonna get
terrifying, right?
My friend Jim Shockey, he's a professional hunter, and they hired him to go to Africa to kill these crocodiles because these people in this village were getting fucked up by crocodiles so much. And what these people would do is they would set up these areas where it was okay for them to wash and to gather water. So they would put like sticks in the ground, like block it off, like sticks in the water in the ground, so that the crocodiles couldn't get through, but they'd still figure out a way to get through. They knew it. Yeah, they figured it out.
That.
And he said when he was there, everybody in the village, it's like one guy's missing a foot, one guy's missing an arm, one guy's got a chunk taken out of his leg.
Yeah.
It's like everywhere you look, there was people with like a stump for a hand because they were washing, and snap, rah! It just fucking gator rolls and pulls your fucking hand off, and you're running into the village with bone poking out of your forearm.
Yeah.
Bro.
Fuck the wild.
Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that, man. People hunt those.
Yeah.
They hunt those. This girl just killed one with a fucking bow. Like the largest crocodile that that a woman's ever killed with a bow. It's just insane. Here, I'll show it to you. Go to Bomar Bow Hunting on Instagram.
And can you cut it right there? I got to piss.
Because you got to piss again. This is hilarious. This is comical. Your dick's broken, bro. But you've been drinking.
Dude. Too much coffee, dude. Coffee and
beer and
coffee and beer. I'm gonna be pissing fucking all night.
I haven't had beer in forever. It feels good. It's hot out. I like a cold beer when it's hot out. A nice Lone Star. You think Bud Light's gonna bounce back?
I saw a lot of Bud Light commercials.
There's a video.
I saw
There's a
Bud Light
photo.
commercials during football.
Look at this. This girl killed this with a bow. Look at the size of that fucking crocodile. Good Lord.
Is it like an angle thing?
An angle thing?
Sometimes things look bigger than they are just from.
No. Look at the fucking tail on her shoulder.
Where did she shoot? Like, where do you got to get this?
I think she was in
motherfucker?
Tanzania.
But like, you got to get in the neck or something.
That's a good question. I think you have to get it at the base of the brain. Does it say? It says quartering away about 40 yards. Deep breath, calm down, buried my pen right where the center of his lungs should be. Got him through the lungs.
You know that
1,500 pounds.
albino alligators are worth a lot in the leather industry. Did you know that? I just
Really?
found that out. Yeah, because then you could dye it any color because it's albino and it's white.
Oh, interesting.
So you make the guys from Toehold, they get special white albino alligator to make alligator flip flops.
I wonder if they breed them. If they find like albinos and they try to breed them with other albinos. That makes sense because it's probably a recessive gene, right?
And could you breed them, or is it just like something that just pops up every now and then? It's
You
white?
could if you like shoved them all together. Like, fuck, you got to fuck somebody here. Go ahead. There's only like pale ones. I don't think they care. You know, do you think there's racist crocodiles? I don't like whitey. I'm not fucking that white bitch.
Dude, how about those people that like I just saw a video of like this family like taking pictures next to an alligator, and one guy's like kind of holding it down, and the mother's coming.
Oh,
and
God.
Have you seen that?
So you know it's something bad's about to happen.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
God.
but the video, nothing bad happened. Oh no, it did snap, but you don't know what happened. The guy who had the camera, he just dropped it, and you didn't see what happened, but it did turn around and snap. Like, what are you doing, man?
Show that video where that 14-foot or 13.6-foot alligator has this woman in his mouth in Florida.
That was just a couple days ago, right?
Yeah, man. They just found this thing walking across the ground with a fucking lady in his mouth. They will fucking kill you.
Yeah.
And when you're in Florida, they're everywhere. One of them killed a kid at Disney World.
Yeah.
I was at Disney World, and I go, how often do you guys get alligators here? The guy looks at me and goes, all the time. I go, can't you stop them? He goes, you don't know when they're there. They find their way into the lakes, and you don't know they're there.
It's crazy that they're allowed to. I mean, they're needed, right, to clean up the swamps and stuff in Florida. Like, they're needed, right?
They're getting killed. They're getting killed by pythons. There's somewhere in the neighborhood of there it is.
Can you see it?
I
see blood.
I think they've already taken the lady's body. That's the lady. Hurt.
Damn.
That, no disrespect, but that looks like the kind of lady that might get eaten by a crocodile or an alligator. Fuck, man, look at all the blood. Oh, that might actually be the alligator's blood. Who knows? They might have shot it already. Jesus. They identified her. There's one story about this dude. He stole a car, and cops are chasing him. He gets to a bridge, jumps off the bridge, lands on an alligator.
And that's it.
Just drags him under. That's a wrap, son. And the cops are like, all right.
Fuck. In the wild, that's what you have to deal with. Yeah. Eventually, you're going to get caught.
Well, the thing about Florida is it's not just the wild. Florida, it's fucking golf courses. They have giant ones. You ever seen those videos of giant ones walking across golf courses?
Yep. And every now and then a kid goes missing.
Mm-hmm. All
Fucking
the time.
Scary, dude.
All the time.
What the fuck?
Yeah, they're everywhere. And you unless you're watching them 24/7, you don't know where they're going.
They're not in Southern California. I'll tell you that much.
No, they're not in Southern
You have alligators out here, or crocodiles?
They have alligators. They have alligators in South Texas.
Really? Like in lakes and stuff?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in lakes. Yeah.
You know what I saw? I saw a video of a bunch of wild boars. Like, there was 3 of them, and they had a bunch of babies, and they're just laying there on trash. They're like in some kind of landfill. And all these babies are just sucking on the tits, for milk. And they're just trash everywhere. And there's like 3 or 4 of them. It's like a swarm.
There's so many of them, man. There's millions of them in the state. Millions.
Wouldn't it make sense, like, to, they got to kill them, right?
They definitely do. But you can't keep up with them. They can start breeding when they're 6 months old.
But wouldn't it make sense to kill them for food and just have a bunch of food?
Oh, they definitely do that. My friend Jesse Griffiths, he runs this amazing restaurant in Austin called Dai Due, and he runs a school. What is it called? The Traditional School of Cookery? What is it called? Jesse's school? He runs a school where he teaches people how to hunt pigs, how to butcher them, and how to cook them, and he's a chef. So
whoa, and these are all wild boars.
Wild boars, yeah.
That seems like a pretty good business, right?
Great business,
yeah,
and also very smart. The new school of traditional cookery. And Jesse, I had a chance to hunt with him in December of last year, and we went to South Texas, real close to Mexico, and he was cooking for us. So we're in camp hunting deer, and he would cook for us. So you have this like world-class chef who's cooking these amazing meals, from these animals that you cook and you kill out there. So he's cooking like ducks and deer, and it's amazing, and wild pigs, wild boars.
What does a wild boar taste like? Chicken?
No. It tastes like pork. It tastes like really good pork. It actually is better than regular pork.
Yeah, you think that's the problem. That solves the problem, right?
Yeah, it's a darker meat. It's darker, because they're just, you know, they're so invasive. There's millions and millions of them in the state.
And just in Texas, or they're
No,
all over the
they're
South?
all over the South.
All over.
They're all over everywhere now. They're in California. I've hunted them in California. I hunted them at Tejon Ranch. I've
Where's
shot a
Tejon
couple-
Ranch at?
It's like Bakersfield.
Okay.
Out there. It's 270,000 acres. It's the biggest private ranch in California. I hunted there with Steve Ranella. I shot one with a rifle, and it was this big pig, man. We roasted it, and it's delicious. It had been eating acorns. It was real fat. It was so good. It's like a delicious fucking meat, man. You know, people frown upon them because they think they're nasty and stinky because they eat everything, but if you clean them up and you cook them correctly, they're delicious. And Jesse's a master at that. But it's a good animal to hunt because they have to hunt them.
Yeah.
They have so many of them. They're overrun. There's fucking millions of them.
And what's the number one thing they destroy?
Crops.
Like what? Like all crops? Anything?
Everything.
Doesn't matter.
Everything. They go into the ground. They fuck the ground up and just destroy the crops. They eat everything. They
And
eat
fences don't
meat.
keep them out? They go right through fences?
They go under fences. They go around fences. They find their way, man. They're fucking really resilient. They're tough as shit. They have like a thick coating on the outside of their chest. Like all around here is like this thick of like this, like it's an armored plate that they have all around so they can fight with each other because they all have tusks. And so they've evolved to develop this like very thick fucking armored plate all around like their neck and this area.
Huh.
Yeah, they're fucking gnarly animals.
You know what's
man.
scary too is the video footage like in Africa of like in landfills, and they're just filled with baboons and shit.
Oh yeah.
What?
Baboons are crazy,
Dude.
That's like a dog and a monkey combination.
Yeah, and they actually train dogs to take care of their young.
Isn't
How
that wild?
crazy is that?
Yeah, they train dogs. Yeah, they have dogs in their camp to alert them to
Dude,
predators.
look,
Yeah.
dude, this is a fucking like that's
Insane.
like insane, dude.
Insane.
What the fuck?
Imagine being a guy that's fucking there and you gotta like clean up these landfills and these fucking baboons are everywhere.
Yeah, imagine if you live by that.
They're such a weird looking animal too. They got that long wolf-like face and they got.
You would think they would go after humans.
They do sometimes. They steal babies. There's been a bunch of instances of baboons stealing people's babies and killing them and eating them. Snatch your baby from you and run away with it.
Man, what if they snatch it and raise it?
I don't think they would. They'd eat that thing. It's too
Dude,
much work to
That's
raise
some
a
scary
baby.
shit, dude.
You don't have to raise a
Living near swarms of baboons, you want to live as far away as that shit as possible.
Yeah.
Like, what do they deal with on a
Yeah.
daily basis?
What
Like,
do they?
how do you? I mean, because these things are coming in, and I'm sure if they're not just straight up attacking, which would be smart for them, because like coyotes and possums, they live with us, and we don't fuck with them because they don't fuck with us.
Right.
It's almost like they know. As long as when you see a human, just run from them. If you stay and attack, we're gonna get exterminated. It's almost like they know that instinctively, right?
Yeah, it is almost like they know it instinctively.
Yeah,
they're very intelligent.
Yeah, we got dude.
They're
We got
intelligent like a monkey.
I got coyotes all over me,
Yeah.
and possums, and those things look fucking scary.
Possums aren't scary though, but they do carry diseases, like serious diseases.
They look scary. They look like giant rats.
The coyotes, man, they're fucking clever. They're so clever.
And they're clever enough to know not to fuck with humans, because if they did, they'll take a dog, they'll take a little chihuahua and eat that motherfucker.
Oh yeah.
But if they started attacking, when they attack one child, they're just going to go in. There's going to be an extermination process.
Well, there was
going
one
on.
recently that attacked a kid, and there's a video of it. This
Really?
guy, this guy's like he set his kid down like his young baby. His kid was like 2 years old, and he sets his kid down. He's taking some things out of his car, and the baby starts screaming. A fucking coyote's dragging the baby away.
Did he get the baby back?
Yeah, he screamed and ran after it, and the kid's crying. It's horrible.
Have you seen those videos of cats defending babies and kids?
Yes,
That's
yes.
some cool shit.
Yeah,
That's
man.
some cool shit. There was this one video where a baby gets out of his little crib or something and is about to like fall down the stairs, and a cat just fucking jumps in front of him and pushes him back.
Yeah,
That's some crazy shit.
that is
That's
crazy.
super intelligent right there.
Well, yeah, that's family.
And there was another video where it was like in a front yard, and some dog went after a kid, and the cat came out of nowhere.
Yeah, and fucked up the dog. Yeah.
That's some beautiful shit, right?
That
there,
is
man.
beautiful.
Yeah,
You got a pet that will help you.
You would think the cats wouldn't do shit. You know, you would think that they wouldn't do shit, but probably most of them won't do shit to protect their.
Well, they think of that baby as like a part of their family. That's like they would.
Well, right
do the
there,
same.
look at that, dude.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Come on, man, that's beautiful.
Yeah,
look
it's
at that.
crazy.
Look at that. Whoa.
He's like,
just save that baby.
How
does this like? How
It
smart is
just
this
knows.
cat?
They're smart. I mean, they think of a baby as like part of their family, you know.
Or they could be thinking, okay, the mother of this baby is my provider. I gotta protect everything.
I don't think they think like that. I think they think that that's like one of their family. I think that's what they think. I'm just guessing.
Yeah.
Did I ever tell you when a coyote honeypotted my dog Johnny? Remember Johnny Cash?
Yeah. Wait. Johnny Cash, which was
the
after
giant
Frank?
mastiff. The mastiff.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we had chickens, right? And chickens, they brood. And what a brood is like sometimes chickens, when there's no rooster, they're convinced, like chickens lay eggs every day, pretty much. And they don't turn into chicks because there's no rooster to fertilize the egg, right? Rooster fucks the hen lays an egg, that egg's viable, it becomes a chick.
Yeah.
But the chickens don't know that. So sometimes they get it in their head that this egg is going to be a baby. And so they pluck their own feathers out and they sit on this egg. If you come near them, they peck at you and they're brooding. And they won't lay an egg for a long time. And to get them out of the brooding, what you have to do is you have to take them from their big chicken coop and then you have to put them in a small chicken coop where they have to hold onto a railing. So they can't sit down on the ground and brood, and there's no egg in there. So they have to sit on this railing and hold. If you keep them there for a few days, they snap out of it. Then you put them back in the chicken coop. Well, this fucking coyote was so smart that it became friends with Johnny. And Johnny was like this giant dog. He was fucking huge. He was 140 pounds, this big old fucking head. And this other chicken coop was small. So we had the big chicken coop that was protected from coyotes and such. And then the small chicken coop that you would put the brooders in. And so somehow or another, this coyote became friends with Johnny. And the pool guy fucked up and he left the gate open. So the gate was open to where the chicken coop was. And the coyote convinced Johnny to destroy this little chicken coop. And so, like, he couldn't do it. He was too little. The coyote's like 30 pounds, but Johnny's like $140. And the coyote couldn't eat Johnny because he was huge. But he thought this coyote was his friend. And so I'm sitting there, we're playing some kind of game. I forget we're playing Monopoly or some shit. And we're looking out the window, and I see a fucking coyote running through the backyard with a chicken in his mouth. And he hops on top of, bro, we had like a 6-foot fence. This coyote jumped to the top of that fence like an acrobat. Put his paws, his 2 front paws, and then his back paws with a chicken in his mouth and sprung over the fence. I was like, motherfucker. And we ran outside. I'm like, how did this fucking coyote get a hold of the chicken? How'd this happen? And then I went over to where the chicken coop was, and there's Johnny just sitting here with this destroyed chicken coop looking at me like, what did I do? And I was like, what the fuck did you do, man? He destroyed the chicken coop. The coyote convinced him to get into that chicken coop. Because it couldn't do it. So he tore the chicken coop apart, and the coyote's like, thank you, snatch, see ya, pew.
Yo, that's crazy.
Crazy. But then Johnny got a taste of chickens. He decided that, oh, well, I should kill chickens too. And Johnny was huge. So another time, someone else left the fucking fence open, and Johnny just went through the chicken coop, the big one, because he was so big. He just fucking tore it apart. And he killed 9 chickens. And by the time I got to him, like, we looked out the window. It was like, why is Johnny in the chicken coop? Fuck! And we ran outside, and he had torn a hole in the chicken coop and just went ham. So we had, like, 19 chickens left, and he killed 9 of them.
Fuck.
And there's a few that were still alive that were fucked up. Like big old fucking puncture wounds in them and shit, where he was just shaking them. And then he would go
whatever
on to the
happened
next
to
one.
Johnny Cash?
He died.
Of old age?
Yeah.
was sad.
How long ago was that?
Quite a while ago. He was 13. It was real sad.
It was like 10 years ago?
It was real. At the end, man, he couldn't even walk. I used to have to carry him outside, and then he would go to the bathroom, and then I'd carry him to his food. It was sad.
Yeah.
It was so sad.
That's how one of my cats got cancer, and man, you just watch him die slowly.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Do you know a lot of dogs and cats get cancer from dog food? Like the kind of food like dry kibble, not all of it, I don't want to disparage all of it, but a lot of dry kibble is just not good for them.
Yeah.
Well, I switched Marshall to this frozen food. It's raw frozen food. And dude, it changed his health so much. He lost body fat, he gained energy, he looks better. It's like, it just makes sense. It's like meat, it's frozen meat and potatoes and like green beans and shit, and he fucking loves it. You serve it to them frozen. You just pour it in, you scoop it out, serve it in their bowl, and he fucking goes nuts for it. But it's like changed his health. And I was kind of embarrassed that I didn't do that early. There's a couple of companies that do that. Like there's like Farmer's Dog that's really good. There's a bunch of different companies that have real food. It's real food. It's like human grade food that you serve to your dogs. So like, yeah, of course. Of course. You ever eat a piece of fucking dog kibble? It tastes so bland and such bullshit. It's just filler, and who knows, not all of them. Again, so I'm sure some of them are good. But a lot of them, it's just like, what's in there? What the fuck is in there?
Yeah. Especially when I was growing up, we would get a gigantic bag of plain wrapped dog food.
Yeah. Like generic dog food. Cheap as
Generic,
shit.
giant fucking sack,
Yeah.
dude.
It keeps them alive, but it's not, they don't enjoy it.
Yeah.
And I started serving him elk meat. So what I would do is I would get some of the elk that I would kill. I'd get it ground. I'd get it ground up, and then I would give him like a chunk of that in his food.
I was going to ask you that. I was like, give him the stuff you hunt.
Yeah, and I was like, this is so much better for him. Like he loved it, but this is like balanced. Like it's balanced. It's like cubed beef. Like it's like little. I mean, you look at it, it's fresh. It's just fresh frozen little cubes of beef and like green beans and blueberries and shit. And dude, it's changed him. Like he's like thin now. He lost 10 pounds. He was like 86 pounds. Now he's like 75 pounds. He looks fucking great. He's got so much energy. It's just like he was developing all this body fat, and it's like it's just processed food, man. It's just like humans. If you gave a human cereal every day, they're gonna look like shit. It's just not good for them.
Yeah, most disease, I'm sure, is caused by what we put in our mouths.
Yeah,
sure.
a lot of it. A
it's
lot
gotta
of
be.
it is bad food and then environmental factors, right? I was reading about this thing where dudes who cut countertops in California, there's a lot of guys who are dying from an incurable respiratory disease. Guys who do construction work and they're cutting countertops.
Yeah.
Apparently some of these, see if you can find that. Some of these countertops, it's fucking, they're inhaling toxic fumes when they saw this shit.
Yeah.
And this fucking young guy had like a oxygen tank. Here it is. California workers who cut countertops are dying of an incurable disease. Fuck, man. Industrial stretch of Pacoima, man labored over hefty slabs of speckled stone, saws whining over sounds of Spanish language rock. Pale dust rose around them as they worked. Many went without masks. Some had water spurting from their machines, but others had nothing to tamp down the powder rising in the air. Nobody uses water, one man in a Dodgers cap said in Spanish when Maria Cabrera approached, holding flyers about silicosis, an incurable and suffocating disease that has devastated dozens of workers across the state and killed men who have barely reached middle age. Fuck, man. Imagine that, man. You just got a fucking job and it just kills you.
I worked at a place for 2 weeks that bulletproofed cars. And for diplomats and for like check cashing mobile vans, just bulletproof it. And basically all it is you take apart, you put slabs of fiberglass in the doors. So the doors are just filled with sheets of fiberglass. So you have to cut the fiberglass to fit the door. And when you cut it, when you're like sawing it, there's all this fiberglass dust particles all over it. Fiberglass dust everywhere. I remember thinking, fuck this. Even I was 18 or 19 when I did that. And you had face masks and everything, like those N95s or whatever. But I remember thinking, this fucking can't be good. Lasted 2 weeks. I had enough of that shit.
I did construction. I laid fiberglass in people's basements, and then the easements, and then
Did you cut
attics.
fiberglass pieces and stuff?
I cut that shit with razor knives. With like X-Acto knives. You
Yeah.
cut it and then place it in place. I was always itchy. And you're sweating because it's the summertime in Boston.
Yeah.
So it's fucking 90 degrees outside, and it's all humid, and you're in this attic, and you're just breathing that shit. And we didn't wear masks. We didn't have nothing. And I was thinking, what the fuck am I doing in here?
Yeah.
And you're always itchy. Like, it just would get in your pores, and fuck, man. Dude, growing up, because my stepdad's an architect, I got a lot of jobs on construction sites. And man, did I learn about fucking work, like real work, like hard work, like labor work. And that taught me that I don't want to do that.
Oh, yeah. I went through the same thing.
I don't want to do
No.
that. I don't want to
I roofed for a week. I'm like, no, I ain't roofing.
No.
I don't want to sweat while I work.
This was why I was still fighting. So I would do that all day, and then I would try to go to the gym at night, and I would be hitting the bag, and I was so tired. I was stupid back then. I didn't drink water. I was totally dehydrated. I was eating sub sandwiches and a soda pop for lunch.
Yeah.
I didn't take vitamins.
Doritos.
Yeah. And then I'd go and try to work out, and I was like, I had nothing. And I remember thinking, oh my God, I have to quit. I can't do this. I have to figure out another job. That's when I started teaching. I was like, I have to. And then I was teaching and delivering newspapers. I was like, I'd rather be poor.
Have you gotten into, you're fasting now, right?
I do intermittent fasting. Yeah.
You don't eat breakfast?
I very rarely eat breakfast.
Yeah, me too, man.
I usually eat my first meal after I work out, which is usually around like noonish.
Huge. Working out on an empty stomach. Dude,
You were telling me about that.
Yeah, that changed my
Oh, that's
fucking
right. Yeah,
life.
you were telling me about that.
Yeah, it's huge, man.
What's changed my life is eliminating most carbs and this carnivore diet. That's changed my life. Changed everything.
So you wake up, a cup of, because you could have a cup of black coffee.
Yeah, I'll
right,
have coffee. Yeah.
And
I'll
then
have-
you
I
won't-
drink black coffee anyway. I don't put anything in my coffee.
And you wait till what time to eat?
Noonish.
Noonish?
Yeah,
You ever
so-
go like 4 or 5-ish?
Yes. Yeah, sometimes I come straight here and I don't even eat. The thing about when you eat only meat too, you don't really get hungry the same way because you don't have that carb craving that you get,
Yeah.
So what I do is first thing in the morning I get in the cold water. That's my first thing.
Really?
Before I work out. I just get in that. Sometimes I'll have a cup of coffee first, say goodbye to my kids, send them off to school, kiss my wife, and go, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. And then I fucking suffer. Then I get in that fucking cold water for 3 minutes every morning. Every fucking morning. It's a game changer, son. Game changer.
That's a tough one, man. That's a tough one.
I don't like it, but I love how I feel when I get out of there. I get out of there, I'm like, whoa! Ah! And then I do like a series of body weight exercises to warm up. I do 100 push-ups, 100 body weight squats, and then I start my workout.
Nice.
Yeah.
Before I started working out on an empty stomach, I would, in between, like whatever, like if I was doing bench, in between the sets, I'd be like on my phone doing emails or whatever.
yeah.
You know what I mean? I wouldn't do shit for like 2-3 minutes, and then I'd do the next set. And then I would see other people doing sets, and they were doing sets in between their sets, like they would just jump and start doing body weight squats and shrugs or some like other shit in between what they're doing. I'm like, whoa, I could never do that. I'm like, I didn't have the, and I thought back then I was working out on an empty stomach because I would have like a little protein bar and a little shake and some vitamins. I thought that was an empty stomach. That's not an empty stomach. Your body still is expending energy trying to deal with that shit in your stomach.
For sure.
So if you ate a tremendous meal, pasta, bread, you just stuffed yourself, and then you try to work out, that would zap like, what, 80% of your energy?
You'd be wrecked.
Like 80, 70%. So, a little bar and a little shake and some vitamins, maybe it's not 80%, but it's like 10%, 15%, and that makes a difference. So once I started, and you know what's crazy? I heard it from people. Like I heard it from GSP. I heard it from a football player, DK Metcalf. All day, doesn't eat. Maybe he eats like some like candy, so little Skittles just to get like a sugar rush or something. But it's one meal a day. And then when I heard it from Mikey Musumeci, I'm like, you know what? let me try this shit. And man, my workouts, dude, I'm doing body weight squats because I can't do weighted squats because of the metal in my back. I can't put any weight on my shoulders.
Is that the case with your disc replacement? How's that doing? How is that?
You know, when I went in there originally 6 years ago, the doctor said, okay, both your L5 and L4 are fucked. Your L5 is worse. That one needs to be replaced right away.
You had no disc. You were basically
not on the
bone
L5.
on bone.
Yeah. But the one above it was looking like shit too. So he said, you want to do both of them right now? If you don't, you're going to have to come back in like 5-6 years and do the one above.
Why didn't you do both of them?
Because people were telling me, don't ever do shit that you don't need. I was hearing that because it was a game time decision. I didn't have to make the decision until right when they laid me on the table and they said, the doctor said, so what do you want to do? Because I had choices. I could have went fusion because I was barely qualified for a disc replacement. Barely.
It was that fucked up.
Yeah, they're going, dude, because you have to, your spine has to be a certain way for disc replacement to work. So you have to like qualify it for it. And so the doctor said, you can do disc replacement, but you're right on the cusp. And he goes, we could do this. We could do fusion, which boxes it up, the L5. We could do one fusion. We could do two fusions. We could do one disc. We can do two discs. Or we could do one fusion and one disc, whatever you want to do. Or you could just do one disc, come back.
Leave it up to you?
He left it up to me.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah. So I decided, let's go just one disc. And I'll come back 5 or 6 years. And it's been 5-6 years. So my back has been like super stiff, sore. It got really fucked up exactly a year ago. Remember, I did your podcast like last September, and dude, that whole weekend I could barely put my shoes on. It was really, really bad. And then I heard about the guy that fixed Dave Grogan's back. Is that his name?
David Goggins.
David Goggins, that guy. He mentions a guy that fixed his back, and his name is Joe Hippensteel. And one of my students works for him. And he goes, man, we could fix, it was a woman. She goes, we could fix your back. I go, I got metal in my back. Nothing's going to fix my back. I'm going to need surgery again. And this is about like 6 months ago. And she said, just come and talk to Joe. I'll set up an appointment. Talk to Joe. He fixed Dave Groggins. And
Goggins.
God, why do I say Groggins? Goggins. And I said, okay. So I set up an appointment. You know, he's in San Diego. I met him. He's like a former, like a Olympic level decathlete, and he figured out what's wrong with most injuries is his whole system is my back. The pain I'm getting is my lower back muscles are locked. They're literally locked. That's why you're stiff and you can't move and it's sore. He goes, you have to know how to unlock the muscles, and people don't know how to unlock them. So his style of stretching unlocks the muscle. It takes about an hour and a half to do his stretching routine, but it's all on a timer. You do a 2-minute stretch here, 1 minute rest, don't do nothing, don't move. 2-minute stretch, 1 minute rest, don't do nothing. Because the general philosophy is you got to stretch. To unlock a muscle, you got to do it slowly. You can't get in there and start throwing elbows and fucking yanking and stretching, because that does nothing. That just makes it worse. You got to do a slow stretch. You do,
relax.
And there can't be any pain. So there's these certain stretches for your lower back. There's 5 of them just for your lower back. There's a bunch. There's like 27 total, but for your lower back, there's 5. And you do them, and you're on a clock.
Did you go to him to talk to him?
I went to him, and I did it on. I'm in the middle of it. I'm doing it, dude. My back feels like 80% better.
Really?
Yes. It's all about unlocking your muscles.
Go to this guy's website.
Joe Hippensteel.
Wow.
Yeah. So he flies out every week to the Cleveland Browns. He's a Cleveland Browns physical therapist. Like he shows them all these stretches.
I'm gonna show you some shit.
He works with the San Diego Padres too. So I'm in the process of that, of fully unlocking my muscles. But, you know, your muscles have memory, so they always go back and they always relock. So every day I got to do these stretches.
I'm gonna show you some.
I'm hoping I don't have to have surgery, and it looks like I'm headed to full recovery. It really looks like that.
I'm gonna show you something that Goggins just sent me. God, how do I save this? Cancel. Hold on.
Hold on a second. Save. Here it is. Okay.
He was just here a week ago.
Goggins was?
No.
Oh,
Joe
Hippensteel
was doing an event here a week ago.
Yeah, he does.
really?
He does seminars. He's so awesome, man. He spent like the whole afternoon with me. Didn't even charge me. Just that's him. He's got a way of stretching that no one else does. It's not yoga. Yoga is like just to get your blood moving. If you want to unlock muscles, like he says, like when you have a shoulder injury, the pain is coming from your bicep locking. So you got to unlock your bicep. So that I'm no expert in his style, but I know a little about it, and it's working for me, man. It's working. What's the name? It's Ultimate
Human Performance.
That's it. Ultimate Human Performance. Joe Hippensteel in San Diego. Man, if you're thinking about getting surgery, you should look into this first.
That sounds amazing.
And the crazy thing is the stretching. There's not supposed to be any pain, so there is no pain. Everything has to be at when you get in a stretch, you have to get at 7. You don't want to get 8, 9, 10 pain. 7,
Don't
and
force
then exactly. You do it slowly. It's like cooking like a brisket. You do it slowly. You don't just nuke it.
Right.
You got to do it slowly. So the basic philosophy behind it is you stretch the muscle and it stretches just a little bit, and then you rest for a minute. Don't do nothing. You don't move, and you lay on your back. It's called the dead zone, and then it fills. The muscles that got stretched, it fills with blood, and then you go back 2 more minutes. Let's stretch it a little bit more, and then you rest for 1 minute. Don't do nothing, dead zone, and then it fills with blood a little bit more, and then it's a slow.
And it's an hour and a half every day?
About an hour and a half.
So you do it every day?
I try to. If I'm on the road, it's tough, but you can just do it on your bed. It's so easy. It's super easy. Just do it on my bed.
Shit.
Yeah.
So Goggins,
This
in his
is the
spare
guy.
time, his spare time,
Yeah.
he fire jumps. So this is a dude that's wealthy. Goggins has a lot of money.
How did he make his money?
He sold a book. His book, Can't Hurt Me, sold the shit. Give me some volume. So, give me some volume. Why isn't it playing? Why isn't it having any volume? Anyway, so he fire jumps into this area, and look at these grizzly bear tracks. So what he does is he fire jumps for the challenge. He doesn't fire jump for money. Like most of these guys are fire jumping, they pay you to do it, so you do it. He does it just because it's fucking hard to do. And so he sends me this video of these fucking giant bear tracks. He's a size 12 foot. Look, he's putting it right next to his bear track. So he sends me this video, and I go, oh my God. I go, don't get eaten, brother. And he goes, fuck it. Here it is. Okay.
Those woods, so we'll probably have an overnight partner here. See these grizzly bear prints, man? Look at these motherfuckers, dude. They're as big as my foot. They're fucking huge. This is a massive fucking grizzly bear. Massive fucking grizzly bear. Look at this shit. Even how wide it is. This is fucking a massive ass grizzly bear. And as you see, he walks right through those woods. So we are in big time grizzly bear territory.
So I sent him a text message.
Holy shit.
I said, don't get eaten, brother. He goes, fuck it. Stay hard, brother. If you see me fighting a bear, help the bear. Look what he sends me.
Hilarious.
And then he writes Goggins with like 10 exclamation points.
That's crazy.
Ah!
Hey, dude, I got to catch a flight.
Let's let it go.
Oh,
Let's wrap it
what
up.
have we done? 3 hours?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
We did enough.
Thank you.
I love you to death,
I love you
brother.
too, man. I'm on Rockfin. That's where I get all conspiratorial.
Yeah,
Rockfin.com/Eddie Bravo.
Instagram.
10 Eddie Bravo 10P. Combat Jiu-Jitsu on UFC Fight Pass.
Don't
Check
miss
it.
it. Combat Jiu-Jitsu is amazing. All right. We're done.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
We're up. Hello, Michael. Good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, likewise, man.
Last time I saw you, we were in elk camp in Utah.
We were indeed in elk camp. It was a good time.
Yes. So I was just pointing out to you about these discoveries they've found at the Boneyard in Alaska. And my friend John Reeves, who's been on the podcast before, Jamie, I'm going to send this to you. You got it ready? So the most recent thing they found is evidence that looks like saw marks on these bones. It looks like they sawed these bones to get the marrow out. Now, a lot of these bones that they've dated are 10,000 plus years old. And the thing is, the saw was really supposedly invented somewhere around 7,000 years ago.
I feel like we often think that early humans weren't as advanced as they actually were.
Yeah.
And every time we make a new discovery, it just pushes it back. It pushes it back. And you learn that people were way more interesting, had a lot more tools, had a lot more skills than I think we think.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I mean, if they do date this, some of the stuff they've dated is like 30,000 plus years old that they've found out here. The Boneyard is an amazing place. I think it's the Boneyard, Alaska is the Instagram page.
Do you know where on the map it is in Alaska?
I do not know.
Okay.
Do you know, Jamie?
I sort of remember. It's in the middle of Alaska pretty much.
But this is amazing. I mean, he's also found some bones from some animals that supposedly didn't even live there. Some certain cats, ancient cats. The craziest thing is, it's a very small area. He's excavating somewhere in the neighborhood of like 6.5 acres. And there's another place that's like somewhere similar in size.
Yeah.
And they're finding massive amounts of bones in these areas.
That's
like
crazy.
Woolly mammoth tusks and all this crazy stuff. But this is really interesting because that seems to be really clear evidence of tools that were used to saw bone. Another one they found. Like, look at this.
And the cut is
clean.
So clean. Yeah.
So it really does look like a saw that they sawed to get to the marrow, which is wild stuff. I don't know if anyone has ever found anything like this before, but it's pretty extraordinary.
Changes how we think about how advanced we were.
I mean, who knows? I mean, maybe they could find out that the saw marks are actually only 1,000 years old, and someone found these bones and tried to saw them 1,000 years. I mean, I don't know, but
humans are amazing because we're such great explorers. That's something that I think makes us so unique among animals.
Yeah.
All right. So Homo sapiens comes out, and we take over the world in a very short amount of time.
Yeah.
Right. Neanderthals lived 200,000 years. They basically made it into Europe. We get Homo sapiens, all of a sudden, they move into the Americas. We put freaking boats in the water and go to Australia. We take submarines down to the bottom of the ocean. We shoot off rockets into outer space. We are a species that never stops exploring. We want to know, what is that?
Yeah.
What's over there? I want to find out.
Massive curiosity.
Massive curiosity. And it's shaped us so much. So my book, Scarcity Brain, which is coming out soon, it has a whole chapter on this and why exploration is so important to humans as a species, but also how it's changed. So if you think about how people explore today, we still explore in a sense, but it's mediated through the internet, right? So it's like we have this urge to find information that can enhance our life.
Yeah.
In the past, you had to go there. You had to go talk to someone. You had to go up around the river bend. You had to go, okay, where is this greener grass? I'm going to go find it on foot. And there's going to be some amount of effort. Now when we have this sort of information itch, we scratch it through a screen, which on one hand, that's great because we can get information quickly. On the other hand, it's so easy to access and there's so little effort we have to do. I think sometimes we get overwhelmed by it. And it's a very different form of information we can get today.
Yeah, it's also, it's leading us into this seemingly inevitable path of this conversion of humans and technology that seems to be happening without, whether we like it or not, that really doesn't seem to jive well with our biology.
Yeah, it's hard to tell what is true and false today.
And I think there is less of a, well, now that we have screens, you don't have to go talk to someone in person.
Right.
If you want to learn something, even just 20 years ago, I was like, okay, I'm going to go to the library. I got to go find out where this book is. I got to use Dewey Decimal System. I got to walk the stacks. I'm going to find it. I'm going to put in this time and effort, and I'm going to learn something. If I want to learn something about a human, I'm going to go talk to them, right? I'm going to go face to face, like, hey, what do you think? And I think now everything has become so easy that that can backfire a little bit. It's very easy to just, scratch the information itch all the time, and it's not necessarily leading to more understanding among humans. There's a difference between knowledge and understanding, right?
Yeah, I think if you pursue it, there's more information and there is more knowledge if you really get after it. But how many people do that? How many people just read headlines? I do that all the time. I just read a headline. I go, did you hear? And I didn't even go into the article. And oftentimes you get in the article, you're like, oh, what is this based on? Oh, this is bullshit. And then you go further and then you find out, oh, no, it's not real at all.
Right. There's a lot of layers. And what made me start thinking about this is I'm sitting at home and I get this email. And it's from someone who claims that they're with NASA. And they go, hey, we got this astronaut. His name's Mark Van de Hei. We do this program where if an astronaut wants to talk to someone, we'll put you two in touch, and you can FaceTime with him while he's in outer space. And I'm going, is this like the new Nigerian prince scheme?
What do you need from me? Just access to my bank account. No big deal.
At what point do I hand over the credit card?
Right.
So, but I go, okay, because it's at nasa.gov. Like, okay, that seems.
They could spoof
legit.
that though.
I'm sure they could.
I've gotten emails from me.
At NASA, Joe at NASA.gov.
No, back in the day, I got an email that was from my website, from an email that I don't have.
Yeah.
And I was like, what is this?
That's wacky.
Yeah.
But I go along with it, right? And so they set up this video conference. I have to download this special software, and I'm thinking, this is where it comes in, right?
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, I'm waiting for this guy to show up, and then bam, there he is. And I know it's not a long con because the dude is floating in outer space. He's up in the ISS. So he had read The Comfort Crisis, my last book, and just wanted to chat. So NASA will do this to sort of give astronauts a boost to talk to someone else, anyone they want to talk to. And what came out of that conversation was that he is up there for the sole purpose of getting information that can hopefully help us live on as a species should we have to leave this planet and go find another.
Mm-hmm.
But sort of back to what we were talking about, for him to do that, he has to put in this mind-body effort to go get that information, right? He literally has to go up into outer space to figure these things out. And he talked about how oftentimes when he will come back home and he'll go to schools, he'll go to universities, he goes, at some point in every talk, I had this run of like 30 talks, where at the Q&A, someone would always ask me if the world is flat. And he goes, I did not know how to take that because I would kind of just, no. And then they would start to fire off facts, and he's like, yeah, but no. And so I think that with minimal barrier to entry, you can find information that confirms your worldview and just follow that strange rabbit hole, even though it's not leading anywhere. Right?
Yeah, that rabbit hole is the wildest one. That there's been this long-standing conspiracy to deny the fact that the Earth is flat, to hide it and obscure it, and that all of these space agencies all over the world are all working in cahoots to try to perpetuate this hoax.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you when he won, he took me, around the ISS and showed me the place over Zoom. And then two, at one point he flips the screen and shows me the Earth. And at least in that instance, I can tell you that it was round.
Maybe it's just a disc.
Could be.
That's what a lot of the in deep people think. They think it's a disc. I think it's all a religious thing. They think that they're going off of some passages in the Bible where they refer to the firmament, and they refer to like they believe somehow there's like this dome over the Earth, and that the stars are just lights, and the reason why the moon landing is fake is because the moon is not real. I read that one today. I was like, oh boy. And then, some people think that stars are fake. They don't think space is real. They think it's all a con by Satan or someone. And then that all these space agencies are in cahoots with Satan, which is really wild if you think about, like, did they deny satellite? Like, how much did they deny? Did they deny satellites? Like, do you believe in DirecTV? Is that a satellite? Okay. Do you believe that the satellites are taking photos? Are they taking any? What about the weather patterns? What about their ability to discern weather patterns as they move across the globe? What about the flight patterns? What about the fact that you can actually track planes as they go around the globe? Like, what do you think about that?
Yeah,
I mean, Japan has a very sophisticated satellite system where they're taking high resolution photos of the Earth like every few seconds, right? Isn't that what it is?
Yeah, a few people do that.
Yeah.
There's private companies that do that.
And they think that's bullshit. That's all lies. But it's like, what do you have to, like, what are you getting out of that? Like, why would they do that? I don't understand what they think the motivation is.
I think that some things are complicated in life, and I think that humans really like certainty. So we are a species who just craves certainty. There's actually some fun studies where people will choose to get shocked by an electric zap rather than wait to see if they're going to get zapped. Like, just get it over with because I want to be certain about this thing. And so I think that a lot of conspiracies, even though they seem complicated because, there's the board with the strings going everywhere, at the end of the day, they give certainty to something that is uncertain and is complicated. And that can sort of be relieving. You go, okay, well, this world being flat doesn't jive with my worldview. I think XYZ, this doesn't make any damn sense. And then you can go, oh, well, what if it's flat? And then there's like sort of this trail you can follow online where at the end it goes, bam, you got it. You're good to go.
I think people are always looking to find things out that they've been lied about. So I think they believe, they don't trust the government. They believe, various conspiracies like the Gulf of Tonkin, ones that have turned out to be true. And then they go, oh, okay, what else? What else? And there's something very exciting about it. Also, a lot of the people that are really into it for whatever reason, I don't want to like stereotype, but a lot of them are unsuccessful in other aspects of their life. They might be successful in one thing or something like that, but there's something about it that like leads them to want to be the one who uncovers this truth. And I think it's like it plays on the mind. Like, we have this desire to go and find things. Like, that's part of the explorer gene or whatever it is, the explorer, whatever it is that makes us want to get in a boat and say, like, where's Hawaii? And like, how about those guys? The Polynesians. I mean, what a crazy trip. They went all the way out to the middle of the ocean. They found this volcano.
Dude, there used to be people who would, I can't remember what tribe this is, but these tribes would get in a boat and go hundreds of miles. And it was all for the sake of meeting another tribe. And they would sort of exchange a couple goods that weren't really that meaningful, which suggests it really was for the journey, right? They were doing this just to explore, to take on an adventure, to learn from it and bring back this thing that was sort of meaningless in the grand scheme of things, but it was symbolic, very symbolic that they had done this great journey. And I think this was in the Polynesian Islands where this happened, like around the Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's also this longing to understand how people can live in different places. If you're used to living on a certain, like, tropical island, and then you find out about someone who lives in, like, the taiga forest in Siberia, you're like, how? Like, what are they doing? I mean, imagine before there was video, before there was the internet, and really before there were books, people would hear about these people that did these things. And they're like, where are these people? Like, how are they living like this? And there was probably this overwhelming desire to see. Because you would live the way you lived, and you would say, well, this is how people live. And you'd be like, no, people live so differently. Like, some of these explorers that went to these uncharted islands and found these people that were living essentially like, Stone Age-like. No access to fire. And they're living on this island. Like what? Like, what is going on over here? How is this real?
Yeah, totally. And to with your question about that sometimes people who get really, really deep down those rabbit holes aren't successful, I think it provides an answer for why the person isn't successful, right? You can find a reason like, oh, it's them that's done this thing, and this is why I have XYZ problem. And I think that, and it also pulls on, like I said, I think we have a drive to search for information. So if you think about humans in the past, as we evolved, there was a handful of things you really needed to survive: food, possessions, tools, information. We crave status as well, because if you could influence more people, you probably had a survival edge. And so I think when you start to apply that to today's world, because in the past all those things were relatively scarce, they were hard to find. So if you sort of craved them and always looked for them, tried to grab them when you had the opportunity, you would have that survival advantage. But in today's world, all these things that we evolved to crave are abundant in many ways. And we don't necessarily have the governor telling us when we've had too much. So take something like possessions. Even a couple hundred years ago, the average person probably had like 100 items maybe in their house. Now the average home has 10,000 items in it.
Really?
Yeah, 10,000 items. It's the range is 10,000 that I've seen to 40,000.
And then there's people that collect stuff like trading cards, or stamps, or coins,
exactly,
old coins, and they get obsessed with collecting these things.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I think it does fall back into the fact that we kind of evolved to add, whether it's food, whether it's stuff, whether it's trying to influence more people, whatever it might be. And that can kind of create a cycle for people where the pursuit of the thing is like a thrill in of itself, and then you get it. You go, oh, that's fun. I gotta go do that again.
Yeah. And then they got to get another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it's such a weird. It sort of plays on these original survival instincts, right? Your search for food, your search for shelter, your search for fertile hunting grounds. Humans have this sort of inherent desire to go and find things. And then something comes along that just monkeys with that, like stamps. Like now you have to get this 1972 Abraham Lincoln, fucking stamp, and you're on this quest to get it.
Yeah.
And people pay extraordinary amounts of money for these things too.
Tons.
Especially like cards, like baseball cards and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's bonkers how much people pay for those things.
Yeah, it's crazy. I was at my mom's house the other day, and I was going through my old basketball cards I used to collect. I'm like, oh, here's a kind of interesting card. Like, that player was pretty good. I look it up. I'm like, oh, my, it's worth that much money? It's crazy.
Because they don't make them anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Even though it's no big deal. It's just a piece of paper.
Yeah. So as part of this book, I got really interested in this idea of, everyone knows that everything is fine in moderation. But then the question is like, okay, well, why the hell can't we moderate, right?
Right.
People keep eating when they're full. You keep buying stuff when you got a house full of stuff. Even stuff like how much media we consume, right? It's like people will scroll and scroll and scroll, even though they know this is not how they want to be spending their time.
Oh, I've spent so many nights where I went to bed at 3 o'clock in the morning feeling like a fucking idiot. Like, what did I do? I just wasted time watching dumb videos and reading dumb websites and just going down and I'm tired and I should just go to bed. But I just, whatever, like maybe the next thing is going to really excite me. Maybe the next video is really going to stimulate me. Nope. Always the same feeling. I go to bed like, fucking idiot. You should have been in bed 3 hours ago.
And everyone has that experience, right?
Yep.
And so I live in Las Vegas, which happens to be a good town to think about why the hell can't we moderate, right? Now, when you live there, you see all kinds of wild stuff, right? But to me, what's always been the strangest has been the slot machines. So you've spent time in Vegas.
Yeah.
It's like they're in the casinos, obviously, but they're in the gas stations, the grocery stores, the restaurants, the bars, and the airport. And they're not sitting empty.
Right.
People are playing them around the clock.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what the hell is up with that?
Just plays in your dopamine.
Well, and it doesn't make sense because
No.
everyone knows the house always wins.
Yeah, it's not. It's like a numbing thing. They just
Yeah.
sit there and press the buttons and press the buttons and press the buttons and hope they make money.
Yeah. So I decide, all right, like I'm going to find out how a slot machine works. Why do people get hooked on slot machines? That's the question. And so I go into journalist mode and I start making calls. Now, the first group of people that I call turns out to be a dead end. So who I call are people who are effectively anti-gambling researchers. Okay, so these are researchers who have a very anti-gambling bent, and they tell me all sorts of sort of strange things. They're like, oh, it's because casinos don't have clocks. They're like these myths we've all heard. Casinos don't have clocks. Slot machines only play in the key of C, which relaxes people and relaxes their wallet. Casinos don't have any right angles, and right angles activate the rational part of your brain. And so I go, okay. And then I go to an actual casino, and there's right angles everywhere, right? The screens are right angles. No clocks, but guess who else doesn't have clocks? Like most businesses, right? There's
Right.
not clocks in Costco.
Most restaurants.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not normal to have clocks. And then for the audio, the key of C, I call up a slot machine audio composer. Now, this is a real job you can have in Las Vegas, right? And this guy goes, where the hell do you hear that? He's like, I use all keys. So I realized that the problem that I'm encountering is that I have called people who want us to stop gambling. I need to call people who want us to start gambling, all right? I got to follow the money on this. So long story short, I talked to a handful of people in town, and this leads me to this casino on the outskirts of Las Vegas. Now, it's brand new, it's cutting edge, but the catch is that it's not open to the public. So this place is basically a living, breathing casino, but it's used entirely for research on human behavior.
What?
Yeah, so...
Really? Who
Yeah.
funds that?
73 different companies. So there's gambling companies that are involved, but also a bunch of big tech companies who are on the Fortune 500. So I go there, and it's like I said, it's a legit casino.
How big is it?
It's I would say, I mean, it's not the size of a normal casino, like a sprawling strip one. It's probably about the size of your everything you have here, maybe a little bigger. But they have hotel rooms.
It's like a Walmart.
Yeah.
That big?
Yeah, it's in this big office building, basically. And they're basically looking at how everything that happens in a casino affects human behavior. So how does room design and the technology we're using in rooms affect behavior? How does betting with, say, an AI bot versus an actual human impact betting? Now, when I'm there, I meet with, to bring it back to slot machines, I meet with a guy who designs slot machines. So the reason that these things are so entrancing to people, it tracks back to this behavior loop that I call the scarcity loop. And this is basically a looping behavior that when people do it, they tend to get hooked on it very easy. So it's got three parts. It's got opportunity, unpredictable rewards, and quick repeatability. So opportunity, you have an opportunity to get something of value. So in the case of a slot machine, it's money, right? 2, unpredictable rewards. You know you're going to get the thing of value if you continue the behavior, but you don't know when, and you don't know how valuable it's going to be. So with a slot machine game, when those reels are spinning, you could win nothing. You could basically lose your money. You could win a couple dollars, or you could win a life-changing amount of money. There's a fantastic range of things that could happen. And then 3, quick repeatability. You can immediately repeat the behavior. So with slot machines, the average player plays about 16 games a minute. And that's different from all other habits. Like most habits, you don't immediately repeat them. Now, the reason that people are so interested in this, companies, casinos, is because that this sort of 3-part system I just laid out, it can get people to repeat a lot of other behaviors too. So it's in social media, it's in sports gambling, it's in dating apps. Even companies like gig work economy companies are using it to get people to work longer hours. It's being leveraged by the financial industry in a lot of personal finance apps, and on and on and on. It's become, it's been embedded in so many of the products, even institutions that influence people's lives because it is so captivating to us. We tend to get hooked on this 3-part system.
And so when you're talking about like gig economy stuff, like you're talking about like Uber and things along those lines?
Driving for Uber.
And so how do they use that?
So things like unpredictable rewards get put up in front of a driver to get them to drive into an area of town that Uber might want them to be in. There's also
unpredictable rewards. What do you?
Yeah, so like you might get say, oh, if you drive here, like your whatever you'll make X amount more money, right? And it sort of pops up unpredictably.
Oh, so they'll incentivize you, that they offer you more money to go to a different part of town?
Yeah, or dropping in cues that saying like, hey, this is where you're going to make more money today, type of thing.
Oh.
If you think about it in terms of something like social media, it's like the opportunity is to get, say, status or likes or whatever it is, right? And then, say, a person posts, and then the rewards become totally unpredictable, right? You might get 2 likes, which is like, oh, that wasn't great. Or you might get hundreds of likes, which is like, oh my God, that's amazing. It's the same exact architecture as a slot machine. And then you check and recheck. You're repeating the behavior all day. And this loop, the reason that we're so attracted to it, it goes back to evolution. So I talked to this, once I learned how this kind of loop pulls people in, it's really what slot machines lean on to get people to repeat the behavior. I call up a psychologist. He's this old school dude from the University of Kentucky who's been studying psychology since the late 60s. His name's Thomas Senthal. And he basically explained this likely goes back to evolution and finding food. So if you think about hunter-gatherers, the thing you have to do every day is find food. But it's random whether you're going to find the food or not. So you go to point A, you don't find any food. Go to point B, you don't find any food. You go to point C, no food. Point D, oh my God, it's a giant berry bush full of food. And that saves your life, right? So that search, that repeat searching, really pushes us and grabs our attention because it used to help us survive in the past. And there's even, if you want to get down the rabbit hole in it, there's even things like what are called near misses in slot machines, which is when you kind of almost win, right? You might get
lemons.
Yeah, 2 lemons.
And the other lemon just barely passes by.
Barely passes by, or losses disguised as wins. Do you know what those are?
No.
So that's when, let's say you bet $1 and you quote unquote win 50 cents. So, right. So you don't lose everything, but you win 50 cents. Now we tend to react to that as if we're winning when they study gamblers. And that's also embedded in the search for food, right? You might, let's say you're hunting, you're like, oh, we got a big kill on our hands. And then you whiff and the animal's on its way. It's like, damn, that's the near miss. Or you come upon a berry bush, and let's say it took you burned 500 calories looking for this thing, and it only contains 200 calories worth of food. And so all of these sort of evolutionary parts of this system that we used to fall into as we evolved are now in slot machines, and in turn now being used by a lot of big tech companies and different industries.
So they just trick the human reward system.
Yeah. Yeah, it mimics these sort of ancient pathways, more or less.
And gambling to me, is one of the most peculiar ones because it's so overwhelming for people that are hooked on gambling. It's such a mental health issue. It's such an addiction. And when you see people that are just like chasing it and they just can't stop, it's like, I always wonder, like, what pathway is being hijacked? Like, what is about human beings that want to risk, like, literally all of their money on a roll of the dice or on a spin of the roulette wheel or on a hand of cards? Like, what is that?
Yeah, this is a good question. Now, this Zental guy that I told you about, he does a lot of research on pigeons. So he can basically turn a pigeon into a degenerate gambler in like 2 minutes.
Pigeon?
A pigeon, dude. He'll give them, yeah. I said
that sounds cruel.
I said the same thing when I was talking to him.
Isn't life hard enough as a pigeon?
Yeah. So he'll get pigeons who, they live in these cages, and he'll give them the option to play a game where every other peck, they get, say, 15 units of food. So peck, no food. Peck, 15 units of food. But then they have an option to play a second game. And this second game is very much a gambling game in that they get food about every 5th peck, but it's random, right? So you could go peck, peck, food, peck, peck. The next one could be food, peck, 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 right? So it's just kind of like a slot machine.
Mm-hmm.
And they get more food playing the gambling game. They get 20 units. If you do the math, it makes a lot more sense to play the game where you get every other, right? Every other peck is getting you food. It adds up to a lot more food. But what he finds is that the pigeons consistently play the slot machine game. 97% of pigeons will choose that game.
Right, but they're not risking anything.
They're not risking anything, right? But it's
so
still,
how's that gambling?
They're still putting in the effort to have to play the game.
Yeah, but that seems obvious. Like the rewards are greater. So they know that if they just keep pecking, it doesn't hurt to peck. They're going to get a bigger supply of food.
They don't get a bigger supply, though, because they'll get 15 every other peck versus 20 every 5th peck. So if you put in 100 pecks, you're going to get more food playing the one where it's you get food every other time.
Right, but it's still not gambling because the pigeon just sees a larger pile of food with the more pecks. So just wants the larger pile of food, so it just keeps going. It's not like they're risking all their food.
Right.
So I don't think it's a gambling thing.
Well, the larger pile of food comes from the predictable rewards.
Yes, right. If you do every other, right?
Yeah, every other is how you would get the biggest pile of food.
But you don't get the biggest pile in one dump, right? The one where it's every 5, that's a larger quantity of food.
Yeah, so you'd get 20.
Yeah, see, that's not gambling.
Why is it not gambling?
Because it's just more effort. It's more effort to get a bigger pile.
So he would argue that
they're just dumb. They just can't say, oh, it's every other one. Well, all they see is that they're getting, whatever, 15 units versus 20. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
15 versus
all
20.
they know is 20 units. Like, oh, this one gives 20 units. Just keep pecking. I don't think they're smart enough to figure that out. I think they're just like, keep going, there's 20. Keep going, 20. But there's not a risk.
So here's what I'll tell you. He would argue, and a lot of biologists would, they would say, there's this theory called the optimal foraging theory. It says that animals will expend the least amount of energy to get the most amount of food. All right, so over time, they're expending a lot less energy to get more food. And so here's where it gets interesting, though, is that to sort of bring it back to why do people fall into this, why would someone bet their entire fortune on a roulette wheel or whatever, is that when he will put pigeons in a sort of wild environment, so where he keeps them is in these pigeon cages where they kind of live alone. It's a basic cage. When he puts them in a cage that mimics the wild, so it's this giant cage that has like roosts, it's got cliffs, it's got other pigeons. It's very much like they would have to live in the wild. And then he throws them back to choose a game. They start choosing the optimal game.
Oh,
yeah,
interesting.
Yeah, and you see that in many animals where they do these sorts of studies, like rats.
Right, that's the cocaine rat thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Yeah, for people who don't know that study, what they call it, Rat Park. So they did a study where they put rats in this very sterile environment, laboratory environment, bright lights, no toys, no nothing, and they gave them the option of water or water with cocaine. And they always took the water with cocaine. They just kept taking the water with cocaine. But then when they put them in Rat Park, which is a much larger thing with a lot of toys and things to do and a lot of places to run around, they didn't do that. They just drank the water.
Right.
But that makes sense. It's like they're fucking living in hell. Yeah. And the cocaine water is the only thing that gives them any good feeling. And so they just keep going back to that good feeling. But when you give them a normal, natural environment where they can just exist, I wonder if that's the case with people that live, like, say, a subsistence lifestyle. If they have access to something like heroin or cocaine, I wonder if they would just ignore it because they get this sort of very natural environment that is sort of programmed into our lives, programmed into our DNA. Like, people that live a subsistence lifestyle are unusually healthy. I'm sure you've seen, have you seen Werner Herzog's documentary, Happy People?
I don't think I've seen that one, no.
It's great. It's Happy People, Life in the Taiga. And it's about these trappers who live in Siberia. And there's very low instances of mental health issues, very low instances of, all sorts of problems. And
that society just has that are ubiquitous. In their world, these people are very happy, and they get by. They just get by. I mean, they have snowmobiles and dogs, and they hunt and they trap and they fish, and they just get by, and they work every day. And you have to work. The only way to live is to eat, and the only way to eat is to work, and so everybody does everything that they can, and they're all happy. Yeah. It's very weird.
So that was this guy's theory. Is he said there's another theory. I think it's called the optimal stimulation theory. It basically says that humans and animals need a certain level of stimulation in their life, or else they start seeking it from other things.
Yes.
So if you think about the context of how humans came up, I mean, it was very sort of like the people you talk about on the taiga, right? You got to work all day. You're outside a lot. You're doing tasks that involve your mind and your body. Like, it's this full-on effort to survive. You're also in sort of closer-knit communities, all these different things. And today we don't have that quite as much. And so his theory is that when you don't have enough stimulation in your life or meaning from other places, humans tend to start to look for it in other ways. We gamble. We spend a lot of time on the internet. We buy a lot of stuff. Right? So we start searching for it somewhere else. And those ways can often be counterproductive in the long run when you overdo them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It totally makes sense. And also, I was having a conversation with a friend of mine about this yesterday. We were talking about how complex the human mind is and how complex life and society is, but yet there's no real management book. Like, there's no document that shows you this is the optimal way to exist, and these are the pitfalls of existing other ways. That, you have these human reward systems built in, and they can be hijacked by these various things, and this is the way the human body and the human mind exist optimally. And for whatever reason, there's no real structure that people can follow that's universally agreed upon. Like, if you, say if you're a mechanic, right, and you're working on an engine, like, there's very clear documents that show you, like, these are the pistons, this is the spark plug, this is the carburetor. If it's not clean, it'll do this. This is the problem with the gas line, and you have to fit it this way and that way. And so you do it all right, and then boom, it starts up and it works. And you can fix things that way, and you can build things that way. We don't really have that for the most complex thing that we're aware of, which is human existence.
Yeah, totally. That's because it is so complex.
It's so complex.
And technology also changes very fast. So technology is probably it's great in many ways. It's a result of progress, right? It's kept us, led us to live longer, allowed me to fly from Vegas to Austin in 2 hours instead of, getting the old wagon train out and be like, yeah, I'll see you in 6 months, Joe.
Yeah, right? How long would that be by wagon train?
Oh, man.
It's pretty crazy.
But I don't think we've necessarily kept up with it. I mean, our hardware doesn't change that fast.
Right.
Our software, And so I think a lot of the problems that we see today are often a result of us living as almost sort of ancient creatures in a very new, modern, changing world and trying to navigate that.
That's what scares me about this seemingly inevitable connection with humans and technology, is that I think what we're going to do is integrate with technology to avoid all the problems that we have existing in this modern world with this ancient hardware.
Mm-hmm.
And that we're going to adjust our hardware. And that it seems to me that this is inevitable. It seems to me that this is just where we're going, and that humans are going to be some sort of cyborg type thing. And also with the invention of AI, and I'm sure you're paying attention to all this Chat GPT stuff and that, and deep fakes. There's so many deep fakes. People keep sending me commercials that I've never done for penis enhancements and all these different things. Wild commercials.
Insane stuff.
And it's my voice.
Yeah.
And it's my lips moving, and it shows me talking about how great these products are, and I've never even heard of them.
Yeah.
And this is just the tip of the iceberg. We're just starting
to be able to fake things like that, where on a consumer model, like someone can just buy the software and put it together, and and now AI can make literal films. So, I mean, at one point in time, right now there's kind of like the uncanny valley in some ways, where you can kind of see the difference between what's real and what's not real. You can kind of like, it looks fake. Right. How long before, like UFO footage is a great example. Jeremy Corbell, who's like the premier UFO researcher with George Knapp, every now and then I'll find something online and I'll send it to him. He's like, oh, that's bullshit, dude. Like this is what they did, and you can see it. This is how, and this is why, and like, oh, okay. But there's a lot of that. There's a lot of fake stuff, and it's hard to know. It's hard to know what's real and what's fake, and we kind of can tell now. But will we in 20 years? I bet no.
No, and it could be 5 years.
Yeah, it might not. I'm being very generous.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's 5 months. I mean, it's weird.
Yeah, and I think we naturally gravitate to the technology, right? Everyone adopts it, and then it's just a part of life.
Yeah, it's just a part of life.
You just sort of fall into it.
Yeah.
And oftentimes you get punished if you're not using the technology, even though it might be bad for you in the long run.
Yeah.
So think about something like trying to keep, say, a teenager off of social media. We know it's probably not a great place for them to hang out a ton.
Right.
And yet, if they're not on it, their life suffers.
Yeah.
Right? Because they're not as dialed in socially. And for teenagers, being social is very important due to how the brain is changing at the time.
Right.
But even think about work, especially with how the nature of work has changed after COVID with more people working from home. If you don't want to be stuck on email all day, it's like, I totally get that. But now if you decide, well, I'm not going to check my email during these times because it drives me insane. Now you're a negligent employee. So you effectively have to adopt the technology to live in the system, and then the system starts to sort of govern your actions.
I read an article about a woman who was fired, and she met all of her productivity goals. She was working remotely, but the company detected that she hadn't clicked enough on her computer. She hadn't hit enough keystrokes. She hadn't moved her mouse enough. And I think there was also an issue with the amount of time she spent in front of the computer, that it wasn't enough. Meanwhile, she met all of her goals. So, like, how many people are just in front of an office where they're not checking in a cubicle, just bullshitting, probably listening to this podcast right now?
Yeah, enjoy.
Enjoy. And they're okay. They're okay because they are in front of that computer, and as long as they move their cursor around and do the things, and I mean, they could be listening to this podcast on their AirPods while they're also fucking around and doing all these other things. As long as they spend enough, and they might not be as productive, but they are doing the thing that the algorithm wants them to do. Mm-hmm. This lady got fired.
It's crazy.
But maybe she doesn't need to work as much to meet the productivity goals that you set for her, but she's a good employee.
Right.
If you set a productivity goal for an employee, say, hey, we need to get, X amount of units of work done by Friday. And she does it. Didn't she do her job? Like, if she can do her job in 31 hours and the average person needs 44, isn't she a better employee?
Yeah, she's more productive.
Yeah, she's better, right? Does she have to be clicking on things constantly? And it's kind of crazy. This lady got fired. I'm like, that's why. And it makes me wonder. I mean, maybe there's some other factors, but maybe not. I mean, maybe it's just as simple as like they're just following numbers, and that's how they hire and fire people.
Well, the numbers are really interesting because they're not really that old. Numbers are maybe 10,000 years old. There's still tribes in the Amazon. There's a tribe called the Paraha who they still don't have numbers. They can discriminate between 1, 2, and 3. You go above that, and it's either small, medium, or large. And that's probably how humans thought of quantities for most of time.
So if they catch a bunch of fish, they can't say how many fish they got? They have 30 people in their village?
This is the story. I just read through the article. There's a little bit of both sides on this story.
Oh, she's Australian. They have wild rules over there.
Yeah, they had complaints about her missing stuff and doing work, and then she was saying this is all bullshit, and they had evidence of her doing misconduct, in their words. So it's a both sides story.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, there you go. That makes more sense.
So,
plus, she's very pretty in that picture. Maybe she's like trying to be an influencer.
Maybe they factored that in.
I don't know. Maybe. It seems like she's using a filter. That's another weird thing, right? Filters. People, like, how many people are just using filters? Where I see pictures of like a friend of mine with his wife, and the wife is using a filter, and I know my friend doesn't look like that.
Right.
You know, but he's with her, and she's got the filter on. I'm like, hey, bro, did you go back in time?
Yeah.
What the fuck happened? You look like you're 15 years younger.
Just get back from Hawaii. You're exceedingly tan in that photograph.
You look fantastic. What are you doing? Tell me about your diet.
Yeah, so it can kind of bend reality. And to get back to numbers is that once we invent numbers, it starts to really change how humans behave.
Right.
Especially with measurement, because that provides an element of sort of certainty. So in the case of that employee, it's like someone somewhere with a clipboard goes, well, a good employee has 20 clicks per hour. And then they just go down the thing and go, oh, well, this person had 19. We got to can her. So we're measuring by a random number instead of saying, did this person do the job we want the way that we want them to? What is the outcome of the task we're trying to do? And focusing on the actual goal, which is to make money for a company. I don't know.
Well, it seems like in this story, there's kind of more to it. But that's always the case, right? If someone makes an accusation against a company firing them, they're always like, I was the best employee ever, and I didn't do anything wrong. Nobody ever says, I kind of fucked off a little, but I think I was good enough to keep the job.
Right.
Nobody ever says that. Everybody's always like, I was perfect, and my boss is a tyrant, and the work environment is toxic. And yeah. No one takes personal responsibility for that kind of shit.
No. Twitter is a good example of how putting numbers on things can change our behavior and why we do what we do. So here's the example is that, and I learned about this from a guy whose name is T. Nguyen. So it's Thinguyuen. He's a philosopher at the University of Utah. When you start to measure Twitter via likes and retweets and that sorts of things, that changes how you use Twitter. So Twitter is now the platform formerly known as Twitter is supposed to be billed as a place for discussion, right? And so then you ask yourself, okay, well, what are the goals of a discussion? And the answer is like, well, there's like a fucking lot of goals, right? Behind a discussion. It could be to empathize, it could be to understand someone, it could be to push back on them. Like there's all these things that can come out of a discussion, all these possible goals. But when you start to put numbers behind that in the form of likes, of retweets, of whatever it is, people start to tweet in a way that scores likes and retweets, and that is a different goal than is discussion. It's often at odds with that. So like what does well on Twitter? It's calling someone a dickhead. It's trying to dunk on someone. It's trying to say something outlandish or maybe bend something in a way that incites outrage.
Right.
And that totally changes the point of a discussion.
Right.
And this guy noticed it in himself because he's a philosopher, so his job is basically to think all day. And he goes, the first time I had a tweet go viral, it was like, oh my God, that was awesome. And then he found himself when he would have these sort of philosophical thoughts, instead of going into this really deep zone that he'd usually have to go into to understand it, he started finding himself going, how could I put this into like a 140 character tweet that'll really do well, right? And that changes how he thinks and what he does. And you see this, this isn't just in social media. This is in so many different systems where we put numbers behind something. It starts to change people's goal in a way that changes their behavior. But the goal of scoring numbers is often different from the original goal of the behavior.
This discussion actually came up in the hunting world recently because I was having a conversation with a friend of mine. There's two goals in one of the things that people want when they hunt is they want to get a mature animal for a bunch of reasons. One reason is that the mature animal, say if you get if you get like a 7-year-old mule deer, that is a deer that has spread its genes. It's done its job in the reproductive system. It's passed on its DNA. And this is an old, mature deer. Also, it's more of a challenge because this is a wiser deer. This is a deer that has probably experienced hunters before. Most certainly has experienced mountain lions and bears and other predators. And so the goal is ethically and morally, that's the animal that you should choose to try to hunt. Now, there's numbers that are involved now. So with deer, it's the size of the antler, and the magic number is 200. If you can get a 200-inch mule deer, that is a very, very rare deer. That is a deer that has lived for a long time. It has superior genetics. It has this very big, have you ever seen a 200-inch mule deer on the hoof?
Yeah, they're giant.
They're giant, and it's so impressive. So this guy had shot a mule deer, this beautiful, mature mule deer, but it scored 194. It didn't score 200. And he was like, well, it's just a deer, just another buck. And my friend was furious. He's like, this is a bastardization of everything that hunting is supposed to stand for. Like, hunting is supposed to stand for, this is an ethical way to acquire your food. This is the best wild protein that you can get. It's the healthiest for you. It's also an important thing to manage the population numbers of these animals so that they don't get overpopulated, which leads to the spread of diseases like CWD and chronic wasting and all these different things that people attribute to overpopulation and car accidents, all these different things. But the number thing got in people's heads. Yeah. And this guy was very happy with his deer until he found out it was 194 and not 200. Because it's impossible to tell when you're looking through binoculars. Right. You're looking through binoculars, you go, that is a giant mule deer. That's what I want to get. But he was unsatisfied because it came up in so the overall score, the way they do it is kind of complicated. They measure the width of the base, they measure the length of the tines of the antlers, the width of how far they're apart, and all that stuff gets factored together and it comes up with a score. And his score was 6 inches short, and he was bummed out, which is just nuts.
It's crazy.
It's weird.
Right? So his goal, because we put the number on that, is simply just to get 200 or over.
Right.
And to your point where you just talked about, why do we hunt? There's all these really complex, but far more valuable and meaningful reasons that we go out and to hunt. But if you get captured by this number, that changes your experience in a way that is probably not a good thing.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw this in the wine world when Robert Parker started The Wine Advocate. I think this was in the early 80s or 70s. So Robert Parker is this guy from Maryland, kind of grew up in the backwoods. He's just a normal dude. He likes wine, but he thinks, all this snobby language around wine, like it's keeping people who would otherwise enjoy it from drinking it. So it's a good intent. And so what he decides is, I'm going to start a magazine. I'm going to start giving wines a score from 50 to 100. So when he starts this, the magazine takes off because now the average consumer can know, well, this is an 80, this is a 90. The 90 is better. I'm buying that. Now, here's the thing, though, is that it is Parker who's testing the wines, and he's also having to test them alone, not with food. Now, one of the main reasons you drink wine is to drink it with food because it changes as you drink it, right? But his scoring system, if a wine scores really well, those bottles fly off the shelf. Whereas the ones who don't get quite as good of a score, they collect dust. So what the wine industry does is they go, okay, well, if we want to sell a lot of wine, we got to produce bottles that get a good score from Robert Parker. So they change how they make wines to suit his palate. Now, if you don't have Robert Parker's palate, if you don't like what he likes, like this is meaningless to you, right? And
so it's one person?
One person. And then you started to see, his industry and empire grew. You start to see a lot of other wine rating places pop up that mimic it. But it's the same with any review, right? If you put a number on it, it's kind of this arbitrary thing that someone has to make up, and it's often done in a vacuum, and it's very, very subjective, but we pretend like it's objective, and then we behave like it means something, right?
Yeah. I have a very good friend who's a wine connoisseur, like a real wine connoisseur. Like he has this big wine cellar in his home. You go in and it's filled with all this crazy wine, and he knows everything about wine. He can tell you what the good years were and where the vineyards were and where the things come out of. And he had a birthday. And so he invites me to this wine pairing dinner on his birthday. And it was great. The food was great. The wine was great. But it was so bizarre because they bring these flights of wine and then everyone tests the wine. And people are recording themselves doing this. They have little tape recorders. And they're talking about the tannins and the oaky this and the that. And then someone opens it. I think this one's corked. This one's corked. And they're testing. Yes, I believe this one's corked. And I'm like, this one's my favorite. I don't even understand what's going on here. And there was this one guy that was there that was being heralded as this big wine expert, and they would refer to him. Well, cut to years later, that guy gets arrested, and he winds up doing 10 years in jail for making fake wine. And there's a documentary on it.
Whoa.
The documentary is called Sour Grapes. And it's an amazing documentary.
I've seen it pop up now. I've got to watch it.
It's very, very interesting because it plays on this very strange thing that people have to want the rarest, most unique thing. And what this guy did was he started buying wine. That was the first thing he did. He would go to these auctions. And, I don't know if you've ever seen any of those wine auctions, but they're super bizarre. Like, people are spending ungodly amounts of money on wine, like ancient bottles and very rare bottles. And so this guy's buying all this wine. So he is established as this connoisseur. And then what he's doing is he's going to his home and he's aging these labels and he's creating labels and he starts auctioning off. And I think, is it Sotheby's or Christie's? Someone's involved in this auction that kind of should know that this is bullshit. Like, they haven't checked. And so one man from one vineyard, who's this very famous family vineyard, sees bottles of his company's wine for sale. And he says, we never made a Magnum that year. We never made that bottle of wine. Like, that is not real. And that, was going for insane amounts of money. And so then they start doing an investigation. And they find out that this guy has made and sold thousands of bottles of fake old wine, including to the Koch brothers. And this is where he got fucked. This is where he sold the Koch brothers like millions of dollars worth of wine. And these guys are just super ballers with an unlimited amount of money. And they were buying like Lincoln's bottle of wine, like Thomas Jefferson's bottle, like that kind of crazy shit. And people are saying, nope, that's not even his handwriting. This is not real. So these guys they got duped. And so then they open the investigation and they find this guy's house and they find the bottles of wine. He was buying old bottles and recorking them and like making the labels dirty and doing all this different shit. But it's so interesting because one of the guys in the film is like, this was a bottle that he sold me was the legit. Because the guy was selling legit wine too. He's like, this one's legit. And they're drinking, you can tell. And this other guy comes on, let me try that? He's like, this is garbage. This wine's garbage. This is fake. It doesn't have the complexity. It doesn't have the robustness. It doesn't have the... And these other guys who are like also supposedly experts, they're like, I'm like, what are you guys tasting? What is going on here? Like, what is this weird thing that you're chasing that the difference is so subtle? It's not even the difference between Coke and Pepsi. It's so subtle. But yet it's the difference between a bottle of wine that's worth $50, $100, and 40,000. And no one knows. No one can tell. And this guy had, apparently, according to my friend, such a palate that he could experiment by taking these various much more inexpensive wines, combining them in very specific ratios, and recreate something that was very similar. And as long as you got it in this bottle, and as long as you looked at it, and it's like, oh, is it Beaujolais Bourbon from 74? And you thought you were getting the real shit. And so then there's the placebo effect, right? You're tasting it and you're imagining it. This is rich, robust wine that very few people can appreciate. And then you're all appreciating this wine. Meanwhile, this guy's laughing his ass off because he made it in his fucking Century City house. I mean, he's like, it's fucking nuts.
He's got it in the bathtub.
Yeah, I mean, literally. See if you can get some clips out of that.
And they're
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
What's up, champ? How are you?
I'm
good.
Good to see you.
Good to see you again.
So you have been on a journey, my friend. A lot of things have happened. First of all, congratulations on securing this fight. That is a big deal. A lot of people doubted it was going to happen. You were right.
Thank you. Yes, it was a big deal. It wasn't easy, but we finally get it. You know, I get a help of a lot of people, and the Saudi were very interested about this fight.
Yeah, it was one of those fights where you had to take a big gamble by relinquishing your UFC crown and leaving.
I didn't relinquish anything.
You didn't relinquish it.
Yeah.
Well, fill me in then. Tell me what happened.
Well, we didn't come to an agreement.
You didn't come to an agreement.
Yeah.
So you decided, I'm not signing with the UFC. You're a free agent.
Yes.
And then did negotiations then start for the Tyson Fury fight? How did it start?
You know, it's been like 4 years since Tyson Fury and we've been going back and forth on social media. So there was a little bit of a warm-up somewhere there. And it kind of like take a couple months before we get to a conversation. You know, it wasn't just easy. Those boxing promotion, the boxing world is a little wild.
Yeah, it's a little different.
Yeah, it's completely different. It's a different animal.
In what way? Like, explain to us.
Way that they do things, you know, it's this guy from this promotion fighting with this guy against this guy from this promotion who has a better position, who has what to lose, who is getting what, and then how them kind of like put things, I would not say manipulate, but a little bit like that. Everybody trying to adjust things on his own benefit.
Mm-hmm.
Look what is good for him, which is good, but yeah.
A lot of boxing fights don't get made.
Yeah.
They get talked about for a long time, like Tyson Fury and Usyk. For a long time was Terrence Crawford and Earl Spence. They get talked about for a long time. And they almost get made, and then they don't get made. And they almost get made, and then they don't get made.
A lot of politics behind.
Yeah.
A lot of promotion that will be behind the fight just to, you know, push their position. Everybody is pushing his position. It's not mostly about the fight. It's about like, okay, what we control the game. Do we have enough control here? Do we control everything? Yeah.
So was it frustrating for you? Because I imagine there was a while where you weren't sure whether or not it was going to be made.
It wasn't frustrating, you know. Before I made my decision when I separated with the UFC, and I knew. I mean, long time before, like I remember even when I fought Seringan, even before that fight, I was telling myself, and I was even telling this on interview, like, okay, if this is the end, then he has to end my way, you know. So, not because I was sure that it's gonna happen. I knew that he could have not happened, right? But I was to be in peace with my decision. So that's the thing about it, and I'm very happy that it happens. Makes it even better. But I knew there was a risk that it didn't happen, but I had to take a chance.
So what was the holdup with the UFC? Like what led you to not sign?
There was a lot of frustration over the years. I think since my fight against Stipe, my first fight against Stipe, my relation with the UFC never been the same.
Really?
Yeah.
Why? In what way?
I don't know. I tried everything. I wasn't in the. I felt like I wasn't in the right place, and after that, then I get the Derek Lewis fight, who was like the worst fight, and that didn't help me at all, you know. So I think from that moment I was already put in some position out there, because I came back, I won multiple fights, and they came with a new deal. This was after Junior Dos Santos back in June 2017, and then he was Mick who called for a new deal, and then until my team was on the way to the negotiation, who was in Anaheim when Stipe and DC was fighting the second time. And then I'm like, no. Dana say no new deal for Francis. He still have 3 fights on his contract. And to be honest, I was even happy because I wanted to knock that deal out. By that time, I understood a little bit about the market. I just wanted to fight out my contract and renegotiate as free, you know. But then a month after, we get a call from, I think, was Hunter or somebody there. Yeah. They say, oh, yeah, let's talk about a new deal for Francis. And at that time, like, there's not a new deal. Well, like, we just want to fight, you know. It's already September, or, yeah, we are in September. And my last fight was in June. I want to fight, you know. So the new deal staff be holding me back. They didn't give me a fight.
Because they wanted you to sign a new
deal.
They
wanted me to fight a new deal.
You didn't want to sign a new deal. You wanted to fight your contract down and renegotiate.
I wanted to fight my contract down.
So they were slowing things down.
They were slowing things down. So that if you see like the interval between my Junior Dos Santos fight and Jorginho Rosenstruck fight was almost a year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
it's also COVID, right?
Yeah, there was a COVID in between, but without COVID, he would have still been like 10 months, right? And then from Rosenstruck to Stipe, same thing. Then Stipe to Sirangan, almost the same thing. He was mostly about the contract.
So then finally you fight out the contract, and then what happens?
We didn't come to an agreement at all because during this time there was still a negotiation, pushing and stuff, and I wanted to fight out that contract. Proposal of money, obviously they know my position because I was pressure financially. You know, when you have a fight, you expect to fight at least at that level. At that moment, I was expecting to fight at least 2 or 3 times a year, right? Then I get to the point that I have one fight, I have nothing. So I was limited of income, stuff like that. Then I started borrow money. Even before the Stipe fight, when they announced that fight, I need to call to ask for advance of my purse to finance my training camp. I have no money. But I was there training and getting ready for almost a year. So I took some advance. So
that's got to be very stressful.
Yeah, but one thing, and that's like one thing that I'm always grateful about my life. I used to this situation, and I told myself, like, these people, they don't know me. I can live out of nothing. You know, I live in the street, bro.
Yeah.
Like, and then I'm here in Las Vegas. You think like, okay, I don't fight. I just have to change everything. I'm able to live out of the bare minimum. And I don't care if I walk around, you guys say, oh, champ, oh, that's a UFC contender, whatever it is. Man, I just live based off what is in my base of my asset. I don't live beyond that. That's why, like, I don't really trust those credit card system or those loan and stuff. That's America shit, bro. I don't trust that, because when he lets you down, he lets you down.
Yeah, for sure.
I check my wallet, whatever is in my wallet, I live based on that. I don't go loan and stuff unless like I'm forced at some point, or it's an investment, like taking the money, borrowing money for your training camp, you know.
Right.
That's a different thing.
So you win the Cyril Gane fight, then what happens?
Well, then first Dana didn't come to the ring, to the octagon for the belt. Yeah, and then after that, they get this dinner, invite us to this dinner, trying to smooth things out. Again, the condition at that time, I think at that time for me, he was more than a contract. He was like a lot of frustration from the past almost 3 years, you know. I'm like, okay, I have no guarantee that signing this contract, I will not get into what I have been to in the past 3 years. So how about we change something? that will make me feel secure.
And what did you want to change?
A lot of things. I want in my contract. First of all, I want a contract without extension, because I have seen how they can abuse of those extension.
Can you explain to me how the extension works?
Oh, well, I mean, there's not a way that it works. The extension is that because they say if you deny a fight, they can extend you for 6 months or something. If you're hurt and can't fight, they can extend you for 6 months or something. But the problem, the UFC is the judge and the party. They decide if they will extend you. You have no say. So when they say, oh, you fight tomorrow, you say, no, I'm like, okay, no problem. We were just checking. And then maybe a week after, you will receive a letter of extension, like your contract has been extended for 6 months. And that's what happened with me. Even if you're injured, like say if they propose a fight for you, like here we are in September. If they propose a fight for you in Madison Square Garden in November, and you say, I can't because I'm injured. Oh, no, that extension. Then they put up a 6-month extension in the contract. That's extension. Anytime you refuse a fight? Is that what it is? Yeah. And refuse is subjective. Right. Depend of the term of subject. You can't fight because you're injured, like when you tore your knee ligaments. Oh, no, that is an extension. Extension? Yeah. That's clearly an extension. For example, my extension, for example, the first one, when I fought Stipe, right? And I have been fighting almost once a year in the past 3 years. I fought Stipe on March 27, and then April 2nd, Mick is calling my team. And I tell them like, oh, I want to fight, stay active. I want to fight twice this year again. Summer, which is July or August, and December. And then April 2nd, they are calling to ask me to fight. And I was getting ready. It was a big moment in my life. I'm like, I'm bringing this trophy home. Right? You're the champ now. Right. And they called to ask me if I can fight in June 12th. It was June 12th? Yeah. June 6th or something like that. Well, I'm like, bro, give me a time. I mean, they say, no, we were just offering in case, because Francis said he want to fight twice this year. I'm like, yes, I do. And I said July, the earliest, and August, and December. And I know that I can take 2 weeks, 2-3 weeks out, maybe go home, do stuff, and come back. And I'm like, no, totally understandable. He was just to check, in case it's work for you. He wasn't really. A couple months after, I received an extension about that. But you know why? Because my contract originally supposed to end in May 20th of that year. So if my contract ended on May 20th at that year, that means the championship close kicks in, which is 1 year. But if they extend me, I have to go all the way to the extension before the championship close kicks in. So it was more time. Yeah. So, and when they say, no, it's okay, no problem, we were just checking. And I was in Cameroon on May 19th. So 1 day before my original contract, which was 14 months, expired. And then the championship kicked in. I received an extension letter. I was in Cameroon suffering of COVID at that time. So I received an extension letter. So now I'm extended until November 20th. Even though you told them you wanted to fight in July? Yeah. So they just tack on? Oh, no, they just tacked on. And you have nothing to say. It's effective from the moment that they send that letter out. Okay, so your new contract, you wanted no extensions. That's one thing. Yeah, makes sense. That's one thing. Okay. What was one of them the ability to box? One of them was the ability to box. They said that wasn't an option. Boxing is dead. It's not possible. This and that.
Now, what does that feel like to you, knowing that Conor McGregor did it and fought Floyd Mayweather and made $100 million? What is that like for you to be sitting there being told that you can't box?
Well, I don't used to take what people tell me for an answer. Right.
Right.
I used to do my own thing.
Right.
On my own way.
Right.
And it seems to work pretty good. So, but I wasn't going to force to change everything. I wasn't expecting to go there and demand this, demand that, and just have everything. You know, it's like it's a big company. It's like an institution.
Right.
You know, so there is a way that they do things, and that can change. So I'm like, okay, if so, let's take boxing out. Why? Because give me 3 fights, contract of 3 fights. I knew that I can knock a 3-fight contract in a year. Then from that moment, I was free, because I want a middle ground, like an alternative, a way to get out by giving something out. You know, to get something at the end.
Got it.
You know, because it's really hard to get in the negotiation and just like, oh, I want this, I want that, and want that, and stop there. At some point, you have to compromise, to push back, give something in order to get something.
Yeah.
So stuff like that was the thing that I was about it. And that seems to be attractive to them. So 3-fight deal, no extension, that seems to be attractive. 2 fight was supposed to be potentially John Jones fight and rematch, and 1 fight is the trilogy with Stipe. That was the request, and work for both parties. Then we get to another point: sponsorship deal. Why sponsorship deal? Because before that, I had a deal. After the Stipe fight, I had a deal on the table for over $1 million for a cryptocurrency wallet. So I was going to have I think 1.2 million, which is the money that I never had in the fight. I was going to have that in the sponsorship, and the deal was this close to sign. And then they announced the crypto.com deal. And then the party pour off. I'm like, hey, bro, we can't do. You understand our position. You can carry this in the octagon while behind we're trying to push. You know.
Did you try to make a deal with crypto.com?
No.
No?
At that moment, crypto.com, they don't care.
Right.
Because
they have a deal with the UFC.
They have the deal with the UFC. And you're going to wear it, whether you like it or not.
Right.
You don't have a say. And now I'm like, I think this is messed up. We need to sort this out. I need a sponsorship. I need a right to have my own sponsor. Fighters should be able to have 2-3 sponsorship on their gears. I mean, I understand that we want to make the sport grow, make it nice, but we can also, meanwhile, you can have a department who check all those sponsors, like, oh no, this is not good because of this reason. It doesn't represent the sport well, right?
Right.
But there are a lot of good stuff out there that will also help fighter to provide, to get a little more money. And that was another discussion. I'm like, oh, you can't do that. That's not work. I'm like, okay. So what is working exactly? They make me some kind of like a proposal, which I don't know, what doesn't even make sense. But, and the other one was like, because of the fact that I was in this position for so long and I was just so powerless. The reason why I stay in this position, why I keep holding my ground, was only because in the contract, there is what they call the sunset clause. So meaning like after 5 years from the beginning, from the day you sign the contract, doesn't matter what is in the contract expires. the extension, they can extend you past that date. So my end goal from the moment that I know that, okay, I'm gonna hold this ground, I knew that I have to face some obstacle. So my end goal was the 5 years, the sunset.
Okay.
I had the sunset date in my mind, December 9th, 2022. I had that day in my mind for like almost 3 years. So when I was receiving all this extension letter, I mean, I couldn't fight it either way, but in my mind, I was just like, it's okay. One thing that I know, I just focus on December 9th, 2022, and then you will be fine. So after that, then I'm like, okay, if I sign a new deal, I don't know, even if there's not extension, there have been a proof of like, how could I say, in a nice way, abuse of power, right? But why are we in this position? This is the position that every fighter get into, right? I mean, feeling powerless. We might be many hundreds of us, but it's every individual at time. We are very separated. Every case is separated. So, which means you're just weak. It's just you against the big monster, which is the company, the institution. So you can't fight. How can we make it make sense? I mean, we are not going for union, but at least you guys sometime before make some decision, how about you have somebody in the room who can understand things from our perspective? Because I do believe that all the decision that you might make will hurt us is not meant to hurt, but maybe just because you don't understand our position. Maybe if somebody there speaking for us, which again, I don't know who it could be, but just be mindful that, okay, this is fighter position. Maybe that will help.
So you go through all this, and then where did it break down to the point where you had to walk away?
He break down December 6th, I think was December 20, I don't remember, 19 or 22nd, something like that. I had a dinner with Hunter. After we been going through stuff, he said no to this, no to that, But I have a focus. I know that, okay, if I give 3 fights here, since they are willing to take the 3 fights, it's going to make, I don't want to break this relationship like this. I don't want it to be a war.
Right.
I can't stand. I can stand in this. But, so we can get trying to fix things up. But when we met again, that day was the first time over all this time that we have to talk about the financial aspect. I mean, he has to propose a financial aspect.
Right. So he proposed it at dinner.
Yeah, he proposed at dinner. And then I just like, this guy is making fun of me.
Make it funny?
Yeah.
So it was disrespectful? It was like not valuable enough for you?
No, at all.
And you're the champ at the time.
Yeah. I mean, not at all. Like when you're talking about pay-per-view, then you're negotiating pay-per-view, and then you see number like 1.25 pay buys and stuff like that, and the pay-per-view is going from $60 to $80 in the past 5 years, and you realize that the 0.25 that is on top of it is just out of the $20 that been added on. I'm like, come on, man. It's not my first pay-per-view contract, and
just wasn't enough money.
It wasn't even about the money, even how it was structured, even how it was. I'm like, this doesn't make sense. I went home and I was so, I don't know, frustrated or disappointed. I don't know how I can describe, but one thing I know, I went online, I'm like, I'm missing Christmas with my family. I'm here training for a potential John Jones fight, which might not happen. What for? Seems like we're not getting anywhere close. I booked a flight that night to go to Cameroon, and I was in Cameroon in the Christmas, and then a couple of days after, I received a text from Mick Manor, who was, Mick usually sometimes just send me a friendly text to check on me, and then we talk a little bit, and then he talked about the contract. Like he heard that we didn't come to a term. I say yes. He said, like, is it anything that I can do? I'm like, I don't think so. We didn't just have an agreement. And he said, how about I make it, we talk again. Let's get in the meeting with Hunter again and talk. And as I said, Mick always be nice, and I couldn't say no. I'm like, yes, let's try. In fact, I wish it could have worked, because to be honest, I never really, before all this, I never imagined a life out of the UFC. I thought he would be like my fighting platform until my retirement or something. But clearly things has changed along the way.
So even when they came back a second time, it still was not enough.
Yeah, because when they came back, and all this time that we've been talking, they've been talking about the what is the term? Back pay. Yeah, we're gonna back pay you because from all the fight that I've been refusing to renegotiate the pay that they were proposing. They said they're gonna back pay me that. When they come out now and then make pay better, and now I'm like, okay, the back pay and this and that. And I'm like, no, everything is in this contract. This is it. And then I'm like, okay. Well, then I don't know what to say if you say this is it, because it's against your word. You say something and now you say this is it. I still don't have the back pay, bro.
So they proposed the back pay and then they took it away?
Yeah, they've been proposing the back pay before. After the Siri fight, they invite us to a dinner and then keep remind me how they're gonna back pay me, everything, because I have a good proposal at the time, but I know that proposal, and he was a good money, but I know he was just a bait to sign a contract. He was just to put the pen on the paper. He wasn't really like a good fit, like how they want to give me a good contract. And they get to the point that I'm like, no, everything is in this. I'm like, okay, I don't see it. And we were kind of like silenced for a couple seconds, like, what's that mean? I'm like, I don't know. Then we hang up.
Okay, so at that point, do you start to talk to people like the PFL and
No.
1FC and no?
No, at that point, I stopped. I didn't do anything. When we stopped that convention, I didn't do anything until I started to see all these things on social media, and then I saw the Dana press conference, like, oh, we get rid of Francis. Yes, he's not getting any younger. He's injured. I'm like, yes, he's not getting any younger, but you were trying to have him. He's injured, but you were trying to have him. Now you didn't come to an agreement. You're batching him. That's when I started to respond, because I never really want this to be something on me. And I was expecting maybe they go out there and just say, oh, unfortunately, we didn't come to agreement, and this and that, and thank you, good luck, right? And then we move away. But that's not how they do things over there.
So you decide to start talking to other people then.
Yeah.
And who do you talk to first?
People started to reach out. I wasn't even the one talking to people, and at that time I just want to let this weight drop out of my shoulder. For some reason I feel relieved. There was so much pressure into that process, and I was in Cameroon. I'm like, man, just live your life, whatever is yours out there will come to you. But I get the first person that reached out was Pete Mary from PFL, and then I was just like, yes, let's hear him out. And he came out, we speak, he asked like what I'm looking for and stuff. We speak, I'm like, looks good. A couple of days after, he made a proposal. I didn't even ask for not anything, but when he make a proposal, I look at the structure of that proposal, I'm like, this is good. Everything was being taken in consideration, Obviously, there's always going to be a way to negotiate in a contract, but the way that they structured it, I was already happy. I'm like, I think this guy is trying to make me happy.
Yeah,
right?
Well, they need someone like you.
Yeah.
The PFL doesn't really have the big stars.
Yeah. So, but we keep that contract, and at that time, I'm like, let's wait. I'm not rushing to anything. Take some times and everything, and then.
So you didn't sign that yet?
No, I didn't sign. No. We also get to a chattery. Even chattery reach out, we talk, same thing, and then a couple of days, they send their own contract. But when I was putting that contract next to the PFL one, it was day and night.
The PFL was much better.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
the PFL put a clause in to allow you to box?
Yeah. No, boxing was first to me, right?
And would the PFL be involved in the boxing promotion?
That was up to me.
Okay.
That was up to me. But they didn't really want to. It's not their expertise, but if they can help in some way or be involved in some way, again, it's up to me, right? So, very independent contract. So, but I was more looking about boxing. That's the first time that I started to have dialogue about boxing and stuff, And
I know there was some conversations with you fighting. There was Deontay Wilder they talked about. I think they talked about Dillian White.
No, he was Deontay Wilder. We had a conversation with Deontay Wilder team, even with him. I personally was under meeting with him, conference with him, that we were talking about a potential to fight him. Mm-hmm. So, and that was going well, and I think even to this day, we are kind of open about it. It's just along the way he has a potential opportunity right away that they say, okay, we had like to pursue the conversation about what we have here, and for us it was understandable. I'm like, okay, then let's explore maybe after, and then right after that I have my own. I started a conversation for the Fury fight. Yeah. Because I get a call. I was driving to the airport, and then I get a call to meet in New York for some conversation about the Fury fight. And then when I get in New York next week, we schedule that on next week. I get in New York, we get to the room, I meet the people. It was the right people. We spoke. I heard them. I hear them out, and I'm like, I knew them, right? And I'm like, okay, this is legit. I think with these people behind this fight is going to happen. That's where I now put them in contact with my team to negotiate because they wanted me do everything. Let's negotiate. I'm like, I don't do negotiation. I listen. I talk about like how I would like things to go, but I don't like to negotiate personally. Like,
Right. Of
oh,
course.
I want this. I deserve this. I'm that. You know, I'd rather have somebody do that on my behalf.
Right. Somebody do that on your behalf, and you want to respond to a good deal. You want
To
a good deal brought to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want somebody. It's always good to have somebody in the mirror that would take the temper of both parties.
Right.
Because a deal can fall off just off because somebody is mad and this, and then like his ego take over and the deal is off, right?
Right.
But when there's somebody in between, and you always come to like, okay, it's not him.
Right.
And they still think about it, and that's what's happened. Because sometimes with my team, there was frustrated, and I'm like, oh no, this not working. And then they will come to you, and then you will talk nice, be a nice cop, have no problem. I'm like, no, but my team is saying this because of they didn't mean to offend you,
Mm-hmm.
But I think,
Got it. Frustrating, right?
yeah. I mean, no, not frustrating. I mean,
Complicated.
Yeah, but over the time, you learn, you understand how it works, and it's pretty easy.
Okay.
It's pretty easy.
So you're in the driver's seat now because you've left the UFC. You have all these opportunities on the table, possibly Deontay Wilder, then it becomes Tyson Fury. So when do you know that fight is actually going to take place? Because I know there was a
June.
June.
June. That was in June. We locked that fight. It was concluded. Everything was set.
So for all those months from December to June, you're essentially just trying to find where you're going to land.
Yeah, but before that, I agree the deal with the PFL. I think it was in March, but I made the request. I say, let's just figure out what would be my next boxing fight before we sign the deal.
So you haven't signed the deal with the PFL?
I haven't signed the deal.
Is it possible? Let me ask you this.
Okay.
Is it possible that you go and fight Tyson Fury and then the UFC comes back to you and says, listen, let's make this right and let's fight John Jones? Is that possible?
It's possible, but no, it's possible.
That's what I want.
It's possible, but they have to go to the PFL now.
Oh, because does the PFL have a contract signed?
Yeah.
You did sign a contract.
Yeah, I did sign. I say in March. It wasn't signed.
Right.
I signed in May.
Do you think the PFL would allow that?
Oh, the PFL is down for that.
Really?
Yeah, it's down for that.
Wow.
The PFL is
So
down for that.
the PFL would let you fight in the UFC. But what happens if you beat John Jones, you become the UFC heavyweight champion again? That's a problem.
I don't know. Maybe he'll be a special fight, a special belt or something.
Yeah.
Maybe not like a UFC belt. I don't know.
Yeah, the UFC
But
probably
I
would
have-
not be down for that. Like
Yeah,
you win the
ex-
title and then go fight in the PFL. That would be a problem. Yeah.
No, the title. But, to be honest, I don't worry about the title. The title is not what I worry about. I worry about that fight, that challenge.
Yes.
And I wouldn't care if it was a fight without a title. So
Right.
I don't need a UFC title.
Especially with that fight. Like,
Right.
what difference does it make? It's John Jones and you.
No,
Everybody
that fight
knows.
is bigger than a title.
Yes, bigger than a
the
title.
fight is bigger than a title.
No doubt.
So deep inside me, I still have a little bit of hope, even though I know it's gonna be hard. But you never know.
Boy, that would be a big gamble for them. Because if you win, then you're the champ, but you're signed with the PFL.
Yeah.
Whoa. Whoa. Okay, so June, you get the Tyson Fury bout negotiated. Did you get everything you want? Was it easy?
Again, you don't work in a room for a contract to get everything that you want.
Right.
And at that moment, I was just so happy to get that fight happen because from that fight, a lot of things will be open. That fight would open a lot of doors. Sometimes, even in the negotiation, sometimes you have to see long term.